Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button. Don't forget to support the channel. StreamYard, Cash App, donos are always welcomed here. Welcome back, guys. How you doing? It's finally Friday. Welcome in, everybody. Good to see you. I was on another channel just in the chat. Some things get a little out of hand for me on certain conversations. It never goes anywhere. It runs in circles. So, I like to do my own thing. So, we're running in. We're doing, finally Friday pool day. As long as the weather holds off, we will be in the pool this afternoon. So it's good to see everybody. Thank you for coming in. If you're new here, come in, hit that like button, hit that subscribe, share it out between a friend, your mama, your daddy, your granny. I don't care. Just share the stream out. Make sure you tell everybody who you watch on YouTube, and that is Brandon Ray, which is also known as Ray's Motor Life, also as well as Right Lane Media, also known as the one and only, yes, Classic Ray. So, as you see, I've been trying to just mess around and play with the backgrounds a little bit. I hope everybody's doing good. We got some things to jump into, and the title says, finally Friday, of course, the second round. And what do I mean about that? I mean, the White House Correspondents Dinner is going to take place again tonight. This is the second round. We all remember the first one. We had a gunman come in and, mess some, stuff up. So I think they're going to try the second round tonight. I don't know. I haven't really got into it much to see where it was going to be held. I don't think they're going to hold it at the same place. Maybe they are. I don't know. Excuse me. I just really ain't looked into it. So maybe that's something I'm going to do. We also have a interview, Elon Musk. Someone interviews Elon Musk. We're going to jump into that here in a minute. I think he kind of, I don't know. We're going to watch it because I haven't seen the whole thing yet. So, yeah, I'm just welcome in. What's up? I've been playing with the background a little bit, guys. I kind of like the space stuff, man. I'm really into like space. Let's see. We can do this one. That one's a good one too, though. I got another one that was really good. This one's pretty neat. Let's see. I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. I like deep space. I think I have a fantasy of like, look at that. Ah, there he goes. Oh, there goes OG. I just had to say that. There he goes. Here's the thing, man. I like this stuff, and I kind of was really. I'd like to think this is what space kind of looks like, and deep space and different, galaxies and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a comic guy, like comic book movies and things like that. So I don't know. I kind of like to dive into things. Here we got another one. When this one gets done, it's okay, I guess. Which one did I just have? The last one? Let's see here. I hope you're all doing good today. Yeah, let's see. Maybe this one. Did we have that one up yet? Did we have that one going on? That one. I like that one. I think that one's a pretty neat one. So, yeah, I'm trying to avoid I was trying to avoid some things this week. Man, I injured my leg accidentally, and I've been dealing with some issues with that all week, some swelling and stuff like that. Let's get into this. We're going to check this out. If you guys want to see anything, let me know. If you want to discuss it, leave it on a Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. Guys, support the channel. Here's the Cash App QR code. There's a Venmo and a PayPal QR code. I'm going to put the Cash App up. Now, if you come in, you want to support that, you want to support the stream by that, and that's the Cash App one. If you want the Venmo or PayPal, just let me know in the chat. All right, guys, here we go. Let's see. Let's pull this up for a minute. We're going to pull this up, and we're going to dive into this interview here. I think,
politics.
Let's see what he's saying here. Let's make sure we get it on the full screen.
You don't even live there.
I think of it as the sort of the West collectively.
But do you see why this makes people think that this man, who
this
has
is just
all
a
this power,
clip.
he's the world's richest man, he thinks he has a right to influence our politics, It makes people, it's why, we started this conversation saying superlatives. It's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why?
I don't think this is the clip I'm looking for, but I'm going to look for the other one too.
Maybe some people do loathe me. That's probably true. I don't care.
He don't give a shit. He don't have to give a shit.
But the fact that, as you pointed out, 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't.
Exactly, lady.
People hate you.
Elon, shout out to you, buddy. I need one of your Cybertrucks. Send me one. Come on.
You don't even live there.
Let's see. I don't care for old Brandon Tate. Yes, this is advertising tonight, guys. I think it's tonight or tomorrow. Also, maybe tonight. Yeah, tonight. We have the GridCon 2 debate in Dallas, Texas. Don't want to miss that. Here is the information. There you go. There's the debates. There's a lot of stuff going on, food, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. There you go. I want to see where I've got to find that clip, though. I'm going to have to find that clip.
Authorities say is highly manipulative and dangerous.
On the run.
Investigators in Florida releasing new images.
Florida unalive suspect. Yep, Isabella Johnson may have cut.
Dana Marie McNichol on this story all week live in Miami. Where are we?
She moves between states.
Hey, Bill, good morning. Investigators believe Isabel Johnson may have cut and dyed her hair, relying on disguises to run from state to state. So as you mentioned, these tattoos could be a key in identifying her. So take a look. Detectives do hope that these could allow her to be easily recognizable. Johnson
was that her leg?
3 tattoos, a rose or flower design between her left thumb and forefinger, another tattoo on her right ankle, and what appears to be a large scorpion extending from her left upper leg down her thigh. Now, Johnson, she's
damn, a big scorpion that big. Yeah, that'd be hard to miss.
120 pounds. Now, she is accused of killing 43-year-old father Jason Colhart. Authorities say he went missing in May,
like she'd been dealing with meth and you.
Found on a property in Freeport, Florida 1 month ago. According to an arrest report, Colhart was found with a zip tie around his neck in a shallow grave covered in concrete with a car parked over it.
Oh my God.
The two were believed to be in some sort of a romantic relationship.
That's brutal.
The Walton County Sheriff's Office says Johnson is
thought she's going to bury the body, didn't she?
Manipulator, known to use multiple identities, including Harley, Jessica, and even possibly Denise. They say Johnson has told sob stories to get either rides or money from the public and her inner circle.
That's crazy.
We know that she bounces around place to place every 2-3 days, has multiple connections, not just throughout this community, but through other communities, Alabama, Georgia, and again in Florida. So making sure that we follow up on all of those to really, ultimately for us, it's holding the people accountable that have been helping her.
Yeah, that's wild.
Investigators believe
I want to see. I got to go back up here, guys. I'm sorry. I got to try to find this clip. This guy, I seen a clip this morning of his interview with that lady, and I'm telling you, let's see. I want to see where this is at. Yes, we have some stuff going on with that case. Let's see.
Practice anything. Like, I don't care who I am. I don't care about my Israeli. Like, I don't care that I'm from Israel. I don't care about my religion. I don't practice anything for my religion. So yes, born in Tunisia.
He said something because the interview went on. So
am I far right?
He's talking about the right. Yeah, he's talking about the right, like the right and left, like the Republicans, because the lady accuses him of.
They want me dead in Israel. I live getting raped. You can Europe.
Well, that's not it. Oh, okay. Open way. Okay, let's see.
People do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand?
That's not it. I want to see where the one is. I want to know where the other one is. Where's the other one, Elon?
Has done nothing to control the problem that we have. We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office.
Blame the Republicans.
Extraordinary problem. And the reason the American people are concerned,
even Obama was against illegals.
They are seeing their own economic position slip away. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws. As president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need.
He deported
That's
more
step number
people than
one.
Trump.
Step number two is to take on employers. Right now, an employer has more of a chance of getting hit by lightning than be prosecuted for hiring an undocumented worker. That has to change. They have to be held accountable. Start shedding some light on the problem, and we can once again be a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. That's what I intend to do as president of the United States.
Against immigration and illegals? Wait a minute. Huh. That seems kind of weird, don't it? Barack Obama was against illegals? Huh.
DME companies, durable.
Let's see I'm looking for that interview. Let's see. Maybe this is it.
I think of it as the sort of the West collectively.
But do you see why this?
No, come on. Where's the one you were talking about?
Yes, some people do.
No, that's not it. He's talking about. Let's see.
That could step in, because bear in mind it happened quickly. So there are literally tens of thousands of NGOs.
Yep.
Not everyone functions as fast as you do.
Tens of thousands of
if funding
NGOs
is cut off for antiretrovirals overnight, and it just stops, then people will die when they don't have access to them. And it just
only if they cannot get funding for that. But the Gates Foundation has $50 billion.
Yeah, the Gates Foundation.
What about that?
$50 billion.
What about any one of a number of organizations? What about the
dollars?
Well, in lots of these countries, USAID,
Mackenzie, whatever her last name is, used to be Bezos, gave $50 billion. What about that?
But,
what about that? Why y'all expect
USAID
Elon Musk to do it?
Political organization.
It may also have been that, but it was the biggest funder of healthcare systems. So I'm very
biggest
sure that there was
of regime change.
And there may well be benefits from having changed.
Also, USAID funding was not stopped; it was moved to the State Department.
See,
it was stopped. There were huge numbers of things shut down in Africa that were
in Africa. Why do we need to fund Africa?
These claims are false.
Yeah, see,
they're nonsense.
He knows,
and absolute nonsense. But
he knows.
Obviously, just for when funding is stopped for fraudulent organizations or for something, do you think they're going to say, well, please keep funding the fraud?
Yeah.
Or do you think they're going to come up with a sad story that sounds sympathetic in order to get the funding restored? Obviously, it will be the latter, and that's exactly what they did. But zero died. Because
that's what I
exactly.
Zero.
No one died from Doge. Shut down those fraudulent companies in Africa.
Of the aid regime that
these people make me sick sometimes.
However, I think the pace and the suddenness with which it happened will almost certainly have caused unnecessary suffering and deaths. And I think both of those can be true.
I think that's totally false.
Lady, you're not listening to the man that was in charge of it. They're false. See, these people wouldn't believe anybody telling them the truth. He's telling her the truth. He was in charge of Doge there for a while when they went in and cut all this stuff. He's telling her the truth, and she still is kicking back. She's fighting it because in her mind, she has been told the propaganda that people have died in Africa due to Doge cutting funding. No, and he sits here and tells her those was fraudulent companies. They didn't exist. They were bullcrap. And she still cannot wrap her peanut brain around that these crooks in Washington were creating these bullshit NGOs and all these places where the money was supposed to go, and it never went because it was fake. So when they cut it, you got people like her that pushes this propaganda. No, you're not telling the truth. What he was in charge of it, lady. He would know the truth.
There are the amount of funding we're talking about is far less than what can be done than what can be supported by a
my Lord, these people's brains are just tiny.
Like the Gates Foundation or Mackenzie Bezos's foundation. She's giving away tens of billions of dollars. The Gates Foundation has tens of billions of dollars.
Yeah.
They are.
Let's see what this one is.
Quickly. I'm in favor of immigration. Obviously, I'd be hypocritical if I wasn't, since I'm an immigrant to the United States.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of immigration if the person immigrating is going to be a productive member of society, if they're going to be honest, and if they're not going to mistreat people in that country they're going to. I'm in favor of immigration.
Oh no, I want the one
my
where
political views are very are centrist.
Yeah,
they're not far right. And
this is the one I was looking for. she claimed she accuses him of being far right, and everybody on the right and Republicans being far right. Excuse me. He's going to break it down for her. These beliefs, these claims are not far right, and they're not that far right. They're not far right. They're common sense. So here's what she's going to do. She's claiming that they're far right. You know,
views are very are centrist.
His politics.
They're not far right, and frankly,
because they're not far right.
I think is
they're common sense.
Insult.
Yeah, it is an insult
to history, an insult to many peoples.
Exactly,
it is an outrageous falsehood.
Now, there is a such thing as the far right. They do exist. Yes, we know that. But this is not him, and it's not me. I'm not far right. The thing is, they've took everybody on the right and consider all these issues and these political stance all far right, extreme far right. This is what the media has done.
It's completely.
But she ain't gonna believe him because her peanut brain, woke left brain, DEI won't allow it.
There need to be secure borders. That
yeah.
If there's an influx of immigrants, they need to be people who will agree that with Western ideals, with Western values, and if
Western ideas, values,
and if there's
exactly.
a long-term growth of people who do not, or in some cases, are adamantly opposed to Western values. You are setting.
Look how nice and clean and everything his garage or whatever that place is, that facility.
But this is not a right.
Freaking sharp, all his cars and shit.
Well, I think
ain't that nice? Now you know when someone's got money. I mean, come on, man.
In this country, it's because we failed to incarcerate repeat violent offenders.
See, yeah.
Where there is danger in this country is because we failed to incarcerate repeat violent offenders, and that's the classic sort of Soros DA or judges that fail to incarcerate repeat violent offenders. And if somebody gets arrested 50 times,
exactly, why do they still need to be free?
And eventually they're going to kill somebody.
Yep.
So you either incarcerate them or people will die.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the whole thing.
I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But
yeah, we've heard that.
That's right, but the far right, in fact, very fringe parties. You support not just the populist right, but the far right. In fact, very fringe parties in some countries.
No, I support the normal people.
Yeah, the norm. This is the one I think I was looking for.
Mostly.
Yeah.
You think is the normal person?
It is.
Yes.
This is it.
Literally, you could go back 10 or 15 years.
10 or 15 years.
These policies were completely normal.
Yep.
In fact,
all these policies was normal.
One of the tricks that
yeah, she's not going to allow it.
That was quite funny.
Her peanut brain,
take
her
woke speech from
DEI brain,
and Hillary, and then go to someone and say, who's sort of
she's
on the
an
sort
idiot.
Of what I call the lunatic left.
Yeah, she is. She's
say,
a lunatic left.
By Trump. I'm like, oh wow, he's the worst person ever.
My opinion,
that was a speech by
doesn't
Obama.
matter.
Well, actually, that was a speech by Hillary.
I agree. No, I agree that the center of gravity in this country has shifted. Certainly, the Democratic Party shifted to the left. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Rupert Lowe. I'm talking about people.
It's actually just normal people.
Exactly. It's not the fringe right. Fringe right. It's normal fucking people. And this is her trying to push back and propagate to her audience that he's a liar and he's far right and all this shit. And just like he's proven to her, go back 10, 15 years. This was normal. This is normal. This was all normal and all this. These are normal policies and beliefs, all that. This has nothing to do with the far right. She can't wrap her head around it.
And here are the principles. And tell me, which of these sound terrible? That we should have secure borders, that we should have safe cities.
Exactly.
That we should have sensible spending.
Yep.
Which of those three are far right fringe?
Exactly. Look at her. She can't stand it. Her brain is just exploding right now, and she is completely just pushing back.
I would like to just admonish you and the media for
she
the absurd characterization of the far right.
She can't wrap her head around it.
And misleading.
Exactly.
And nonsense.
They're all false.
Please keep this part in.
We'll
yeah, he told her.
Don't cut this part.
Exactly. Don't cut this part. Keep this part in. He wants her and the media, all these people to stop this shit and tell the truth. None of this shit is far right. It's
because
you have
nonsense.
You know,
it is. It's all
what
nonsense.
is it?
What they push.
250 million followers on X.
Yeah,
you say things like
some. And I agree. Like, there's more people seem to like him than they dislike him. I could be wrong, you know.
SpaceX Public is so that the public could participate in, because they could own a piece of SpaceX. Whereas as a private company, we're very limited in the number of shareholders we're allowed to have before going public. So as a public company, we can have millions of shareholders. As a private company, we're limited to just a few thousand shareholders.
Yeah, and this is just completely like freaking Elon Musk, man. I mean, come on, dude. I think he benefits the world more than he hurts it.
Democrats. Less than 1 in 4 Democrats under 30 say they're proud to be an American.
Less than 1 in 4. That is crazy.
By it. Embarrassed. Like America's your mom picking you up at school? You're embarrassed to be an American? Well, guess what? The feeling's mutual because you have no perspective. Is America perfect? No, of course not. No country is. Although don't get Tucker Carlson started on Russia. Globalize the intifada is the catchphrase that's really catching on these days, as if worldwide suicide bombing and cosplaying Islamic revolutionaries is the answer to our problems. At an AOC Bernie Sanders rally in Idaho last month, someone threw a Palestinian flag over an American flag, and the crowd erupted in approval. What should have happened after that is one of the adults on stage should have told their young, loyal followers, this is not a symbol of freedom. This is. If the thought leaders in the Democratic Party keep encouraging and not rebuking the idea that America is cringe and the people who run Gaza are great, the Democrats are doomed. Alyssa Slotkin's right. Liberals are weak and woke, especially the white ones, and they indulge all sorts of nonsense from their kids, a pattern that then continues on in the Democratic Party. Last election, it was all the gender stuff, the insistence that men can have babies and such.
Yeah.
And now I fear that we like the terrorists is the new that. Liberals need to push back on the dumb ideas that come from their children.
Well, they don't. They're not going to push
Democrats'
back.
problem is the energy of the parties with the young and the young are with the terrorists. That's not good.
They're not going to push back.
So talk to your children and remind them, you don't really want to live like your heroes in Hamas. All the shit you do all day, it was all made in America. Your smartphone, your Grubhub, your freedom to bitch about America, that's all American stuff. You tell your phone you want a milkshake and a guy brings it to your house. Please, you couldn't survive a week living in Intifadaville.
Yeah, exactly. I agree, Bill. They couldn't live a week. Here, let's see. This is, you think I'm far right? Look what I look like. You think I'm far right? I'm a mix man. Yeah. You think I'm a right man? Yeah. How you doing? I don't know. Old grandpa down there by the river, mate. By the river, mate. Old grandpa down there by the river, mate. Let's see. This lady's just on and on with this interview.
In some countries.
Just common sense.
People.
Yes, this is normal stuff. Normal
right,
people.
Falsely.
Yes, it's not far right. These guys hate TMZ. I wouldn't doubt it.
A piece of us at all.
Yeah, look at old Bernie.
Saga of the Tate brothers. So they rose to extraordinary global
saga of the
I don't know
brothers.
what you would call it, popularity, infamy, by presenting themselves
Well, if they're
as
guilty, they need to be in prison.
guys,
If they're not,
old-fashioned
they need to quit
male
going after
values,
them just because they speaking out about certain people in certain countries. So
fit, mentally fit, physically fit, you know, but also began to become increasingly, in my estimation, misogynist and, you know,
oh yeah, your imagination, your mind, everybody is. Everybody's
underlying all this for the last few years has been this ongoing
bad guy
series of increasingly serious allegations about alleged criminal conduct.
And they did the allegations in Romania and all that shit too, and they still never could charge them, never could do anything. They charged, they never could find them guilty of me.
Up to 60 charges of
again, same charges. They just bringing in new stuff that is probably the same old bullshit.
Charge them completely if they're found guilty. At the same time, you have a lot of people on the conservative right in America saying, I don't believe a word of this. They're political
and if they can prove
et cetera. What do you make of this?
Yeah, what do you make of it, Dr. Ross?
Well, you know,
Is it a political thing?
This,
is it political?
From
motivated?
A distance, because I've been concerned at how many young men have plugged into this and followed this, and you know, I think sometimes that they filled a void, they filled a vacuum.
Well, I think it's retarded to start with. The red pill manosphere shit. To start with, and that's stupid. They're just doing, they hit it big on social media, the red pill stuff. That ain't real alpha male. You don't have to sleep with 1,000 women to become a man, all that bullshit. They push too much propaganda. Yes, I agree with certain things that they say. The red, you know, the manosphere, certain things I agree with, but a lot of them I laugh because I think it's goofy, because you don't have to do all that to be a man, you know, to be with a woman and this and that. I think that has a lot of those incels, you know, men, these weak ass men out there that follow them and try to do all this stuff. And you know, it's funny because, I mean, it really is. It's funny that these dudes is going to listen to another dude that tells you you're a follower and, you know, you're a sheep and, you know, you're not a leader. So I think it's kind of goofiness, but not just the Tate brothers, all those manosphere red pill guys. I'm not knocking them because they seen a niche in the internet and they picked it up. You know what I mean? They made millions. They're making millions of dollars. A lot of them are making good money by pushing this stuff and the red pill shit, you know, all that stuff. They seen an opportunity and they took it. Would you take it if you seen an opportunity, knew you was going to make millions of dollars on? Would you take it if it was legal? I mean, so they get on here and create social media channels by giving these virgins and these young, you know, incels advice and stuff. I mean, we know they started the webcam business, all that, the Tate brothers, they did all that. What's the difference between OF and what they did? You know, if they did it legally and legal and there's no proof of any wrongdoing, then, you know, but we'll have to wait and see. Like I said, got to see the evidence, see if they're actually, you know, legit charges, all this stuff.
So many of these young men have been devoid of relationship skills. They've been devoid of any real relationship skills, interactions in the real world, because they live their lives virtually on a screen. And so here come these guys that, you know, they're kind of like carnival barkers. You know, they are out there as hustlers, street hustlers, promising this, promising that. And you know, I think it's a message that a lot of young men would find seductive, like, you know, do this and you'll have,
I don't like any other country, buddy.
Have all of these
I love America.
Exciting experiences. And I think it's been kind of like a Pied Piper, and it's a hollow message. It's an empty message. It doesn't pay off. And I think by the time that's discovered by those that follow along, you won't be able to find these two guys.
I wish I lived in America.
So I think they're just, it's just my opinion.
What's
I
up,
think they're just con
How you
men, and
doing, buddy?
They've been laughing all the way
Good
to the
to
bank.
see you, buddy. Yeah. According to this guy up here, I'm
that they actually believe
whatever,
what they're saying. I think they just say what works. They say, look, the more outrageous we are,
I'm a bad guy.
The more show of
I get rid of people like that. Call me names.
The more outrageous the fantasy life we show,
call me names.
It gets more followers. So I think
exactly the fantasy life show, and they get more followers. They get more
the market and selling what
they fill a void in the market. And they make tons of money.
I think it's a very dangerous message, and
sometimes it is a dangerous message. That's what they push.
I think it's
telling these young men they need to go out here and you know, it's so dangerous to tell young men to get out here and go to the gym and stay healthy and make money, you know, and all this stuff. And I mean, how unhealthy is that? Now, yes, to tell them they need to sleep with like 1,000 women before they're a man, all that. Yeah, that's stupid. Any man listens to that it needs to be, you know, they need to spend their money. They're goofy, you know what I mean? So I don't see anything wrong with someone being a leader on, or in the internet world if they give good advice. How unhealthy is it, honestly, to encourage young people to go to the gym, to work, to thrive for something that they might can get one day.
It's a dangerous message, and I think it's going to leave a lot of disappointed young men that are going to be behind the curve and have to get out and develop real skills and real relationships.
Yeah, well, now I agree with that. Don't believe that everybody's going to make it on the internet. Don't believe that everybody's going to make tons of money on the internet. Yes, I agree with Dr. Isles on this. Get out, get a real skill, get a job, find real work, live in reality. Stop living in a fantasy world, because these guys come from a lot of these guys already had money, had other careers, and then they come into the manosphere and the red pill shit and all that stuff. They already got money. They're already, they get popular. And these people think, oh, they just made it big on social media. Now there is a few that's made it big on social media, but it's not every one of them. A lot of them actually made their money, or they had money already. So, or they have different careers. But I know what he's saying. He's, they make it sound like, oh, you can become this big, star on, the internet, on social media. You can make tons of money, go out here and go to the gym and film it and do this and be a real man and sleep with 1,000 women, that's fantasy land.
Potential partners in their lives.
Yeah.
And I
potential
think that's
partners.
back,
Yeah. I think it's crazy, to sit and believe that crap. So let's see what's
Civil
going on.
rights hero Emmett Till, noting the irony that the WNBA's All-Star game this weekend is taking place in Chicago, where Till was slain. Well,
they always have to make everything racial, man. This is so stupid.
Non-apology apology.
I think it's so stupid.
Regarding a reference to Till,
yeah,
claiming it in article,
so stupid.
But stood her ground on the piece overall.
So
perceived
stupid.
Threats to white women are being weaponized against African Americans.
Exactly. It's all ridiculous, man. These people are ridiculous. Oh yeah, you're on a veterans ride for PTSD from. Really, that's cool, man. Be safe out there. Michigan to Paradise. It's a 2-day ride, 500 plus bikes. Oh, really? That's cool, man. That'd be awesome, won't it? I mean, that's awesome. Are you on it? You're on it right now? That's neat. I would ride. I ain't got to ride much right now. I injured my leg, and I've got some swelling in my foot, my lower leg. What's up, Evil Rick? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you in here. He says hello to Salty. Yeah, I injured my leg, man. So I'm down right now. It sucks, and it's finally got a nice day with sunshine. So raining there. Yeah, it's been raining here for the last 2-3 months, every other day or every day. We've had a few good days. It's a nice day right now, but I know the forecast said something about, we got rain chances at 1 and 2. Like it's hitting, here and there. It's like a 70%, but then, it comes out, 35% at 1, 50% at 4, you know what I mean? And it rains, it hits. So, but, this is how it's been. If it ain't fully raining, we're getting it here and there. So, it's ridiculous. I get sick of it. Can we just have a few days, a nice weekend? And my wife's aunt's husband of 35 years passed away last week, and they live in Virginia, and she had him cremated, and he's from Knoxville, Tennessee. So we're supposed to go. We got to go out of town in the morning to go to a memorial and all that. And it's like, what the fuck, man? Got to go deal with all this shit, It's just what it is. It's life, Evil Salty says he's on a ride for veterans, PTSD veterans ride right now. Been lots of rain here too. Yeah, quick. Yeah, got caught in a hard rain coming back from the Great River Road, right? Yeah. I'd say he's probably going to get called in a lot more than one, so.
So I'm waiting for her to call the flagrant fouls against Clark, just, reparations. That young women need reparations, and it's in the form of fouls. I don't know. Here with Insight is Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, host of the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show.
Yeah, the way they've been treating this girl in the WNBA, you got a golden fucking ticket. You got a once in generation lifetime champion, Caitlin Clark, a champion, a young girl that's come in and just blowed up the WNBA, the league. Tons of new sponsors just come in, paying other girls, sponsoring other girls. They're making more money. The ticket sales is 10 times higher than it is. If she's not playing, Caitlin Clark, only not even 50% of the arena is full. If Caitlin Clark's playing, it's overflowing. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then they allow this girl to be treated like they're treating her, getting fouled and beat half to craziness, and they're not doing anything about it. If you go and see any real clips and really what they're doing to her, it's ridiculous.
In the sports media,
even the professional black people are like, guys, who gives a shit if she's white? Her team should be protecting her more, but Sophie Cunningham tries to protect her as much as she can, her teammate. There's a couple of them that try to protect her, but why would you, in the refs, allow it? They call shitty ass calls. And not only that, I'm not a sports guy. I'm not a sports person, but I know this story. And here's the thing. What's messed up is take race and color out of it. You got a once in a lifetime. She has brought other players higher pay and everything. And I'm not saying you got to baby her or treat her better or special, but the league should be protecting this girl because they're making 10 times more money too. All of them's making money, more money. This girl could say, I don't want to play ball ever again and go home from the sponsorship. She's already made hundreds of millions of dollars. She's set for life, and her kids and grandkids and all them. She could actually say, you know what? I'm going to, because she's been offered millions and millions to go overseas and play. The WNBA is stupid because I'm telling you, that's the golden ticket right there, Caitlin Clark. They should be protecting her and making these refs, call these fouls and shit and get onto these other players for what they're doing to her. And I'm telling you right now, she could literally say, you know what? I'm done with you guys. I'm going to go overseas and play. And the league, the WNBA would drop so much, the money, the viewership, all that stuff, the people in attendance, everything would go back to nothing. And then all these other these women playing in there would start bitching and saying, oh, no, well, you're the ones that did it to her, because you're not the league. Like Angel Reese says, oh, I'm the face of the league. No, she ain't. She sucks. You ever seen that woman try to make a layup? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, hate Caitlin Clark, and of course,
they do. They can't stand
around the world.
Like you got the Willy Wonka's golden ticket. That's Sophie Cunningham there. Yeah, there's Sophie Cunningham. Yeah, she didn't even have to speak. She pointed at that girl. She fucking got triggered and lost her shit.
The average sports media journalist is further left-wing than that. The sports media is more biased to the far left than the political media is. And so within the prism of identity politics, which is all that left-wing analysis can exist within.
It's crazy.
As a straight white woman, Caitlin Clark
as a straight white woman, they hate that, boy. God, they hate it.
So everything that she does cannot stand alone, as it should in all of athletics, where the best man or woman, not the best man pretending to be a woman, thank you, Sophie Cunningham.
They cannot stand it.
Should win. Right. And Caitlin Clark right now is one of the best players in the WNBA.
Yes, she is.
She's straight and she's white, and the league is falling apart as a result. If Caitlin Clark had the exact same talent, but she were a black lesbian, she would be celebrated.
Exactly.
Everyone would be in love with her. They wouldn't punch her in the throat.
Exactly. If she was a black lesbian or if she was gay.
Which is effectively what that moron at USA Today said. And so Caitlin Clark, by merely being straight and white, has
punching her in the throat, kicking her in the groin. That girl did.
That has been
all that stuff, man. It's sad. It's sad what they've done to her.
If it weren't only made up of female players,
exactly.
The WNBA.
Well,
since they believe in men and women's sports, why don't they let like LeBron or somebody, some professional men, go in there and play against them and see, just how.
It's got to be significant, correct?
Yeah, 90%. Look, I've said it before, Laura. I'll say it on this show. I think Caitlin Clark should leave the WNBA.
I do too.
And start her own league, a league that would pursue
she can do it.
Excellence, no matter what your race or your gender was.
She's got that kind of clout. She can do that.
Than the entirety
she could start her own league. She could do. She could be 10 times billionaire over doing this shit.
And took all players all over the country who just want to be excellent and don't want to have a political league. I think exactly. More valuable than the
just want to play ball and all about, because that's what she wants. She don't want to be in politics. She don't want to be. She don't answer any questions about politics. She just wants to play basketball. She was raised to play basketball.
Join that league because
be a
they want to play
sports.
with the best, and all these right and the malcontents out there, the racial artists.
They hate it because she's white and she's straight, and she's better than they are.
Cunningham risked by speaking truth to power on the trans issue. Let's watch what she said.
Yeah, Sophie Cunningham don't care. She just common sense.
I think I'll always believe in that. I think it's really important to protect children.
She's not going to disc her values.
Girls, who are also involved in that category, and so I stand on what I said, and
I stand on the right side. Clay, not only that, here's the thing with her. That girl has studied martial arts since she was a kid. She's tough. So Sophie Cunningham, she was a ring, like a ring girl. She got invited by Joe Rogan them to the big fight the other night, and she was a ring girl. It was cool because she's a pretty girl. If you ever look her up on social media, Instagram and stuff, she's a cute girl to be a blonde. I'm not really, I don't really like blondes, but
that's a courageous stance. They're talking about it's courageous for black lesbian athletes to say this or that, but I think it's courageous to say what she said, sadly, just to stand up for women in sports.
Got to stand up for women in sports.
Yeah, it goes directly to what she does for a living. She's the anti-Megan Rapinoe. She's saying to all the little girls out there, you can grow up and be me, and you need to be protected from men in your locker room.
Exactly.
Always trying to play your sport and take your spot.
Yeah,
and
she's saying it without saying it.
Out there to support Sophie Cunningham. I love when she was grilled.
She says it's common sense.
Covering the WNBA, she said, I said what I said. That was the first.
Caitlin Clark might be the golden ticket, but this girl right here has got social media by the balls right now. She's the hot topic.
This is important, Laura.
Sophie Cunningham is.
For the 80 or 90%, maybe even higher than that, of sports fans who believe the best man or the best woman should win, not the best man pretending to be a woman. The sports media is trying to pretend she's controversial. The reality is she's just,
of course they are.
Common sense that almost
that's what they want. They want politics and controversial in every single thing. They want everybody to get into politics, and every sports person and everything to get in. They did it in the Open and the golf the other day. They did it, saying that Bryson DeChambeau or whatever was saying they were trying to make a call on him, and they said, yeah, he said he was going to threaten to call Trump on us and all, because he's actually friends with Trump because he plays golf with Trump, Bryson DeChambeau. And then what's his name? Rory McIlroy said, I really personally don't like him. And, he spoke on it, had an issue saying, threaten us with, calling the president. Why does all this shit why do they have to keep bringing politics into sports? Leave politics out of everything. Go back to common sense shit.
Left-wing sports.
The left wing is a nutbag. I'm telling you, that's all they do. They try to push this crap. It is ridiculous.
That's the model they want young girls to follow.
Exactly.
Okay. That's it right there.
That right there is the model they want young girls to be. This soccer player, Megan whatever, Rapinoe, a lesbian, dyed hair, someone that, she's an awesome soccer player. I will never take that away from her. But to get up here and push this shit and then come out after she retires and come out and start saying all this, men belong and women, it's okay for men to be women in sports and this and that. Yeah, you're a millionaire already. You're set for life. What do you got to lose?
Yeah, and remember Megan Rapinoe, Laura, her
Megan
team
Rapinoe,
lost 5-2 to an under 15 soccer boys team
in
Dallas, Texas.
Exactly.
Boys, under 15 in Dallas, Texas.
Under 15 years old boys lost to, and these are the USA Championship soccer women guys, and they lost to under 15-year-old boys soccer team. And still
an under 15 soccer boys team in Dallas, Texas. 15-year-old boys
lost 5-2
in Dallas, Texas, better than the U.S. women. Megan Rapinoe wouldn't have a career if a lot of boys decided to put on wigs and pretend to be girls for the U.S.
Well, let's do it. Let's put her to the test.
Exactly.
Thank you as always. And coming up a snapshot.
So, these people make me sick. Like I said, I think it's ridiculous.
Sure. Put it on. This is an actual weighted helmet. We've developed a bunch of novel technology. Actual
weighted
fits on you.
Helmet.
Oh, here you're a little wrap. Your
Joe just looks like he belongs in combat, don't he?
Just sorry, I wrapped.
Does Joe actually look like he belongs in combat? I think he does. He's got that head and that build and everything where he looks like he just.
I mean, if you're familiar with walkers, very very similar to what we do on the hearing enhancement side.
Yeah, he looks like he belongs in that.
Yeah, has been
attacked as a MAGA Barbie for saying it's
MAGA Barbie. Yeah, she's been attacked as a MAGA Barbie. And so does Caroline Lovett. She gets attacked all the time as a MAGA Barbie. She just had a kid too, another one. Man, she looks good for just having another kid. Sophie Cunningham gets attacked as a MAGA Barbie. This is sickening. Why label people? It makes me sick. These people make me sick. Saying because it's common sense because men do not belong in girl sports. Can you imagine working your whole life? Seriously, can you imagine? Because I know my kids has played sports. They're not pros or nothing. I've seen kids, my brothers and them play sports and everything their whole life. It's tough. Can you imagine someone just, their parents on them 24/7? I mean, just playing sports, working out, doing 2 days, 3 days, all day, their whole childhood to get in the positions they're in. And then they have to go and defend it. They have to go and defend that they're a female. They have to go and defend that they don't want a man coming in and taking over or being in their locker room or in their sports because they've worked so hard to be, where they're at. Now, I'm an alpha male. I love it, but I don't believe in that woke shit. I don't believe in the bullshit with men and women's sports. I'm not a simp for women. I promise you that. But here's the thing. I believe we all have our own spaces. Women belong in the women's stuff. Men do not belong. If you're trying to be in a woman's sport or bathroom, you got some real issues. There's something wrong with you. I promise you. If you think you need to be in there competing with the women and you're smoking them, you're beating them like crazy, that's because you can't compete with real men. You're weak.
Is the president following this story?
This reporter asking this question is what makes it look like her even stupider. Makes it look like she don't even have common sense. Is the president following this story? Is this... Why do you think she's saying this? She's saying she agrees. Why would you even worry about that? Why would you ask that kind of question? This is the problem I have with the media, with all media, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, all this shit. With mainstream media, this is the problem I have. They worry more about some fucking sports shit than they worry about the real issues, the issues that America has, the real deep-rooted issues in these cities and rural towns and these country towns and the real stuff that is killing America. No, let's not worry about that. Let's worry about some basketball player that's making millions of dollars. And I know it's important. Like I said, men should not be in women's sports or none of that anywhere near their locker rooms or none of that shit. Trust me, I have 3 daughters. I will defend that till I die. I will defend my daughters. And to hell with anybody that says anything, because they don't understand if you don't have a kid or if you don't have a daughter that plays sports like I have, you have no room to say anything. But I'm talking about the media and these woke ass liberal reporters. They're worried more about this here, about her commenting on something, than what really needs to be discussed in this country.
I don't believe he has reached out to her. I know he is following the story.
Yeah, it's all crap.
Something the president feels strongly about.
Now, Fox is a little more, Fox is more conservative and shit, evil. And I like Fox a little bit more, but they still push propaganda too. You know what I mean? And yeah, they've always been crap, dude. Always been crap. I can't stand those mainstream media.
That men should not be playing in women's sports. It's completely ludicrous that
it is ludicrous. It's ridiculous.
It's even more ludicrous
it's more ludicrous, that you have to ask this question. This is the thing. It's more ludicrous that you even have to bring this shit up because this is not important.
Sophia Cunningham, a female athlete herself, very accomplished in her own right, coming forth and speaking that truth that men shouldn't play in women's
just
sports.
like Lincoln Riley or whatever, not Lincoln Riley. Yeah, or something Riley, Lincoln Riley or whatever her name is. That's the swimmer that compete, against a dude and get blown away, work her whole life to get up there and get her championships took away from her by a man.
It's rooted in
Fuck
basic
that.
biological fact that men should not be competing against women on playing fields across the country.
Exactly. They should not be playing.
The WNBA has been attacked as a MAGA Barbie for saying it's common sense.
It's horseshit, man. They're all horseshit, And Elon Musk is interviewed.
I think of it as the sort of the West collectively.
But do you see why this makes people think that this man who has all this power, he's the world's richest man,
All
who
this
thinks
power.
he has a right to
Thinks he
influence
has
our
a
politics? It
thinks.
makes
She's
people,
put that in.
you know, we started this
He
conversation
automatically
saying
saying he
superlatives. That's why
ain't. He
people
never
loathe
said
you.
he thinks he has the right to do anything.
I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
Some people
But
do
do you
hate him.
understand
They do
why?
loathe him. Yeah.
Do you think what you're doing
Well,
is helpful for Western democracy?
Yeah, he's doing a
some
lot
people
for
do loathe him.
Western. Spider-Man's new movie.
The Vice President, J.D. Vance's security detail is apparently under investigation.
Yep.
It concerns allegations of leaking sensitive information. The
So
agency
they're
not commenting on the
saying
specifics,
shit
but
that they're
says the
seeing or
agent
what?
has been
Or
suspended
hearing?
and placed on administrative leave as that
Yep.
probe
So
unfolds. So
got
some mystery
a
on that. US Secret Service
got a
agent-
woke Secret Service. Got some woke shit.
Of us. Just
Listen
because
to
you
this.
think you are the smartest person in the world doesn't mean the rest of us agree
This is so
to that,
funny.
okay?
I
Thank
love
you.
this.
Senator Hirono, I knew
I love this.
Senator
right
Cruz.
here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a moment ago, our colleague Senator Hirono said there's a lot more to say, and indeed she's right. And in fact, I want to go back to her comments. She began by saying we have a long history of racial discrimination in this country. That's undoubtedly correct.
Exactly.
And then
is-
she
it is
said,
correct. But
quote,
listen,
we had poll taxes, we had literacy tests, we even had tests of how many jelly beans are in a jar.
yeah,
Mr. Chamberlain,
jelly beans in a jar.
when Senator Hirono says we had poll taxes,
poll taxes.
I want to ask you who we is, and in particular, what party was it that implemented poll taxes in the South?
I mean, I don't want to necessarily speak in every single case, but I'm pretty confident it was mostly the Democrats.
Exactly.
And what party was it that put literacy tests in place in the South?
Same answer, mostly the Democrats.
Democrats.
And what party was it that had tests like how many jelly beans are in a bottle?
The Democrats.
Democrats.
Tell me, what party were the founders of the Ku Klux Klan from?
Yeah, Democrats.
Pretty sure that was the Democrats.
Indeed. In fact, Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the Klan, was a delegate to the 1860
Exactly.
Democrat National Convention.
Exactly.
What party wrote the Jim Crow laws in the
So
South?
he just shut her down. Democrats.
And
Democrats.
So on this side of the aisle were members of the Republican Party. Who was the first Republican president?
Abraham Lincoln.
Oh,
the Republican Party
man
was
that freed
literally
the slave.
founded
Yep.
to oppose slavery.
Yep.
We came into existence because slavery was a grotesque evil. And it was
Exactly.
President Lincoln, the first Republican president, who signed the Emancipation Proclamation, who won the Civil War, and that resulted in the freeing of the slaves and the passage of the 13th,
Tell me again
14th,
what
and 15th
party you
Amendments.
vote for?
By the way, fast forward to the Civil Rights era.
Yeah.
Bull
listen to this.
Connor, one of the most noxiously racist politicians. What party was he from?
He was a Democrat.
Exactly.
The Democrats, for the entire history of their party, have been a party based on racial discrimination.
Exactly.
They affirmatively embrace it.
Yep.
They support it. Let me ask you, Mr. Grime, is discriminating based on race consistent with the United States Constitution?
No. Nope.
What does the 14th Amendment say about discrimination based on race?
It's prohibited.
Yep.
What does the 15th Amendment say about discriminating based on race, and in particular drawing congressional lines and explicitly discriminating based on race?
It's prohibited.
He just shut that lady down, didn't he? The man accused of shooting Allah Akbar while two bystanders in a attack on Manhattan's Upper West Side is taken into custody. Yeah, the man that stopped. Okay, the Muslim that poking two bystanders. So this man is now being arrested. Did y'all hear about that? I forgot about this one. Yes. 5 hours ago. Yeah. This man is being arrested because he actually stepped in and stopped this Allah Akbar guy, Muslim, while he was poking two standbyers in a crazy. Is that not crazy? So that's another that guy right there is another Daniel Penny, somebody that stepped in to help somebody else and now being put in jail for it. Tell me how bad this country is without telling me how bad this country is. Seriously, like it's disgusting, right? How bad? Look at this fool out here pandering, grifting for money. That president of that country over there. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Pharmacist, if you're polite.
letting the left say the most crazy, outlandish things, saying that you are a white supremacist if you're polite, or that being on time, being objective are evidences of white culture. I mean, these things are genuinely insane and objectively offensive, I think, to a lot of Americans. And I think it's time that we call the left out on this stuff and put them on the spot and make them answer for this. Make them explain to the
Waste
American
their money
people
because you
what
ain't
they
never going to
really
do
mean
nothing.
whenever they say that
You're not going to
being
arrest them.
polite is somehow evidence of white supremacy. And that's what we try, letting the left say the most.
Ain't that crazy? Letting them say the most crazy shit like that. Yeah.
An Uber. When, for me, I get a female driver, I say, whatever, it's going to take me longer to get to the airport, but it's fine. My wife gets a female driver. I'm not joking. She will cancel it.
No.
Yes.
I am stoked when I get a female Uber driver because I'm not going to get murdered. Okay.
Oh my God.
Well, they have a new one now
What?
because women are afraid of being like kidnapped or
That's
murdered.
crazy.
But like, so
That's
there's new one where
insane.
women can request female
Oh my
drivers.
God. Yeah, you can request, but that's insane. I don't want no male drivers because they're going to unalive me. What kind of shit is that? What's wrong with these people, man? This place is getting, I mean, seriously, you know what I mean? Like I just said, tell me you're anti-America without telling me you're anti-America. When you arrest somebody for stepping in and saving people, oh my God, this country is going to shit. The country is going to shit. I mean, I know a lot of people think it has been for a while, but excuse me, I think it really has. I think it's really gone to shit. My Lord, this is something. I'm telling you, man. How do you know your country's going to shit when they're arresting people for saving people? I mean, honestly, I mean, that's bad enough, ain't it? Try not to smoke on camera. Hi, you guys. Hi, you guys. Let me edit my avatar. What face do I want to go with today? There, that's a good one there, ain't it? Let's rock and roll. Adrenaline. That was one of the best quotes I ever heard him say. Adrenaline. Some people snort for it. Some people shoot for it. All you got to do is jump. That's the Predator sound, right? The Predator. Wee doggy. What do y'all think about that new Doomsday movie coming out? The Avengers first release in 7 years was that new trailer. I think it's going to suck. I love the characters. I love all the characters. But why did they have to put them all together? Why did they have to do Dr. Doom? Now, I will admit they got close to Dr. Doom's real outfit in the comic books. His outfit is pretty damn close. If you don't understand this, Marvel and them, the comic world is desperate because, and they've had so much like lashback and backlash from the public and the people that love the MCU universe and all that. The thing is, if you can see, they really put the real Mystique, she wearing white, the colors, because in the other X-Men movies and stuff, she was always blue. And then you got the original looking outfit with Cyclops. So they're getting I think they're getting desperate because now they've had to put some original stuff in it because they always mix stuff up and do things and they do it just to torture the fans. And this is well known, and they've admitted this in the past that they do little things like this because they know the real fans that are comic fans and stay loyal to the comic books hate when they make movies like X-Men and Marvel and stuff, and they do the characters different, or they put clothes in, different kind of clothing on the characters and stuff. So I think the Dr. Doom, this new Avengers movie, I think it's probably going to suck. They brought in Fantastic Four. How many of those? They've had 3-4 movie, different characters. Crazy. They've got Thor. They got all these characters in there. Why put them all in the very first Doctor Doom movie you're making? I know they can go back and make an origin story, and they may do that just to have more movies. Why not just come out and make one like a Doctor Doom verse? Because he was like badass and took care of everybody. So why not take Doctor Doom and make the first one against one or two people instead of having the whole fucking MCU and all these characters facing Doctor Doom at one time? Now what they're going to do, since he's going to go in there and probably unalive Thor and everybody else on the very first Doctor Doom movie, what they're going to do is then the second one, if they make a second one, it'll be like the origins. And then, the third one will be going backlash, like, like they did with the original Star Wars movies and shit. So I don't know. I think it's going to be a clusterfuck, in my opinion, the movie. I will watch it when it comes out. I don't go to the movie theaters. Too many ignorant people for me, and kids and stuff like that. Kids are loud and annoying. I'll wait till it starts streaming on one of my platforms I have, and I'll watch it. I just don't think it's going to be that great. Now, if you're not really a comic book fan, if you haven't really dealt with a lot of comic books, and if you just seen, the Avengers, like, the Avengers trilogies and Endgame and all that stuff, and you're a fan, now you'll probably say it's a good movie, you'll probably say, oh, I liked it, it was good, because you don't understand the real deep dive into the comic world. Now, I'm not an expert, but I do like the original comic books. I do like the original characters. I like the original clothing and outfits that they wear. And what aggravates me is, like I said, they do that towards the fans just to irritate the fans when they make a character like Cyclops in X-Men, and he's totally different clothing, or like Storm, or like Mystique, and she's in there and she's all blue in the X-Men movies, but now they finally put her in white in the original look and form. And now, like I said, even Cyclops, like now Channing Tatum is playing Cyclops, which is fine, but he's in the original outfit, the headdress, the original stuff look from the comics. So, I think a lot of times people don't understand that they do this craziness out of the way just to aggravate people. And like I said, I think they need to understand that, and I think they're desperate. I really do. I believe they're desperate because now they know they're getting to that point where, the fans they're going to rate this movie, and a lot of them's already given shitty ratings before it even comes out. So just from the previews. And then I think I like Spider-Man. I haven't been a really huge fan of Spider-Man. Like, they've made so damn many with 3-4 different characters, Spider-Man, Peter Parker's. I think it's wildly, but also the new, I'm looking forward to seeing the new Spider-Man. I really am. I've never been a fan of like the Spider-Man stuff. The comics were better, but because, like I said, when they change characters and start making 10 different movies, Spider-Man, and having them in all this other stuff. Now, was Spider-Man, like the latest one, Tom Holland or whatever, they brought him into the Avengers movies and stuff. Did you like I'm sure someone that really don't care about the comics, that's cool. They like it. It's fun. I just didn't think it was, I don't think they should have brought him in. Did he really, up the Avengers and up the, what I mean? Was he really, what's that word? Beneficial to him? I don't think so, but that's me. That's my opinion. So, I don't know. I believe that a lot of people, because there's a lot of people that is really going to be disappointed, I think. And a lot of people are disappointed. Don't forget to donate to the Cash App or Venmo or PayPal, guys. Support the stream. We take a lot of our time to do this stuff, and, shit costs money as well on our end. So don't forget you can find the, Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal right there going across the bottom of the screen or in the chat. The links are in the chat, or it's got a QR code up there on top. And like I said, I think that I'm looking forward to the Spider-Man, because I've seen the previews. It actually, to me, looks better to watch than the new Doctor Doom. I like the Doctor Doom. I like the theory of it. When the Fantastic Four had him, the Silver Surfer, and then you had Doctor Doom, I don't know if bringing Tony Stark from Iron Man as making him coming back as Dr. Doom and all this. And, you know, they keep saying, okay, originally they're trying to run this storyline originally that, you know, his parents adopted him. He wasn't even Howard Stark's kid, you know, by blood and all this shit, blah, blah, blah. He was somebody else. It's wild. It's wild how they're, you know, running the storylines and stuff. So, I don't know. I think that sometimes some people just speculate, and I don't know if, to me, like how they're going to run it, of course, but I can't wait to see how they try to make the storyline up and see how it's going to go. I think we're just going to have to wait and watch and see. I think it'll be, what are you doing down there, bud? Sleeping? Okay. He come in here and got under my feet. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, honey. The little kitty. So, I mean, are you a comic fan? Do you like to watch comic books? You know, do you think that, you know, I don't know. Let's see. Let me see if I can do something real quick. Reviewing Elon Musk's interview. Maybe. Round 2. Let's see if we can get with that. Let's see what we got. Maybe I like to change my title here and there. You know, like I said, I think a lot of people don't understand, you know, like they did when they did the Superman and brought them all in with the Batman, all those movies. Some of them was good, but I don't know. I think the best Batman so far for me was Christian Bale, was the dark, you know, Batman, and then the Dark Knight, and the Dark Knight Rises. I think that Ben Affleck played a good character as Batman. I didn't like the new Batman with that Robert Patterson or whatever. I didn't care for him. I only got about 20 minutes, 30 minutes into the new Batman, and I fucking didn't even watch it. It started off so stupid and slow, and I thought, man, that's stupid. I'm not going to watch that shit, you know. We're going to jump over here. I'm going to try to look and see if there's a thing over here. Let's see here. Standoff, shooting threat, crazy man on bridge in Los Angeles. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's see. With millions, why do we pretend celebrities aren't people too? Shit. Come on, man. Celebrities, that's all you people do. Is y'all fought over rich and famous rappers and celebrities, and I think I have better things to do than fought over some of those people they fought over. So let's see what's going on here with the news today. Yeah, we had that 23 hours ago. Protest disturbed. Let's see videos. Let's go to the videos. I thought I was done with the season ended. Okay, so so LeBron James, which I don't really give a shit about. He's a crybaby. He's heading to Philadelphia 76ers, I guess. So if y'all watch basketball, see, I'm afraid to show any of this stuff. I'm afraid to restream it, even though I'm demonetized. I am actually fighting to get my monetization back. I want to get it back. Now, if I get my watch hours and they tell me I can't have it back, then I will start streaming things and sharing things. I don't give a damn if they say I can't share it or not. You know, as long as I don't get strikes and get my channel shut down, it'll be okay. But I'm not going to worry too much about the censorship of sharing certain content, because just a lot of the music stuff. Yes, this is what I was looking for. This is what I was going to talk about originally. I was trying to look up. So this is what we're going to do here. Let me see if I can share this and get it pulled up on screen for a second, guys. Okay. Yes, round 2 of the White House Correspondents Dinner tonight. Now, if you remember the first one, they had a gunman that came running in, blasting everything, and all that good shit. They stopped him pretty fast. Tonight, let's see where we're...
Look at the White House. 7:40 there in Washington, D.C., as President Donald Trump will return to the stage Friday to deliver remarks at the rescheduled White House Correspondents Association dinner nearly 3 months after an armed suspect stormed the event in an alleged assassination attempt against him. So a lot to talk about tonight, as it is in a new location as well. And
it is a new location. I was wondering where they were going to have it.
And what we want to do now is bring in Alina Shirazi. She is the senior political correspondent with the Daily Mail, and she was actually at the last White House Correspondents' Dinner when everything went down. So, Alina, can you just walk us through what you're feeling right now as you're going to be attending
What's she
the
feeling?
tonight?
She should be feeling fine. They stopped him, and they didn't get nowhere with, he didn't get to get in there and start shooting everybody. So she should be okay.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think any of us really processed.
She's, we didn't process it, really? You're at work, lady. You're at home, but you're still working. You don't have PTSD from this shit. You can say you do. You got, really? He didn't even get in the same room with you people. And I know I'm not saying anything bad. I know it's sad and it sucks. It's dangerous. It was crazy. But for someone to say, we can't even.
That has been rescheduled, but look, I won't tell
we
you
can't
that
we haven't even got to
given what we went through last time. I think most of us there will be perhaps a little bit on edge, at least, who were at the last dinner, and I know that I will definitely be more aware of my surroundings for sure. I know a lot of people wanted to redo that night, including the president. He wanted to make it a success and a new memory of what should have been a night to celebrate the freedom of the press.
That did it. There's the guy that ran through there. Some woke dude. They're always white, he says. They always say that. They're always white. The people that always shoot up everything, why are they always white? Why are they always white? Well, they're not.
The First Amendment, our craft, and also the relationship between the press and the executive branch. But I think in the end, when if the president, who is, of course, the main target of these attempts, is...
I'm telling you, running through there with a gun like that, shooting. Shoot, I'm surprised they didn't blast him. I'm surprised that man's even breathing. I'm serious. Because there's some trigger happy motherfucking cops out there that would I guarantee you there's some trigger happy cops out there saying, damn it, I wished I was there because I'd have blasted his ass. You know what I mean? He wouldn't be here. He wouldn't be he'd be gone. I'd have blasted him, because there's trigger happy cops out there. Come on, guys. We all know that.
Willing to go, and security has been heightened, like we have been reassured. We should embrace another opportunity to get.
Yeah, he had knives and everything. I mean, he was like some Rambo shit, dude. Like he had a Rambo knife. I mean, he was like, I'm gonna go until I'm empty. Everything's empty. My pews are empty, and fucking, I'm gonna start slashing and dashing. I mean, this dude was. I mean, I'm telling you, he was like First Blood, Rambo, movie. Some people, children.
To let fear take over. I just generally.
That's what you sound like. You sound like you're allowing fear right now to take over. I'm going to be on high alert. I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be ready for what?
I think that's anyway.
He wasn't trying to target you.
To live life.
No, it's not a way to live life.
About the security
be on high alert all the time and paranoid and all that shit.
Yeah, so officials say there will be a dramatically heightened security. That means
I'm sure.
A smaller venue or
smaller venue, less people. It'll be a lot more security. I wonder where it's at.
Massive Hilton hotel.
And did she say the Hilton? Huh.
Yeah, so officials say there will be a dramatically heightened security. That means this time a smaller venue. We're at the Waldorf Astoria inside the massive Hilton hotel. And this time we are being given digital tickets instead of paper ones. The rescheduled event will also cancel the cocktail reception, so there will be none of those. There will also be no signature red carpet for any photos. The ballroom that we will also be in tonight, I'm told, holds about 1,000.
No red. You mean, wait a minute. They're not going to have a red carpet walking for reporters? For the correspondent reporters to walk down. Oh, maybe if you guys were telling the truth and all you media spoke truth instead of fake news and shit, maybe they'd give you a red carpet.
guests, which is actually less than a quarter of the Hilton's capacity. So it is a lot smaller. Authorities say they're confident in their security measures this time around. The entrance to the ballroom where the Correspondents' Dinner is taking place is actually separate from the actual hotel. So that's also reassuring. A security firm is also screening all the visitors that will attend the event, I'm being told. But the question I still have is whether or not the hotel guests who are staying at the Waldorf that same night.
The Waldorf Hotel.
Because if you remember, Bowen, during the first dinner, the gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, was actually a checked-in guest at the Washington Hilton. He booked a 3-night reservation, and he was able to walk right into the hotel, run through a security checkpoint to get near the main floor.
Excuse me.
But yeah, I mean, Secret Service just did a briefing to detail what they're all up against, and they released the numbers. I mean, they never release numbers, right? Nationwide threats have seen a 40% increase to this time last year. So I think all of us know that the political environment is a lot more charged.
Why is it a 40% increase?
I mean, in the past few years.
Because we got all these fucking people in our
what's
country.
happening in Iran.
All this shit going on.
Checkpoints. They have teams in place in case of an emergency. They have an advanced plan. Secret Service says they have thoroughly.
Well, yeah, they're going to go through it thoroughly, and they're going to have a lot more higher security. You know, they're going to be on alert a lot more. They're going to be more, vigilant and waiting, and that's expected, right? You know, that's expected, especially after an incident like that. The first one. And of course, security, I think they did good the first time. He snuck through the crack because he was a guest. He walked right in there with that, and everything. He went right through there and ran. And that's just, they were on him like that, though. That guy's one of the officers seen him coming and running. So he automatically pulled. Like, they were there quick. They did good, in my opinion. They did good because he didn't even get to the room he was intending to get to. So, to me, that's a success, right? Like, if he didn't get far enough to even do anything, I think he let off a couple of shots, 5 or 6 or something like that. But I would consider that a success because they stopped him. He didn't even make it to his destination where he was trying to get to.
The site, and reporters asked them questions. And one question came up about whether or not this kind of event, which is what we are, concerned about, could inspire any sort of copycats. And the director said, look, we're treating this as a different event.
Can inspire
Every
copycat.
site is different. They're looking at this as a presidential site, not just a redo of the event.
Yeah.
So they definitely wanted to reassure the public and the people who are.
They do so. And we do expect President Trump to make some remarks tonight. Any idea of what we can expect from the president tonight?
Yeah, he did say that he was going to go all in. We know that he's probably going to roast the media.
Well, of course he is.
Going to hold back any of his speech.
He roasts the media on a daily basis.
That there could be possible jokes. One of our reporters.
You reckon that the reason why y'all give him so much ammunition to roast you guys is because of the shit you spew and the stuff you don't spew? It ain't all going to be reported on his way, on good stuff on him. Just report it fair and truthful. I think that's the only thing Trump was even asking for. When he calls the fake media, it's because they're telling lies and they push propaganda. Like, truthfully, I don't even think, just like he said, in one interview, what you asked Joe, he was talking to the reporter and he's like, you guys gave him questions like, how's your ice cream? Or what are you doing today? And things. He said, you come at me with all the hard questions. You never gave Joe any hard questions. Well, maybe that was hard questions for Joe. What flavor ice cream you eating, Joe, Mr. President? He probably didn't even know what flavor. No, he knew it was chocolate because that's all he ever ate. He never wanted anything else but chocolate. So, but what I'm saying is, I guess those questions could have been hard for Joe. If they were asking hard questions to President Biden, that was probably the hard questions that he could barely even answer was, where you at, Joe? What are you doing today, Joe? You wearing tennis shoes today, Joe? You got a phone call today, Joe? They look at Trump and they say, do you know what about the Iranians? Have you spoken? They go into detail and crazy ass questions, which is good questions, but also crazy. And it's like, really? You just asked Joe Biden, are you taking a phone call today compared to Trump's, You're trying to get details out of him. It's pathetic, man.
About this, actually, potentially talking about Chris Christie, Nancy Pelosi. Of course, we can expect a lot of zingers about CNN. I don't know if he'll mention Caitlin Collins by name, but I don't know. I mean, I think if you know President Trump, he is certainly bold and willing to go for it. He wanted to redo this night because he had an entire speech prepared. We had someone who is a mutual friend who's familiar with the individual who helped him prepare the jokes say that the president was very pumped by the jokes that he submitted, and he was still prepared to make them and roast the press in a dramatic fashion. So maybe that'll take all of our minds off of it. I don't know, but I guess we'll see exactly what he has in store for what should be, his first event.
Yeah, definitely. As we all know, President Donald Trump, always very unpredictable. Alina Shirazi, have fun tonight. Stay safe. Thanks for coming on, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Thank you so much. Always good to be with you. Thanks.
Thank you. Take care. With that, you're taking a live look back at the.
Colt Gray pleads guilty in Georgia high school. Protesters disrupt press briefing and stock trading. Oh, I'd hate to even look at Nancy Pelosi stock trading. We know it's hundreds of millions of dollars. It's out the roof. It's ridiculous. I mean, that's a fact, 2 life sentences. Yeah, that's let's see. I'm trying to see press conference takeover. Yeah, let's see. Ratchet ass.
Department is not something any of us can assume. It's
Madison, Wisconsin officer give update on fatal police shooting.
And I think it can be lost.
The Dodgers visited the White House. Yeah.
The thinness of trust in the city right now did not start.
Well, we can shut this down. You can stop talking because we don't want to hear anything you've been saying. You're
Listen.
saying the same thing you all say every time a black body gets shot down in this city. This is a corrupt city. That's right.
This is a corrupt city. Every time a black person gets shot by another black person, it's corruption from the police.
And walk too. I told these young people back here on our way here that we have the power, not that bad.
You have the power, really? You just have a loud mouth, buddy.
From the DA to the what's the name of this? The Department of Independent Monitoring. We don't want any of that talk. You've given us this speech with you'll deliver justice. Oh, we've seen the cameras. We've seen it was a knife in this young man's hand. We don't want to hear that today. We didn't want to hear it when they put their neck on George Floyd's neck.
Oh, when they put the neck on George Floyd's neck? When they put the neck on George Floyd's neck?
Oh, you don't get to talk, I said. Right.
You don't get to talk unless I say so. Man, I put your ass in jail.
This microphone, then. Excuse me. That's right.
See, these weak-ass cops. Look at this. This is a weak-ass cop right here. This is what you call a soy boy cop. If I was that cop, I would put that man in handcuffs. Do you understand me? I would look, he just got all of them all 3 of them over there in the corner, just standing there. Those cops. And this cop just puts his hands behind his back and stands there. What the hell are you doing, officer? You're going to let him take over your meeting? Now you're going to put your hands behind your back, and now you're defenseless. Weak ass people. This is what's wrong with liberal cops, guys. I'm not saying the man doesn't have the right to speak, but he just interrupted a press briefing from an officer of the law. Why wouldn't they stop that? This is what's wrong with our country, guys. This is exactly what's wrong with our country. People, the left, weak ass people.
All power to all people.
Watch him. He's just going to stand there and let him do it.
0 power to capitalists, 0 power to colonialism.
Colonialism. He don't even know what he's talking about.
It's continuing the disgusting nature of colonialism, the disgusting nature of imperialism. Look up the definition of imperialism. It's all within the policies, which means when these police officers come down on the street and they decide.
Now, I'm not saying I'm for all the cops. I'm saying if something does go wrong in their hands, they need to take accountability. They need to be, judged as the rest of us. But to get up here and interrupt a meeting like this and do this shit, that just shows how low IQ you are. And then for this officer to stand here with his head down and shame, either he knows he did something wrong or he's weak.
To take the life of another brown body, there is no oversight for that. That's imperialism, ladies and gentlemen. This man signed up to be an enforcer of imperialism. Is there anybody else want to say anything? It doesn't matter what. Okay, the people.
It doesn't matter what you say. He was trying to say something The Rock says. It doesn't matter what you got to say. Did you catch that? I caught that. He was fixing to say that. He was fixing to say what The Rock says. This buffoon, come on, you dumb shit. Really? This cop is this right here is ridiculous. This right here is ridiculous.
To be an enforcer of imperialism. Is there anybody else want to say anything? It doesn't matter what. Okay.
Oh, see, he was trying to copy the Rock. It doesn't matter what you got to say. That's a joke, dude. This dude, you're a fantasy WWF. What you watching wrestling too much, buddy. That's funny, dude. This dude's a goofy. This dude trying to make a mic drop moment. Trying to go viral and make a mic drop moment. That's fucking funny. Oh shit.
Come up here. The people want to
talk. Come up here. The people want to hear what you got to say. We like to. This is our press conference. We interrupt everything. We just take over places and do stupid shit.
That's right. Anybody got anything they want to say?
No, because they're not dumb like you, dumbass. They ain't trying to interrupt shit.
Anybody. I didn't think so. Turn up your Zionist noses because your entire communications and media department is all about Zionism and colonialism. We will not stand. I am a part of the class that has been oppressed and struggled my entire life. My grandmother struggled. My mother struggled. Their grandmother struggled. Those people struggled.
Why didn't they get a job, my brother?
Back far enough, and we can see that there was a white European that colonized us, that stole land.
Oh my God, dude. Here goes this guy. This goofy, man. This dude's goofy. We were here before the American Indians. We're here. We're the original Indians and natives. Really? Because why am I a Cherokee Indian native family and I am bloodline and my uncles and them are redskin? They're not black, African looking. They redskin Indians. They ain't $5 Indians. Where'd they come from? They were here first.
That committed genocide right here on America. And you guys want to host your bourgeoisie revolution. You guys want to run your mouths about how disgusting socialism is. You haven't seen socialism, okay? I am a revolutionary intercommunalist. Okay?
Socialism. I love socialism. I love welfare and food stamps. I want everything for free.
This is fragmentation. All of these struggle. Palestine, Congo, America. Sudan, Venezuela. But when you put that fist together, you get the power of intercommunalism. So
homeboy trying to be a leader, ain't he?
I don't like communism because you guys have rebranded communism.
I hate
communism.
You guys
have took socialism and the fight
for liberation and turned
it into something you can profit for. Just like the non-profit organizations inside of this city. I've seen the paperwork. I've followed the paper trail. I have smelled the Zionism all throughout your city. It is time for you guys to wrap it up. You got. It's time to go. You don't have no questions.
You think they're going to listen to one guy speaking out, buddy?
You go for it.
You got a lot of nerve. He's shaking like a leaf because he thinks that he knows.
And I would like to hear what the police chief has to say.
Exactly. Shut your fucking mouth. These reporters actually want to know what the police chief has got to say. Not you, buddy. Shut up, sit down, or go or leave.
And I want you to also be a part of that conversation because this is an opportunity for us.
This is an opportunity for us to see and hear something, mate. Go down and cook some shrimp on the bobby, mate.
Question about what kind of charges are going to be brought.
How about you let the officer actually answer that, dude? How about you let the cop, like he said, I want to hear from the police chief. And now this is the police chief just allowing this dude to run over this whole fucking police, this update, this press conference.
To imperialism, I don't.
That's weak, man. That's weak as hell.
You can get on. If you got some questions about what's going to happen to these pigs that killed that young man because he appeared to be homeless, then let us know. We'll just so.
Call him back up.
There will be no investigation.
Police have asked DCI to do is a homicide investigation.
Call back up. That's what they're doing. They're getting officers come in and get his ass out of there.
All right, listening in there to this.
Maybe not. I don't know. That's funny though.
One of the protesters following that
that's funny. Yeah, I get it. Hey, if it was a fatal shooting done wrong by the police, hey, lock their ass up too. You know, seriously, I don't agree with that shit. Lock those police up. If they did wrong, lock them up.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Seriously.
It's an honor.
I'm not joking. I ain't for that.
This is really the new Rose Garden. How beautiful it is, with a white stone that matches the White House. This used to be grass, and it was always wet. You know, the White House is built on a wetland. And when you build on a wetland, the grass is wet all the time.
Well, yeah, a lot of people don't know that because it was so close from there, Virginia, D.C., and the water and the shore. When they say a wetland, that's what they mean. It's like a swamp. It's like there's just water retaining under the ground. And I lived in a place like that also in Florida, and it was a mess. It's always slush.
If it didn't rain for 5 days, it was very wet. And we had a lot of very upset women. They'd stand in there with the high heels.
And they would sink.
Just go down like quicksand.
Yep. Exactly. Everybody's, their shoes sink in the ground there. You can't even push, like, even if you was to ride like one of those little John Deere, side by sides, one of the smaller ones through there, like you would sink down, you would have track marks in the White House lawn. That's why when you see certain lawns in certain areas like that, you'll see the lawnmower tracks, not the lines they create and design, but you'll see actual track, wheel marks because it's swampy wetland.
50 years.
This is the welcomes Los Angeles Dodgers to the White House. The ball team, I guess, that the baseball team that won, what is it? What's it called? The World Series?
To do something about it. And this has become an incredible place for dining and for news conferences and for events like this. And this is a very special event because it's the Dodgers and they're the world champions. And Mark, this is the first time we've ever used the new Rose Garden. You see right up there, the Rose Garden. I put that up. Looks very nice. This is not, you think Biden would do that? I don't think so. I don't think Biden would do it. And we created the Presidential Walk of Fame. That wall for 150 years had absolutely nothing on it. And it always used to amaze me. I said, what are we going to put on that wall? Now, I could put some of the great Dodgers on the wall, but I figured maybe it's more appropriate that we put the presidents. So it's been quite something. And we did from Washington to Trump, and people love it. And they study the plaques. And generally speaking, I was very nice to the people up there. A couple of them probably not as nice as I could have been.
He's talking about Biden and probably Obama and Clinton's and them. Also, he put the plaque up for Biden as the auto pen plaque. I think it's funny. He's one of the best trolls there is. He can troll somebody better than anybody on the internet, in my opinion. I swear he can. He can troll a person, and it just eats him up. He's so good at it,
But I just want to say that we're delighted to host the 2025 World Series champions, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Amazing. And for the
they didn't refuse to go.
History of this famous franchise, you are repeat champions. I didn't know that. That's the first time. Huh? Well, great ownership, great management, and so I'm thrilled to say welcome back to the White House. And
yeah, the auto pen, it is a good one, Rick. But, it's freaking awesome the way he does it.
It's truly a great, when you talk about a brand, it's one of the great brands anywhere in the world, no matter where you go. The Dodgers is one of the great brands, and certainly it's been enhanced as long as these two gentlemen were up here and were with us. I want to thank Dodgers owner and my friend, Chairman Mark Walter, for being here.
Yeah, his friend. Yeah, they're businessmen. They're billionaires.
Along with President Stan,
you tell me they don't know him? You tell me a lot of them, those liberal owners, those billion-dollar businessmen, everyone says, oh, they're all against Trump. No, they're not. He's been friends with these people for years, man. You think they're really against Trump? They just don't say much because they don't want to get canceled.
Prices are going down very substantially. Thank you, Brooke.
When?
We got them down. We inherited
really?
the highest prices.
I know they're down, but not down bad. They're not like
Secretary of Health and Human Services.
They haven't like dropped bottom.
To be here, but he's a big Dodger fan.
Our food cost is still expensive, Trump.
And his incredible wife. Thank you. Are you a big fan of the Dodgers? I didn't know that. Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen. Mark Wayne, thank you. Look at the hat.
Oh, man, I'm so stiff this morning today. It's killing me.
Acting Director of the National Intelligence, Bill Pulte. Bill, thank you. Good job you're doing.
Okay. Well, he doesn't have. Why do you have to go through your staff again, man? Let's get to the ball players, bro.
A lot of politicians.
Yes, too many.
55 home runs. And if you would have told me you can be the best pitcher and the best hitter at the same time, Babe Ruth was pretty close to that. They drafted Babe Ruth. He was 19 years old. I know something about baseball. Babe was 19 years old. They considered it the worst trade in the history of sports. I would say Babe will always take that. He was 19. And they got
well, he's one of the most memorable names that ever last through baseball history.
Bad. They drafted him as a pitcher.
The Babe.
But
yeah.
He did something very unusual. He led the league in home runs as a pitcher. That one you have to do. He's pretty close to doing it, I think. I think you're pretty close to doing it. But Babe did something that nobody, and so they made that trade, and that goes down as the worst trade in the history of baseball. And but the Babe was the Babe, right? You know the second worst trade in history, just out of curiosity? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the entire Los Angeles Lakers team.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the Los
Crazy
Angeles.
Fact. I mean, it's not the kind of fact you think about. What is it going to be, a half a day longer or something? I don't know. I don't know what the hell that means. Is against the Brewers, the brilliant Dodgers pitching rotation of Blake pitching. And by the way, I just asked Dave, I said, how are you doing this year? You know, I've been a little busy with Iran and some other things. So if I know too much, you wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be doing a good job. If I
exactly.
I said, how are you doing? He said, we have the best record of baseball, right? So far, right? Yes, sir.
If he knew too much, he wouldn't be doing his job.
So not starting rotation, and think no starting rotation has ever done anything better or anything even comparable to the championship series in the history of the sport, with some great pitchers, some of the greatest pitchers ever. In game 2 of the same series, superstar Max Muncy hit his 14th postseason home run. Where's Max? Come on, Max. As a winner. They're all winners. His 14th postseason home, that's a lot of home runs in the postseason. Breaking the all-time Dodger record. Who's second? Who did you break there, Max? Who was second? Pretty good player, right? I'm not sure. I'll let you know later. I'll let you. He's not done yet. I'll figure it out. He's got a long way to go too. Then the decisive game 4, Shohei pitched a 6-inning shutout, struck out 10 batters, and on the other side of the plate hit an unbelievable 3 home runs. In fact, I was watching the game, and before the announcer said it, he said, that might be the greatest game ever played. The guy pitched 6 unbelievable innings and got 3 home runs, won the game. His Herculean effort sealed the National League pennant and lifted the Dodgers to the World Series championship. Think of it. You have a man on the team who pitched perfectly and hit 3 home runs, I think in a single. And I said to myself, that's the greatest game ever played by one person, because you did the pitching and the hitting. And he's not finished yet also, right? He's not finished. He's got a lot of them left. That World Series against the Toronto Blue Jays proved to be among the most thrilling championships in the history of the sport. I watched it because I was having a little bet with the Prime Minister of Canada. I had a little bet. I was not feeling so good for a little while. It wasn't looking so good, neither were you. After splitting the first 2 games, Game 3 went to extra innings, forcing this pitching rotation to grind through some incredibly tough spots. In the top of the 12th, went a long time. Legend Clayton Kershaw. Where's Clayton? I want to see him. He's a winner. You talk about a winner. Fantastic. Look at that guy. I watched him beat a lot of our teams that were supposed to do well. They didn't do too well against him. And he's still pitching well, I bet, right?
Well, he's spending time with family now, sir.
Well, it's called, yeah. But it is called ultimately talent, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Would you say talent is the whole ball game? You could pitch right now. If they needed you, you'd be out there, right? No? And he's smart. Anyway, Clayton took the mound for his last time in Dodger Blue, and with the final pitch of his epic career, and it was an epic career, he got this team out of a bases-loaded jam. That was really something, to pick the right person. The rest of the bullpen did not allow a single run, including the very last addition to the roster, reliever Will Klein. Where's Will Klein, Clayton? Where is Will Klein? Hi, Will. He's a big guy, too. Were you nervous?
Well,
that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Will. He pitched 4 scoreless innings, that's right, and sent the game to the record-tying 18th inning at almost 3 a.m. on the East Coast. And
let's see if I can fix this the way I want it.
I was watching that game. I said, will this game ever end? It was a long one, but it was amazing, actually. I thought it was a game that you were going to lose about 4 or 5 times, and you ended up winning. Luck is okay, too, right?
Luck is okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, but with talent, you get a lot of
There
luck.
we go.
In the bottom of the 18th, with a chance to end the game, who else would you want at the plate?
Well, honey.
Freddie Freeman. I love Freddie Freeman.
Just waking up. Come here, baby. We're just waking up. Okay. There's Little.
I spoke, I was with the Atlanta Braves yesterday. I said, great going losing, Freddie. It's true. I was in Atlanta. I made a speech, and your general manager and president of the team, 2 great people, by the way, and they do love you.
Sleeping?
I wouldn't say they're thrilled, but I talked about it. I said, what about Freddie? Could you have kept him? And I don't know the answer to that, but all I know is you've been just as good here as you have been. Usually it doesn't work out that way, you know. You go, and it's not quite the same. We could name a lot of
going to work?
players. I think you maybe even better. Is he doing pretty well, Shohei? Is he doing a pretty good job, right, Freddie? He's pretty good. Freddie's pretty good. Well, they are not happy. Let me just tell you that. They were very nice people, but they weren't thrilled at my bringing your name up. On a 3-2 count, Freddie squared off with a fastball over the middle, blasted it 406 feet to center field, raised his arms high, and walked off a World Series game for the second year in a row. That was the second year. That was something. Then World Series MVP, Yoshi Yamamoto. Oh, boy, did he pitch well.
Yoshi Yamamoto. Yeah, today's poll day, guys.
I mean, you had like 4 incidents that you came out of.
Today is poll day, guys. Where's the catcher?
His foot went back.
He's not there. See, some of them, I'm going to end it there on this one.
Most of them would have tried to
see, some of them refuse to show up. You know, some of them don't like Trump. They got Trump derangement syndrome, you know, some of the ball players. So, I mean, you know, it is what it is. I was looking for that one thing, that one, what was the one I was looking for? The, not the, I don't want to keep up on, let you guys see. You know, I think that's stupid. It's not stupid. It's just stupid to keep talking about something that doesn't even make sense or doesn't need to be. There was something I was going to show you about what he was saying the other day. Memorial services for Nolan Wells. Yeah, just another reason to blame somebody. There was a story I was looking for. Playing on a roof. That's wild. I can't remember what the story was. I remember. I just don't think it's here. So, yeah, I don't know. I think some of these people have no clue what's going on, though. What up, what up, what up? Jimmy Jama, baby, baby. Let's go over here and check out this. Let's see if we can find anyone over here on this app talking about what I was looking at. I don't know why it didn't take me into my original.
Clear for the dead from the neck up fuckwits that are going to be in my children in a world where the guy you support 3,000 new followers across platforms in the last week or so, and in an effort to expedite the inevitable chunk of them that are going to unfollow me, I'd like to make how I feel about a few issues perfectly fucking clear for the dead from the neck up fuckwits that are going to be in my DMs talking about, I didn't know you were that woke, unfollow! Please note that this list is not exhaustive, but it does seem to cover the issues that are the most problematic for inbred fucking skid marks. Fuck Donald Trump. I think we need to abolish ICE and send every last one of these masked, needle dick, fascist fucking shitbags to a jail cell for the rest of their goddamn lives.
Can you say emotional damage?
Trans rights are human rights. And
this guy's a funny dude, man. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. These people. They make me laugh. They make me laugh. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Let's see here. Yeah, some of these people is just, they're goofy, man. They goofy. They goofy, bro. They goofy. Let's see here. Some of these people talking about some mad stuff. Crazy stuff. Black Lives Matter. Baby, Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. And some of these people goofy. They goofy. They all goofy.
That's what I want to know. This is what the process is of how things are handled is really coming into exposure.
Hey, TikTok, I get my money back now. I ain't saying that gift. That's crazy.
think also because
For real.
because they've already done the autopsy in Mississippi, so all of the components that was missing were not all there, and I think a lot of stuff wasn't there. And they need that. He needed all of those components in order for them to deep dive on his tissues to find out
What I tell you?
cause of death.
What
Because
I
if there's
tell
no
you?
water in the lungs and there's no water in the belly, then
He
how the
didn't
fuck did
drown.
he drown?
Well, water wouldn't be in his belly; it would be just in his lungs, lady. That's how you people TikTok lawyers, TikTok scientists, TikTok everything, bro.
Lovely, you muted.
That's funny.
Lovely.
It's funny, ain't it? TikTok everywhere.
Yeah. Oh,
TikTok,
we have the
all these people
independent
on TikTok.
autopsy, and we have the
you got the internet autopsy.
the state medical
You
examiner's
got all
autopsy.
the internet people.
So
you
now
know,
that's where
TikTok
it's going into the
lawyers
grand
and
jury.
doctors and
So now it's like
examiners and
because all the
it's so
independent
funny.
one,
They sit here
was
behind
all
the screen or on their
inconclusive.
phone and they know exactly what
It's all
happened and
inconclusive.
everything.
We didn't
That's
get
goofy
shit from what
man.
we heard yesterday.
That's goofy.
We didn't get shit.
That's goofy.
That's why I didn't get up and watch the press conference and show that, because
why? Could you believe
I understand that
the
people had hope and faith
people on
that
the
the
internet
autopsy
say?
would show something, but I said that I don't know if y'all remember or not. I was like, even if we get the autopsy, what does it prove? Like, what does it show? We don't solve nothing. We still ain't gonna know how it happened.
Well, you can see how he
nothing.
drowned, or if he drowned, or if he didn't.
They knew that. That's why they did it.
You can see how he was
I will say this,
unalive.
though, I feel like
That's goofy. That's goofy.
I feel like Jackson definitely, Mississippi definitely was covering their own ass.
Is there
for
anyone
whatever
on
reason.
TikTok got common sense?
For sure, which was
Like
basically
honestly, is everybody on there woke liberals?
But when it comes to being,
Is there not anyone with common sense on
Al
TikTok?
Sharpton,
Al Sharpton, the only thing
since
he
they've been
done,
a part of this
some of those
situation,
lawyers
we
see
ain't-
money.
They
They
ain't done
see
nothing,
race
bro.
and
They
they
ain't
see
brought us
money.
nothing
They
new.
jump
We
at
ain't
that
closer to
shit.
no like definitive answers. Like
That's all they
ain't
did.
done nothing, bro. But just chanted in a funeral and like made
Yeah.
a mockery of reading the autopsy. Like they ain't done nothing, bro, since they've been a part. Like since they've been attached.
Well,
to this
Al
situation.
Sharpton ain't going to do nothing. He's about the propaganda and the money.
It ain't brought us for. It ain't brought us.
You know
closer
that.
or,
Come on,
to
man.
no definitive. It ain't brought no justice. What I'm saying, like because of Jackson State, because of Mississippi.
What
and
justice do
because
you
of,
want? All those white boys crucified?
how the
Is that what
family
you
team
want?
handled it, there's no justice for him. It just ain't.
How,
none,
you
bro.
don't even
And
know
then
the
they talking
cause of
about
death, and you're saying there's no
the
justice
evidence is gonna
already.
be
Ain't
sealed
even
into
been
only a grand jury.
any courts or
gonna
anything
review.
like that,
Who
any
said it's going
charges
there?
or
It ain't
nothing,
even a
and you're
victim's report,
already
which means there's
complaining
no
because there ain't
suspect. It's
been
not a crime. It's
no
still being
justice.
looked at as an accident. So you know what I'm saying?
Well,
it's just a lot to it. It's
from
a lot
my
to it, but
understanding
that's just what I feel
is,
about the autopsy shit.
well, from my understanding, here's the thing. He wanted to stay on the island because he was talking to a girl. The other boys left the island. From my understanding, they were leaving. The Nolan Wells wanted to stay because he was hooking up with a girl. And then the next thing you know, he's unalived and he's gone. You know, he's missing whatever. And the white kids had already left. So, I mean, but these people want justice. The internet wants justice. The black community wants justice already before any charges, for any court, anything, before they even know how he died. They're already wanting justice. Now, what does that tell you?
Between the boys, Katie and her father were there, and her
I mean,
dad,
honestly.
like that's like they were all there when it happened. And then this was their stories that they
some
went off
people.
of. The boys are saying he was with Katie. Katie saying he was with the boys. Like, it's just crazy because there's like 4 minutes between the time that the boys say that he was with Katie and Katie said that he was with the boys.
Yeah.
So it's like, how? Okay, so in that 4 minutes, where did he go? And then not only that, but there's like a whole nother
He's
time
like,
frame that we
it's
have
big
no
today.
idea where Nolan is at. But I just feel like I feel like there's it's a group. I don't know. I felt like this once I found out about that whole statement about Katie being back safe. I don't know. Something just feels very group oriented type.
So what I did find out, I went back
Warren though gave a lot of details.
Yes,
of what
that's what I
happened
wanted
that
to talk
day.
about. He did. And I went to
Yes.
play them videos and I recorded all those videos and I went back and I played all 3 of those videos. He contradicted himself 3 times in those videos. So in the beginning of that video, he started talking about what happened. Well, the Tatum, whatever the officer was, he started out saying that it was had his own boat, went to his friend's house to pick up a boat, which didn't make sense. And then he said he got on his friend's boat, but then when he got to the Holmes Island, he ended up on Wyatt's boat. But then in that same story, he went back and said, when he asked him in the video number 2, how did he get to Holmes Island? He said, "Oh, I rode on Wyatt's boat." You was with Bart. You said you was with Bart. So I took my notes. So let me get to my notes, because baby, he lying. Warren is a liar, and he contradicted himself several times. Not only did he say that he was with Bart, and they met up at Bart's grandparents' house, and then they went to Holmes Island, and then when they originally said it was 3 boats, it was a plethora of boats, and there was thousands of people out there, and then it was 3 rows of boats. Y'all didn't lead with that. Y'all just said y'all was getting on the boat, y'all went out to Holmes Island, blah 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 blah. Right in that same sentence, he said, when we told Nolan to get on the boat, he was with Katie, and they were cuddled up and hugged up or whatever. Katie and the girls heard us tell Nolan to get on the boat. So here's the I got you. Well, then if Katie heard you tell Nolan to get on the boat, why didn't Katie say that in her interview? Why didn't Katie tell Nolan, go ahead and get on the boat, because you can't get a ride back with me? All of this, and this is why people are saying it's a dead cat on the line somewhere, because none of the stories that Warren said made any sense.
Venmo or PayPal.
I think it do make sense. I just think us as adults,
support the channel.
Makes sense to adults.
Support the channel, guys.
Like
$5, $10,
let me finish.
$20.
You can go after that.
$50 or more, you will be a sponsor of the channel. You will be putting your name and everything will be put in the post as a sponsor of the stream.
And hypotheses, like they got to be based off of like
don't run now.
And certainties is like things that are undeniable, whether it be evidence or behavior we all can agree with. Like these are children, so they're gonna do young adults, right? I say kids, but young
I say
adults,
kids because I got kids older than
they not
them are
think like
kids.
we think. They're not gonna be as responsible as we are. They're not gonna be as mature as we are.
Well, no, you guys are grown ass people.
Things that don't make sense to you, it's just them being inexperienced at life. Like so, for example, like
first of all, you don't say to your buddies, "Hey, I'm gonna stay on this island because I'm trying to get some ass."
Ain't no way in the hell he would let his phone go. There's plenty of reasons for somebody to not have a phone, bro. Even teenagers today.
Yeah,
plenty of reasons. Like,
my kids forget the phone
like
places and do stupid shit sometimes.
So what I mean is like I think actually whether this is not me, whether you think he's a suspect or not, that's up to you. We could talk about that. But I'm just speaking on what was shared. What Warren shared gave us more clarity than anything else that I've been shared to us. 1. 2, we giving Katie too much credit, bro. Like everything that he said is proving that Katie was the last person to see them. So if we know, like, if that's something that can't be denied, then what the fuck she's saying is fishy, or need to be like, or you need to speak more. She ain't even been speaking. Gracie been speaking on behalf of her. So you technically ain't heard Katie say shit. And then I was hearing people at first saying that, well, Katie was the first person to give a statement, so she got to be off the hook. Okay, well, I mean, okay, cool. According to that logic, Warren gave a whole interview. He ain't off the hook. According to the logic of who gave a statement. 2, he just spoke out loud, right? So between Javon, between Katie, between all them other people, if he was lying, somebody can text that he lying, somebody can tweet that he lying, post he lying, go viral, go live and say that he lying. Like it's plenty of people that could be like, oh nah, none of that happened, or this is crazy, or would you? So it's like I get like how people feel and how shit may look. And I ain't really here to discuss that, but I'm just discussing what was shared for real. You can discuss with me what you feel. Honestly, to be honest too, like his body language gonna say more than the mouth. Like the dude had a consistent composure, bro. Like you feel what I'm saying? Like that say a lot. Like I don't know if y'all know or not. People can be trained a lot their mouth, but you can't lie with your body, bro. Like that take a different type of training that you ain't finna just get. Like you can coach somebody into line. You can coach somebody into passing a polygraph, but you can't coach body language. Like even the greatest boxers still televised that they finna punch if you look at their chest, like type shit. So body language don't lie. Dude had a consistent, comfortable body language the whole time. A couple times he reached up, grabbed at his, the shoulder like that. But for the most part, he was in this comfortable position like this. kind of slight hand movements, like this and that. Dude was calm, bro. Somebody who's like lying, they body completely is adjacent to whatever they mouth saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if y'all know how to like observe a liar or not. So I get like, and then on top of that, he put a lot into perspective that they didn't give us. So they made it seem like from the jump that it was just Nolan and these 4 Caucasian boys, and they took him to the island, left him, didn't come back with him. He was gone. They made it seem like that at first. Then we find out that it's like, I don't want to say thousands, but probably 1,000 some people out here, 1,000 some change people out here. So it's like a lot of stuff got put into perspective. And then, like he said, I'm not responsible for Nolan, bro. We all on these boats, bro. We laugh and talk when we see each other. But ain't nobody thinking to be somebody's babysitter or somebody's bodyguard or to be somebody's protector. Like, see what I'm saying? So it's like when we adults, we think
trying
like,
to babysit Nolan.
Y'all should have been looking out for Nolan. Y'all should have been that. No, we shouldn't, bro. We all like young adults on this boat, bro.
You're all
I worry about these booze and these bitches right now. I ain't worry about my buddy. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Charge of yourself.
So it's like, I get how, like, hindsight, right? Like, looking at the totality of how things went, you can look back and say what they should have done, but understand a lot of what they didn't do is based off of where they at in their life.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have kids and a spouse or a husband or a wife or, you know what I'm saying? They
don't have
kids, bro. They young adults, but they college kids, bro. So there's a lot of stuff that they like just don't make sense to you. But
they don't
like,
have a lot of responsibilities, you know, in that regard.
Because
also
we got to see what the island looked like and stuff like that. Also, too, my thing is this, why we like, we know Katie was seen with him. Like, we know he left with Katie, he was left with Katie. And on top of that, I think y'all being extremely harsh. Bro, we are grown as fuck. And I get it. People gonna get on this internet and do all that capping and fat mouthing about how great of a best friend they are. Like, I ain't been 19 to 25, and when me and homegirl was gonna go bump nasty, and she's like, all right, bitch, I'm gonna holler at y'all. They like, all right, cool, I'm gonna see you later. Nobody said we're gonna wait outside your house for her. What's your phone number? What's your license plate? I'm a good friend. I ain't letting her leave without us. Nobody said none of that. They let their homegirl slide off, get her shit cracked in type shit, and then she go about her day. So it's not really like realistic, bro. Everybody don't do that. If I think about this, y'all saying that only because y'all knew something happened to him or he quote unquote went missing on their watch. But y'all just being harsh, bro. It's not how that worked, bro. Hey, Nolan, get on the boat. However it went, hey, we finna leave. Oh, I'm good, I'm staying with Katie. Once you say that, bro, what you want him to do, bro? This is a grown-ass man. He's literally grown. What are they supposed to do? Call his mom and say, hey, look, your grown-ass son says he wants to stay on the island with this girl. Like, come on, y'all talking like Nolan was 13 or something.
Yeah, no
like, what
shit.
They supposed to do? Hey, Miss Christie, your son doesn't want to get on the boat and leave with us. He said he wants to stay with Katie. Like, what are they supposed to do? Like, what are you supposed to do? Don't give me that. Oh, I'm a good friend. We ain't leaving. No, don't give me that. Because good friends still got lives.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I want to go home. I got some other shit I want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, if your friend tells you, I'm good, but I'm staying with Katie, what you want me to do? What are they supposed to do?
I agree.
Him, hold him down, grab him, wrestle him,
exactly.
call his mom and daddy, like call the Coast Guard right then and there. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
I know we was in our emotions of, and we came together, we lead together, we friends, bro. He explained to y'all that this is what they do. Multiple people go out there with somebody and then leave with somebody else different.
Yep.
Like, this is what
exactly.
They do. Like,
yes, that kind of island. It's a party island.
Half y'all ain't never been
party
on a boat.
Bar.
Like, just got so much to say about boat shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's the boat shit of it. I ain't even talking about
island.
shit.
And they go out there and these
part.
people don't understand.
And that was one thing that Warren brought up in a lot of that interviews. He understood the island. He understood where the island, the demographics of it, you know, how you get to the island, how you get back, you know, and what's all consumed in it. Of course, it was 4th of July. As a boater, as somebody who's boated before, yes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
He was 18, not a grown man, bro. Barely graduated, bro. He had a whole year of college under his belt, bro. He was done with freshman year.
He was already 19.
Party. So you don't have the right perspective. So I don't
Exactly. These people act like they silly, man. Some of these people are just silly.
Didn't he go to the island before with the boys? Like, this wasn't the first time, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. This is not the
Okay.
first.
Yeah, this ain't the first time he's done this, man. They blaming all these
So
white
he should be
kids.
familiar
This is
with.
some kind of
He
common
should be
sense.
familiar.
Dude speaking on
Yeah.
TikTok. Yeah.
And also, I want to say this, right?
What's familiar?
It is not unfamiliar, bro, to be friends with somebody as a child and not know what they fucking mama or daddy look like, bro. That's not an unfamiliar thing. I don't know who y'all grew up with, bro. It's plenty of people I grew up with that ain't never been inside my household, bro, and I'm friends with them type shit as a child. There's plenty of people I'm friends with and I ain't never been inside their household. Either it's because my mama didn't play that shit. Everybody, we didn't spend a night at everybody's house, and everybody spend a night at our house. So if you want somebody that she seen around us 24/7 every day around the neighborhood type situation, like, well, yeah, I got some best friends, bro, that I ain't never seen their parents, bro, as a child. Like, we go out, like as a child, like going to school and shit. Like, why do I need to see your parents? That is not a criteria. You don't check the box on. Did you meet their parents? Check. Yep, we're best friends. Like, that don't happen, bro. You bond with people and don't even know shit about their family, bro. Like, come on, bro. Why do I need to meet your parents?
I'm not the kind of kid that, man, sit at somebody's house.
To meet, it would be my decision to go and meet my children's friends' parents. And Warren did state, and I'm gonna be the devil's advocate because he did say Nolan spent most of the time over at their house, so they rarely went to Nolan's house.
Done this once,
and,
you know. This kid done this before.
He is a young adult, and he did make an executive decision. So to say that they left him, no, it was an executive decision.
They didn't leave him,
and you can't force somebody to do something if they don't want to do it.
You cannot force a kid to get back on that boat and decide to make him go home.
Like something fishy,
like he said, what are you going to do? Hold him
Okay,
down and force him to get on the boat and go home?
As far as making
He had chose to stay and get a booty call.
You can't leave somebody that say I'm good.
Some tribe come out of the woods on the island.
So you don't know what his intentions was with Katie.
Or he got into it with somebody else.
They didn't want to cock block that.
Something happened to him.
And on top of that, we don't know where he know Katie from. Katie could have went to college with him. Like, we don't know. They didn't go to the same college. He back to college. Katie, you don't know where he know Katie from.
Ended up falling in the water or doing something.
We don't know none of that still. That's still like an asterisk around him and Katie's relationship. Like, how do they know each other?
I mean, that's
on the island. Did they know before the island? Like,
kids left him on the island. He wasn't by himself. He was with other people.
The laws over there are different from any other state. You can legally, when you're 18, you can buy beer and light wine over there. In other states, you cannot. You got to be 21 and up. So if he did drink a beer, it's totally legal. Totally legal in his right.
Probably drunk.
Another thing you guys point out about the phone use. I would say personally, he's a young adult. Yes, he just started college. I mean, I think he's going to be a sophomore this upcoming school year. I feel like the whole phone thing, his mom went over in an interview or whatever that, you can look it up, the laws, by the way. But she went over in the interview that basically it's not likely of him to leave his phone behind. I mean, how you guys are raised up is different from how he's raised up. Maybe she knows her child. She knows how he is. She even said that he will always stay in touch with her, even if he is going outside. He majority look like the type, but at the end of the day, he is a boy. But I feel like being true friends and stuff, if he's going to stay behind on a different boat, the boat that he did not come in, I feel like you should know who's on that boat, and they could not tell that besides only a female, and we don't know if this female's a plot or anything or a stunt. We don't know that. So there's still questions in the air. Like, we don't know because Katie's saying one thing and his friends are saying another thing, but there's a lot of holes in the story. So I don't know. And that's what I would say about that. So
I do think that Katie should be questioned more, because even though she was the last one to have seen him, and allegedly she said that he decided to go back to the boat, what happened after you saw him leave? When you saw him leave, did you see which way he went? Did you guys communicate after that? Did he say anything? What was the last thing he said to you? Like, I want to know the details, and I don't think that we will ever get those details, but I think it's more to he just walked away from Katie and he just went to go get on the boat. It just seems something in between that is just weird. It doesn't make sense to me.
I feel like her father probably has something to do with it. That's what I feel.
I said that. I think the father and the uncle has something to do with it. And I'm not saying that, and by no means am I saying it's race baited or anything like that. And to me, it has nothing to do with race. It has something to do with why. Why did you all feel the need to have to kill this boy if it was murdered? If he was murdered. But I'm not sure you're right.
TikTok language.
Oh, I'm sorry. On the live. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we gotta be easy on that.
And about the alcohol stuff or the beer stuff, I mean, you guys speculate like there were, I think they said, they probably said like an uncle or a dad was on the boat. And I feel like those people are cool parents to their kids. So I don't think they were opposed to bringing any type of alcohol or anything on the boat. So they probably did get them some type of beers or alcohol. So that's what I think would happen. And maybe the adults got it, but I mean, I've been in Mississippi before. So
I think we put too much emphasis on the teens on the underage drinking, because guess what? If they went on the beach, they'd have been doing it on a college campus, in a dorm room, at a party. We know college kids do this, and we got a problem with it when it's on the beach, though. But we know college kids do this. So,
now it's bad because somebody died, so they have to speak up now. So
no.
Unalive.
I mean, sorry, unalive. Sorry. So now it's bad. So this is going to be a bad thing. So. College parties, we get, out of control and tipsy and stuff. But now that somebody's been unalive, a lot
don't really
of stuff.
matter, though. Okay, so hold on. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, y'all gotta listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
You don't gotta listen to me. My fault. What I'm saying is, though, like, see, everybody's talking about what I'm saying to talk about what they feel. We don't want to like speculate, know where they lead logic. We want to speculate somewhere that lead to what we feel. Like, so what I'm saying with this is, people so busy trying to push the race thing that they're not paying attention to this shit the way they're supposed to. Like, it's really people that's hoping it was the boys. Like, it was really people that was waiting for it to be Warren. It's so many people that made Nolan they martyr that they was hoping and waiting for it to be them boys. Like, they wanted that to be the conviction so they can say, yes, we finally been heard, or this was the voice of reasoning, or I told y'all, or finally, like they were so focused on wanting it to be these boys that they ain't even looking at everything else on the board. So yes, when you look at this, everybody's been suspicious. Even the mama's suspicious. She done some suspicious shit. Everybody's done something suspicious or that make them worth being a suspect or worth being looked at. Everybody in this. However, I don't understand how we know Katie was the last person to see him, but she's the least suspected by people. That's what I'm saying. I don't get that. We don't know shit about Katie. We don't know how long he known Katie. We do know that he's known them boys his whole life, and this ain't the first trip that he been on with them, and he ain't never came up unalive. We do know he ain't never thought racism out of them, or he wouldn't have been around them that long. That just makes sense, even though nobody spoke that. So, like, come on, like, so it's like, I just don't understand how the childhood friends can be suspects, which I mean, and not the girl that we don't know how long he's met though. So I'm saying if they suspects, then she definitely a suspect.
Absolutely.
I can't tell you not to make them a suspect, but what I'm saying is, God damn, we throwing away childhood friends and saying that betrayal could happen, but not some coochie that you barely know or just met.
I mean, they never said RIP to him either, which is pretty weird. They don't.
They ain't on top of that. People made it seem like they didn't cooperate. He said that they didn't even get questioned by police until the 7th, which was the day after the body was found. Then they all cooperated, while we were sitting on the internet on the 5th, 6th, saying that nobody cooperated. Ain't nobody trying to say nothing. See what I'm saying?
Nobody was pulled into a room for investigation. They haven't even conversated.
Because at the time it wasn't a crime, so everybody just made statements. They cooperated. An investigation means that it's been determined that it was a crime. There was no victim report at the time, so it wasn't a crime. It just was a statements being made. Cooperation.
Well, they also returned back to the island as well and did loops around the island. I don't know why, but I feel
Did you watch his interviews? Did you watch
his interview? No, I don't really want to watch his interview because we don't even know if he's telling the truth. Though I can make an interview right now and said I was on the island. Anyone's gonna believe me on this panel that I was on the island. We don't know that.
Wait. According to what you're saying though, so wouldn't one of his
1,000 people?
Right. So wouldn't one of his peers fact check what he said already, or say, oh, he lying, or I can't believe it?
No, they wouldn't, because his mom was a judge. That would be dumb. That's why he's the only one speaking, and then he's on TV now.
Javon been making a TMZ run.
Javon stories has been switched up a couple times. If you guys go back to the TMZ and also on Nancy Grace, he switched up his statements a lot.
Listen. See, this is why I don't like talking to people that don't know nothing about what's going on, because the things that she's questioning, he spoke on an interview. He said that the Bulge pump thing was fucked up. Once they got towed and got running, they drove so the water can come out the bitch. That's what they was doing. They was driving around so the water can come out the shit. He said that. I'm not saying that you got to believe him or not, but he already spoke on what you're questioning is what I'm saying. So also, like I said, bro, one thing that can't be denied is the media painted a narrative that wasn't true. That can't be denied. So as crooked as a Mississippi look as a state, the media crooked too, because they painted a picture that was not the reality. They made it seem like he went out here with these 3 or 4 boys, got left and stranded, and they left and he just never came back. They made it seem like it was just only them out there on some castaway shit. They made it seem like all this shit that it really wasn't. They made it seem like nobody was cooperating, nobody talking, nobody helping. They made it seem like just the daddy and the coach went out there. You see what I'm saying? The media painted this to be something that's completely not. So just like Mississippi as a state legally is corrupt, fraud, and questionable, so is the media, because the media is the one that spent this stuff like it was something that it wouldn't. He gave clarity to a lot of shit that the media that the media didn't portray. So whether you believe his story or not, Nolan was not with them when they said he wasn't with them. So I don't know what happened to Nolan for sure. That's what's to be determined, and I can speculate on that, and we can get into that in the end. But however, with what we know on the table right now, he wasn't with them at the time they said he wasn't with them.
So do you believe in hearsay, she say stuff, or no? I really want to know that before I continue.
Do I believe in what? I'm trying to listen.
Like hearsay, because we don't have any videos or anything. So I'm just saying, do you believe in hearsay? Because you don't know.
Even believe the videos we do got, because the ones we got, you said he could have lied. So you don't believe the ones we do got.
We don't even have any videos.
We got whole interviews.
No, those are interviews. Do you not realize people can lie on those interviews? You don't know that. They haven't lied.
She's expecting to see
have an investigation,
cell phone footage videos of everything.
You don't know what they did. You don't know what they did in the questioning process. Exactly. You don't know what they did in the question process. They have been. See, you talking on stuff you don't know. They were questioned on the
set. Can you show me? Can you pull it up? That they've been questioned.
You want
a police officer has questioned them.
You want people to force you to believe in this.
These emails are goofy, man. Or show me, I can look it up.
Show me real evidence of a cell phone video of this boy getting.
Is it that you've not seen it or you haven't saw it?
No, they've done interviews and police interviews and lawyer interviews
earlier, and we had to go and look it up.
She's saying, but that's not true. They're lying.
Look up the facts.
I want to see real video of them on the island with cell phone footage.
So that's maybe they didn't get up, so that way he can debunk what I'm saying.
You said you don't want to see it.
No, I said about.
I want to ask. Come on.
About Warren's interview, I don't want to see his. I don't really care to see his or listen to him. I'm talking about the witness videos about them talking about what happened. I want to see that.
Okay. Come on. So look, what you gonna do? I'm gonna ask you to do is sit there and sit tight, just listen to everybody else, and maybe you'll catch up to what's going on, because you don't want to go see the videos and hear certain people speak. And so maybe people in here can put you on game. And so the best thing you can do is just sit back and listen then, because you're talking before you know, and that's gonna always be a problem. You don't know something that you're talking about. No disrespect. So you might just want to sit tight or listen a little bit more, or go study on your own and come back.
I'd rather community connections be up here.
I think the thing.
Sit there and listen, or you ask to get kicked off the panel. Because obviously you don't want to hear what they got to say.
That has been brought up, like
because she's not going to believe a damn thing these people say.
Talking about this today.
She wants to see video footage of this shit they don't have.
19 days.
Or she don't want to do her own research.
Now into 19.
She wants somebody else to go do the research and prove it.
The 19 days today. It's
really don't even. Truth be told, I really don't care to keep talking to her. Like honestly, and respectfully,
I don't
she don't know what's going on. So this is slowing everybody else up because she don't know what's going on. So now, not being funny, this become the weak link. I don't care to bring her up to speed about something. She just said she don't want to listen, so she buys
you
me
want
out.
to listen to a podcast? Like I'm so.
She wants somebody else to bring up the information.
TikToker. I'm less professional than him.
She's a TikToker. So is he. Yeah.
A podcast when there's millions of murder, there's millions of crimes out there that have actual video and actual.
But they don't have the video of the crime, lady.
But that's
nobody does.
Lovely, I don't want to speak on it. We
Warren
good.
was the witness. Warren is. I'm done.
I want you to speak on that shit. You see what I'm saying?
She don't TikTok. These TikTokers know everything.
Peace and joy. Peace and joy.
Hey, sandwich.
She thinks that these
people got
actual live video of Nolan Wells getting unalived or something happening or him on that island.
Good.
That's all she wants to see.
Oh,
This tells me the low IQ of that lady because she don't want to do her own research. She wants somebody else to prove something, and then she's still not going to believe it. Like,
I want to give you that. did. I was
No matter
like,
what
I gotta
you
find
show
you
her,
so I
she's
can
not
follow
gonna
you because
believe
you
it.
ate. I was like, oh, and Fab dropped her. I was like, oh, okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No matter what you
There's a
show
lot of
her,
ignorance with this
she's
case,
not going to believe it.
unfortunately.
Yeah. It's another Kamal Anthony bullshit. TikTok
A
investigation.
lot.
Hey, Sandwich. We're still trying to get your life path number.
These people are funny, man.
I don't know.
So
We
she
can do
gets
that
on the
later, though. I
panel
wanna
and
stay
expect
focused
him
on
to go
topic.
do all the research
I
and
know.
proof this shit.
I just want a reminder. It's a reminder.
Girl, you better go do your own research.
Yeah, what I'm doing is a reminder too. A reminder we can do that later. Stay on topic.
Exactly.
Peace and joy. Tap the screen, share alive. This is what we're gonna
Stay
do. We're
on
gonna stay
topic.
focused. So, like I'm saying, a lot of people. I knew this was gonna happen. People are gonna refute, reject, and not and
course
not
they are.
accept nothing that they don't want to hear. So no matter
Because they
how it comes
silly
out, you just gonna be
TikTokers,
like,
man.
oh, they could be lying. Oh, they could
They
be
don't
lying.
want to go
Well,
watch
Katie
the
could be
real
lying.
news briefing.
Anybody could be
or
lying, but
anything.
you're still picking and choosing what you want to listen to that could be lying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Get back to the autopsy. Why didn't we let the man who did the autopsy do the reading? Why didn't he read the autopsy?
Right,
That's
lady.
why-
lady.
that's why I
He
feel-
wasn't
that's
even
why-
there, lady.
That's why
They're like, oh, he couldn't.
Because Al Sharpton ain't gonna let him read it. He wants to push the race theory and make
I don't feel like
money.
he did no real autopsy because why would you not have an examiner give it? I don't feel like they had no real autopsy. I feel like they probably viewed that body and then he came out there and gave his own little fucking whatever he felt about it. Like I just personally don't feel like why would the examiner not give an analysis of what happened? Like they're the one who did it.
He
would,
name
and he's
it was like
reporting
the last
everything.
name Murphy or something like that.
Roger.
Oh, and Roger Murphy or some shit like that.
Mitchell.
And they said
Mitchell,
but he can't be here today. Like, how do you
Then have
not
him
present
write it
your own
out.
information?
It is wrote out.
He could have
In the
written out,
autopsy
hey, in
report.
layman's terms, this is what you need to say. I can't be there for whatever reason. Hell, put the report into ChatGPT and have
We'll be in
ChatGPT read it off exactly what you should say in this press conference.
This is the problem.
Because
Everybody
that was-
relying on
it just
ChatGPT and
discredited
AI
so
to
much
read
of it
off
for
an
me.
autopsy report.
They could have had the
Fuck
examiner
that.
on video call wherever he was at. He didn't have to be
Sure,
there
or
physically
make
in
a
the same
video.
area.
Yeah. Yeah, it just was so inappropriate.
It was weird.
He just has to be in the spotlight, and I don't know how more people aren't seeing that. This is his show in a way here.
I don't know. He can't speak eloquently. I don't know what that language is that he's speaking. It was confusing. I'm like, what? Get somebody else to do this because this is confusing. You can't even speak. Just go. He didn't even understand the medical jargon. He just was talking, and I'm just like, to me, it was a waste of time because I knew that they were going to say it's undetermined. Well, of course, it's going to be undetermined because everything takes that type of autopsy takes 6 to 8 weeks.
So
Yeah, Colin Kaepernick needs his money back.
Exactly. Ain't no autopsy going to take an hour.
And it being
It takes
sealed
a
into
minute
grand
doing
jury
a real
with
autopsy.
it still not being a victim's report. That means the shit just bagged up pretty much like it's done. Like, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, they're just compiling it. It's just going to keep compiling and compiling because if it's going to the grand jury,
know the truth?
it's like it's undetermined.
Boys
now
are
you
telling the
paid
truth.
all this money. You got the society in a frenzy to find out what happened to this kid.
The society's in a frenzy
and
down
there's
there.
all this money that's
Find
involved.
a guilty person.
And then you
involved.
got
That's it.
the other side. Why didn't
They in
the
a hurry
state
just to
examiner
lay it
give
on
us
somebody,
it
a
first?
guilty plea.
Because we know the system corrupt, so we ain't got
That's
you
it.
asking that question. So, okay, the reason that you ain't get it from
I
the
don't keep
from
asking that question. I'm
You ain't-
recapping.
The community is in a
people
hurry
that
for
keep
a
asking that
guilty
question, not
person.
people
That's
in the
it.
panel. I'm talking to the people in the comments or the people that may keep asking the question. I need y'all to understand. Most of us on the same page, right? We all in group chats together and everything. right?
Yes, sir.
So,
What's up,
most
Barney?
people
How you doing,
that
sir?
keep asking that question, they fraud. They have
What's up,
something to
buddy?
cover up in Mississippi. They've been doing this. You know, Mississippi has a history of being corrupt. One, that's why they didn't get a proper autopsy presentation.
Well, it takes a little while. You ain't gonna go in there and
Al
get an
Sharpton
autopsy in an
has been
hour.
They just
An
as corrupt as
autopsy
Mississippi
report,
when
like
it comes to
it
like
could
doing what they
take
say they're
weeks
supposed
to
to
even
do.
get an
Like, you know what I'm saying?
autopsy. Blood
They're not
alcohol, all
trustworthy
that
people.
shit.
So it's like one trying to cover up racism and hate crime and one trying to push the fact that it's racism and hate crime. Like come on, bro. Like, you feel me? They both trying to they trying to protect something, and they trying to push a narrative. Like, this is not. There's no justice for Nolan at all. It's just them trying to protect something and them trying to push a narrative. Like, this is no type of justice for this kid.
Like, ain't even nobody been charged. There's no evidence and nothing, or this or that.
And then I've been telling y'all that the mama's suspicious, and y'all jump on me like I'm a woman hater. But boy, she's a very suspicious, quote unquote, mother.
Crazy. This is crazy.
A very suspicious, quote unquote, mother.
No, well, something that kind of bothered me, if y'all listen to all of
She's seen an opportunity to
interviews, at least all three so far.
The city. So these people.
He had said something then too about how so they've been good friends since 2020. Apparently they bonded over COVID, right? Okay, but why did you have to call Javon to get her number? You didn't have her number and you never really met her after 6 years?
There's a lot of kids I grew up with. I never met their parents.
And he also said that Nolan stayed at his house the majority of the time, that they
There's a lot of kids
rarely ever went.
I never knew their parents. I never met their parents.
If my kid is staying at someone else's house, I see the house, I can get their phone number. We're gonna have dinner first. We're not just gonna say, "Yep, you're gone."
Well, no, you just go. Some parents.
My mom wasn't like that.
If you're a college,
my white mother,
or if you're a kid growing up, it depends on if you're 5 or if you're 15.
My thing is this.
15. There's 16, 17-year-old
kids that he never met her. Why is it
with friends?
She don't know them.
She
said she don't know the other parents or none of the.
Maybe they just heard their name and said, "Yeah, I know."
This mother would allow her child to be spending the night and in the company of people she don't even know. That's suspicious. Or weird.
What are you doing? Oh.
As long as they've been friends, you would think that she would say, "Well, let me meet their mama and daddy. I ain't never met them, so you've been going over there since 2020." Since COVID, sir,
it's different, man.
So it never happened, but it was weird.
Yeah.
He did say he knew Nolan dad, though. They all joked around. He did say that. He just said he didn't know the mama like that.
A 16, 17-year-old kid, you want to go spend the night with a friend, and you say, "What's the parent's name?"
Yeah.
And, okay, I've heard of that.
I've been getting a lot out of these live videos. I was talking about this earlier on a different live, but
not drug parents or none of that.
Yeah, Warren knows boats. He understands how they work. He understands what should be happening. He understands
don't even pay
wrong.
attention to
The way he described that, I think that was so purposeful to show, like, hey, we didn't make this
where they're
up.
going to spend the night.
This is real. Here's the timing. Here was the issue. Here's how we were solving it. And I thought that was done really well there. But y'all, this Katie thing, he said that that Nolan was cradling her. That is a wild term to use.
Yeah, why wouldn't she not know where she went? Like, why is Katie not being investigated? Why is she not on this panel? Like, why is she not being asked more questions?
The only statement that I seen officially from Katie was that she said that her parents picked her up and Nolan went on his friend's boat. But let's go to people we actually know on the boat. We heard him talk with Warren.
Have a good night.
Yes, what's up, brother? Warren said a lot of things, and this is what confused me. Someone just mentioned about the phone call to the mother. When he asked Javon, now, a lot of us in here probably have kids. If one of your friends call you for one of your friend's mother's number, the first thing I'm going to say is,
why?
Where's Nolan? Why you asking me for Nolan, mom?
That?
Where's Nolan? Right? Why that didn't come up? And if he did give it up, why you need her number? You're going to ask these things. And again, Warren put himself out there. He said, when I came down, and this was another red flag. So you go to a party, the after party, and everyone's downstairs chilling, but you're upstairs talking to her father. That kind of tell me when a teenager or a young adult have something on their mind, they're going to be pacing around. They're not going to be around their peers. So you're upstairs talking to the father about boats. And then you come downstairs, and that's when Wyatt said something about Nolan, and that's when your light bulb went on. Say, hey, where's Nolan? Now, one.
You know what it sound like to me, though? I'm not going to lie to you, bro. You know how they say real recognize real? It sounded to me that Warren the main character in their group. So, you know what I'm saying? That's main character shit. Like, I've had times in my life as a teenager that when we over
let's see which one this one is.
All the kids out there, I don't even drink. So, they out there drinking and shit. I'm in here talking to these parents about how good I am in football, what my future is, and so what's next for you and all that type of shit. While the kids out there drinking and being, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it feels familiar. It feels familiar, though. I had main character energy, so it seemed like that to me. He was the main character of the group. That's what it seemed like to me. Which is why he was doing the speaking.
Yeah, well, Warren is the middle of everything because, all right, so I found out also the 3 boats. 2 of them belong to Wyatt or Wyatt and his brother, and the other one belongs to Bart, right? And Bart is actually Wyatt's friend. I mean, Warren's friend.
Right.
Warren,
you know, you also can bring, you know, a little bit of, you know, clarification to, you know, maybe some autopsy questions and stuff like that. But I just was really, I wanted to come up here just maybe if I could offer, you know, some answers to some questions if possible, or if not, that's fine. You can drop me back down. That's pretty much about it.
Go ahead, have at it.
Well, I just wanted to, if anybody had any questions that they might be unclear on that I can maybe help, you know.
So what are your credentials, sir? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Well, I've been in healthcare for 28 years. I've been in the OR for 12 years. I worked for the Dallas County Examiner's Office while I was in school for 2 years as an autopsy tech. So,
thank you. That's all of that. Gotcha.
Big resume.
So again, was it unreasonable for them not to have the throat sent to the private investigators? I mean, private autopsy?
So like I heard somebody say earlier, it depends on the state or the county. It is a common thing to keep it, especially in an unknown cause of death. A couple of reasons.
Unalive.
What's that?
You gotta say.
I'm sorry. Unalive. I apologize. I'm like I said, this is just my
really. You can't even see death
in an unaliving case where you know everything is inconclusive and
as long as you ain't using it in a derogatory.
So part of it is,
it shouldn't matter.
Stefan, can probably maybe back me up on this.
Too strict.
Is they send it for toxicology. So
and what are they doing?
That's ridiculous.
So the question is, with toxicology, what are they looking at besides taking tissue?
What the hell?
Well, really the big thing would be any type of drugs in the system, you know, trapped in muscle tissue, you know, in blood, you know, and as far as
Officer Tatum,
you know, I've heard people talking about, you know, checking it for you know,
really don't.
strangulation, you know, when they do an autopsy, I'm sure you heard them talk about the inner muscles of the neck.
Tatum's a bootlicker, though.
So that's where they'll look for any type of strangulation.
He's making it too.
You know, under the
yes, if I was
skin, if there's nothing visible.
I could make a ton
Normally,
of
a lot of times when there is strangulation, or I've even heard people say, you know, brought in. I'm trying to think of a proper way to say it. You know, around the neck. You know, from a tree, you know, that type of situation.
You mean a strangulation?
You can see it on the outside. Now, we all haven't seen pictures of what his body looked like.
Nobody has, dumbass.
You know, while the autopsy was being performed. You know, you've heard that he was out in the salt water in the heat for possibly 48 hours. You know, that speeds up decomposition. Also with the redness on the back of the neck. You know, nobody has mentioned anything about any broken bones. Of course, we don't know if. So here's the thing about Mississippi having the body. I'm pretty sure that standard practice is in Mississippi is, of course, any unaliving that is that they don't know what happened automatically goes to a grand jury. I don't know if that's a county thing or a state thing. So anything that the Mississippi State Examiner has, okay, they're not going to go while they're doing an investigation. I know everybody wants everything released, but you still got toxicology that takes 6 to 8 weeks. Okay, and I can promise you, as high value as this case is, I think it's even worldwide now. They're going to make sure. It
don't sound like he's been in healthcare for 28 years, does he?
Eyes are dots and T's are crossed on this. So yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer than the one that the independent autopsy was done.
You've been in the medical field for 28 years or whatever. You sound
from
like
what I watched on the
ed resource class, bro.
Independent autopsy.
Oh
wow! When, Mr. Crump was talking about it. You know, even the independent even the doctor that did the independent autopsy said it wasn't that it's a common thing for the parts of the neck that they took, which were the hyoid bone, the thyroid,
he can't even pronounce his words, and he's been in healthcare for 28 years. My ass.
He even said that's
Come
not
on,
an
man.
uncommon
Y'all ain't
thing.
believing
As far
this.
as his stomach goes,
Y'all ain't believing this shit.
yeah, they emptied out the stomach to test the contents. You know, so and like I said, you know, all of this is going to come out eventually.
Come on, dude.
But I can promise you that they're, like I said, they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's.
Pathetic.
This case is worldwide. They're going to get everything back. I mean, which could, you know, it's 6 to 8 weeks on toxicology as the average. So, you know, they're not going to come out and say anything until they get all those back. And I know everybody wants answers now. But I mean, it's really just a waiting game. I know a lot of people have said that there is,
man, you just
I guess the examiner, Stacey Turner, is her name,
coming to this
was had some issues in the past and stuff.
You ain't got nothing to
me
add
personally,
to
I tried to do some research on that. I couldn't find anything factual
What does this
wise.
fool look like?
I do know there is another guy
he got a
in
healthcare mask
Mississippi that is under investigation, and he's a medical examiner. I found that, but I really haven't found anything on Stacey Turner. So if that helps answer any questions, I mean, I hope it does. If anybody has any questions, yes, ma'am.
I have a question. So why, if that was so, why didn't they send like a notary with the body stating that these are the things that they kept?
Okay, so
they can't just tell what they got in there.
Do you know what the do you know what the purpose of a family doing an independent autopsy is?
Yes.
Okay, so it's basically to get a second opinion, and for that second autopsy, for that medical examiner to it's basically to
this kid
find
ain't
out if there's
medical
anything that the original autopsy missed, you know, and then you know, it basically that's basically the big picture on it.
This dude repeating words, bro. This motherfucker can't even speak right.
No, but you didn't answer my question.
He said, I've been in healthcare for 28 years.
Why didn't they put a sticky note or whatever stating this
like
is what they kept? So nobody would.
They don't have to do that.
It's routine procedure.
They don't have
and they
to release
literally
any
already knew
information
that.
because it could be an uninvestigating case.
What is routine procedure?
Because it could be a crime.
Removing the organs and the throat.
Yeah. Well, and also
If
you
it wasn't
remember
an organ donor,
they don't have to
the
give
organs and throw them in
any pictures, any
Or
results,
tell
or
them to play
anything
market.
to an independent autopsy. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to cooperate.
No.
As far as the findings.
Yeah.
Now, as far as sending the body out, I think that was a big mistake. I think they should have flown him in and let him do the autopsy there because now I don't know how long it took to get the body to, I think, was it Washington they did it in?
Yeah, Washington D.C.
So I'm gonna have to go to the next because we got a lot of people in the request. So
yeah, go sure.
Sure. I'll drop down. Have a good one. Oh, thank God. You too. Okay.
Oh my God.
Damn, that was rude.
Jesus.
Thank God.
I was trying to
Get
be
her out there.
positive, but damn. Go ahead.
Damn, these people. Yeah, because she's a whoa.
I was just asking.
She's an idiot.
Go
You see her
ahead and answer
profile
the prompt.
picture? It's that
I
black
asked
lady
him my
in court,
question.
or the one that unalived that kid and
I'm
smiled
talking
and
about the
laughed.
prompt now. Do you have anything to say to the prompt? Did you see the interview? What do you think about the autopsy?
Why don't you talk on facts
We
on
wanna
things
know
that
your
you actually
opinion.
seen?
If not, I'm gonna
Fact.
rotate you.
Okay.
Well,
right.
rotate me then.
Yeah.
So
Do you just have a question? That's it.
Micah, can I finish answering her question? Because I don't think I got a chance to finish it. So now, you know, you were talking about a sticky note and that stuff. So basically, the easiest way I can compare the independent autopsy to the state's autopsy is you're playing the game. It's almost like hide and seek. Is he going to find something we didn't? Or is he going to, say, hey, is he going to find exactly what we found? So that it's up to that independent medical examiner to go in there and find everything he can. And it sounds like he really, now this is just my opinion, because I think if they would have found something that had to do with foul play, that's probably the first thing that would have come out.
Mhm.
And I know it said that because they couldn't find some stuff because, which made their findings inconclusive. But you got to remember, it's inconclusive pending investigation.
Mhm.
Okay. So, which is the Mississippi Medical Examiner is in the middle of their investigation. They're not going to share interviews. They're not going to share anything. That's why they're hush hush. Okay, because I think that's a great idea.
Well, they have to be because it
what's
could be a
happening,
crime. What if they
especially the
find out this
parents.
crime?
But as big as this thing has been made, national, worldwide news, I think it's very smart that they're not letting anything out, leaking anything out, because that's simply just going to cause more people to start, making up stories. If you knew the stories I've heard about this, and I'm sure a lot of people have listening to panels, they're talking about taking these organs out, selling them on the black market, stuff like that. Just crazy stuff.
Conspiracy
Just
shit,
crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'll lay in there. Thank you.
I hope that answered your
But
question.
it ain't.
Loretta.
There is
It
people
answered your
actually do
question?
that. They take people's organs that ain't
Okay,
organ
thank
donors.
you. We're
They
gonna go
throw them
to
in the trash.
Brian. Is
They
it
sell them.
Brian? Go ahead, Brian. And
He was
also,
a
actually,
20-year-old,
commercial break really
20-year-old
quick because
healthy
we lost
athlete.
some
Of
views in
course.
here. So if you guys
Kelly's heart,
can repost,
kidneys,
please.
livers, all that
It's
shit.
the arrow at the
You make
bottom.
hundreds of
You just
thousands of dollars.
push the arrow and then you tap repost. It's the yellow circle, or you can tap on the prompt really hard and then repost. So everybody repost the live. Can we share the live out? Can we
No.
get our daily heart meets? Make sure we're tapping the screen. The likes should be at least like 50 or 60,000. Please
Really?
repost though, that helps a lot. And we're gonna go to Brian real quick. Go ahead.
How big of a channel are you?
Yeah, I've got like a two-part question for
The likes are at 40K.
the guy next to me. The first question is, can you drown and have no water in your lungs?
No.
And my second
No.
question is,
I don't think
do
so.
you know what dry drowning is?
I do. Somewhat. I do somewhat. All the drownings that I dealt with when I was with the Dallas County Medical Examiner, there were lungs in their throat, lungs and water in their lungs. So
lungs in their throat.
But
I was going to say, my understanding of a dry drowning is, despite you having drowned, yes, you were physically in the water, but you would still have water in your lungs.
That's not true. Look it up. You can look it up right now. Dry drowning. What happens is, if you're in the water,
you don't see if he's bullshitting or not.
Something about your esophageal or whatever, it closes shut and it doesn't allow anything into your lungs, and you basically
Sophisticate.
you basically suffocate on your. You just suffocate. So
your
there is
epiglottis closes.
Right. But there is such a thing. So people need to understand, well, it came back and there's no water in his lungs. That doesn't mean anything, because there is such a thing as dry drowning. You can look it up,
dry
I
drown.
So, but the only other thing I'll say is, one thing my dad taught me is when I was growing up is, I understand it's a bad situation. In my eyes, and if it was my son, I'd want the facts to come out. And whatever the facts come
I want
out,
the truth.
It's just like poker. You play the hand you're dealt. So if they come out and they're good, so be it. If they're bad for somebody else, well, so be it. We'll take corrective action. But my dad always told me, Brian, he says, sometimes a hammer is just a hammer.
Exactly.
And people are looking at this case and trying to make it into something that I really don't think it is. I live in Missouri. I've been at Lake of the Ozarks. I've been at Party Cove, where we've had 400 to 500 boats.
Sometimes he just get drunk and fall in the water.
Not the weekend I went down there. I only did this one time because I said, that's not my racket. I'm too old for that. I can't do that. I can't keep up with these young bucks. But I will tell you, the weekend after, we had a person that was unalive from the same thing, trying to go from boat to boat and missed and went under, and nobody really knew it until they reported her missing.
Yep, and was gone.
So it does happen.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so as far as
the
dry drowning thing, that I think that's pretty much an outdated term. Also, secondary drowning, they don't really even use those terms anymore. I think somebody probably looked that up on the internet and was like, hey, they saw that. They probably came across that, and but like I said, they don't even use the term anymore. And I understand where you're coming from. you know, and that's a great observation that somebody made, but they just don't use those terms anymore. That or secondary drowning.
Yeah, I looked up the same
If you
thing and
understand
found
what
the
I'm
same
saying.
conclusion.
If you
Make
understand
sure
what I'm
we're
saying.
tapping the screen. Nobody is tapping, guys. Tap the screen. Share the live repost. It's not hard to do. Let's keep reposting. This is a good conversation. Let's keep it going. If you guys are done, I'm gonna go to Coco. I think that's the next new person.
I was
Are you
gonna say
guys
I'm all
done?
good. I think I said what I need to say, so I'll drop off.
Okay, I'll drop you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Who wants to go next?
Okay, I was gonna ask her a question because doesn't she do autopsies, right? She's a medical examiner.
Oh, well, there's another person on the panel because she just left.
She's the histology. I think you're the histology person.
Yeah.
Tissue.
Okay.
Taking tissue samples, sending them off to test.
Basically, I was gonna ask the same question as Brian. So wouldn't it be better to just prove that he drowned if he actually drowned? So if they did the autopsy and you were to see the water in the lungs and the throat or whatever, wouldn't it be easier just to prove that so everybody can just shut up about it? If that makes sense. Like, not that it's like just to prove like, okay, these boys didn't do anything. He actually drowned and we have the proof.
Right.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me answer that real fast. Let me answer this real fast. Again, they do not owe the public any information. Okay. The second thing is I don't care that it comes out quick or not, just to lay things to rest. I want it thorough and I want it done correctly, not to satisfy the people that are listening, but to make sure that it's done properly. That everything is, that all T's are crossed and all I's are dotted. That's more important to me than people knowing exactly what happened yet.
That's what I was gonna say. So
Yeah. Coco, will you have to say anything about the prompt?
Somebody lives around the airport, don't they?
About the interview? No, I just had
Airplanes
the
flying in
question
the,
about the autopsy.
sky.
Okay. All right. Who else is new? Oh, I don't know how to say your name. The lady at the bottom. Is it Scamona? Scamona? I don't think she's here. All right. You guys can go ahead and talk.
Yeah, y'all can talk. It's just
To the person in the comments saying that I don't care, I absolutely do care. But what I'm saying is, I don't need to know
care.
As a person in the public exactly what happened in a certain time frame. I'd rather have quality,
good and plenty, baby,
the autopsy and make sure that they do their job thoroughly. And if that takes a little bit longer to make sure that everything is ruled out and that they get an accurate
you want an accurate
certificate
reading,
of unaliving.
You want a
that's
real
more important than giving you
autopsy
information
report,
as soon as you want it.
We're trying to
because
rush
of
you.
rumors.
You rush
That's all I'm
up. That's
saying.
how things mishaps happen.
Then y'all gonna complain that they did it too fast and they rushed it and they didn't find out the real.
Sometimes a toilet seat till a fat
pick a
person's
side,
on.
man. Just stick to it. Just let the people
Well, how are
do
you gonna say pick a side, but then say it's not about race? So you can't technically you can't say pick a side.
I'm not talking. You bring up race. I'm saying pick a side. Do you want them to do their job or not? You bringing up race. I'm not worried about race right now.
Yeah, don't bring race into it.
Okay, I have a question
Sometimes
for
it
you,
could
Micah.
just be a tragic
So do
accident.
you think
How's
it was
that?
right for them to call out the boys before they even had one iota of
Exactly.
any kind of
How you gonna call
detective
them
work
out?
done
What you doing,
whatsoever?
buddy?
Do you think it's actually smart to pinpoint those four boys and saying basically what Crump said, that the Warren, the kid that got interviewed, wasn't even in the same boat as
Exactly.
the gentleman that was unalive. So for them to come out,
They rushed to
think it was
judgment
right or
just to
smart
try to
for them
pin
to
something
come out
on
and just
somebody.
basically say, well, it was
They
the
want
four boys
big
acting
justice.
like there was nobody else on the island. Do you think it was smart for him to do that?
Crazy.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to just put race on it because you saw a picture. and there was only one black boy and a bunch of white guys. I don't think that's fair. I did have pushback for how they deleted their social media, and then they
I
loaded
didn't
up
want to be harassed.
and all that other stuff. But then I thought about it. I'm like, I understand, because
I would
people in the
delete my
comments were
shit
saying,
too if
"Oh,
something
they
like
did
that happened to
it.
me.
Mississippi has a history," even though it does. But we can't define these boys' character because we don't know these boys. They could be good people. So I can understand both sides. But my thing is, people need to stop looking at a picture and being like, "Oh, it's racism." Like, we're in 2026. People have white friends, Hispanic friends, Chinese friends.
Exactly.
So
Get over
we
that
have to
shit.
be careful about pinning stuff on people. We don't
Yeah.
know if people.
Not everything's about race,
because
man.
everybody hangs out with each other. So.
Right, or pushing the narrative too quick, which is what I think they did. Instead of just letting the facts play out, they pushed the narrative. So if I couldn't see nothing and I couldn't see none of the TV or nothing, I was basically blind, but I could hear everything. Just by what I would hear, I would think they're pushing a narrative that these four white boys or whatever had something to do with it. And like the one lady said, he wasn't the only black gentleman out there. There was other black people. Javon was his friend, one of his better friends, and he was out there. So, I just don't, it's kind of like putting a cart in front of the horse. You shouldn't do stuff like that. Let everything play out. I do get it. I understand there are cases where there's been times where people have been falsely accused. And for that, I think the people that punished or accused them should be punished themselves.
Exactly.
I don't like that either. But you've got to let it play out and just, go from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I'm not gonna lie, like I did find it crazy that they, like I told you, they did lawyer up, they deleted their accounts. I was like, what?
I would too.
And I'm not sure if they did this before.
Al Sharpton and them get involved when it
Nolan,
comes to a race issue.
That they were trying to find him.
The country turns
and then
against
they found
them.
him
They're gonna need
unalive. I don't know
lawyers.
if they did that before or after, but I did find that funny. I was like, why so quick? Because I was hoping that they did like a tribute post and stuff like that.
No.
But then the stepmother, she's a judge. So she probably told him, hey, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. Maybe you should get a lawyer because they're going to pin it on you because you were with him. So I can understand that there's a lot out here,
Listen, from raising my children, from the time that they were in junior high, I've always taught them, do not speak to any authority unless your mother and father are there or unless you have your lawyer with you.
Damn, is that
Period.
bad?
And every
That
parent
sounds
should
like
tell
bad.
their child that.
It ain't.
It's not because you're guilty. It's because you have to understand your rights, and these are children. Sometimes they don't understand their rights. That is
Kids
their
don't
parents' due
understand the
diligence to
rights.
make
They don't
sure that
understand to
do,
shut
and
up.
that they aren't being
They talk.
harassed. They aren't being led by question. They, all the things that there's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with that. And I think that everyone that was involved in this should be looked under a microscope. To one, to rule them out, or two, to rule them in.
Yeah, you got to
Period.
roll people out. You got
Yeah. Also, too, there's another narrative around here because I got jumped on a panel for saying this, right? So when it comes down to hanging out with friends, right? We live in an evil world. It gets evil every fucking year. Like, look at the news. You have to be careful with everybody, even your own family, because at the end of the day, there's people unaliving just anybody these days. So it's not just, oh, if you're black like me, we cool, we gonna be safe. You gotta be wary of your own people. White people, be scared of your own people. Black people, be vicious of your own people, because I'm telling you, people can smile in your face one day and unalive you the next day. We don't know. So it's not about, oh, well, they're white, so they probably just took him out. You have to be careful with every situation because we live in an evil ass world. Not everybody's right in the head. So that's what I was trying to tell people. Oh no, you don't understand.
Damn it.
No, it's true. You have to be careful with everybody.
Yeah.
Your own family.
I
Period.
have one more question, and then you can
Go
take me
ahead.
off the panel. So, is there anybody on the panel that is from like a state that's down south, like Mississippi, Alabama, Texas?
Yeah.
Yes.
South Carolina.
Yes.
Okay. That's it. I just wanted to make sure because certain things that we go through up north, people down south don't go through the same thing. We might have a bunch of friends and it doesn't matter the color, but sometimes down south it's not the same.
No, and I understand that. I understand that.
Oh, we got some debates going on over here.
everything that was happening in
we got
Bosnia,
some
by the way,
debates
was
going on
somehow,
over
like,
here on Glenn
nonviolent
Lawrence's
relocation.
channel, guys.
Was Germany in the
We got some
1940s a
debates
non-violent?
going on over
Big
here
ass
on
pivot,
Glenn
big
Lawrence's
ass fucking
channel.
Was that was
So
that
big ass
cleansing
pivot.
or a genocide?
So for the audience, by the way, that was like a massive.
GridCon 2 is
like,
going
we're
on
in
over
Bosnia.
here.
I'm testing the
Guys.
consistency in your argument.
So,
was Germany an
We got
ethnic
Glenn
cleansing or a
Lawrence's-
genocide?
So neither. Anyway, so going.
Oh, what was it?
Whoa, what was
Please
that?
tell me what 1940s
Whoa,
Germany
look at
was.
that.
If
It was
wasn't
a
an
it was a
ethnic
war
cleansing
it was
or
a war
genocide.
campaign to extract the Nazis
Were,
out of Germany.
were any groups of people being genocided, or were they?
Looky
killed?
there. Look who that is. Admiral Gibbs.
Oh, well, then what was it?
Look at
It's
this.
very clear that it was
What do we
mostly
got going
military
on?
targets
We
that
got
the United States and
GridCon
the European
2
coalition was
Texas
after. I don't know
going
why
on.
we're doing like
So
World
no
War
groups
II
of people were.
I don't know why we're doing
So
Nazi
wait,
apologia for
so
World War
wait,
II, by the
Bones.
way. Again, so by the
No
way,
groups of people being ethnically cleansed in
by the
Germany.
way, I bid on this bullet specifically because he thinks that there's something wrong with my consistency here. The problem is that with respect to the United States and Europe, we weren't out there trying to kill all the fucking Aryans or all the Germans inside of Germany. We were specifically there to weed out the Nazis and fucking bomb the shit
But
out of
where
them.
was the ethnic cleansing and the genocide we were preventing?
Nowhere, Wally. This
Okay,
is like
so
a
where
complete,
what? So
this is a complete misstep on your end. So, anyways, let's get
So then
back
why
to
did we
Bosnia.
go-
Let's
what
get
was
back
that?
to Bosnia. So, what about Bosnia specifically was just like them peacefully relocating them? Since you wanted to pivot off that.
What about
What about
peacefully
what?
relocating?
What about what?
What about it was peaceful relocation?
So you said that you could have just also meant like peaceful relocation. So again, like what were all these like Bosnians just completely relocated? Like peacefully? Like they just like shook hands?
No, there was conflict, but they can sort their own business. We did not have to come in as an outside party and say
We
we're going to
absolutely did.
regulate this. You
We-
just wanted when
we
it's convenient.
we absolutely did.
You want? No, we did not.
Yeah, look, it's fine. Look, it's fine. You don't want to dispute what you want to dispute whether there's ethnic cleansing going on.
You
wanted to pivot.
dispute whether
You want to
anything
pivot
was
all the way
done
to
before
Germany.
World War II.
Yeah, you want
apparently.
to pivot all the way to Germany and try to find like an internal inconsistency. You couldn't find anything.
Yeah, actually, you
once we go
basically
back to
explained it.
the substance of the debate, you don't seem to be interested
Nothing
in that
happened
either.
in Germany. Everyone was on vacation. That's apparently your official position.
Yeah. That's So
you won't answer. You're
so
not
guys-
answering.
yeah,
was it
guys,
an ethnic
so- all right.
cleansing? Was it a genocide? What was
I'll
going
let you.
on
I'll
here?
let you.
Beautiful pivot.
I'll let you answer real fast. Go ahead, and then we are going to go to super chats, and then
Look at there.
You'll each get 5
Look at
minutes
that.
first. I believe.
Look at
you will
that.
be first.
Admiral Gibbs.
And then
I don't even know who
we
the
are
other people
multitasking.
are.
We're
Don't
figuring things
care.
out in real time. And then you're going to go first on the closing. So go ahead and respond real quick. You got about 30 seconds, and then I'm going to go to.
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea that Wicked
Let's see if I can
Wallace
move
say
this
that,
around a
no
little bit.
Citizens were killed in the process of us doing our
Let's
campaign
see.
inside Germany. Completely fucking retarded way to test internal consistency.
Yeah, here we go.
It's very obvious that there's a big difference between us doing a military campaign within Germany versus the ethnic cleansing of people in Bosnia. So yeah, that's it.
And chat, before anybody says, "Oh, Papa Gibbs is always asking him to finish,"
He
it's
said
like, well, he
cool.
just keeps
He
asking
said
questions
cool. He
right
said
before I'm
cool.
about to
He
stop
said
things.
cool.
It's total coincidence, I promise. We're not rigging anything. All right, boys. So let me just. This isn't the WWE yet. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so we're gonna start off. We got $20 from ex-Lady Wicked. As someone from the area, every side of that were aggressing each other. Bosnia has 3 main ethnicities. They each slaughter each other is one
Damn
aggressor
it.
because it fits narrative better against the country that supports Russia. And then we have another one from ex-Lady Wicked for $10. I came from a town that was split in two. Each side went into villages and slaughtered people. Yeah, it sounds like real tough times out there, real sad times. I'm sorry that happened.
Thank you,
But
random chatter.
yes, so now on that note, what we're going to do now is we are going to go to closings. Give me a brief moment. All right. Whenever you're ready, Bones, you got 5 minutes to close, and then we're going to turn it over to and also at the end, please shout out your channel, who you are, where to find you, and all that good jazz. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so throughout the debate, it seems that Wally was incredibly confused on certain topics. He claimed that us being in Afghanistan and occupying bases that Russia once had was somehow an aggressive action against Russia, that we were boxing them in. He seems to be really confused as to whether Russia itself is just like a kid playing in the sandbox, acting like all innocent. It's very obvious he was not interested in wanting to argue about whether Russia was committing any atrocities or whether Russia was trying to be an aggressive act. But instead, he wants to pivot to, sometimes like NATO does things that I feel isn't within the scope of NATO's mission, in which case he wanted to just deny the ethnic cleansing of the Bosnians inside of Bosnia at the time. He also wants to dispute other things. He also wanted to try and test by internal consistency by alluding to the idea that the campaign in Germany during World War II was somehow us ethnically cleansing them, just by giving no similar characteristics to it, despite it very obviously being a military campaign to root out the Nazis. But again, I would too be a little bit frazzled if I came here and got blown the fuck out. So I'm Bones of Doom. I'm a liberal debater. I debate politics, religion, getting amped up on philosophy. So maybe I'll do an abortion debate or two somewhere in there. And my channel is Bones of Doom on Twitch, Bones of Doom 9464 on YouTube. And then my Twitter X handle is Bones of Doom TV.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't know who's modding in Grid's chat right now, but whoever's modding, please give him a shout out. And my chat, whoever my mod is right now, if you don't mind, please shout them out as well. We're going to turn it over to Wally. Go ahead, give us your closing. Tell us who you are, where to find all that good chat.
First off, Gibbs, thank you for moderating. Bones, thank you for debating. It's been a pleasure. We were able to, I had a feeling if we were able to get along well in messages.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Shouty and it was going to be okay. So you're a
The
wonderful
rules.
sport.
I know the
Absolutely.
rules,
And I
but-
take nothing fucking personal. Absolutely. Before we move on from there. So yeah, question was ultimately going back to, should we abolish NATO? And I came in open to hearing any argument from my opponent, but it does not change my position that I believe as an organization, it is ethically compromised and should be abolished. If they want to rebuild a new one under a different framework, fine. But I'm not going to delude myself with superhero fantasies that NATO prevented evil when in fact all it did was add several hundred bodies to the pile at the absolute minimum and several thousand at the absolute worst. It's become a convenient tool of intervention when we like it, and it does not need to exist any longer.
7 years, bro.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's get a round of applause for our first round debaters here. Yeah. Woo! Thank you so much. You're outstanding. Guys, like I said, anybody, if you super chat on YouTube, we will get those read. Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, I am able to read the Twitch chat intermittently. I will be able to get y'all's response as well. However, I would prefer, guys, if you go to one of our Grid One Motorsports, Unreasonable Man on YouTube, and spend the money there because he did fund the majority of this event. So that would be fantastic. And like I said, this will help us towards our next event, GridCon 3. So thank you all so much. Now, we're going to have a brief intermission. We are going to be turning it over live right now to my associate, Glenn Lawrence, and he's going to be taking y'all into the next debate. So let's go to Glenn.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy Glenn Lawrence, and I'm here at GridCon 2. Let me talk to these debaters, these post-debaters real quick. Let's see, we got Bones of Doom. Bones of Doom.
Yes, sir.
All right, how do you think the debate went?
I mean, pretty well for me. My opponent, Wally, seemed to be pretty fucking confused on a lot of the facts regarding all the conflicts that he wanted to bring up, or the supposed conflicts he wanted to bring up. And it's very obvious he wanted to focus in specifically on, fucking NATO did something bad, but didn't want to talk about whether Russia was ever an aggressor. Seemed to do a lot of apologia for Russia too, and I feel like that was his downfall right there, was doing apologia and getting stomped on that rhetorically and substantively.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, where can they find you?
Oh yeah, so again, you can find me Bones of Doom TV on X. Bones of Doom 9464 is the YouTube channel. Bones of Doom is my Twitch channel. I'm also on TikTok. I didn't mention that. It is also Bones of Doom. I occasionally go live or go on people's lives to debate them rhetorically and substantively dominate.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. We're Bones. Talk to you later, bro.
Absolutely.
Wally, come here, sir.
Howdy.
How you
On
doing?
the right side?
You're on the right side.
Okay.
How do you think you did?
I did well. I think we had a nice heated exchange to open things up for everybody and get people fired up, and that's what I was looking to accomplish, was be a good show opener for everybody at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it was nice to start dipping my foot into making the arguments. I'd like to do more debates about NATO probably in the future and get more into foreign policy.
Nice.
So I think I know a little bit more about the history and foreign policy than people might have realized. And I wish we could have gotten down more into the definitions. Honestly, I think trying to break down the definitions of how, like, ethnic cleansing, genocide, all of that could be an interesting debate at some point in the future. Because I think And I hope that's what people started seeing by the end of the debate, is that I think when we start conflating these terms into foreign policy and geopolitics, it makes people's perspectives start feeling very dishonest.
Yeah.
When we're conflating terms.
So tell the audience where they can find you, where they can watch you, and what do you got next?
Wicked, you can find me at Wicked Wally on YouTube. I'm gonna be bringing back probably my Friday morning, afternoon show soon. I like to do gaming streams with my lovely fiance Millie, who is actually originally from the Balkans, along with her family, who are wonderful people. Her parents treat me like I'm a son they never had.
Yeah, I know.
And
Yeah, I know.
I wanted to represent for them as well, and how, because they were there in this war, and I wanted to represent for how they've been treated. And I guess, we'll say I was defending my woman's honor.
There you go.
Against NATO.
There you
We'll
go.
say that.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Wally.
She had her colors out to support me. You see her.
I see it. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'll chat with you later, bro.
Hey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get any further, I'm going to bring the man, the myth, the legend, Grid One over here. Grid One is going to give you guys a brief announcement and give you a little update. So, ladies and gentlemen that are here, I need you to shut your mouth. Thank you. Get over here, Grid.
Everybody, welcome to my event. Not just the people here, but the people watching. I feel like I need to take a moment to kind of explain. We ran a little bit late because of technology. Everybody was here on time. They put in yeoman's work. They really did a good job. Everyone that's associated with this is to be congratulated for doing an amazing job today. And unfortunately, technology sometimes gets the better of us, and that's what happened. I don't want anyone to think that we were, in any way, nobody was slacking. Everybody did great work. I hope everybody enjoys the debates today. This is something I want to do more of. We will be, there'll be some announcements forthcoming, and I'm going to give this back to Glenn. Glenn's going to talk about and bring up the next debaters, and we're going to be moving along really quickly. You probably won't see me again today, but that's okay, because while this is my show, it's all about them.
All right, thank you, Grid One. All right, next up, we have two debaters already to rumble in the jungle. Let me bring up my first debater. He stands in at 5'2". He's Mexican. He stinks. No, I'm kidding. Get over here, Jake Varr from BOP Podcast. How you doing, man?
Way to fucking hype up that
like
fucking
that?
shit.
You like that?
I hated it, bro. I fucking hated it. But whatever. It's all
How
good.
you doing, bro?
I'm doing fine, man.
All right, so tell me, what is your debate?
So the debate topic of the day is going to be, is MAGA bad for America? Which, of course, my debate opponent is going to say Trump bad. It's basically a Trump bad debate.
Trump bad.
Been in these many times.
Now, I need to get your best Trump impression.
I've gotten a lot of criticism over here from many of these lefties, all right? They don't like me very much. We need Mr. Jake Varr to come and defend me. That's what I'm going to do. But we'll see how my debate opponent works out.
All right. If you go ahead and head over to the stage. And he is debating.
I think the Jake Varr guy is the guy that didn't like boobs. Isn't he the one that didn't like boobs? Isn't he the guy that said he had a problem with
so you're
boobs?
debating Trump bad.
Oh my Lord, the booby brigade.
Yeah, I think that's a simplified way to put it. I think the technical question we're going to be asking is MAGA good for America or is MAGA bad for America?
So MAGA as in the movement, but not necessarily Trump as a president.
I would say Trump is just the ringleader of the movement. But yes, I would say the movement itself. Yes.
So not his policies, you're talking about the people that support him.
No, I think his policies are part and parcel of the movement. I think the policies are how that movement manifests. So yeah, we're going to be talking about that.
So you're going to be talking about his presidency and like there's policies they put in. So you're saying that's bad.
Correct.
And then also you're arguing the movement that's gone and around Trump also bad.
Also correct. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think is going to be your opponent's weakness?
His arrogance.
You think his arrogance?
I think I must have watched I want to say like 10 plus hours of his content in preparation for this. He's cookie cutter. I mean, he runs the same kind of channel that every other person does. He gets divorced dad energy where he talks about women, talks about gay people, talks about Muslims, kind of preaches the same song every other MAGA type preaches, but never actually offers anything of substance. So I think that's what I'm going to deal with. It's mostly that substance-free talking points that I'm going to have to dismantle line by line.
All right. Well, we're looking forward to it.
Sir.
Head over to the stage.
Hey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen that are here in studio with us, ladies and gentlemen that are here in studio with us, I need you to keep your volume down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, for those that are watching, our debaters are at the stage, getting ready for their opening statements, sending it back over to Gibbs.
All right. Thank you so much. We're back. My name once again is Admiral Gibbs. I am your moderator today. We have, as we previously introduced, we have this man right here and this man right here. And we're going to be getting into the Trump is the Trump most corrupt president since Reagan? Is I believe that question? Or is that,
no, is MAGA good for America?
Is MAGA good for what?
Is MAGA bad for America?
MAGA bad for America. I'm so sorry.
Host doesn't even know
I don't even know. Listen, I am all over the place, boys. I apologize. They call me the fireman because I'm putting out old flames. Right now, so yeah, we're doing MAGA. Who is the affirmative?
Well, I guess the question is MAGA bad for America? I'm the affirmative that MAGA is bad.
Okay, so you're the affirmative. All right, cool. So you're the affirmative. Like I said, we're going to go over the rules one more time, guys, just for the chat. You have 5-minute openings each. Affirmative goes first. We're going to do 15, 20-minute openings. Then we're going to go to super chats. Then we're going to do another 15, 20-minute open period, super chats, and then closings. All right, whenever you are ready, let me just pull my thing. Go ahead and start.
Sure. Yes. So I'm in the.
Also, one second. I apologize. Hey, and if we could get it just slightly quieter, it is mad distracting, folks. In here.
MAGA distracting.
Thank you. Yeah, it is super loud. Chat. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right, go ahead, LSP. Appreciate it.
What you need is one of those dollar store paintball guns. You just
hold on. One more time. Hey,
that works.
Silence. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess the prompt is MAGA bad for America? When I think about what's good or for America or bad for America, I think there's a very selfish lens. What do I want for my life, and does MAGA bring me that? I want a wife. I want a kid. I want these same things that I assume you want. This is the American dream. I want a house. I want a job that I can support my family with. And I want my leaders to be accountable. I want my leaders to be responsible. I want my leaders to be respectable. And MAGA does not embody any of that. Not one. Donald Trump does not take accountability for anything, and MAGA defends him every step of the way. You cannot say an administration that deports mothers and sisters and cuts health care from 4 million people is a pro-family immigration. I'm sorry, a pro-family administration, because they're not. That's not pro-family. It's not pro-America. It's hurting. I mean, at least 4 million children who lost their health care. It's hurting them. I mean, this is the question of like, can I provide for my family? Can I provide a livelihood that keeps my family safe and prospers and generates wealth that can carry them from generation to generation? Can I build assets? Well, it's a lot harder to do that when everything has been tariffed and everything is more expensive. You know, gasoline is more expensive now, handily, than when it was under Joe Biden. It's actually gone. I don't know if anybody, I challenge everybody to look up, fact check us while we're debating. It rose to over $4 a gallon just this week because we got engaged in a war that we shouldn't have been engaged in. So now my dollar does not stretch as far. Now I can't spend money on things I need to spend money on. Now I'm struggling for nickeling and diming just to survive. And you know what? I'm not too bad off personally. I'm very privileged. There's a lot of people who are worse off than me. A lot of people who do try and who do work hard that can't afford the $4 a gallon gasoline. I can't afford the inflation rate above 3%. You know, when Joe Biden left office, it was 2.5%. Now it's over 3%. And projections have it going as high as 3.5% to 4%. So is it good for my finances? MAGA is certainly not good for my finances. And I guess none of that would be just so bad if somebody from this administration would just take some degree of accountability for it. Donald Trump has not once in his life, and I challenge anybody to look this up, to actually say, I'm sorry, I messed up, I did something wrong, here's what I'm going to do to fix it, here's a vision for the future. If we're to have MAGA for the future, if this is the movement and it's here to stay, and I'm to answer this question, is it bad for America or good for America? Well, so far it hasn't manifested anything good for me. And I'm sure it hasn't manifested anything good for millions and millions of other Americans as well. You know, it's just chaos and embarrassment. And I don't know if we can sustain this, 20 years in the future, 30 years. Where does this movement take us? 30 years from now, are we still going to have MAGA politics dividing this country? Are we still going to have incompetence masquerading as strength? A person who never apologizes but screws everything up? When will our leaders be accountable? When will our leaders be responsible? When will we have the prosperity that we were owed by this dream? That we work hard. We should be able to change this stuff. Just like I want a family and I want a home and I want to build a life for myself, I'm sure you want the same thing. It's time we confront. MAGA's not done anything to actually get me that. Just like they haven't for millions of other people. There's no Republican policy that's expanded healthcare or it's made it easier to get healthcare. There's no Republican policy that's made it easier for me to send my child to school or a college or a university. There's no Republican policy that has done anything to allow me to buy a house easier. No, everything they have done has made everything substantially more expensive. And it's impacting my wallet. It's impacting your wallet. Gibbs, I'm sure it's impacting your wallet. We just had a screwworm outbreak purely because the Department of Government Efficiency cut the monitoring group responsible for seeing, tracking the screwworm outbreak to stop it from coming into this border, raising the price of beef. So now gasoline's more expensive. My groceries are more expensive. My housing.
Is it me or does all these people talk like they got a mouthful of tobacco or something?
When am I going to get some help from my federal government? When is MAGA going to offer some solution that isn't just chaos and brutalization and embarrassment? I don't know that I have 5 to 7 minutes, but over to you.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, you were fine. You were right. Also, apologize, guys. We just got an Amber Alert. If y'all heard the yelling, the noise there. All right, Mr. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, look, let's just put it this way. Is MAGA bad for America? All right. That's kind of the debate topic here. We would have to actually compare what is bad, right? So, for example, the previous administration, he does complain about, hey, groceries are high. All this is high, right? And he brings up the gas. In fact, you can look at the Biden administration. You actually shoot down to after Biden left office, inflation went up around 21, 22%. That skyrocketed before Trump went into office. Big thing there. Now, if you look at the like egg prices when Trump first came in, the eggs were going to go down, and they did. Okay, gas prices have gone up because of, yes, the war, but his first year in office, the gas went down drastically. Now, at this point, it's gone up. But even if you look at Biden's second year in office, that shit went up by it was around past the average gas prices. The average gas prices right now is around $3.50. In Biden's second year, comparing it, now it's $3.50. That's the average. The average in America. Yeah, wait for the opening. It's average in America. Biden's average in his second year was around, I think, somewhere around $3.95. I mean, drastically bigger. Now he's on his phone. He's gonna have to fact check everything because he needs his notes. That's kind of funny to me, but whatever. Anyways, so like I was going before, is we have to look at comparing by comparing, right? Now, I would even bring up, is MAGA bad for America? Well, was Biden better than MAGA? Like I said, when it comes to the left, and what is MAGA? MAGA is also the people that support Donald Trump. So the anti-Trumpers, if we look how they act, etc., we do see a lot of left-wing violence, especially rising up for the past 10 years. Okay? Is that good for America in comparison to MAGA? I mean, that's one thing that I want to kind of dive into. Because when the left seems to not get their way, they seem to have a big hissy fit, burning down buildings, the BLM riots, Tesla burnings, the LA riots, the Chaz takeover of Seattle. I mean, all these crazy things, and they use violence to get that power. So I think, hey, if you want to shoot it out to the Democrats, they do nothing about it. I would say that's actually worse for America. And I'm not even arguing that Trump is good on everything. But I will say that when it comes to the Biden administration before, easily it's not even comparable that MAGA is essentially better than the Biden administration. It's not even close. Even if you look at from a cultural point of view, Biden had LGBTQ picnics on the lawn. From a cultural point of view, the propaganda that's being pushed, the Gender Affirmative Care Act, which was pretty bad there, chopping off genitals of the little children. Pretty bad, especially if you want to have families. We need to reproduce ourselves. Kind of bad there too. So the propaganda that Trump's been giving out is America first. The UFC fight at the White House compared to a LGBTQ picnic. It's two sides there that I think us as Americans need to get behind the idea of uniting as Americans rather than appealing to the minority of people in order to kind of virtue signal on these things. So I would say, no, I mean, if you want to do apples to apples comparison, I think we need to kind of go down the line right then and there, especially how Biden handled the immigration policies compared to Trump. That's another big one that I think we can kind of dive into, etc. But with that being said, I think I'm good, Grid.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we're going to get in the open now. Go ahead, fight.
Okay, I just want to point out something I think is always interesting. Whenever you bring up something that MAGA does or fails at, they don't provide for our housing, they don't provide for our education, they don't provide for our healthcare. They brutalize the country. There's riots everywhere.
How are they brutalizing?
Well, there's at least 2 Americans who got shot in the face as an example of brutalizing. But let me finish my point before you respond, please. Whenever you point this out, the default response is deflect, deny, divide. Deflect any of the criticism, deny it's anything to blame with MAGA, and divide the country by pointing out, well, there's gay people on the White House lawn. You know what's better than that? Having a wrestling match there.
Well, don't you think that having propaganda for people to like actually have families, you want a family, right, one day, etc. A lot of these things, we're under reproductive rates here in the United States. We can't even reproduce ourselves. Don't you think shooting out something like Family America United and actually pushing that type of propaganda?
I agree. Trump just doesn't do that.
Great. Would be better for America than, for example, Biden, who did, LGBTQ, because pushing that type of propaganda leads to reproductive dead ends.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to support families and you want to make pro-growth family policies, then you would have pro-growth family policies.
Would you say
you would have healthcare be more affordable? You would have a plan to make education more affordable. You'd have a plan to make housing more affordable. Where is that from Trump?
Yeah, well, when it comes down to Trump, again, this is not a Trump thing, dude. Okay, as far as housing, the housing market's been going up drastically. One way to lower that down is actually to seal the borders. Right?
Another way to lower it down is to stop reproducing, right?
To what? Lower the housing?
Yeah, just to stop having kids. Stop having kids.
Okay, so you're making the argument that let's just stop having kids, and therefore what?
I'm not making that. I'm making a pro-growth.
How would we reinforce the workforce?
No,
if you're pushing that type of propaganda.
Yeah, so that's not the propaganda I'm pushing.
Okay,
I believe in pro-growth, pro-capitalism, pro-freedom. Right? If you're going to try to make the argument that, well, he's making our housing situation better by deporting our neighbors and our gardeners. Well, factually, you can also make the housing situation better by just not having kids. It's not an argument. It's not a solution.
Yeah, but that would create so many other problems, such as
deporting people.
Such as we won't have enough workers to reproduce ourselves.
We don't have enough workers in agriculture.
I know.
This is why immigrants in the country.
Okay, and this is why under Joe Biden, when he let in 10 million immigrants,
he didn't let in 10 million immigrants.
Yes,
you have no source for that,
dude.
No.
Encounters at the border was around 10 million.
Encounter is not the same thing as an immigrant.
Hold on. But the immigrants that stayed within the interior of the United States was around 5 million to 6 million. Some of these numbers go up as high as past that 10 million mark.
Yeah, Trump says 25 million, but yes or no? An encounter does not mean somebody. Yes or no? An encounter does not mean somebody was let in the country.
I agree with that. That's why I said.
Okay, then why would you use that figure?
Because I used it in a sense to where, when it comes to the interior of the United States, we have numbers on that 10 million mark. We have it here at the bottom of.
You use that figure to make people think that 10 million people illegally immigrated in the United States.
Dude, I'm using it as a high. Because you know how they do stats is at the highest and the lowest.
An encounter is just the border patrol encountering somebody at the border, and it could be turning them away and not letting them in the country.
That's not what I'm.
You are using this to make people think there's an illegal immigrant invasion in the country, but the actual number of immigrants who came in under Joe Biden was 1.5 million illegal immigrants and about 3 million legal immigrants. That's not an invasion.
No, those numbers are completely wrong, bro.
Based on what? Tell me your source.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll tell you my source. You tell me your source.
So when Donald Trump first came into office,
you're not going to tell me a source.
Yeah, the immigration website.
The immigration website. Okay.
Yes. So, anyways, really quick, everybody knows that border and customs.
Okay.
So, anyways, when Trump first came into office, we saw that the encounters at the border drastically shot down. LSP. And this was cleared up within a couple of months through executive order.
Let me just ask a question though. What about though with under Abbott under Biden, they shut it down. Would you not argue that that's it's not just Trump, it's more of like a Republican side thing, so it's not necessarily even MAGA, or it's got to be Trump stopping the border? What is your kind of argument here?
Trump. Well, yeah, I would attribute that to Republicans in general. Sure, I think
here's a question.
Agree with that.
If we're gonna attribute this to MAGA, attribute this to Republican, what is a bill MAGA or Republicans have proposed that's actually fixed our problems with the border? Because these are systemic.
Yeah, a lot of these were done through executive order.
So why not?
But Biden didn't do a bill neither.
Right, but Biden attempted to do a bill through Senator
James.
James.
Executive order,
yes or no?
Why we had so many encounters at the border?
Yes or no? You just realized you stumbled into something.
Yes
or no? Joe Biden tried to do a bill. It was the Langford immigration bill, and Donald Trump
killed it by calling it. You mean Biden tried to?
Here we go again. It's factually true.
At the last year of his,
Biden tried to hire hundreds of immigration judges, thousands of
10 million encounters at the border,
10,000 Customs and Border Patrol agents, and limit the amount of people who can come to this country to 5,000 in a week. That was an immigration reform bill sponsored by a Republican. Where's the MAGA bill? Where's the MAGA bill?
Can you give me details on that bill exactly? How would it stop?
It would have hired hundreds of immigration judges to backlog our 3.6 million
So in other words, they're not
I
actually
thought you
doing
wanted me to
anything at the
explain the
border.
bill.
Okay, all right, go ahead, finish.
Okay, it would have hired hundreds of immigration judges to handle the 3.6 million immigrant backlog, which, by the way, is now worse because Donald Trump's fired several immigration judges. They would have hired thousands of support staff to help them. So clerics, people who, I don't know, like paralegals. It would have hired thousands of Customs and Border Patrol agents to better patrol our border. It would have built a new wall, and it would have provided new surveillance technology on the border to stem the flow of people coming in at unauthorized checkpoints. Why did we kill that bill?
So again, Joe Biden pushed that at the end of his administration.
And it would have passed.
I would even agree that Trump probably wanted to kill that bill, which, by the way, Trump didn't do it. He said he wanted to. Fine, fair enough. But even with all that, with the bills thing with the asylum seekers, etc., dude, it wouldn't have pushed through because they did sneak in a lot of stuff from the Ukraine. That's why they wanted to kill the bill.
No,
because they wanted to do. Yes, they were sneaking in a lot of other policies within that bill. So this is why they wanted to push more money into the Ukraine, and Republicans didn't want that.
Okay? I understand MAGA has a problem
so
with...
they killed it, right? They killed the bill. Fine, fair enough. Trump did run on immigration. Guess what? He did win it. Okay. So Joe Biden, was horrible at the border. This is why they voted in Donald Trump did.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know MAGA has a problem with facts. They have a problem with history as well. And it's evident in that because he just gave you a layout of what happened, a narrative of what happened, a chronology of what happened that is not rooted in facts. The Republicans would not support on any immigration reform unless it was tied deliberately to Ukrainian funding. That was their stance. We won't give them a dime to Ukraine unless they help secure the border. Well, when Democrats step up to do that, what does Donald Trump do? He says, I want the issue to run on, kill it. Every time, and by the way,
the issue to come on what?
Once again,
come on what?
You did, what?
The issue to come on what again? I didn't hear that.
Donald Trump wanted the issue of immigration to run on. That's what he said.
Yes.
That's what he said when he killed the immigration reform bill. That would have fixed many of our border issues.
Well, I don't think.
Let me ask you a question, LSP, just real quick, because I thought that length bill a lot. Trump initially was on board with a lot of that, except then he went against it because the Texan Republicans really went against the DACA thing. Is Trump, as like a populist, right, supposed to listen to his base in that situation, or is it something where he should have gone against them and gone down the board anyway?
No, I don't reject the. I reject the populist label as a politically useful here. What Trump should do is be a leader and talk to Democrats and talk to Republicans in Congress and try to get them to negotiate a deal that actually does secure our border, that actually does handle the 13.5 million illegal immigrants in this country, provides them a pathway. I mean, if your issue is undocumented immigrants, the answer to that is get them documented, right? Where's Trump on any of this?
So your issue with Donald Trump, you're saying, okay, how about we document every single illegal immigrant?
Yes.
That's straightforward?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So does that include even the illegals?
Yeah, the 13.5 million. What do you mean? If they're illegal, they're not documented. Yes.
In the
That's
country.
tautological,
And then
but
you did a low ball number, 13 million?
13.5 million.
13.5 million in this country right now.
Yes, according to Pew Research.
Yeah, a lot of the research actually shoots up to around 25 million. Even
Name
beyond.
one. Name one.
Yeah, I mean, there's something like, I think it was Pew Research as well.
Pew Research does not say that the number of illegal immigrants is 25 million.
No,
they do not say that.
I don't have the sources off the top of my head, but those numbers do come.
Why didn't you prepare? Why didn't you look this up?
I don't
have
have the numbers off the top of my head, but I am saying that no, a lot of these numbers come as high as 25 million.
Well, let me ask you, where do you get your news?
Let's just do 13. Let's just do 13. So you would want to give amnesty to 13 million illegal immigrants,
except the violent, felonious ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Only Republicans believe in pardoning violent, felonious.
So every year when we have illegals cross the border, you would just give them amnesty, even though they're breaking the law.
No, I would try to fix our border so that nobody has to cross.
Okay,
so that we can handle.
So that we
can have a free market economy that can handle the influx supply of labor.
You would give them amnesty, correct?
Yeah, the ones who are already here.
No. I'm saying if we secure the border, right? The ones that do get past our laws, they come in here illegally, they get amnesty.
No, I don't know what amnesty means. I would try to put them on a pathway to citizenship where if they haven't committed a crime, they might have to pay a fee.
So they're already breaking the law,
and then they would have to
when they cross the border.
You voted for a felon. Don't try to convince me that you care about the law. Your president's a fucking felon.
What are you talking about? Let me just rephrase this because we feel like we're going down the immigration rabbit hole pretty deep here.
Yeah,
and we're actually talking about MAGA as a whole.
By the way, nothing what I said, the substance hasn't been addressed.
That's true. Unironically, I mean, like you're proposing something similar to I proposed for like border policy before, but I think we want to talk about the MAGA being the worst thing as a whole. So if we want to maybe like move on to a different real thing about why instead of just going to deep down with immigration, what's another reason MAGA is either amazing or terrible? It's what do you want to say?
Well, they want to build a police state. I mean, that's pretty naked and terrible.
No,
Were they
definitely not. Come on, dude. At the end of the day,
Don Lemon got arrested for
I'm
covering
going to say
ICE.
this when it comes. No, it's not that. I'm talking about the when it comes to the Joe Biden administration. We got to compare and contrast here.
Deflect, deny, divide.
It's not that. I want to get into the subject right here. Okay. All right. So when it comes to left-wing violence, do you think left-wing violence is good for the country? That's one of the.
Do I think left-wing violence is good for the country? No.
No. Okay.
I wouldn't pardon people. If what you've done by your vote is you've endorsed this, that if the next Democrat loses an election, they can call a mob of people to the Capitol and send them to attack
at the end of the day,
and then they can pardon all those people.
You would
and
agree
you
that
would
when
not
it
have
comes to
room to
MAGA,
bitch.
when it comes to MAGA, also his supporters are MAGA.
When it comes to
correct?
MAGA, it's rules for thee, but not for me.
No,
Your
I'm asking
president
you a
is a
very specific
felon, and you're
question.
trying to
Just
convince
answer
me
the
you
question
care about
really quick.
crime.
Can you answer the question?
What's the question?
The
Your question
is,
was
when
left-wing
it comes-
violence good?
can
And I
you-
said
you
no.
just need to shut the fuck up so I can answer the
Okay,
question
sorry.
really quick, dude. Come on, calm down. So at the end of the day,
I'll do the
would
moderator. No,
you,
I'm just
would you actually get to see that when it comes to MAGA, it's also his supporters, right?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
The supporters, when you would consider MAGA, it's also the supporters outside of just Donald Trump.
Yes.
Would you say MAGA is also
It's a
supporters?
movement.
Okay, it's a movement. So there are people that are involved that follow Donald Trump, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are those people bad for America?
Yes.
They are. Okay, how so?
Oh, well, they're anti-American.
They're what?
They're anti-American.
They're
They're anti-American
anti-American.
in that they're anti-capitalist.
So
So,
you don't
they
think,
support Oh, let me answer your question. You got on to me about interrupting you.
So-
Let me answer your question.
Okay.
They're anti-capitalist in that they support taxing us as the American people without any representation in Congress. A tariff is a taxation without representation. So they support taxing us. They're anti-capitalist. They support stemming the free movement of labor. They're anti-immigrant. They're not pro-family. They don't pro anything. They don't conserve the environment. And they waged an attack on the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power. I can't think of anything more anti-American than that.
Really? The J6 stuff?
Yeah, really. They really attacked the Capitol.
Oh,
really.
yeah,
It really
You're
happened.
going to go into that topic.
Yeah,
All
well,
right.
let's go into it right now.
Okay,
Did they
let's
not
do it like
really
this.
attack
Do
the
you
Capitol?
believe that's an insurrection?
Yes.
It was 100% insurrection.
Yes.
Okay, compared by what standards?
I don't know what that means.
Okay,
Compared
would
by
you
what
say
standards?
that the Chaz takeover Seattle would be an insurrection?
No, I'd consider that a bunch of anarchists.
So you consider, even though they took over 6 city blocks, in
Six city
Seattle.
blocks? Oh my God. Did they
Yes.
take over
For a
Congress when the
month.
president sent them there?
They didn't take over Congress
That's a little
either. What are you
something
talking about?
different.
What are you
This is
talking
what
about?
this is what I
Hold
mean
on,
by
hold on.
deflect,
This
deny,
is-
divide.
This is the crazy
He
part
wants
here.
to talk about
It's like, oh my
anarchists.
God, 6 city blocks. There was literally,
If I may.
there was literally, hold on, let me finish this.
Okay.
This guy wants to back up and
Deflect,
say, hey,
deny, divide.
6 city blocks, that's no big deal, even though there was several people
I
that
said it was no
died
big
within
deal.
that area. There was,
I said it wasn't
no,
on
I'm just
par with
saying,
the
you can make
president.
more of an argument that they literally took over land of the United States.
Wait, are you saying Chaz is
MAGA,
worse than
that,
J6?
that was 4 hours of rioting from MAGA, which one person died, which was Ashley Babbitt.
So the substantively different thing here is that
hold on.
the president sent that mob to the Capitol.
How did he
No
send it?
Democrat
Wait, hold on,
sent
hold on.
anybody to
Hold
take
on.
over
Wait,
Chaz.
Can you tell me that Donald Trump sat
Yes.
there and said,
Yes.
hey, go
He said
down
march
to
to
the
the Capitol, yes.
and riot at
Yes,
there.
just before he said,
Okay.
if you're not
That
going
was
to
the back
fight
row?
like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Did he not say that?
Oh, okay.
Yes or no?
So
Did he say that?
So, yeah, he did say fight
That's
like
what I
hell.
thought.
Don't you think that could be also insinuating to actually fight like hell by like protesting?
It could also
along? So
insinuate
we had
fight.
80,000 people. We had 80,000 people over there in J6, right?
Hmm?
A fraction of those, which is around 1,500, rioted in the Capitol. I agree with that for sure. 80,000 within that part. Okay, they peacefully protested.
Okay.
They actually did that. We had a small fraction. When it came to the BLM riots, again, he wants to compare J6 with the worst shit in the world.
Deflect, deny, divide. Now we're talking about something
Again,
else.
going back to, well, we got to compare and contrast, right? You would
Okay.
agree. Great. So when it comes to the BLM riots, that's 6 months worth of rioting, $2 billion worth of collateral damage, and 35 people dead. If we look at the collateral damage of both areas, what do you think's worse?
January 6th. We have a long history of race riots in this country. We have never had a president interrupt the peaceful transfer of power by sending a mob to attack the Capitol. You want to say it's not worse? For 3.5 hours, for 3.5 hours, for 3.5 hours, congressmen were pleading with Trump to call
4
off his
hours
dog,
okay.
and Donald Trump was saying, well, I guess they just care more
Donald
about the
Trump,
election
bad
than you.
guys.
I
It
noticed
was
these
way worse
histrionics
than
demonstrate that you
6
cannot
months
respond
worth
to
of
anything I'm saying.
rioting. That's insane,
These
dude.
histrionics demonstrate that you
Okay,
cannot respond to
okay.
anything I'm saying with
So
substance.
so you have to realize also when it comes to the liberal media and the people that are anti-Trumpers, right? The anti-Trumpers here, they are actually going after and believing the propaganda of CNN and some of these left-wing organizations, to the point where we even see these individuals such as the Tesla burnings. The moment Elon Musk said, you know what, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, what happened? They made Dogequest and started attacking dealerships. So again, when the left gets their way, they riot, they hissy fit.
What?
This
Yes or
is
no?
the
There
problem
was
here. And guess what? They want to sit there and say, oh, I can't afford anything, housing, blah, blah, blah. This is all bad. But guess what, dude? When it comes to Biden, 22% of inflation, every shit went up. up, okay?
Because
All
of
your
COVID. You know
Oh,
it's because of
come on,
COVID.
dude.
By the way,
COVID in
Biden
the first
reduced the
year
homeless
was under
population by like
Trump.
50 to
Was under
100,000 of
Trump,
just
did
veterans.
not go up at all under Donald Trump. That was the first year of COVID.
Inflation's gone up since Trump took office, correct?
Yeah, I do agree with that.
Okay,
but guess what?
so he's
It
a
was-
loser
but,
in that.
But when you
He
look
was-
at the
he
2
said
years, but
he
when
was
you
going
look
to
at 2
lower
years of
inflation on day
from his
one. He
first
did.
2 years.
Wait,
from
did
his
he
first
say
2
he would
years-
lower inflation on day one?
No, he didn't say that.
Yes, he did. He said he would lower the cost of living on day one, and he didn't. He said he
I'm
would
gonna
end the war
lower
in
grocery
Ukraine
prices on day one.
Quiet
Trust me.
piggy, quiet
Any
piggy.
fucking moron,
Quiet
especially the
piggy.
liberals, will take me literal, and that's why I will laugh at them.
This
Yes.
is what they do
And
every
this is
time
me
you
right
point out
now
that Donald
laughing
Trump is
this
a
fucking
fucking
retard.
liar.
He told me day one, and he's a liar now. Joe Biden said, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to take out all of the student debt." Okay? Did he do that? No, he didn't. Okay? Politicians
tried to. Wait, the
over-exaggerate
Supreme Court struck it
things
down.
all the time, bro. Politicians in general do this. And stupid liberals
Okay, so we
like
can't
him
take
will
Donald
say,
Trump. We can't trust
"Hey,
Donald Trump.
Number one,
Then we can't chase Donald Trump when he says he's going to lower the
Bro.
cost of goods and
And he
cost
did
of goods
lower
does-
the cost of
No,
goods
not
in his first
higher.
year.
Inflation's
Well,
up.
let me just-
Inflation
let me
is
just-
flat up. MAGA lives in a
Hey,
whole
I'm
other
not
reality.
the one. That's ridiculous.
All right, let me just put a brief hold here real
holy
quick,
shit.
just for a little, take a little
Holy
halftime
shit.
here. Woo-hoo. Aha, good. That's good stuff. All right, so boys, we don't have any super chats yet. Guys, if you want to keep supporting this great content, throw us some super chats for this chat, throw us some subs, whatever it is y'all are on or whatever you're watching. Appreciate all the love so far. Thank you all so much. These boys are getting fired up. I also want to point out, just since Republicans get bashed for DEI, this is a all Hispanic, all South Texas debate that's happening right now.
Yeah, man, all three of
so I just want to throw it out. Everybody here down here, remember the Alamo in South Texas. So I thought that was an interesting tidbit. So we're really embracing our inclusivity quotas today. But
I
since
think
we
he's
have
fact-checking himself.
Yeah, the DEI debate. He's like, let me take my phone.
If you would fact check,
Well, hold on.
let
Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
How
All
about
right.
you just debate me?
All right, well, hold on, relax. Calm down, boys. Calm down. All right, yeah. So, boys, real quick, like I said, we're gonna be going back here. Y'all gonna have another 15 minutes here. Guys, get your super chats in now. Get all the good stuff. And all right, back to it. Fight, boys. Y'all go.
Yeah, so like I said, look, like what I was saying before, this guy will sit there and say, "Oh, Donald Trump incited a riot." Okay, Donald Trump bad. Donald Trump's so mean. He makes mean tweets. All right, this is all bad thing, bad for the culture, etc. When liberal media for the past 10 years, and we see this through stats, have gone up through left-wing violence. Why is that? It's because they call Donald Trump a Nazi. Donald Trump bad. Donald Trump, everything he does is
JD
just the
Vance
worst shit
called
in the
Donald
world.
Trump a Nazi.
Yeah, and he changed his mind because he believed the propaganda
John
of the
Kelly,
left.
Donald
Yeah.
Trump's own chief of staff, called him a
I'm
fascist,
sure
correct?
Okay, wow, a fascist. Does that make it true?
At one point, do you start to take?
Hold on,
Yes,
do you
it
believe-
makes it true. Yes,
it does
he is a
make it true.
fascist. Yes.
So if somebody says
No, not somebody
he's a fascist.
says he is a fascist because of his actions. But if you'd like me to
because
explain that
exactly.
further,
Okay,
I can.
If I were to ask you this, what's your definition of fascism? Do you think that-
Authoritarian state control of society.
Okay, authoritarian state control of society. Is that what Donald Trump's doing?
Yes,
right now?
he arrested James
Okay.
Comey for posting seashells.
Oh, okay. Has he arrested? I don't know.
He arrested James
gay
Comey for
people?
posting
Has he arrested
seashells.
others?
He arrested Don Lemon for
So
covering
what?
ICE
Oh, he
protests.
arrested Don Lemon. That wasn't him. Don Lemon violated by going to a church, and he broke the law.
He told
broke
Pam
the law,
Bondi
dude.
on Twitter
And
he wants
see,
Alina Habba
this
to
is what I'm
prosecute
talking about with
specific
liberals, dude.
people. Is that not true?
This is what I'm talking about. with
Wait,
liberals.
stop dodging. Is
Hold
that
on,
not
hold
true?
on.
Deflect the night divide. Is that not true that
Is
Donald
what
Trump
true?
told his attorney general
Uh-huh.
to prosecute specific people?
I don't know if he did.
Well, maybe you should actually
there was
research
reports-
something
hold on.
before you come and bitch
Listen,
about me
listen
fact
really
checking.
quick. The way that a lot of those things work.
I apologize. I apologize real quick. Hey, if I could get the audience over the corner over there, y'all are being real loud again. Thank you, guys over there. Appreciate it. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, a lot
This
of
is
this.
a fact-free debate.
Yeah, hold on. Let me respond to that.
And it shows.
A lot of this, he said, she said shit. Well, Donald Trump said this in the background, but there's no real
I'm
documentation.
sorry, Jake. Hold on a second. Hey, in the back. Shut up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, so he wants to tell I heard there was a report by CNN. There was a report on this thing.
He
that
posted
Donald Trump,
on
hold
True
on, let me
Social,
finish.
genius.
That Donald Trump said this to his attorney, and then he wanted to get him arrested, etc. A lot of this is he say, she say stuff, bro. Okay. Does he insinuate stuff? Did he say groceries
He
down on day
posted it
one?
publicly
A
on
lot
True
of this-
Social.
A lot of this is he say, she say type of bullshit, bro.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. Look,
I mean, Donald Trump said he said it on
But
True
okay,
Social.
but
You
did
can
he
go
do
and
it?
read
Hold
it.
on. Is he
Yes,
doing that? Is he
yes,
doing
the
it
very
now?
people he
How
wants
would
to
that
got
make-
indicted.
How would
Yes.
that make them make
Yes.
them fascists? How?
Because he's having the state arrest people for posting pictures of seashells. That doesn't strike
It's a
you as a little
seashell.
fascistic? What is it,
No,
assault
what
with a
are you
deadly
talking about?
crustacean?
No,
What's
it
your issue
wasn't
with
that.
James Comey?
See,
What What
goes
crime
back
did
to
James
this.
Comey
Hold on.
commit?
Here's the
Hang on,
thing.
no, answer. What crime did James Comey
LSD.
commit? Deflect, deny, divide. What crime did James Comey commit?
I'm not too sure, bro. I'm not too sure on that. But I will tell you this. Hold on. I will tell you this.
He doesn't know anything.
But
He showed up
I
to a
wanna
debate with no
ask
facts.
this. I want to ask this really quick.
Okay.
Because you did bring up Don Lemon. Okay.
Yeah,
Don
sure.
Lemon, I do know what law he brought.
Covering an ICE protest.
No, I'm just saying.
Which the judge threw out, correct?
I'm just saying. But Donald
You're
Trump
always
didn't get
just
him arrested.
saying.
Donald Trump didn't get arrested. Okay.
Okay.
That wasn't the case of that. That
Just
was
Trump's DOJ.
No, dude, it wasn't Trump saying we need to arrest Don Lemon. They fucking raided his home. Don Lemon's free right now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because
He's
a
free and
judge
walking
threw
around
it
right
out.
now, dude.
Holy shit, you do not read the news.
Oh, God.
You are like 2
So
years
let's just-
behind
okay,
on your facts.
let
You
me-
get your talking
okay,
points on
hold
Twitter
on,
and it
hold on. Let me
shows.
ask you this. Do you think somebody who's a fascist, do you think actions speak louder than words, right?
Yes,
Would
you will
agree with
know
that?
them from their fruits. The book of
so-
Matthew says
so-
that. This
so
is the most
Donald Trump's-
unchristian fascistic
Donald
president
Trump
we've
is
ever
Hitler,
had.
then. We would consider Hitler a fascist?
Is Donald Trump Hitler? Would I consider
Well,
Hitler a
they're
fascist?
both fascists,
Yeah,
right?
I would consider Hitler
Don't
a
you think
fascist.
there's
Would I consider
degrees to
Donald
what
Trump
you're
Hitler?
saying there?
No.
How could
That's
Hitler-
J.D. Vance.
Well, let me ask. Is Hitler a fascist? Yes
You
or no?
got me. Hitler's a fascist.
Okay, great. So Hitler and Donald Trump have done the same exact thing right
Yes,
now.
they both done the Holocaust of the
they're
Jews.
both
You got me.
fascists. It's the
Yeah,
same
they're
shit.
both the exact same thing.
Trump's
Donald Trump
putting
equal Hitler.
Jews in ovens.
Yes,
right
I am
now.
very smart. Do you feel proud that you
No,
just
I'm
made this
saying,
point?
If you want to,
Hang on. Do you feel proud of that?
I am very proud of it.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
sure.
be.
Okay. I am telling you this, dude. If you want to compare and contrast, you're now calling him a fascist. Let's compare him to other fascists. How on earth would you say he's anything comparable
Sure.
to something
I will
like a Hitler?
compare a country that has mass men with guns asking you for your papers, please, to a country that lives under the Nuremberg laws.
Asking for papers?
Papers, please, country.
Papers,
Yes.
please, country.
That's what ICE does. They
fascism?
come up to
That's
you
fascism?
with a mask, with a gun,
Sure, can
asking
you show
you
me
to
your
prove
papers?
your
If not,
citizenship.
you will be deported because our fascists told me
You
this.
think they just start with
Dude,
deportations?
Here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing.
Hang on. Do you think they just
A
start
lot
on
of-
deportations?
Now what?
Do you think fascists just start on deportations?
Do you think they just start on deportations?
Yes.
I think there's dude. If you're a
You
fascist,
have no idea.
when it comes to fascism, that means you're
We have
you're-
never been a papers, please country
when
before.
it comes to fascist, I can be a fascist.
We are
and
a
say,
less
you know what? I
free
want open
country.
borders. Can I be a fascist and say I want open borders?
Can you be a fascist and say you want open borders? I
Yeah.
have no idea, dog. What do you think?
Okay. Well, let me ask you this.
I would say, I already gave you a definition of fascist. It's
okay.
authoritarian state control of
Okay,
society, and I've demonstrated 3 ways
But
now
how does
that
that
he's been
make him a
authoritarian and
fascist,
exerted state
bro?
control.
How does that make him a fascist?
I feel like we're going
Because
full
you're
circle.
not actually giving me
Authoritarian
anything. Is he
state
killing
control of
people?
society.
Is he killing people? Is he getting rid
Yeah,
of
at
them?
least
Is he
2.
mobsters?
Wait,
Can you prove it?
Yeah, the killing of Renee Good. That was killing people. The killing of Alex Pretty.
So
that
wait,
was
hold on.
those
Hold on.
killing
Donald
American
Trump killed Renee
citizens.
Good now?
Yes,
Hold on.
Donald Trump's
What the
policies are
fuck
responsible for her death.
talking about,
Well,
dude?
if you're going to say this, did Hitler kill
Donald
anyone?
Trump
Wait,
killed
did
Renee
Hitler
Good?
personally kill
Donald
anybody?
Trump killed
Hang on,
her.
Jake. I know the
Melissa
histrionics
Hartman?
are
I
because
don't
you have
know.
nothing to
Did
say.
Donald Trump-
Quiet,
okay.
Piggy.
Did
Quiet.
everybody who died
Did
under Biden,
did
Biden
Hitler
kill them
personally
too?
kill anybody?
Huh?
Did Hitler personally kill anybody?
No, he didn't.
Then it's a dumb point to make.
Oh, now we see. Now we see. So you're saying because it's the DOJ. Okay. So
Yes, it is his
okay,
DOJ
so
that
anybody-
acts
okay.
on his
Okay,
orders. Yes.
okay.
Like, do you
So let's say
fundamentally disagree with that kind of like logic for him? I mean, we could argue the facts in a second, but if like Donald Trump doesn't personally do it, but the DOJ kills people, how's that any different than if Hitler doesn't do it? But I don't know. The Gestapo kills people.
Yeah, that's kind of like the narrative.
That was the
that they're
point I
running
made.
with.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What is the fundamental difference there? Like from just the technical side. Like,
Yeah, because Donald Trump is well, when it comes to the Renee Good situation, that's ICE investigating. Renee Good actually was interfering in ICE's investigations, right? We saw the video on this. It's not like he demanded ICE.
I don't know why you're dodging his question.
It's not like he went up to ICE, or sorry, demanded ICE to go up to citizens and kill them. Bro.
No, he just demanded
He's
them to go
not
up to
doing
citizens
that,
and ask
bro.
them for their papers,
If he was
please.
look, I'll tell you this. When Hitler told the Nazis, go kill the Jews, and they
Mhm.
did it, is Donald Trump telling ICE, go find all the Mexicans and all the minorities and kill
Yeah,
them?
when
Is-
Mark
that
Wayne
would be the
McMullen, let me
equivalent.
tell you
If
how. Let me
Donald
tell you
Trump
how.
was doing
Let me
that,
tell you
fine.
how.
If
Let me
Donald
tell you
Trump
how.
was doing that, then I would say, you
Let
know
me
what?
tell you how.
That seems kind of crazy.
Well,
there.
good. I'm
But
glad
that's
I can
not the case.
elucidate you
How
on some
did
crazy
Donald Trump-
things.
Okay, but how did Donald
Mark
Trump
Wayne
kill-
McMullen we had 3 ICE shootings back to back. One was from a guy named Johann Sebastian Guerrero in Maine. This guy's working 2 jobs to support his families when he was killed in front of his U.S. citizen daughter by ICE agents. Mark Wayne McMullen saw those facts and said, instead of giving this, by the way, this guy should be in citizen, but whatever. Instead of like doing these police chases or these ICE chases that are resulting in people getting shot in the fucking face. Let's pause that because it's resulting in deaths. Donald Trump, the very next day, reversed that policy to allow for more violent, crazy police chases. That happened.
Okay.
So,
So Donald Trump under ICE, I think he's already deported around with ICE numbers, if I remember correctly. It's already in the 100,000s or so.
What a loser. I thought there were 25 million illegals here.
Well, the thing is, when he closed out the borders, we don't have people coming in now.
Okay, when are we going to get rid of that? Or
Hold on,
24 million?
Let me just answer the question, though.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, Donald Trump closed out the borders, so now we have to work within the interior, which
Okay.
is why ICE is getting a lot of attention here, okay? Now, when you have ICE infiltrating a lot of these places, which they are going after the criminals, the rapists, Murderers.
No,
et cetera, that
75% of the people in ICE custody have no criminal
Yes, they
conviction
are, bro.
whatsoever.
Hold on, bro.
95% of the
So
people in
when
ICE
people
custody
like
have no
Renee-
violent criminal convictions.
So when people
He's not going to
like-
address this.
so
He's going
when
to deflect, deny, and divide.
Well, I just want to fucking finish my
By all
thought,
means.
dude.
You
Please.
should know some facts before you come to debate, though.
Yeah, so let me just finish my thought, bro. Calm down. So, anyways, like I was saying before, the Gestapo here, ICE has to go work within the interior of the United States. All right. So within a lot of instances within illegal immigrants and people that are activists trying to stop ICE, you're going to have certain situations where, people are going to have miscarries because now they're actually using ICE to the fullest extent within the interior. Biden, on the other hand, I do believe under Biden, ICE did have deaths under him as well. Not as much or whatever, but it still did happen.
I think that's a pretty substantive point there. Not as much, yes.
Was he a Gestapo as well?
No, I can tell you the
'cause
substantive difference
Okay,
between
well,
them.
that's what I'm saying. These things go mainstream because people like you just hate Donald Trump. So we got to say Renee Good was just an innocent little girl that got shot. She didn't do nothing wrong other than run over an ICE agent. And then you call him a Gestapo.
Shit, was he flattened?
And then that's
That's
then
crazy.
You call him a Gestapo, bro.
How flattened was this agent?
That's the propaganda that you're doing.
And you guys, I encourage you to fact check this. Go watch the video of Renee Good. She clearly turns her steering wheel to the right to drive away before
she
the
hit
agent
the ICE
shoots
agent?
her. No.
Okay, do you think a car?
Do you have any evidence
do you
that she
think a
did?
car-
Wait, do you have any evidence that she did?
Yeah.
What?
The
What
video,
evidence?
you can hear it.
No.
He got hit. Dude.
No, I watched
Yes,
the same
he
video.
did. I watched it.
Okay,
too.
well then acknowledge
Okay,
this.
so
On
here's
that
the thing.
exact
Hold on,
same
hold on.
video, she's turning her wheel to the right.
So
correct?
what?
So
He
she's
got hit.
trying to leave.
He got hit, bro.
She's trying. Okay, so then
even
then
if
maybe
she's
they
trying, let me
can-
ask you this.
Wait. Actually, I just let you filibuster. Can
Okay,
I
go
like say something in response? Jesus, you can. I encourage everybody to fact check this because he didn't come with any facts. Yes, it is clear on video as day that Renee Good is turning her steering wheel to the right.
That doesn't matter.
I
She
thought
still
you
hit
said.
him.
What? Where did he walk?
What do you mean? Where did he walk? He got hit.
How did he get hit?
She's
She's
hit
right
him, bro.
Hold on. Let him
Where was
respond.
he?
Let him
Where did he
respond. Let
walk?
Elsie respond
Okay,
real
go
quick.
Yeah, he's not gonna.
Give him like
Again,
1
it's
minute.
just
Go
gonna be
ahead.
deflect and I divide. Jonathan Ross factually walked in front of Renee Good's car. Renee Good factually was turning her wheel to the right to drive away, just like Alex Preddy was factually on his back when ICE agents shot him.
Are you done now?
I'm done. By all means,
thank
you can go ahead. And,
Thank you, bro. All right, yeah. So going back this, you can look at the video. It was clear that yes, Renee Good did hit an ICE officer. She was warned, and she disobeyed ICE officers. She hit him, and she got shot. Unfortunately, that is a bad thing.
why is the
Which
administration
I
hiding
wish-
this
hold on,
officer
bro.
from investigators?
Hold on, bro. No, come on now. I do wish things turned out differently, but that did happen. All right.
I can tell you're torn up about it.
And look, and going back to your point here, dude, when you wanted to describe Donald Trump that he's sending his ICE agents,
he did,
and killing these people just randomly,
He is.
like Hitler did.
I didn't say randomly. Hitler wasn't random
compare
either.
and contrast here, bro. Hitler told his Nazis to kill the Jews. They did it. Now Trump is telling his ICE agents to kill, activists.
Yeah,
and,
no,
and
I think I've
minorities.
demonstrated this point plenty.
This is the ridiculous part that you're trying to bring up because you're calling him a fascist. He has nothing in common with any of the
Arrested
fascists.
somebody
that
for
you wanna bring
posting
up, dude.
pictures of
Just help.
seashells. In
Bro,
Donald Trump's America, you can be arrested for posting pictures of seashells. You can be pardoned for attacking.
Okay, okay, do it right now. Post a picture of seashells to see if you get arrested.
No, why would I?
Go ahead and do it.
James Comey factually
Okay,
posted
James
pictures
Comey
of
got
seashells.
arrested. I
Yes,
think there's probably something a
factually.
little bit more than him posting seashells.
I'm not on
bro.
Donald Trump's
okay,
shit
then
list.
post some
Did he? Donald
seashells
Trump
right, post
factually
seashells right now. And see if you
deflect
get
and I divide. He's gonna make it about me.
Bro, he's
Factually,
saying in
James
America.
Comey posted pictures of seashells. Factually, Donald Trump had him arrested for it.
Then post some seashells right now and see if you get arrested.
Why? Why do
Go
I need
ahead.
to do it?
Go ahead.
I don't need to do anything.
I'll do it right now.
It's
see if I
already
get it.
happened,
Okay.
fool. It's
So
already
here-
happened.
See, here's the gaslighting.
And Donald Trump's it's not
Donald
gaslighting.
Trump
Everything I
arrested
said is
this guy.
factually true.
Donald Trump arrested this guy because he posted some seashells on Twitter. Does that legitly sound like logical to you guys?
Yeah, it's what
No,
happened.
of course it doesn't. That's why I invite LSP. Post some seashells right now and see if you get arrested since he's a fascist fucker.
Oh, I
He's a
posted seashells
fascist.
last week and they
He'll
arrested me.
arrest
Okay,
you
there.
for posting the seashells right now. Go ahead.
I posted seashells last week and they arrested me.
Oh.
I just made bail.
Oh,
Okay,
you just
I'm
made
good.
bail.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm wrong, guys. Donald Trump's arresting everybody that fucking posts seashells. Don't do it, apparently.
Glad you can admit you're wrong.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. He proved me wrong.
We're,
He got
we're growing
arrested.
some accountability within MAGA.
Did you
That's
drop
what
the
we
soap
need.
while you were in
That's
there?
what we need to fix
Did you
this
drop the
country.
soap while you were in
See,
there?
his joke is you should be raped in prison. He doesn't have anything of substance to say. He makes a joke out of me taking his fucking idiot meme to say, actually, did you get raped in prison?
Oh no, dude, this guy. Anyways, after this
Nothing
debate,
of
I will
substance.
be posting some seashells. See if the fascist of Donald Trump goes and arrests me. We'll see. We'll prove him wrong. I'm just saying. I just want some proof on that. And if that's what
It
he's
already
doing.
happened. James Comey.
Oh, great. So
You haven't responded to that. It
So what
happened.
about
James
all the-
Comey.
Okay, well, dude. At the end of the the day, I think James
Your
Comey
response was,
did a
why
lot
don't you
more.
post seashells?
I'm not familiar with the case, but if you're,
Why
if
didn't
you're
you
saying,
prepare
hold on,
for
but
this fucking debate?
listen, fucker, you're not, dude. If he just got arrested for seashells, there's probably more to that than you're actually leading on, bro.
Why didn't you prepare for this debate?
I did prepare for this debate.
How? What did you read?
Oh my God, dude.
Everything I've said has been factually true. Where did you read? Where do you get your news? Where do you read?
God.
You don't read. Do you
I
read
don't
news?
read, bro. I don't read. I don't watch anything.
Okay, let's
I don't
try
know
this.
anything here.
If
But let me ask you this.
Let's try this. No, let me try this. Let me try this. I haven't asked anything. I'm just pointing out. If MAGA is good for America, if we have MAGA leadership in this country for the next 30 years, are we going to have to tolerate mass agents with guns, bringing chaos into our streets, National Guards occupying our cities? Are we going to have to tolerate people being arrested for shit like posting seashells? Is that going to be the next 30 years under MAGA?
All right, go ahead, Jake. Respond. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond to that since you asked your question.
Yeah, if we have the next 30 years under MAGA, will we be still getting arrested for
This is the first year.
So again, at the end of the day, I invite him to post the fucking pictures of seashells. He for some reason, he's pushing this propaganda, and it never fucking happened. If Jay Comey did get arrested for seashells, I think I would say, you know what? That's bad. He should not be arrested for posting seashells.
All right. Well, listen, as much as I want to hear about Sally selling seashells down by the seashore, we're going to be moving on to the closings here. It doesn't look like we got any super chats in. Here's what I need you to do, chats. I know you're watching on mine, on Glenn's, on Grids. What I need y'all to do right now is these events cost a lot of fucking money. So what I need you to go in there is go in there and open up your heart and give me your money. And by me, I mean specifically Grid and all the other people, because we need the money to make sure these events continue to happen so we can have these highly intellectual debates and these arguments with each other about these important issues. And this is a key thing going forward. All right. So I believe you were the affirmative, right? So you're going to be starting this time on the closing. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my debate opponent, obviously, he wants to reflect on seashells. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. And I'll admit, like, he got arrested for posting seashells. Doesn't sound fucking right to me. This is what these lefties do. They'll cut out a lot of context in what they're saying and then tell you that you're deflecting and denying, etc. Right? This is what they do. Now, it's going back to even left-wing violence. That's something he doesn't want to touch neither. Again, MAGA is the people. And if you want to compare and contrast to the people that are anti-MAGA, right, you would have to look at the BLM riots, the Tesla burnings, etc., and see what's better for America there. And he won't touch that because he knows that's a very big losing battle there, especially when you have the mainstream media for the past 10 years calling Donald Trump a Nazi. He's bought into that propaganda by just literally proving it right now. He's a fascist. Well, how's he a fascist? He's sending in ICE agents to kill all these people. Well, hold on. Isn't he Hitler? Isn't Hitler a fascist, right? Oh, yeah, well, Hitler told the Nazis to kill them, but he didn't directly kill them. So it's the same thing. Wait, hold on. What are we talking about here? So he wants to make up all this fucking thing. Oh, the video of Renee Good. Yeah, she was clearly turning the wheel. She did nothing wrong. And she got shot by the Gestapo. This is the propaganda that he's pushing out, and it has been pushing out for the past 10 years. Because Trump bad, and this is a clear example of Trump derangement syndrome. No argumentation here, just wanting to push a narrative of Donald Trump bad debate. I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you so much. Where can they find you? What do you do? All that good jazz.
Yeah, I'm Jake Var. You can find me on
Jake is
Twitter
the guy that
or
went on
X.
Grid One's channel live stream. A female was on there. She had a little cleavage out. This guy threw a fit over her boobs. Cleavage. I mean, her boobs wasn't out. Trust me, she's on YouTube, so there's OTOS broken. This guy threw a fit, and it's been like a 2-week thing about boobs showing cleavage. And this guy had a complete meltdown. His name's Jake, not this guy here, not the big guy, but the other guy at the show.
I encourage everybody.
It was so pathetic. This guy's going crazy over cleavage.
I would
and
like
it's
you to
degenerate for a woman to show a little cleavage.
Is MAGA good for America?
Just so you guys know who that is.
Donald Trump ran on ending wars and prosecuting pedophiles. We're starting wars and protecting pedophiles. So we're not getting any better there. The economy is not as good as it was under Biden. By every metric, GDP growth was higher under Biden when Biden left office.
I turned it up a little bit. Does that help? Timothy?
Inflation was lower when Biden left office. The cost of gasoline was lower when Biden left office. Donald Trump has promised to make America more affordable, promised to make America healthier, make America a better place. Every step of the way, he's just lying. And instead of like addressing these lies, what Jake has to do is pretend, oh, well, these are just exaggerations. Why are you taking him at his word? Why are you trusting him when he says,
oh, by the way, Timothy Travis, this is live from Dallas, Texas.
You really believe he would lower prices?
I am just trying to help my buddies out. Eric, he runs GridCon. He's actually the owner, CEO, founder of it. my buddy.
Donald Trump
and
lied.
He
lied.
he's a friend of mine.
There should be some accountability
and
for that.
He's
That
from
should be
Tennessee,
something that
but
he is held accountable.
he's in Dallas,
So, I mean,
Texas. This is all live right now.
To think of like what
Thanks
else
for
I could
being
like
here.
add
Share
to
this out.
Beyond just fact check what Jake's saying, because there's nothing of substance being added. He didn't prepare for this debate. He thinks that 25 million illegal immigrants are here. He has no source for that. He doesn't have a plan for doing anything about them. Whenever I bring up something that I need to better the lives of the American people, myself included, making housing more affordable, making healthcare more affordable, what does Jake do? He goes
Okay, thanks,
he says,
Evil.
well, I want to talk about left-wing violence. Okay, let's talk about left-wing violence. Factually, left-wing violence is at a lower instance of being committed than right-wing violence. And you know how this is factually true? The Trump administration took a study from the Department of Justice that says this very thing off its website because it was inconvenient. Truth, facts, those are inconvenient. MAGA undermines free speech in three ways. They undermine the truth, they undermine fact checkers, they undermine independent media, they flood the zone with information and nonsense that they force you to respond to, and then they penalize you or go after you if you say things they don't like, just like they did with Don Lemon, just like they did it with James Comey, and maybe it will be you next. He just post a picture of seashells. But you know what? We've had the Department of Justice arrest people on ridiculous charges that do get thrown out. The court, let me ask you this, or let me not, I'm not asking this, but we're at a point in this administration where if we're going to start demanding accountability from people, we need to start demanding accountability for the fact that people are being arrested for charges that are being thrown out as just nonsense. We need to start holding people accountable for the fact that our FBI director is an alcoholic who went to work drunk. We need to start asking for some accountability for the fact that we're doing airstrikes in the Caribbean of 200 plus people that are killing people with no due process, with no say-so from Congress, and we need to demand accountability for the fact we just got in a war with Iran that's choked off 20% of the world's supply of oil with no say-so from Congress all over a fucking meme because Benjamin Netanyahu said it would be cool for us. Nothing that MAGA has produced has led to anything positive for us. And seriously, ask yourselves this. Is your housing cheaper? Is your healthcare cheaper? I'm wagering it's not. And ask yourself this. What has Donald Trump or MAGA done to make it better? In fact, ask yourself this. If your issue is really crime, which I don't know why it would be if you vote for a fucking felon, but if your issue is really crime, what has Donald Trump done to actually make us safer? Because certainly it's not the immigration enforcement. That's just bringing the chaos of the border into our streets. There's no immigration reform. Where's the bill? You know, Donald Trump obstructed a bill to reform our border security. John Boehner obstructed the bill under Barack Obama to reform our border security. We have 30-year-old immigration laws on the book that are just antiquated and bad. Where are Republicans on fixing that? Where's MAGA on fixing that? Why are the only people with ideas in the room constantly Democrats? And why do we have to trudge through a treasure trove of bullshit to get anywhere in this fucking world with MAGA? Why can't we just acknowledge true things as true? Why can't you just take the time when you know you have a date to go look up some facts to bring to the table like MAGA should do? All right, there you go. Sorry.
Yeah, you had about 20 seconds left anyway. Where can they find you? What do you do?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm Liberal Sanity Project on YouTube. Blessings.
Thank you so much, guys. Go follow them. And, excuse me for that. Go follow them, guys. Go. It's going to be good times. These guys talk about a lot of politics, a lot of good stuff. You should definitely follow. Guys, and in audience, guys, we are about to be switching over to Glenn Lawrence so he can do some pre-fight interviews for our next one. If the in-person audience wants to go move over that way, that's what's about to happen. Chat, stay with us. We got a lot more live and exciting debates coming up. It's going to be your main event Friday today. So come check it out. It's going to be a good time. Just keep staying in there. And once again, guys, we appreciate all the love so far, all y'all watching at home, all the super chats, everything. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. But we're going to go to Glenn Lawrence right now.
There we go. Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, Glenn Lawrence. And we are still here live. Now, I want the live audience to come over here. If anybody from the live audience, come here real quick. I want your guys' opinion, what you guys think's going on. Hold on. Flow State, you're over here. You're a live audience member for the time being.
I'm a live audience.
Get over here. How do you think the debates are going so far?
I think the debates are going fantastic.
Do you like the event? A good event?
It's a great event, great space, good people. Our moderator, of course, is as always a pimp.
Yep.
You guys did real nice setting this up.
Thank you. You're going on in a little bit. You have two debates.
Correct.
You're going to be debating Jake
I think
Barr.
we have
debating Father Joseph.
Correct.
Tyler and
I think so.
Vince coming
All
up
right.
next.
We'll see you soon.
Tyler versus
anybody
Vince.
else in the live audience
That
will come
is,
over here and tell the audience that's watching
guy named
online
Powder
how you guys are
Dusty.
enjoying the debate. You want to come over
Flow
here, sir?
State.
Come on over here.
He has a channel
How
as
you
well.
doing? What's your name?
Vince.
These are all
Yes,
they
sir.
all
You
have
are
YouTube
debating as
channels
well,
as
right?
well. This is
Yes,
Vince
sir.
right here.
All right,
He's
how do you
coming
think the
up.
debates have been going
He's
so
going to be
far?
battling
Pretty good. A little spicy.
Tyler.
You know, it's a little early for it to be a little bit spicy, to be honest with you.
You know, it's Texas, I think. Doesn't everything get spicy? Everything bigger in Texas?
It's a little bit bigger. The personalities are a little bigger. You know, people coming from all across. You know, I didn't expect Texas to kind of. It might be the heat.
It is hot outside.
It is extremely hot outside, and I'm sweating.
I can't believe it. You're wearing a blazer. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna dress like I'm in Florida.
Okay, we're gonna get ready for the beach. A few mimosas, man. You know.
Hey, I had a few mimosas on my flight here yesterday.
If you're from Texas, you'll know he should visit Galveston Beach. It's a very beautiful beach, wonderful sunsets. A little bit murky. Don't be dissuaded by it. It's wonderful.
All right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right, get over here. No, you. Get over here. Yeah. Come on. For those on X, you guys don't know this man, but you know him. Look at this guy. How do you think the debate's going so far?
Great. It's very nice.
What was your favorite debate so far?
The one that just happened.
The one that you tweeted about?
Yeah, the one.
What'd you tweet?
I'm not gonna tweet.
No. Say. What'd you tweet? Don't make me read it. Don't make me read it.
I said I feel like a liberal cunt because Bag is getting fucked right now.
So you thought LSD did a better debate?
Yeah, he stayed factual. He stayed to the prompt, which was MAGA is actually bad for America or wasn't good for America. But he stayed. The other guy just kept deflecting and kept saying, "Well, what about what the liberals did? What about?" Yeah, so.
It's like what about the women though?
The what?
What about the women though?
No, what about the liberal?
Yeah, but it's kind of like that. What about the women though argument? Like, what about women?
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
Went over his head. Yeah. Well, it's good seeing you, my friend. All right, talk to you soon. Yeah. All right, get over here, Tyler. All right, let's go. Welcome. You are our favorite Jew supporter. Yeah. Israel's in the house. Let's go. So how do you think the debate's been going so far?
Oh, pretty good. You know, it could be better. I could be up there, but otherwise it's pretty good. You know, you just can't hold everyone to the same standard I hold myself to. They're never going to live up to it.
What are you looking forward to, like, coming up debates? What debates are you looking forward to? You got a debate tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to me.
Okay, just you.
Yeah. You know, also, my wife's really interested to hear the father talk as well. So she's a big Christian. So I'm going to stick around for that one as well. Otherwise, you know, just enjoying the show. I know a lot of these people online. We've been debating for years. So it's good to, you know, meet everyone in person, hang out. We're like politicians. As soon as the camera's going off, we're having fun in the background, guys.
Tell everybody that's at home how, like, the debate's being ran, how you guys liking it here. You know, is the venue good? You know, production good?
Well, again, Gibbs got a whip. Anytime anyone gets out of line, that dude be smacking them in the face. Okay, so I got a couple of
His peer pan is
very strong. He's got baby powder. Glenn's carrying the baby powder. He puts it on there.
Come on with it.
So
him on conservatives and cleavage. Basically, there's some backstory.
All right, my show. All right, how to get back to my show. All right, now are we good? All right. So Taylor, you have a unique past. Your past, you said you were immersed in feminism.
Yes.
And you see the light.
I saw the light, saw the truth.
And then, do you think feminism is leading women to believe that they do not have a duty they owe society?
Yes, women have zero duty under feminism. That's a
And
big
do you
problem.
think that's probably like what's causing the divide that we see within relationships between men and women?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think in general, a society where one sex is completely excused from duty is a bad society.
Do you think women are more oppressed under feminism than they were in quote unquote what they perceived to be in patriarchy?
100%. They're much safer. I would say much more free. Children are safer under patriarchy. Yes.
I would love to hear that debate. I love to hear your argument. All right, let me go ahead and bring your opponent. Let me go ahead and send you over to the stage. All right, debating, Taylor. We have the one and only, very well known, you guys know who she is, Miss Stardust. And she's coming. So I'm sure, Miss Stardust, you actually heard a lot what your debate opponent said.
You know, I actually, I was looking at my notes, so I didn't hear too much of what she said, but I'm sure it's going to be an interesting debate. I know that she has a unique history with this. She herself was a feminist, though I think she was probably a different strain of feminist than I was, so, or I am. So yeah, it'll be interesting to kind of explore that and see where we meet and where we don't meet.
What is going to be your main approach? Like, is your approach like all feminism is good, or are you saying like there's sects of feminism that is probably not as good for society as some others?
So feminism as a whole is a very diverse ideology, right? And not every, in fact, feminists often disagree with each other, but the main arguments, the main goals of feminism are the equality of opportunity, right, for women, right? Not necessarily that for them to shirk responsibility or anything like that, just that when needed and when wanted, they have the ability to go out and do what they need to, right?
What would you say to somebody who says, okay, I agree with you, but women should have the shared equal opportunity for consequence?
Absolutely. I would agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Like when it comes to women falsely accusing men, right? There's no, legally, we have no statute on the law that could actually serve time or certain things like that.
Yeah, sure. The issue with that is that it does create a chilling effect. And we do see that people will weaponize like court systems to silence people who haven't even
Hello,
brought,
Mike.
like,
Thank you for stopping
charges
in.
necessarily, right?
Yeah.
So in some
I'm
cases,
just
like
reviewing
I
and
agree
and
there should
showing
be
this
some
GridCon
consequences for things like that. But I think those
live from
consequences
Dallas,
are going to be
Texas.
much more on a
Everything's
social
going
sense,
good,
and they're
Mike.
going to come from like a much larger.
So you don't think there
yeah.
should be like a legal consequence?
I think it makes a precedent. It's like if any guy, let's say a guy accuses another guy of assaulting him, right, or physically hitting him.
But we have it one way right now, like where a guy can be accused, right, of doing something.
But then, so I'm trying to give you an example, right? A man, let's say, can accuse another man of hitting him or beating him up, right?
Yeah.
And if that doesn't fully come through, the man accusing him, I don't think he really gets charged, right? Like, yeah.
But socially, though, that's not going to be damaging. As in a
Mike,
man who's
can you hear
falsely
can you hear Glenn talking?
right?
Sure,
and then his
you have
job
audio
is destroyed. He could,
it could destroy
publicly.
him. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there should be huge social consequences from that for women who do those kinds of things. And I think that the social consequences themselves will lead on to if we're effective enough with it.
One other question when it comes to
like
quality, though, the quality of the consequence, and this is like a big thing that my argument would always be, is like, okay, we see teachers, female teachers who have done stuff with male students, and they're getting like house arrest or even be able to collect child support from getting.
And I don't think that's
so,
right.
Like, where do you think feminism is tipping the scale on that?
Feminists in general are not the ones who are saying these women shouldn't be receiving the same like harsh punishments as men who do the same thing. Feminists in general are very harsh on women who do those things. If anything, if you look at the comment sections on Twitter for women who do these things, it's overwhelmingly men who are saying, "Oh, I wish I had a teacher like that," and men who are minimizing it. Right? If anything, feminists have historically brought more seriousness, more gravity to men who have been abused physically and sexually.
Well, you know, I can't wait for this debate because this is one of the debates I've been wanting to look out for this all day. So thank you for joining us. Go ahead and go over to the debate stage and we can get ready going. So for those that are watching, if you guys are ready for this, this is like the Rumble in the Jungle, okay? This is not your regular cat fight.
I actually thought it was
So
two guys.
Is feminism bad for women and children?
Seriously, now the women are going to debate.
If you guys are watching live,
man, I thought it was actually the females right now. I thought it was going to be.
This is not come cheap. This is not come free. This is come
wait a minute.
So we need your help.
I thought it was actually going to be what's their names? Well, the way the lineup looks, I thought it was going to be Tyler and Vince that just introduced themselves. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Back to Gibbs for the opening debate.
I thought it was actually okay. So it's the two females right now. Good. I thought it was actually going to be Tyler and Vince. Well, the way the banner's shown up,
versus Stardust, it's going to be exciting. I'm excited. So guys, make sure you go follow them. Go follow all of our debaters today. It's going to be real good. We have more debate. Now we're getting into our more main card.
Got a lot of people watching on a bunch of different channels as well.
So yeah, I'm excited. We're going to be debating: is feminism
don't forget
bad
to
for America?
support the streams that you like. It goes a long way helping, keep these streams running, guys.
So that's what we're going to do.
That goes for
We're
everybody.
going to explain the rules. The rules are the same as we've been doing. 5-minute openings, 2-minute grace period. We're going to be doing about 20-minute periods now instead of the 15s that we were running. And then we're going to do, at the end of the first 20-minute period, super chats, 20-minute period. Then we're going to do another super chat round and then closing. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Fogarty, go ahead.
She's muted again. She's muted. Come on. Okay. Yeah, they got it. Yeah, you can't touch the microphone, lady. You cannot touch the microphone.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. So first, I'll go ahead and define feminism. So I would say feminism is a movement focused towards egalitarianism between men and women. Necessarily, feminism requires an oppressor-oppressed dynamic. So that oppressor being the patriarchy. So feminism is a naturally ordered movement that is moving towards the destruction of the patriarchy. I would say that this is an impossible task since patriarchy is just a reality. It's something we observe. This is a necessary structure of society. It is also incoherent to have egalitarianism when the oppressor class has to appeal, or sorry, the oppressed class has to appeal to the oppressor class for their rights. So if women wanted a matriarchy, if they thought they were truly equal, they would just make it happen. They would just enact their own rights. The outcomes of feminism are tragic. Feminism replaces duty for women with privilege. They have a lot more privilege, which is actually what they want over some sort of equality. And I'll prove that tonight by showing you the disparities in many groups and jobs that are functionally all men. Men remain having duties in a patriarchal society. Women seemingly have no duties in a feminist society. I would say they have been excused from the duty of having children, and they are not having children. Societies that embrace feminism have bad birth rates. They have highly medicated women, and they have miserable women. And most importantly, I would say they have less safe children and women. So I'll have statistics to show you that children are far less safe in a feminist society. But overall, I would say patriarchy is good. We should embrace it. Having duties for women is good. And a society that protects their women and children is the best society to strive for, and that is patriarchy. So we should reject feminism and embrace patriarchy. And I will leave that as my opening.
Well, thank you so much. Miss Stardust, you're up. Oh, so yeah, push the button. Did you
It's a check.
Good.
Okay.
All right, good. Go ahead.
Is there a way to
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You just
Sorry, I'm a little bit challenged, so
Yeah, we got maybe I'm also. Is that good? You got it.
Great. Oh, that's better. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Hi, I'm Stardust. Thank you for agreeing to this debate. I look forward to it. I think you have a really unique perspective. So for today's debate, my position is that no, feminism is not bad for women and children. In fact, it's the contrary. There's a lot of misconceptions about feminism. There are a lot of different flavors of feminism, but at its core, it's basically about how history and the human experience have been viewed through the perspective of men, and women have been secondary to that. And it's about the belief that we want to ensure women's freedom and equality of opportunity, not necessarily equality in its sense, like in equality of outcome, but equality of opportunity, right? Because men and women are different, and that's totally fine. I think we're going to see that. In fact, in more, equality of opportunity societies, we do see women and men drift even further apart in the careers that they choose, and that's completely fine. But I do think that we want to ensure that there's equality of opportunity. We want to ensure that women have the right to own a bank account, have a job, have the freedom of movement in society, because these are things that protect women, right? The vast majority of violence that women in general receive is within their own homes, if you look statistically, right? Secondly, I would say, I imagine people think that feminism has betrayed women and children because of the high frequency that women go out and decide to work and provide for themselves. I imagine that some people think that women are betraying their biological needs and wants to create a family and care for their offspring. But I would push back on that. Women have not just recently started working. Women have been working globally, and historically, they've always worked. In fact, the idea that women didn't work outside the home is quite the myth. It was only true for a select group of women who were wealthy enough within a specific era. In fact, in a lot of traditional society, it wasn't just women that worked, it was children that worked too. There was rampant child labor. The idea that feminism was anti-family was started back in the 70s when conservatives systematically accused feminists in the women's movement of betraying the family or not caring about the family. If anything, feminism has pushed for more benefits for families historically. Feminists were vital in the 70s when it came to changing how we valued unpaid homemaking labor. Because of this, ever since 1977, homemakers have had their own IRAs to save for retirement independently of their spouses. Feminists also push for paid family leave and paid sick days, not just for women, but for men too. So those who were on hourly wages could take paid leave to take care of their children and other family members. Feminists pushing for welfare rights and guaranteed income is also an important thing to remember. It implied that we as a society need to value caretaking, and that mother's caretaking is inherently of value, and something that other groups said but never advocated for in a meaningful way. Feminism has not hurt women and children. In fact, society has hurt women and children and betrayed them over history, time and time again. And this idea that 50% of the population would not work in any scenario would be devastating to any economy. I can list things that feminists have brought about legally that have actually benefited families. We can look at national growth rates, child marriage rates, things like these are a result, the declining of child marriage rates, the increasing of national growth rates, the maternal mortality rates falling. These are things because of advocacy from feminism.
Horizontal chat.
And feminism hasn't just helped women, it helps men too. There's legal paternity rights that feminists have historically advocated for. Sexual assault awareness that feminists have advocated for, not just for women, for men. Support for male survivors of domestic abuse, despite the fact that women tend to be overwhelmingly the victims of this. It is still something that feminists have advocated, that male survivors of DV need to be supported and need to have protections. And advocacy for male victims of human trafficking, right? So these, feminism is not just this, again, it is very typical of feminists to fight amongst themselves, but I think the core values are the equality of opportunity for women when they need it and if they want it.
All right. Thank you so much. Once again, chat, please get all your super chats and everything in. We'll be reading them in a little brief moment. All right. Y'all can go ahead and fight amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
All right, I'm just going to respond to a few of the things you said.
Mm-hmm.
So,
One second. Make sure you're speaking in the mic.
Yeah, I think they should have put a banner. He should have had a banner made and put behind them right there.
So it
I
feels
think
like
that would
maybe
have
you've
looked a lot
contradicted
good,
yourself a little
a
bit
lot
because
better
you
than a
say that you
plain
want
wall.
women to have
Just my
equal
opinion. I
opportunity,
think
and
there
that
should have been a
feminists have been
banner
working
back
for
there
100 years
saying
now
like
for equal opportunity,
GridCon
but
or
then you also
something.
say they've always worked.
Maybe with
So
all their
what are
faces
the
on it, a
So
poster or
when I
something.
say feminism has been advocating for equal opportunities, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that women haven't been working. Women have been working for centuries, right? They always have been. But feminism itself has advocated for workers' rights, for family leave, for sick days, for paternity leave, for maternity leave, things like that.
Okay. And so I'll get to that point, but something I think you're kind of like implying that women have always worked as they have today, which let's say back before 1950, around the night in the early like 20th century, only 6% of mothers who were mothers were working full-time outside of the home. Today it's 70%. So this isn't working like they've always been working. Sure, they always had like part-time jobs. They were maybe teachers. They would work a lot of the times on the homestead, on the farm.
Yeah,
so I
and that would
agree
be-
with you. And I think it's a bad feminist talking point to be like, we could never work, which you're right, they could.
They always did.
But not like today.
But here's the thing: they did work. Working on a homestead is not easy work.
I agree.
Right? That is actually grueling work when you think about it.
I agree.
And this was the only reason why we don't consider it work is because women's work wasn't valued.
I can tell you, my grandmother, my great grandma, my great great grandma, all of them lived off the land. They worked the gardens, the men logged, drove log trucks.
Right? Because there was
Women
no
always
payment for it,
worked
right?
in the
There was no-
gardens
there
and
was no
taking
payment
care of
for
the
it, and it was
farmstead
grueling
too.
work, and to say that they didn't work outside the home just because they were working on the homestead, that's crazy, right? It's grueling work. Most women in the world work in agriculture, right? And most of them don't get paid.
Yeah, I'm not
and
disagreeing
compensated
with
for
you
it,
that
right?
that's not. I think being a mother is one of the hardest jobs in the world. I am a mother. I 100% believe that. But my point here is that what feminists like to do a lot in this idea of like the unpaid labor is I think what they're doing is degrading the role of motherhood to a job instead of what it is actually called, which is a vocation, something that you are passionate for, that you aren't paid for, that is outside this transactional mindset. I think to say that it's akin to something transactional, like clocking in at the Excel sheets factory.
I completely agree,
reason why
Timothy
we
Travis.
bring up
And my brother
monetary
was named
compensation, we
Timothy.
talk about like
He passed
monetary
away of brain
protections,
cancer years
is because,
ago.
let's say,
So that name kind of rings with me every time I see you pop up a comment. You know, of course,
or something happens where the
I
provider ends
encourage
up
the
not being the
comments.
greatest person,
I'm
and you
just
have to
sharing
end up
this
fending
stuff
for
out.
yourself and your children, right?
My beliefs
In those
don't matter
cases,
on
being able
this
to be
issues right
compensated,
here. I
even though
just
we
want to
don't
share
really
my
put a
buddy's
value
content.
on taking care of children, even though we say that it's like the
I'll
most
review
important
it
thing in the
later
world,
and give
the
my opinions
ability
later.
to,
But
to
when I see that
leave
name,
that
that was my brother's
situation
name.
or
And
provide when something goes
no,
wrong,
I
when your
agree.
partner
People
is no
are
longer
disconnected
around.
from God.
That's really important,
People need to
right?
stand
And women have been left
up
destitute
and
because
stand on their
in the
principles
past.
more.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah,
they do
so
need to
I
move to
agree
the
that bad
country
things
and
can
live
happen. I
off,
also agree that a mother could
God's
die and a
creation.
father could be left to take care of his children and feel unprepared for that. So there's a lot of, I hear from feminists a lot of fear mongering of, okay, well, what if you commit yourself to a family? What if you never work and your husband abuses you or he dies and you can't be a stay-at-home mom. You can't commit to this
you can come over to the
vocation that
channel.
you were meant to do.
You can hit my name
best
up
thing
there
for your children,
and
best
go to
thing for
view
you,
channel.
because something bad might happen.
You can
When
come
I
over to the
easily
horizontal
fear-monger the other way
if you
and
need
say, well,
to.
what
If you're on your
you,
phone, I
I don't know,
understand.
go
It's
to
cool.
school
If you're on
for
the 5 years
and
and
become a dentist
that's
or
fine.
something, and then you get in an
It's all
awful
right.
accident and you can't
I
be
can
a
see your
dentist. Like,
comments
I can
anyway.
do the same fear
But I'm
mongering
just
the
saying, if
other
you
way.
wanted a wider
There's
look,
always bad things can happen,
horizontal
but
look,
that's not the majority.
more than
Building a
welcome
career
to
for
come to the
yourself is a
horizontal
good
chat.
safety for these things when things go wrong at home,
But that
right?
could go wrong,
But
right?
but there is no there's when things go wrong with like a vocation and you can't provide with that specific vocation, you can go to another vocation. This is about being able to be independent and provide for yourself if something goes wrong, right?
Right. So I guess what I'm saying is this mindset around independence, I think is something that is also toxic, to say, hey, women, like, do not commit to a family, do not commit to a man. You have to be independent, no matter what. I think that's not a good
necessarily.
messaging.
I think
for
women should commit. I think marriage and I think partnership is a really valuable thing. But I think partnership in modern day as well, especially, right? I think is it's complex, right? And the ability, like, I wouldn't want, let's say I'm the moneymaker and my husband ends up being really good at taking care of the kids. I wouldn't want him to if something happened to me, to not be able to to take care of our
Yeah,
children.
but we have safety
right?
nets in place for that, life insurance, things like that.
Not everybody does.
We sure. I mean, that's a pretty common safety structure.
Yeah,
but
me
in
and all
general,
my
like
brothers have
that's
Bible
not the
names.
majority of what's
Especially, like,
happening. We don't
working
Parents' name
class
is all out of the
fear
Bible.
for these
Mine's
other
Matthew.
things.
No, it's not even
So-
fear mongering though. It's making a calculated investment in your future to make sure, in case, you should always have a fallback, right?
Well, I would say back in the day when you're talking about women not being able to have bank accounts, these things like that, this was because women couldn't accrue debt, right? Like the men were the ones that were socially and legally financially responsible for the women. So I would say back then that was a better structure
Well,
to say,
I
hey,
don't-
women, you're taking the risk to stay home and not going,
No,
you're not going to work, you're staying home with the
You're
kids.
welcome.
So your husband is illegally, he can quite literally go to
But women
jail
were still
and
left-
he's taking on the debt.
Women were
He's
still
taking on the
left
debt.
destitute in that
Yes,
situation,
this
right?
is not the majority. I can point to 100 sob stories about women who, end up with their 50 cats at
But
home and they're lonely.
We're not advocating based on like what the majority is. We're advocating on what the worst case scenario could be, and we're trying to
tell women what's best for them based on an exception.
The rules, the laws are based off of exceptions. Yeah, absolutely. We go for the fringe cases when we look at laws, right? Because we want to cover as many people as possible.
That's an interesting claim.
So when we're looking at this, when we're advocating for things for women, right? We want to look at you want to be able to have a safety net, right? It's not about fear mongering. It's just a safe,
what's safer
strategic
than a marriage structure? What's safer than that? Because
well,
you
given that most women receive, most women experience domestic violence the first time that they're pregnant, given that most violence against women happens in the home, right?
In the home, you're right.
Yeah.
But it's not from their husbands.
I'm not saying it's from their husbands. I'm saying it's still in the home though,
It's
right?
in the home because of this degrading of the marriage structure. Not many women are getting married. Women are 60% more times more likely to get domestic violence experiences with a live-in boyfriend than their married
and
partner.
I'm not
They're
denying
safest in that
I'm not
structure.
denying that, but again, 1 in 3 domestic violence survivors experience it for the first time when they're pregnant, right? That's terrifying.
I'm not sure that specific stat, but I would bet a lot of money to say that that's not their husband. So that's a live-in boyfriend situation.
Either way, right? This is a person, you are at the most vulnerable point of your life.
I agree. That's awful,
right,
but
and
when
that's
you
why
take the virtue,
and that's why women should have a fallback, a safety, right, in case things happen, right?
So what is the state that they can get divorced now? Like they can
They can get divorced. They can have a career, right? Having a career, something to fall back onto, is important, right? Having a career that allows you to take time off for your pregnancy.
I think we can see time and time again that women are the safest and their children are the safest in a nuclear family structure with their biological fathers, the children. That is the best thing for women and children.
I
Just
would
every stat
agree.
shows
So
that.
here's the thing. I would agree with you that I think the nuclear family, having 2 parents in the home, is the best environment for a child, right? 2 good parents at home. We can see by every statistic that having both parents present, that children grow up, they're more educated, they're safer, they're better, right? But that is only the case when these marriages are working out, right? And we want people to plan and have safety nets.
Do you think divorce is good for children? Do you think that shows good outcomes?
I mean, I think overwhelmingly, like, it really depends, right? In most cases, a single family households, they don't do as well as
So
two
on the
families,
majority,
right?
like, do you think that divorce is good?
On the majority, I don't. It depends case by case,
You can
right?
look at the statistics of children for divorce. And
Yeah.
we can see that actually divorce tends to be more traumatic than a parent dying. For
Yeah,
children.
sure.
Right? So
But-
who is initiating 70%
But
of
that doesn't mean that men aren't pulling their weight, right? If women are the ones who are like doing the planning around the household, they're doing grocery shopping, right? Oftentimes men will wait, whereas women are more active with filing some things like divorce and things like that. So.
Well, okay. Well, the women will cite the reasons they're getting divorced, and the number one reasons are like irreconcilable differences, boredom, financial strain within the marriage.
I don't know if boredom is up
Boredom
there.
has been cited on surveys.
I'm sure
before.
I'm sure boredom has been cited, but I don't know if it's top 3.
It's top 4 at least, and well, at least I can say domestic violence is in the top 5.
Sure,
So
but we're
this
not.
rhetoric of women need safety nets because they're going to get abused just doesn't hold up.
No,
That's
it's not. I'm not saying. I'm saying that in the cases, I'm not saying all women are going to get abused. I don't think I've ever made that claim. I'm saying that there are going to be some women who get abused,
but to use
right?
that as to tell women, hey, forego being a stay-at-home mom, forego having children.
No,
even,
no,
forego
not at
getting
all.
married.
That's
You
not
don't
even.
think that's the messaging
That's
of
not even what I'm
feminism?
saying. What I'm saying is, I think women should be able to choose to be a stay-at-home mom if they want to.
Right.
Absolutely,
So does it
if they
all-
have the opportunity to do that.
Does
But a
it
lot
all
of women
come
don't have that.
Does it all come down to choice? Is that what is the
It's
best?
not a. It's
the
not.
highest good for feminists is the ability to choose.
I think when women have the ability to evaluate their own lives and see what they need in their lives and make choices based off of that,
They couldn't do that before feminism.
they not nearly as easily. No.
What does that even mean, though? They couldn't evaluate their lives and see what's best for them. They couldn't choose who they would marry. They couldn't pick where they live. They couldn't be near their families.
No, they couldn't. They actually couldn't pick where they live. They couldn't pick to be near their families.
How do you know that? They had
because
no
a lot
say.
of
They
the
were just
time,
chained in the
I
basement.
mean,
and
we
they
can
couldn't
look
do
at
anything.
cultural norms across society, across different cultures, right? Most of the time, women go to live with their husbands and their husbands' families, right?
Great. What's wrong with that?
Right, but if they can't choose to live near their family, then
They
right?
choose who they marry, though.
They choose who they marry,
Yeah.
right? But that doesn't always work out. And again, things
Again,
happen.
this
Things happen.
exception- Yes, this fear mongering is very effective
But
for
it's not
feminists.
fear mongering.
I agree.
It's just
fear-mongering.
making
It's
a
effective.
calculated. It's making a calculated assessment in the case that the worst goes wrong. I have a backup, right? But I think women should absolutely, like, if I could choose to be a stay-at-home mom, absolutely I would, right? But I'm not going to
Why
not
can't
build.
you choose that
I'm
now?
not going to not build a career in the background. So
Why
if
can't
something
you choose
happens,
to be a
right?
stay-at-home mom? Why can't you want to, but you can't? Why can't you?
Well, if I could, if I have a partner that wants to do that, right? But
But you
again,
wouldn't because you wouldn't trust him enough not to what? Beat
no,
you?
well,
Like-
it's no. I think you're missing my point here, right? I think women should be able to choose. I think most women, not even most. I think okay. I think a lot of women would choose if they had the ability to be a stay-at-home mom or at
I
least
agree.
part-time, at least
I
part-time,
agree,
right?
but they can't.
But
now.
a lot of the time that's not the case, and a lot of the time women find fulfillment outside the home, right? And so I think I think we need to allow these choices for women, because not everybody's going to be fulfilled just being in the home all
Do
day.
you think more women are fulfilled being a stay-at-home mom and taking
I
care
mean,
of their
there's
children
statistics-
versus working for some random man in
There's
HR or
statistics on this,
something?
actually.
I believe women say they're happier, but
No,
do you think they're more fulfilled.
let me pull it up here because I have it.
Yeah, self-reported happiness is very dubious, but go
So
ahead.
stay-at-home moms are more likely to be depressed, isolated, and economically vulnerable. And instead of offering financial and systemic support to these mothers, mainstream culture tells them that they should feel fulfilled and fortunate to do the most important job in the world. So I mean, like, the statistics really, it bears out, right?
I would
Like,
maybe even grant you part of that. I'm very wary of self-reported happiness, and I'd like to look at that and see how they took the sample size. But I maybe would grant you that there's a lot more isolation among
a lot of more
stay-at-home-
economic vulnerability.
She also brought up the economic.
Economically vulnerable
would
is a
you
real
grant that?
thing.
Well, I would say two things on that. I would say economically vulnerable. I would say women feel like they have to work now because, post, second wave feminism, we pushed every woman into the workforce, and now we've diluted the wages. We've upped the cost of living and the lifestyle expectation. So now women have this expectation of, I want to take all these vacations. I need to have a certain, lifestyle that they're meeting. So a lot of times they're citing like economic stress, and it's really just like lifestyle maintenance.
I think
in
our
this day and
country as a
age.
whole, I think our country as a whole is a better country than most countries because women go out and work. I think the diversity in the workforce actually has been a massive increase in our quality of life as a whole. I think America is one of the best countries in the world because of the way that we give people rights if they choose to go and work.
And it's a good that the birth rate is low, that is below
The birth
replacement
rate,
rates.
being low, is something that happens as a result of people being more educated, but it's also a result of there being less teen pregnancies than ever before in
Good,
history,
yeah,
which is
sure.
good, which is
Yes.
incredible. That's
Yes,
an
but
incredible
it's mostly
achievement
for
for
that
feminists.
first part. It's mostly from that first point. Which
No,
is
it's
we
not.
can
It's
have-
a lot
in
of it.
every country, we
A
can see
lot
the
of it
highest
is
correlate for low birth rate is women's access to higher education.
But a lot of women who get pregnant are uneducated women who are younger, who are predated on, right? Like teenagers, right? So I mean, I think the
Again,
fact
these like small instances.
it's
of,
not a
like,
small instance, right?
It's not
a small
majority,
instance
It's far from
at
the
all. This
majority.
used to be an epidemic in our country. Teen pregnancy used to be an epidemic, and now it's like we have brought it down lower
And you
than
think
ever
access to
before.
higher education has helped that. I'm talking about college and graduate school.
I think women, actually there's statistics on that. Women who are higher educated, their children end up faring much better.
Yes,
and
well,
I
you know
think
that.
and I think that actually trading off maybe a lower birth rate for children who are economically better off, intellectually better off, more better off in every perspective, every measurable
You're not even gonna
way.
have feminists if the birth rate keeps going down. You're not gonna have any. You're not gonna have any people. So that
We'll have people. We'll have people.
I don't think that you'll import them. I guess
We will have people.
Sure. But I don't think fixing the birth rate necessarily relies on eliminating feminism or going back to patriarchy. Going back, we're in patriarchy again. Like, you have to maybe define that term, because we are in patriarchy just inevitably. Like, you are quite literally appealing to men.
Sure. I mean, we live in
the
default of the world is that, yeah, women are generally secondary to men, right? Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
In certain ways, not in, dignity and things like that. But yes, there's a hierarchy like we have in many. We have a hierarchy in a family. We have a hierarchy in all sorts of places. It's not bad. That's a good thing.
No, hierarchies are not necessarily bad, but again, this doesn't work for everybody, right? And we want people who
Which goes back to my.
the system
it's all
doesn't
about
work.
Choice.
Look,
It's just
if the system
preference.
doesn't work for people, for certain people, they should have the ability to go out and seek a system that works for them.
Right. So it's just because I want to. That seems to be the crux of the feminist argument: is I want to because I want
No,
good because I want to. Because
feminism
they choose
has
because
proven,
they want to.
Like, again, women's education has led to lifetime earnings of
You already
girls
granted me that
dramatically
women have always been
increasing.
educated. You already granted that.
No, I didn't say women have always been educated. I said women have always been working.
They've always been
Women
educated
have always
as
been
well.
working,
They've
not always
been
educated
as well. Yes,
not
they have.
always educated.
In relation to men, yes, they have. Not
No,
every
they
man.
haven't.
Not every man was able to go to college. College was a privilege.
Yeah, right. And
it was
college was a privilege for
very
most
specific
people.
set of men. Correct.
Yes, for a very specific set of men, and then even an even lesser sect of women.
Correct. And then like 5 seconds later, it became equal, just
Wasn't
like
5
voting.
seconds.
It was
It took
like
a
in
while.
relative. It was.
It took a
was-
while.
and it was demand. It
And
was supply
globally-
meeting demand, not like a
And
lock on the door.
globally, we still see a huge divide when it comes
Sure.
to education,
Yes,
right?
well, yeah, I'm
we
talking about
can
Western
look at other places in the world, and we can look at other places in the world where women don't have the same rights, don't have the things afforded by feminism, and they have worse maternal mortality rates. They have worse quality of life for their children. They have their
Sure,
lives
that's
are worse
many
in
factors.
every
That has
measurable
very
way.
little
And
to do
so
with
for their children, right?
feminism. That has very little to do with feminism. I did want to grant you something though about women feeling lonelier, like a stay-at-home mom feeling lonelier
and more economically vulnerable.
Well, yes, we addressed that, but I agree with you. But I think part of that is because we've told women, hey, go get a job, go move to a big city, go be independent, go be by yourself. So then we've necessarily isolated them from their fathers, from their brothers, from
When
the
a
people
woman
that
has to
protect them.
go-
They don't have the community because no one's having children. You can't just go to your neighbor down the street who also has a kid. You are very lonely. I
when you
agree
go
with
to
you that.
when
but
you go
it's
to
also
when
feminism's fault.
you have a culture that encourages women to go live with their husbands' families, right? And
Well, I'm not even
leave
talking
their
about
families.
that. That's very
leave their
specific. I didn't
families.
mention
Well,
that.
wait a minute. Let me finish my point here, right? You have a culture that encourages women to go where their husbands are and be economically reliant on their husbands, right? And as a result, they don't have as much choice as to where to live, who they're surrounded by, right? You are going to be more lonely when you're away from your family.
That's not what's happening today. You're saying women are lonely today. That's
They
not.
are.
But you're also saying that
People
they're not.
don't live near their families anymore.
Correct, but it's not because of that structure that you're talking
It
about.
is
That
because
they're
of that
living with
structure.
their.
I mean, it's a combination of things. Actually, the nuclear family. Before we did that, we had like intergenerational families, and that was
Yes.
even better for children, right?
I
Because
agree.
you had grandparents
Sure,
living,
100%.
and the intergenerational families, these really worked for families. But the nuclear family itself is also a modern invention, right?
You mean without the intergenerational grandparents? I agree that the more family, the better. I'm all for like a communal, aunts and uncles and cousins like that. That is good.
But again, if you are
feminism
in a
doesn't solve
culture
that.
where women are kind of expected to go where their husbands are and be economically reliant on them,
But
right?
where are they going? Like, what do you mean they're going where their husbands? They're
go
meeting
where
their husbands and then they're settling down. Like, what is this
they go
phenomenon
where their
you're
husbands
speaking
go,
of?
right?
Like-
If you're completely reliant on your husband and his career, right, and you guys don't have equal footing in this, you're going to go where he goes, right? You're not going to be able to be around your family, your parents, your sisters, your brothers,
I kind
right?
of just reject that concept. I think that it's very possible to stay within your family. Maybe not in this day and age with this economy that unfortunately because of feminists, like the women have to go work and everyone has to work. So I agree we're in like a different
Women are
era. We
fulfilled
can't
by
ever
work,
go
though.
by. They're much more fulfilled by having children.
Women can be fulfilled
much
by
more
both, right? And if it were true that they're just as fulfilled by having children and not having a job, then we wouldn't see the statistics where that women are more unhappy and that they're more lonely and that they're more economically
Where are you seeing they're
vulnerable.
less happy? The happiest women, time and time again, are married women with children.
Married women with children who
Correct.
work.
I don't think I'm not.
Married
Well,
women
70%
with
of
children
women
who
are working,
work.
so sure they're all working. So I guess you can't even delineate these days.
Married women with children who work, married women with children who don't work are more unhappy than married
and I
women with
believe
children
it's
who
because what
work.
we're talking about, there's less community. But I also think when you fill their heads full of propaganda that they're worthless unless they're working for some, random guy at some random startup.
You can say this opposite for men, right? Men for centuries it's been, oh, men are worthless unless they can provide for a woman. I don't think that's
their duty.
I don't think that's right though. I think men are worth more. Men are worth more. Men are complex human beings with all sorts of things inside them.
What should men do? Just what they want? And women should just do what they want.
Men already, men and women should, both do what they want.
Men don't do it until men don't get to do it like women do it. They absolutely do.
What is the percentage of men who just completely abandon their children during a divorce?
Sure. There's really bad.
A lot of men
really
just
bad men and
walk away from their
really
families.
bad women
who are the ones
too.
who are overwhelmingly walking out on their families and not coming back?
There's really bad women too. Do you know that
there's really bad women too? But when we look at statistics, right, men are the ones who are overwhelmingly walking away from their families and being absentee fathers.
And children are more likely to be abused in a single mother household than a
but
single
that's
father
because
household.
because the men who stick around, are exceptional, right? They're great people. The men who stick around are exceptional. But the women, when men walk away, and you've got the average man and the average woman, of course you're going to have more people who are being abused in these households.
I can just say the same for women that we've like you're saying, we have the women who stayed because women
women don't have the same choice to just walk away from their families as men do. Otherwise, we'd see it happening equally. Or at least in a more less disparate way, maybe not equally.
I just want to get back to something you said about kind of how men get, like, what did you say exactly? Men, I summarize it as men get to do what they want. But what was your point there?
Well, I think men should be able to pursue what they want, right?
Sure. But I would say that men have duties in a society today that women do not, right? So I can name a few. For example, men have a duty to build and maintain infrastructure. So again, I think if women are really after egalitarianism, true equality, why aren't women banging on the doors of waste management systems and tiling and roofing?
I think we're having a miscommunication. We're having miscommunication. I said this in the beginning because I don't believe in this. I think men and women are fundamentally different. I think you think that too, right?
Yeah, but I think your foundation is just choice. And
no, it's not. So
maybe you can tell me
men
what your
and
goal
women,
is
men and
instead.
women are fundamentally different. They have different interests. They gravitate towards different things. I have never advocated for equality by itself. I think equality of opportunity, right? Women and men. Women and men,
they had the whole time.
No, they didn't have the entire time.
What were they?
Well, you are misconstruing my thing. What I said they had the entire time is that most women worked.
Right.
That doesn't mean that they were well compensated for their work. That doesn't mean that they had the same equality as men. That doesn't mean they had the same equality to go into the fields that they wanted to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when we look at when I'm talking about equality of opportunity, when you look at societies that have the most equality of opportunity, you see women and men diverge even further in the careers that they choose. And that's great. That's perfect. That's wonderful. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, okay, two things for that though. When you say compensated, I think you're still talking about this idea of like unpaid labor,
or just
not
valued, not valued,
okay,
right?
But I can show you many examples where men have these kind of at-home jobs that they're not compensated for.
Sure.
Security, plumber, killer
sure,
of
but
bugs.
these things are not 24/7 like caring for children, right?
Well, one of them has a weight that the others don't, which is someone breaks in the house, one of them's gonna go and fight to the death, and the other one's not. Right?
In all reality,
in
all reality, right? Like again, when somebody breaks into the house, like most women experience violence in their own homes. Their biggest threat is from within their own homes, right?
No relation to what I said. Yes,
but
so
when you're looking for a partner, I'm not necessarily looking for a guy who's going to. I mean, it would be nice if he can defend me if somebody breaks in, but my number one criteria is like, is he going to be safe for me to be at home with?
Sure, that should be the baseline. So then we move on from that because that's a very small percentage of women that's experiencing that, and then we move on from that and we say, okay, you are a woman with a husband and children. It's not the majority, so we can't use the exception as the rule. So you have.
I think it's more frequent than most people give it credit for, right?
Yes, but men also experice this too.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. But we agree also that men and women are different, and that when a man is domestically abusing a woman, she can die much easier,
I
right?
agree, but men actually experience, when we look at non-reciprocal violence, right? Women actually initiate that a lot.
I don't think that's right. Right. Women shouldn't
true.
do that. Women should be punished for doing things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that we can use this kind of like fear mongering of you know, your partner can beat
Your
you
partner
both
can
ways.
your partner can beat you both ways, but one side is more likely to die,
Sure.
right?
But what I'm talking about, this sort of duties and this household kind of
And be left,
vocations.
and their children's going to be more likely to be left without a
awful
parent.
things can happen. I agree. Awful things can happen in any moment, at any time. Like, but we don't.
But that's
use
what
that
that's
as
no,
a
we do.
foundation for what people should
People
do.
plan for the worst scenario all the time. That's what we do all the time in our
we
entire
make sure we have
lives.
community. We have sure. Okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, perfect timing. Yeah, I mean, listen, Papa Gibbs' motto is plan for the worst and hope for the best. And that's what we're doing now. But anyway, boys, we're going to be talking about this more in a second. We're going to take a brief break to read some super chats. We have Mr. Alleycat, 1969. What is the U.S. code for posting a seashell? All right. We got Raging Patriot, 1776er. We got, is this Fat Jake versus Skinny Jake debate? Ad homs don't win debates on either side. It was like a tennis match of buzzwords and catchphrases. Yeah. And then we have what did Michael Jackson have? Reverse Vitiligo Jake in the middle? I don't know. All right. And then, Shadowbacks 1 says, 499. You're wrong, Stardust. The 2007 article, differences in frequency of violence, 70% of women in non-reciprocal relationships were perpetrators of DV.
I don't think I ever disagreed with that, by the way. I think that women who do that should be punished. They should be reported and punished.
All right. And then we have Vestro 233 for $20. You can get a $1 million lifetime insurance policy for like $30 a month. You shouldn't advocate for a lifestyle based on worst case scenario, which it is easily insured against. And then we have Vestro 233 for another $5. Compare the number of men that walk out to the number of women who just get an abortion. As always, guys, listen, if you have not already granted monies to us, give it to Grid, give it to Glenn, give it to me. If you post on here, we will get your super chats read and we will get them in here and questions going. But like I said, these events do cost quite a bit of money. We are trying to expand, so make sure that you get them in, especially to Grid here. And once again, we want to thank Grid for helping put all together for this today. And thanks to all our wonderful competitors here. So go follow them. All right, and ladies, back to it. I do want to ask, though, just to moderate, because we've talked about a lot of the modern version of feminism. There's a couple of points in the history where I think feminism has come up. Abolitionists were mostly feminists and they freed slaves. That hurt us economically, but I think no slavery is probably good, right? And then we have the feminism during World War II when they went there, Rosie the Riveter. And then, however, the argument would be, they came and did it, and then it flips back to back to traditional values in the 50s. What are our thoughts about this? Is this a differentiation in feminism from the past, or are we still talking a continuation, or are you talking about feminism in general? What are your thoughts?
My opinion is that, women went back to doing their roles once, the men came back from war, right? But I would say today we have the strongest, most effective, most lethal, the most awesome military industrial complex than we've ever had. And that is because of the diversity that we have in our military. And it's because we have also women who are doing, maybe they're not doing combat roles, but they are doing supportive roles. And anybody who works in the military would say that is incredibly important, right? So having more people and having more perspectives makes us a much stronger country, makes us a better country. And I think this is truly why America is like the greatest country in the world.
I'll let you go ahead. I'll let you go ahead and respond to that as well, and then I'll let y'all go again.
Well, I think a lot of times, and I didn't get to speak about this, but this kind of false framing of history that feminists like to do. So the abolitionists, that was mainly Christians, right? So it's not the feminist movement. Like anytime a woman is involved in something, or a group of women, nuns, like groups of Christians, it doesn't mean it's feminism, right? Women were pushed to work around World War II. It had nothing to do with them like advocating for that. And like we just said, they just fell right back into their roles after. So again, there's a lot of soul and valor that the feminists like to do, that a lot of things, these kind of progress that we make can actually just be attributed to the Industrial Revolution, technology, things like that, just things getting more accessible to more people. It has absolutely nothing to do with feminism.
I mean,
I'm so sorry. Let me interrupt one more time. I have another person asking with a chat. So I guess let me just ask this real quick, since it seems to be a recurring question. What about the abortion versus birth rate kind of topic, where if we didn't have the abortion?
I think that's going to be a hard one, because we're probably going to disagree on this one.
Sure.
And that would probably launch into a whole different debate.
Yeah, I'll
which
let you go, and then we can go
I'd be happy to just debate that at another time, but I think that's just going to be a huge, that's going to take over the entire debate,
Well, sure, but I'll just say really quickly, if you want to talk about privilege over duty, feminist women get to go and have abortions at an insane rate. They're having millions of abortions a year. It's a great point by the person that asked that question. If you wanted true equality, maybe you would let men have a 50-50 say in abortions. It's their
I think
child
men
as
should
well.
have the ability to do paper abortions. Absolutely.
Okay. So
What is that?
they can
Just
just-
So
okay,
it's
I'm
like
an idiot.
so like
They can
men
abandon.
can decide to sign away any
So in
parental rights,
feminism,
right?
we're upset that men are leaving women in marriages because they're going to abandon their children. But also in feminism, you want them to just sign away the rights before
I mean,
the
not
children are even
necessarily.
born.
I think
feminism.
I think that we know, again, women and men are different, and because women bear the brunt of carrying a child, right? That is the majority. They're the ones who are changing their bodies for carrying a child, right? That yeah, of course, women do have a little bit more say in what they do with that body,
But
right?
because women get pregnant, they can kill their children, and men.
I mean, again, we're going to disagree fundamentally on this,
Sure.
right? So if we wanted to an abortion debate, we can do that at
Would
a
love
later
to
time. Yeah,
sometime,
yeah, we can do that at a later time.
Okay. Okay.
That was just the last one paid right as we were ending, and it was the second time someone brought it up, so I wanted to get it in.
So, yeah.
But yeah, go ahead and fight. Go ahead.
I mean, I think there's okay. So if I can name a few, I mean, we've got the Equal Credit Opportunity Act in 1974 that feminists really pushed for, which allowed
More
women
debt for
to
women.
access credit independently.
And now they have a ton of debt.
Sure, but this
More than
allowed
men.
this contributed to stronger family economic stability. Actually,
Always about money at the end of the day.
I mean, it's about economic stability, yeah, and that
that the best
contributes to a family's stability. Yes.
So economic material. That's again, like I said at the very beginning, it always comes down to transaction. Always comes to materialism.
Do you
it
think
comes to
that-
money or because I want to.
I'm so sorry, but the world runs on brute force and money.
I agree
and
with
that
you.
and we have and when we're
And that's
talking
why
about
feminism is
and
stupid
when we're
and
I
not
mean
gonna
no,
work
but you're
because of that
just
first
you're
point, the
appealing
brute
to
force.
you're appealing to only the brute force part and not to the part that money also runs the world. I'm sorry,
And we
live
need
in
women-
reality. We live in reality, and we need to accommodate and make sure that families can be stable. And
We
you
were
can't
doing
a family
just
can't be
fine.
stable.
We were doing
A
just
family
fine.
can't be
The
stable
economy
if they're
was doing
economically
just fine
unstable.
before women entered the workforce. You're
I
acting
mean, I'm
like
sorry,
it
it
would be a
wasn't. Women were
tragedy.
always in the workforce. We know this.
But
They
you
were
just
always
then,
in
but
the
then you're complaining they're not getting paid, so they're
I
actually
mean,
not in the workforce.
no, they were in the workforce. They worked in most women who were not rich worked in other industries. They worked maybe as cobblers, or they worked as housemaids or things like
Not
that,
most,
right?
Not most.
Most
No way.
women in poverty worked either in agriculture has been a huge industry that women have been employed in, right? So I mean,
already proved
you
to you
can
women
claim but this is just ahistorical through centuries, through
I
all
agree.
of human history. Women have worked. They
not
just
like they are today. They're not.
Yes,
it's not
they have. I
70%
mean,
of
maybe they did.
mothers working
Maybe they
full-time
didn't have the
versus
same
6.
choices. Maybe they didn't have the same career
They
trajectory.
didn't want to.
But women do want to. Otherwise, they
didn't
wouldn't have advocated
until
for it.
You guys told them they want to.
No, women are fulfilled going outside the home. The very fact that working mothers with children are more fulfilled and more happy in their lives than non-working women
are
with children.
stay-at-home moms not fulfilled? Are women that choose to stay home and raise their children
The
and be teachers and a nurse at home and work for their family
The
versus some
statistics
random
bear
guy?
out. The statistics bear out that yes, women at home who are stay-at-home mothers who don't have other jobs are more economically vulnerable, lonely, depressed, and more likely to be on
Well, we've
drugs.
explained
Actually,
the loneliness thing, and I agree that maybe a lot of women that feel like they have to work, that causes depression. I know a lot of women that wish they could stay home and they can't because of this economy that the feminists have created by pushing every single woman into the workforce.
I don't think it's the economy that women have always worked. They've just never been compensated, right? A lot of women
Right,
work
but
in agriculture.
You just said that they were. You just said that they were helping the economy because they were getting paid.
I mean, they were getting paid, but
we
not
can't live without
compensated
their money.
fairly, right? So, I mean, that you can look at, like, for example, and I'm sure that you can see this in other parts of the world too, but like in India for the longest time, women worked and they did agriculture work. They worked on the farm with their husbands,
not
but
denying
everything that they
women did.
did,
I'm not
all of the
denying that.
work that they did was attributed to their husband, not to them, right?
Well, it was the household because this was something that was valuable. Was working for the family, was being a part of a
Right,
structure.
but do you
It
think
wasn't
that a
just
woman working on the
independence,
farm,
me.
a woman working in agriculture on the farm has the ability to stay home with her children? Obviously not.
A woman that works
On the
wait, say it again.
farm, like in agriculture,
Well,
like on
their
a farm.
Farm is at their home typically.
No, it's not. Most people
was.
working on farms are not working at their homes. What
That
are you
was,
talking
That
about?
was a big structure in early 20th century. Yes,
Maybe
was the homestead.
maybe in America.
Pre-industrial.
Maybe
yes,
in
that's what I'm
America.
talking about. talking about Western feminism.
Well,
We
oh,
can
you're
have
talking
a
about
debate
Western feminism. We're
I
not
don't
talking about feminism as a whole then.
Well, because you can't possibly defend feminism. What does that even mean? You're talking about
Feminism, I defined
ever?
it for you. I defined it from the beginning that we're looking for equality of opportunity, right?
And you already said we had that because women have
No, we
always
didn't.
worked.
I said we didn't have that.
But you
Women
have-
all have always worked, but that doesn't mean they have the equality of
And
opportunity.
So what equality of opportunity are you
the
still
ability,
working for
the
today?
ability to build fulfilling careers
And
if they
they've done
choose
that.
to.
What are they doing today? What do they want to do today?
Today, I think maintaining that, not having a backsliding,
But
right?
they did it. Feminism's over.
No, it's not over. We still have things
Aw,
to work
man.
for. I mean, we work for things like equal prosecutions for women who abuse children versus
For
men who abuse children.
25% of women under the age of 25 on OnlyFans, for 1 million abortions a year.
I mean, doing
1
OnlyFans
in
is
4
your
on
choice.
SSRIs.
I'm sorry, but you can't blame feminism for a choice you made. That's like you're infantilizing yourself now.
A choice.
Are you a baby? Oh no, I made a choice that I didn't like.
But that's all. That's our whole foundation
Like-
is a choice.
Yeah,
Your
you have
whole
a choice.
foundation is-
Women have choices, and you take accountability for the choices you make.
Agreed. And we
Yeah,
should,
and so
we
if a
do.
woman wants to go out and work and she
But
wants
you-
to make a
you
career for
don't hold
herself,
them accountable.
she holds
You
herself
guys don't-
accountable.
You don't hold them accountable.
I
You
do.
celebrate them.
I do.
A
If
woman
they
that
want to, if they decide like, oh no, boohoo, I didn't like that. Well, I'm sorry, you made that choice. You can make another choice.
But you guys don't care what they do because it's all about choice. There's nothing better or worse for you
No,
about a
it's
woman
about-
choosing
it's
to do
about their
OnlyFans
ability to
versus
choose-
having a family.
It's
Like,
about
oh, right,
choosing. I'm
exactly.
sorry, I never chose OnlyFans. That was your choice.
Okay, that's
that
fine.
was your
Good for
choice.
you, but
I'm sorry, like
no-
that. I didn't have that. That never crossed my mind, and I was a feminist my
But
entire life.
My
So
point is that you have no foundational.
that's your choice. You can't.
Yeah,
You're
okay.
you're just looking
I
for
get
no
it.
accountability.
You
You
have
want to be
nothing
taken
else
care
but
of. You
that.
want
I
a
got it.
daddy who's going to tell
I
you
got
what's
it.
good and what's bad.
Yeah, you have
right?
nothing
I'm
else.
sorry.
All right,
That's
here
your
we go.
choice.
Evolving very quickly.
I mean, look. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you went through that. I'm sorry. I think the sex industry is very
Well, I had
exploitative.
feminists in my ear telling me that it was just as good as any other choice.
I
right?
mean,
You would
I
tell them
didn't.
that, you know,
I didn't think
so
it was
you
that.
can be
No,
condescending.
actually,
You can
I
be
don't think that it's.
condescending,
I don't
but
think.
you
I
have
don't think
no
all choices are equal. I don't think all choices are equal. I'm not one of these women. No,
Well,
I
so
don't.
let me
I'm not
ask
one
you
of these
this.
women.
Actually, that's
I
actually
don't.
interesting.
I don't think women. I'm not one of these women who thinks that sex work is good for women. That's not a common thing in
Feminists
feminism.
believe
No,
that?
it's not.
Of
Women,
course it
feminists.
is.
Sounds
disagree on
like
this
Admiral
all the
Gibbs
time.
there.
There are huge arguments. over this.
moderator,
I know what
host.
you're talking about.
Done took his hat
so
off.
much of.
Is he getting
much
frustrated
yes,
with him, you think?
There's a subset of feminists who believe, oh yeah, girl boss queen, go do what you want. There's a huge subset of feminism who's like, no, I don't think that's good for women. I don't think that's healthy for a young woman. No, I don't think so. I've never thought that, and that's why I
you
never
have no
did
leg
it.
to stand on
That's
because-
why I never
yeah,
did it,
because
and
it's
why I
just-
never advocate for it.
Let me ask this because I think that's interesting though. 'cause-
That's your choice. I'm sorry.
Well, sure, but let me expand this here a little bit because let's just stand out at OnlyFans. So, like, many conservatives have argued, like, okay, well, then that should apply for, like, okay, with children, or you choose to marry someone, like, you should stay in it. You chose them. Like, what is that the same kind of mindset? Would you apply that to those situations?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So, okay, let me try to finish. So, like, a lot of people would argue that, like, there should be, if you get married, you should never, like, go against it, right? Like, so, like, once you choose to get married or you choose to have a children, you should be stuck with this.
No, I think if you choose to go into OnlyFans, you have the choice to leave it. If you choose to get into a marriage that ends up not being good for you, you should leave it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess, do you have an issue with that?
Well, her moral foundation just comes down to preference and choice. She has no actual leg to stand on to say that one of those choices is better than other. Because
No, I do think
because
there are
your
better
whole
choices.
feminism is we want
Well,
them to have your literal
I
definition.
want
is
women
equality
to
of opportunity.
equality of opportunity.
AKA choice.
Equality of opportunity doesn't mean that I think women should be getting into sex work.
What? That's an
But they
equal.
should have
No,
the
it's
choice
not.
to get into sex
I
work
think
if they want.
I think equality of opportunity is women should have the ability to build careers for themselves, to financially provide for
Should they
themselves.
have the choice to go into sex work?
I personally don't think women under the age of like 25
Oh, wait,
should even
you're
consider
limiting
that.
choices? That's not very feminist.
I
of
don't think
you.
they should do that.
That's not equal opportunity.
I think that we
That's
should
not equal
societally,
opportunity.
well, I think they can have the choice, but I think societally we should discourage that.
We
We can discourage that.
But you don't.
Thanks for
like,
stopping
make
by,
it
Timothy
say
Travis.
you
I
don't,
do.
Welcome here anytime.
I'm so sorry that you've only
Oh
been
my
exposed. You've
gosh.
only been exposed to one set of feminists, and
I
you don't know the broad spectrum that most women.
Open your eyes.
I mean, I'm so sorry that again you made a bad choice. You made the choice to get out of it. I'm happy for you. I'm sorry that you went through that, but I didn't make that choice, and there are plenty of women women every day who don't make that choice.
Let me
And I'm
ask this
sorry.
too, because you brought this up, and I'm kind of curious. You said there's y'all mentioned Western feminism versus regular feminism. What is it like a distinction?
I think Western feminism is the same thing as regular feminism. I think there's some people who get very into first world problems, which is like a little bit like I'm not really into that. But I think overall, when we're talking about like economic freedom, economic movement, right? I think that's something that women should have access to.
Why? Why should women have access to that?
Because not every woman is fulfilled being at home.
So again, it's just their choice. It's because they don't want to.
They should have your quality of life is going to be better, right?
You think men want to do half the crap they have to do?
Women should have the ability to access education. We know that these things, women having the ability to access higher education leads to better outcomes for children. Overall.
Okay, so go to college, but have kids. Have kids and go to college.
Yeah, go ahead, do that, and build a career for yourself if you want to at the same time.
Yes, again, it's just about choice. So any choice a woman makes is a good choice because she chose it. But you do not hold men to that standard. Because I would believe that should men be excused from the draft? Should men?
I think women should be included in the draft.
Okay,
actually.
that's a little coherent.
I think actually, if anything, women should be encouraged to join the military.
On the front lines?
I don't know about the front lines because we know men and women are
That's
different.
not very equal.
Well, men and women are different. We both acknowledge that, right? They're biologically,
I don't know.
physically
I
different.
heard a trans argument you did. I'm not sure you actually believe
A
that.
trans argument.
A trans debate you did. I'm not sure you actually believe
debate
that.
I've debated and I've said men and women are different and trans women are different from women, right? But I've said that many times and that's gotten me into a lot of trouble. I'm not your typical person that's like a gung-ho leftist, okay? I'm a very moderate centrist liberal. So I would say that yes, men and women are different. Women excel in caretaking jobs, like we both know,
And
being doctors, being nurses,
before feminism, they've
being
done
doctors,
those
but
jobs.
going to a female doctor, you're probably going to get a better outcome than
that's
a
not my
male. I mean, statistics also show that. But I will say, I think having women. I mean, I believe I read it.
I would fact check that.
I read it like maybe this is 5 years ago, so I would check it again. Yeah, but I will say that having more women should be encouraged to go into the military and provide supportive roles, right?
But why not on the front lines?
Because we know that men and women are different, right?
And so say they shouldn't have the same duty to their country to die.
They do. They have a duty to their country to die, but women also die. Women die giving birth, right?
Not in nearly the same amount as men die.
Women die. Women are very vulnerable to death.
Well, let me ask you this because you can be in the military. Okay, so let's just say hypothetically, I know you're obviously not pro. I guess it seems like having the women in the military on the front line. Would you want the women if you were? Let's just say you were for this. Like obviously, Stardust put out, no, I don't want them on the front line because there's a difference. Would you argue that they should be on the front line?
Yeah, I think feminists should be on the front line.
Despite the fact that it might cause more men to be killed?
Put feminists on the front line. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they want equality. Okay, bye.
This is spite. At this point, this is spite driven for you because you don't care about the actual outcome, right?
Of course, I care about the outcome.
You don't care. If you care about the actual outcome of the military, of the men, you care about the men in the military, you probably wouldn't put them in the front line, right? You know that the military today is stronger, more lethal than ever because we have massive amount of different people in the military providing support roles, providing tech roles, providing all sorts of.
Right?
We do need the women. We do.
If it were just men or just women,
we do need women. Absolutely, we need women. I think it's horrible that we saw recently Hegseth didn't promote two women who were who were pushed by the Navy. The Navy themselves wanted these women to get promotions, and he decided not to. I think women and men want to be part of a military. Men want to be part of a military that is based on merit, and if they see their female colleagues who they think are deserving of a promotion not getting that, a lot of men are going to be like, "Hey, I don't know if I want to be part of this." And same thing to women who could be great assets to the military.
You care about merit, but white women are the biggest.
Let me pause you, ladies, 1 second. Hey, it's getting real loud from the peanut gallery again, boys. It's getting real distracted. Sorry, guys.
White women were the biggest, they got the most benefits out of DEI policies. So I'm not sure you guys.
And then that's why we reform these things. That's why we reform them. These. Hey, I'm Asian and I'm Indian, so I got the least benefits when it came to college applications.
My only point about the front lines is that if you guys, it seems to me that feminists only want equality where they want it. They want equality in the cushy jobs, in the office jobs, in the HR jobs. They don't want equality in construction jobs and sewage waste. Do you think men want to do those jobs?
Well, here's the thing. Men and women are different, right? And we know that men and women, we know that men and women are not capable of the same jobs.
I agree.
And that's why That's why men tend to overwhelmingly take those jobs. But if a woman is capable of doing that job and wants to do that job, sure, why not?
They're not really.
But if
There
they're
is
not
one
capable,
job that the women are specifically really capable at that they're not doing, having children, right? And raising their children. So
I mean, men are capable of raising children too, right?
Yeah, fine.
And
but
they don't
are
really
they
do that
having
either.
children? Are they having them?
I mean, again, it takes two to tango, right? How many men
Sure,
waste women's
but-
time when it comes to, there are tons of women I know who want to settle down, have kids, and tons of men who don't want to. So, I mean, it goes both ways.
I would challenge that. I
But
don't
it
believe
goes
that.
both
I reject
ways.
that. My main point is that we clearly, and you clearly, hold expectations for men in a society. You have duties for them. Women have these expectations within a society as well as within a family structure, right? Like men have duties in the house. Men are expected to die for their families. They're expected to die for their countries. They can be drafted at any minute. They have to sign up for the draft. They do the dirty, dangerous
We
jobs.
haven't had a
They have
draft.
like 90. It doesn't
So the
matter.
draft
They
hasn't
can-
been used,
it
and the
doesn't
draft hasn't
matter.
been in
It can
effect
any
for like
minute. It could be
decades.
used tomorrow. Who
Sure, but
cares?
then women should be allowed to sign up for the draft too.
Okay, but not on the front line, says you, because
Well,
of the
yeah,
outcomes.
because we know that they're different. It would probably be a detriment to
So
the
again,
military's
it's the same thing you guys
effectiveness.
do with the workforce. If
No,
they
but
should be in the workforce.
do you
but
want
only
the
in
most
these like nice, helpful roles?
Do you
not
want
in
the
ones
most
that are
effective
hard.
military in the world or not?
I want if feminists want equality, I want them to be consistent.
So yes,
This is
if
about
you
what
want,
I want, this is
no,
about
no,
what
no,
you
we
want.
can have
Well,
equality
that's a
and
good
still
question she's
acknowledge the
asking.
differences between men and women. I feel like you're being very anti women, women being different than men. I would think that somebody who's into traditional stuff like the patriarchy would acknowledge that men and women are different.
I'm challenging your worldview.
Well,
But my worldview is
let me
not
just
that.
ask this real quick,
You're
'cause-
describing a worldview that I don't have.
Because you're saying this about the thing, and I think that maybe I'm missing something there. So like, I understand your argument, or the least effective, right? Would you disagree with the idea that like it's not necessarily equality if like we put the women in there and then it causes more men to die because they're not qualified for this role? Would you argue that that is
No,
equality?
I'm just saying that women need to understand what they want. If they want
Okay.
equality in the workforce, they want equality in the workforce only in the easy jobs. If they want equality in the military,
they
they want
want
it in the easy
in
jobs,
jobs that they can
and the ones that
do.
aren't dangerous. And then you're asking
jobs that
and
they
by
can do,
nature
though.
of that, though, by nature of taking the jobs that you don't want to do or that they can do,
It's not
fine, that
about
they can
want, it's
do,
about what they
who has
can
to
do.
the other jobs, then?
Right, but again,
By
men and
duty.
women
Who has
gravitate
to
to
do the
different
other
things.
jobs?
Men and women gravitate to different things.
It's not about
right?
gravitate. You already just told me it's about ability. It's not about gravitating.
It's
It's, about what they can do
It's
by
about
nature.
yes, they gravitate, and also by nature, they are capable of doing different things, and they're going to be better and worse at different things. And I think
Men are
equality of
choosing
equality again, my thing is not equality of outcome. My thing is equality of opportunity, and that's where we're having a difference here,
So
right?
give them the opportunity to be drafted. They don't have.
Yeah,
that
they should have the opportunity to be drafted, and I agree
In
with
the
that.
same
But the
exact way that
equality,
men are.
the equality of opportunity is the equality for them to be in the military, to provide support, to do important jobs in the military, and sometimes those are going to be combat. Most of the time, they're not going to. But the fact is that if we want like this equality of opportunity, we know that men and women are not equal. We don't want to create
Right, you said it.
Well,
You got
yeah,
it.
where they're not equal in every way, and
Right.
we want them to be able to benefit society in the best way possible to
And
their own
what is the
strengths.
best- what is a better way that women can benefit society than to have children and raise them?
They can have children and raise them and still have fulfilling
But
careers.
they are not doing that.
Yeah, but that is something that can be improved by
How?
not eliminating feminism.
Okay, how? So how are you going to have?
Encouraging women to have more children.
How
You know?
you're going to keep telling them their husbands are going to beat them and they have to get jobs?
I
or
didn't
else
say
they're
that.
gonna
I
be
said we plan for the worst and hope for the best, right?
okay, that's not an answer to how you're going to. How are
I
you
mean,
going to make women want to have children?
Women can have children while still having careers,
I
and
agree,
I think,
but they're not.
but
they're
we
not.
need to stop making this thing where it's either or. You don't have to make an either or.
Okay, but that's
you can
that's
have
a great
both.
assertion.
I
Can you
mean,
prove it?
I think your side is actually one of these people, one of these groups that's pushing the either or. I'm not.
No, I've
It's not.
already
It's not either or.
granted-
You can be both.
Okay, you're
Women
not
can be
engaging.
women can be both.
Again, you've already granted to me that women have always worked. I've always said that. Okay, we've already said that women can work and have children. Sure, they just didn't work in the capacity that they do today.
I
You
mean, they
say,
didn't get
well, they can have
compensated. They
full-time
didn't
careers,
work in the
they
same
can-
ways. Yeah,
sure, like,
and
what-
also children worked back in the day too. Child labor, was rampant.
Cool.
So
Okay, anyway, so the point is
should we
that
bring child labor back?
no. So the point is that you're saying women can have full-time careers and have children. My point is that they are having full-time careers and they're not having children. And then you
But
say,
so are
well, we
men.
can make them have children.
So are men. And
Okay,
this is not a
how?
one. This is it takes two to tango.
Well, if
men are
women
part of
didn't
the
abort
problem.
1.6 million babies a year.
Yeah, men
did their
men
part,
are
and
men
then
are
women
part of the
kill
problem.
them.
Men don't want those children either.
What? What do you? How do you even?
They don't.
That?
They don't. They wouldn't walk away disproportionately if they wanted those kids.
Okay. Well, I would, if we compared the number of abortions to men walking away, I think women would win that one pretty easily.
I think if men could get abortions, they would have way
okay,
more.
Cool. Like, I guess maybe, but that has no relevance to what we're talking about. You're telling me
I
that,
think it's relevant. So
no, you have no solutions for actually improving the birth rate.
What is your solution to improving the birth rate?
To reverse the years of propaganda you guys have ensued on women by having our own propaganda campaign. Stop telling women that their husbands are going to beat them. Stop telling them that motherhood is some sort of trap and that they have to have some sort of backup plan.
I don't think I've ever
create a
said
more
those
virtuous
things.
Society, push Christianity back into society.
I don't think I've ever said anything that
I'm talking about
contradicts
my
these.
idea.
So
I'm not talking about what you're talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but again, like these are things you're making.
You're
making
aligning
like
with
these.
yourself a feminist movement, and then you're picking the parts of feminism that you like and saying, "Oh, well, I'm not that feminist."
Hey, most feminists align with me. Most feminists are moderates.
No, absolutely not.
If you're only talking to like Gen Zers, yeah, of course you're gonna get like crazy radicals, because every kid is a radical.
No.
But once you
it's not just about the people now; it's about the founders. Look at the way it's the feminists. Look at their quotes. Simone de Beauvoir has a quote about dismantling the nuclear family. How women will never be truly free unless we do not give them the option to have children. Unless they they will pick that. That's what she claims.
They should have the option to choose when they want to have kids.
And they've always had that option. Who's making them have kids?
Not really.
Let me jump in here, ladies, because we're getting close on time. So let me just read these super chats, and then we will go into closings. This has been a really exciting and debate, and I was looking forward to it. And y'all did not disappoint so far. Let me just go ahead and read these. All right, we got. Let's see the last one. Okay, Echo 5 Sierra 1775. If men and women are different, how can they be equal? I'll go ahead and let you get a quick one on that.
Again, equality of opportunity. And I think a woman not being as strong as a man doesn't mean that she's not deserving of equality and like dignity and choice and her place in society.
All right, thank you so much. And then we have Shadowback 1 for $2.99. Daddy chill. What the hell is even that? All right, that's
What did they say?
Daddy chill. Like from that meme.
I don't think I know it.
Oh, it's a funny meme. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it other than that.
My favorite meme right now is John Pork is calling. John Pork?
Oh, yeah. Oh, those are so funny. They put him in there. I love the one where it's like John Pork's at the old grandma's house.
Yeah, and they keep showing John
Yeah,
Pork.
those are
like, who the hell is this? Like, yeah.
But all right, let's go. So you were the affirmative to start?
Yes.
All right. So you're going to be starting us off with your closing. I believe that is all the super chats. Is that all the super chats? All right, it is. So we're going to go to closings. You have 5 minutes. The quick little tidbit. Once we're done with your closing, go ahead and tell us who you are, where to find you. Both of y'all do that. And then we're going to have lunch. And it looks like we're going to be taking a quick break for lunch. I think we'll be back for the main card here at 5:15-ish or so. We're going to be having a secondary commentary team going as well. So exciting things to come. Stick around. Go ahead, Ms. Stardust. Hit us off with your closing.
Okay, so yeah, I think I just want to end on. Again, this for me is about equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Because equality of outcome, it's just not something that I'm aiming for. It's not something that's realistic, right? We know that men and women are different, and that's totally fine, and it's beautiful. And men and women should be able to pursue their desires, their passions, and make a family together. But again, this whole birth rate issue it takes two. It takes two. We cannot blame it all on one side, right? And I will say again, I think feminism has not just benefited women, it's helped men. We've got legal paternity rights. Feminist efforts introduced legal changes recognizing protection for paternity rights. There was sexual assault awareness. Feminist movements have raised awareness about sexual assault against men, challenging stereotypes, et cetera, et cetera. Support for male survivors of domestic violence has been something that the feminist movement has been heavily contributing to and raising awareness about. And we've got advocacy for male victims of human trafficking. So feminists have also been advocating and making efforts addressing gender-based violence and have also included advocacy for male victims of human trafficking. I mean, and human trafficking itself is a global problem where so many of the victims are even underage children, right? And I think that is a huge thing that, advocating against that, bringing awareness to that is a huge thing, right? And I do think, again, women's education, when we invest in girls secondary education. We see the lifetime earnings of a woman dramatically increases, the national growth rates increase, child marriage rates decline, child mortality falls, maternal mortality falls, and child stunting drops. I mean, this is incredible. And obviously, women being highly educated is better for their children. Their children have better outcomes too. And then, you know, we can look again, you know, women's happiness. Like, we can talk about this. Stay-at-home moms with children who don't have careers are on average less happy. They're more lonely, they're more depressed, they have more economic vulnerability versus women with children who have careers, right? And a lot of people find fulfillment and passion in a career on top of having children, on top of having a family. I don't think we should be saying men and women have to choose one or the other. They should be able to choose both. I guess what I'll finish on is, you know, we talk about like male loneliness, but you know, there is a female loneliness problem as well that has always existed. And I think we should address these things in a two-pronged way. We should address the birth rate issues in a two-pronged way. It is not just all on one gender. So.
All right. Is that it?
I think that's it. Yeah.
All right. Well, where can they find you? What do you do normally? Tell us.
Yeah. So I'm Stardust. You can find me youtube.com/ at Stardust IRL, and Tik.com/Stardust. Those are where I do like live streams and IRL content. And then if you want to see video essays, it's youtube.com/Stardust officially. For all of my links, you can just go to fromstardust.net. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I'm like a centrist. Not center, I mean center left, moderate Democrat, you know, moderate liberal. You know, I think you know, a lot of people try to put me into a box. I either get called like a Nazi or like a communist, and I'm not either one of those things. So, yeah. Nice to meet you all.
And she also does comedy stuff. I believe a while back. This was a while back. I was on there, and they were debating who my daddy was. Yeah, they put me on trial for who my daddy was. It was a good time.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah, it was hilarious. So check her out. Great, fantastic stuff over there. Miss Taylor, go ahead and give us your closing. Tell us who you are.
All right. Well, thanks guys for having me. This was a last minute thing for me, so it was really fun. So my opponent states that she wants equality of opportunity, but also kind of conceded that that is not possible because she has already claimed that there are some jobs that women are not able to do. So there is no world where equal opportunity is even possible. So feminism absolutely just doesn't make sense. It's not a coherent concept. Ultimately, it comes down to what women want. They want to do it because they want to do it. It comes down to materialism, about making money, about gathering things, and ultimately devoids them of duty. It degrades their highest purpose, which is motherhood, down to some sort of job to which they are owed money for. Again, it's all transactional. And ultimately, women just aren't happy. She keeps kind of saying that like women are happy now, and they're actually not. You know, we have statistics that show that women are on more medication than ever. They're reporting less happiness over the last 50 years relative to men and to themselves. So if feminism was supposed to make women happy and safer, it is failing. Women are less safe than ever. They're more likely to be abused when they're not in a marriage, nuclear family structure. And most importantly, children are less safe. They are more likely to be abused in a single mother household or a single other household than in a marriage structure. So ultimately, feminism is not good for women and children. It makes them less safe, less happy, and just, you know, makes for an incoherent ideology. So I will close with that. And thank you guys.
And where do they find you?
Oh, yes. So I really just do TikTok and Instagram. I have some debate videos under Taylor Fogarty. You can find them wherever, but all my ats are Taylor is online 0. So find me there.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. These ladies actually went way out of their way here to be our main event of our undercard. They both are coming in from other stuff, and they got other stuff going on. They flew in. They're literally here for this debate, and then they're about to fly out. So we greatly appreciate them. Let me get a round of applause for these ladies here. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are outstanding. Really enjoyed that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And y'all we have food. I know y'all kind of are on a schedule. So if y'all want, we have Terry Blacks over there for you ladies. I'm going to go ahead and give us a few pointers before we cut the break. But y'all are welcome to go get food right now or do whatever y'all got to do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ladies. All right. So for the rest of us, before I give you all send us off the break, we have a lot of exciting stuff. We're about to start our main card. I believe we're going to be having Terry Blacks here, guys. If you didn't come to this event and you went somewhere else, you're not getting the best food here. I'm just saying, Terry Blacks is an institution. It's been here. It's the brother of the oldest barbecue pitmaster in Texas. It's fantastic. Give me one other second here. I'm going to promo out a couple others. Coming up next, we have the debate for morality versus modesty between Flow State, aka the Pat and Dusty, and then Jake Barr is going to return to argue about this. It's basically going to be a very interesting debate. Then we're going to have the Vince Wilson show versus average debate enjoyer about if Trump is the most corrupt president since Reagan. Is that correct? Reagan, right? I was going to say Nixon, but I'm wrong. So it's Reagan. So it's going to be hot and spicy, boys. I can't wait. That's going to be our exciting political headliner for the night. Then at the end here, we're going to have Father Joseph versus the Pat and Dusty on whether if there is or not a God. And I tell you what, brothers, it's going to be exciting times. I can't wait to hear it. It's going to be fun stuff to end on. We're going to be really getting going here after that. So we're going to put us on pause. Stay tuned in here. Leave us lurk if you want. We're going to be going live probably about 5:15 after we eat. So stay tuned. Don't dip out. Is there anything else I need to go before we cut? All right, we're going to go to break. Enjoy the pause screen, the music, and we'll be back in about 30, 45 minutes. Thank you.
All right. You heard it there. The final debate coming up. We're going to just sit here and do it live, guys. I'll sit here and do it live. We'll sit here and do it live. What do y'all think? As long as they keep it live going, we'll keep it live, guys. What do y'all think? We'll stay here and keep it live, guys. Uh-oh. We're going to listen to them talk.
All right. I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm running like 4 different systems. I'm over here.
Yeah.
I'm over there. I'm in your mom's underwear. I'm everywhere. Okay. But let me go and get the ladies here. Ladies.
Echo bad, buddy.
Hey. Ladies. You guys can be BFFs later. I need you to come over here and talk to me about the debate. All right. So this was a good debate. Where do you think like her strongest argument was?
I think that one.
Maybe it's just them talking in the
I
background.
think probably the one of the harder things to kind of argue against and you kind of have to really formulate it well is this idea that that feminism is only purely about choice, right? And I think a lot of things in society are purely out of choice, right? But feminism itself is not necessarily about choice. It's about like yes, history and overall everything's been viewed through this lens from more of like a male lens, right? And giving equality of opportunity. Also, we had a disconnect, right? And even at the end, we still had this disconnect where equality of opportunity does not mean equality of outcome, right? I'm not, and it's never going to be that way, right? But equality of, this is a disconnect, right? So I think probably the choice thing, right, is one of the ones where it's like you kind of have to kind of really more explain why it's not just about choice, it's about outcome, and the outcomes of having a more gender equal society, or at least the opportunity for equality, tends to bear out better results economically and in general for people. So yeah.
And what about you? What do you think was her strongest argument?
Yeah, I mean, I think on the face of it, it can be kind of an emotionally compelling argument to say, well, we want to keep women safe. We want, women have been oppressed. And when you frame it that way, sure, it can be kind of hard to argue against, to say, well, of course, we don't want women to be like this oppressed, class of people. On the face of it, we want people to have choice. But when you dig deeper, kind of what she said, that it's hard to defend.
Do you think there's anything you guys agreed upon? Like, you guys find any okay, we could agree on this principle here?
We agree on what we should societally encourage women to do, right?
Sure, I think she's probably not she's maybe not the most radical feminist I've met, so I'm sure there's something there.
Were you more radical than she was when you were a feminist?
Probably.
I think I'm radical, but I think it doesn't show, right? In quite the same way. I'm radical in a different way than probably the radical feminists that you interact with, right? I think I'm very radical, but I don't know.
Are you two ladies hungry? Because we got food.
Yes. A little bit. I'm excited.
Okay. All right, so we were going to take a break. I'm going to run over there, push the next button, because nobody else can push the buttons but me. So, ladies, thank you. We're going to be on a break. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back after we have a lunch. All right, I got to run.
Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring.
Got it muted there for a minute because of the music, guys. Sorry about that. Let's just take this off real quick. You see it right here live. They will return in a few minutes after they eat. They're going to come back. This is the upcoming card. We have the Andrew Wilson, I think the main debate, and then we got Flow State coming up versus who did he just say Flow State was debating? Jake Var, I guess it is. The Powdered Dusty, they call him. He used to go by Flow State. Some people still call him that. His name's the Powdered Dusty. He will be taking on Jake Var, and then, or I think, also he said he would be taking on Father Joseph. If God is real, the debate, if God is real. You don't want to miss out on those. Make sure you turn your TV on and stick around, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me there, I was getting done eating, so. Like I said, guys, we are here. We're not going anywhere. We just got music going on. I don't really want to get hit with the music on YouTube. Excuse me there. Just got done eating some tacos. We're going to check in with another channel and see what's going on with them. Quick, guys. Chill out. Chill out. Chill out. We're going to check it out and see what's going on here. Okay, so they've dropped a little bit. Yeah, they're all waiting. Let's go, Flow. They're saying over in this other chat, don't worry, we got you. Does these opportunities come with lowered standards? So I'm going to read some chat off for a minute. Starbro seems familiar, but to be fair, society generally claims to be unhappy, but who's in common happy matters? Wait, what? Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Someone said, great, we exposed potential fraud and caused more problems. Yeah, for feminists. Dame immigrants. Don't take the opportunity to be cannon fodder, they said. Prioritize family. Facts. Yeah, I kind of want more details on this debate. Hi, baby. What's the matter, buddy? Come on, what is it? What's wrong with you, boy? You've been sleeping, huh? Let's see here. I one day need to look up again limits on tractor operations. That's got me curious. Some people just trolling the chat. Listen to this is giving me a headache, I guess, between the two women they're saying. I work my kids, made for good drive in life. Yeah, it makes for a good drive in life to work, make your kids work, teach them how to work. Well, you need to stay down. You're not. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. What is it, girl? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, honey. My babies have woke up, the kittens, so yeah. Damn little kittens, always wanting your, cords to your, we're in a commercial break. We're actually in a food break. These guys will be back shortly, guys. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. We have many more debates coming up. We have the Powder Dusty, and I think he said Andrew Wilson on one of the final ones. Not for sure yet. We'll see here in a minute. Yeah, nobody really gives a shit about. I'm not talking about the debate. I'm talking about on my phone here. Yeah, we're reading other chats. I'm just reading some chatter from another chat. So we're just checking some things out, guys. Just Also, guys, we got some reports in. P. Diddy got in a fight in jail or in prison there where he's at. I guess he's got locked up in solitary confinement. I guess him and some inmates got into it. I guess they don't like P. Diddy or P. Diddlers. You know what I mean? P. Diddlers. I guess people don't like weirdos and P. Diddlers. So from my understanding from the Fox News and TMZ saying P. Diddy got into a fight with some other inmates. We're just going to go off and read some information, you know. And that's crazy because did he really think he's going to make it through jail or prison this whole time without any incidents? I mean, look at all the shit that people have seen and accused him of. Yeah, okay.
Can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, this with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no ground for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion. Only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind. Cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the blame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire just the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't bend for applause. I break down the claim and expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, and with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a vote. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire touch the blade. Man, I made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim and expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no ground for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a rifle, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire just the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't bend for applause. I break down the claim and expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. One with the truth, hard loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is pressurized. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a vote. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook. Every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good. I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test. Bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face. No hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break. You either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire just a blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't bend for applause. I break down the claim and expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. Getting calm with the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire just the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't bend for applause. I break down the claim and expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no ground for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the gaze. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire just the blade. Man, I made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't bend for applause. I break down the claim and expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. One with the truth, heart loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. Oh, this is Getting calm with the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, shift the sand. And you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the blame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook. Every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good. I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test. Bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face. No hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break. You either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire touch the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't bend for applause. I break down the claim and expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, let's put respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a vote. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, or shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break. You either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire test the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, let's put respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a vote. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone. Hey, where the
pretty good.
All right. I'm back, everybody. Everybody's been fed. There's no food labor laws. We gave everybody a lunch now. So we didn't break any union rules whatsoever. But let me show you guys something. For those that are not here in attendance with us, what you guys are missing out on. Miss Flow State, look at this. Advertising GridCon 2 t-shirts. Look at that. Get them here, $20. $20, make them holler. There you go. So our next debate, ladies and gentlemen, our next debate is coming up. All right. We got Jake Varr versus your man. Actually, let me ask you here. Come here and ask you a question. This debate is about modesty. Who do you think is going to come out with a strong argument?
Dusty.
Are you just saying that because that's your man? Okay, so you're not being biased? I don't believe you. I would say I would stand by my answer too if I was you. As you fix your shirt.
Fix it. It was like this.
Yeah, there you fixed it.
Yeah, that's fixed.
Okay, got it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be pushing it over to Flo versus Jake Varr. Ready? Let's go.
Run, Glenn, run.
There you go. All right, boys. We are, looks like, we believe we're live. Yes? All right. We are live. We're back from our break. Terry Black was amazing. Let me tell you, brother. Looks like we're now going to have the modesty debate with Jake in the red corner and Dusty in the blue corner. So let's get this going. I don't know why I picked those corners or what, but that's just how it's going to be today. So go ahead, Jake. You look like you're taking the affirmative on this. You know the format already. For those of you at home, we're doing 5 minutes opening, 2-minute grace period, 15 minutes opens with a super chat period in between, and then a super chat period at the end. And then we're doing 5-minute closings again. Go ahead and start us off, brother.
Yeah, so as you guys may know, the way Boobgate happened was because of my criticism of an individual on Grid One's stream, which a lot of people kind of got this very misconception with it. Is I was asked, Jake, should we police female modesty, right? I said, well, here's the thing. What does policing mean, right? What I did was just exercise my First Amendment right. That's all I did.
They took forever to eat, didn't they? My Lord.
Should cover up.
Dude, I can eat in like 5 minutes.
They are, especially if they're showing their tits all the way out, right? Especially if there's children out in the open. So I'm not doing this by force. I don't think men should police it by force or through harassment, the way many of these criticisms were coming my way. Never even made a claim on that. I would say, hey, is it in a man's right to police some type of female modesty? I think it's okay. I think it's perfectly fine. I think
thank you, Mike.
Should give me somewhat of an
trying to build my audience
why
back up after I got demonetized. A lot of people can't find my stuff anymore. YouTube don't like to advertise me much anymore.
Of stating an opinion, exercising your right to say, hey,
feel free to bring whoever you want over here, buddy.
Boobs away, or hey, I don't think.
Yeah, it was a lunch break.
Out around my kid, or any type of.
Like, damn, it takes that long to eat a sandwich.
I'll leave it at that right there.
All right.
Pretty quick.
All right. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready, just tell us who you are since this is your first time up and where to find you and all that jazz. And then go ahead and
Yeah.
opening.
No shit. They said barbecue him. Did you throw
looks like
back
you're good.
in
You
the
good?
ham
Okay.
or the cow?
Very good. All right. Go ahead, brother.
My name's
Here we
Taylor.
go
My
with Flow
channel's Powder
Dusty.
Dusty on YouTube. I'm also on Rumble, X, Kick. So my position on this and men policing women is that what is the
Surprised
point
he's doing
of
this because
trying to police
he's not allowed to
What are you
smoke
trying to
indoors.
accomplish with that? What is the problem it's
He's used
creating?
to smoking
And then
a
how-
cigarette.
How is your behavior
That makes him. I know I
helping
smoke. It makes
achieve
me
that objective
more
instead of
comfortable and my nerves.
achieving a
I can
bad one?
talk better
I
if I'm smoking.
understand that people feel like low cut shirts might be immodest. What I feel like is men obsessing over low cut shirts for weeks now is much more immodest. And it's basically just cooming. It's negative cooming, but it's still cooming. It's still obsessing over boobs and getting thrown off your equilibrium because you saw some cleavage. I'm a fan of boobs. You say that you're a fan of boobs. I don't see the harm here, and I don't see what's productive that's coming from criticizing it and then continuing to obsess over it for so long. I think that men should behave. If you want women to behave modestly, you also need to behave with some modesty, and that includes not getting sucked into a long-term spiral of cooming.
I'm excited here for the Kumi and the whatnot that's going to continue to go down. Guys, before we continue, make sure, like I said, all your super chats in. You are helping out the event quite a bit, and for the next ones, as well as like Glenn said, that we Glenn and Grid have both said we got merch now. I think it's $20 to buy one right now. I don't know if it's more if you don't get it here at the con, but make sure that you check it out and get all of that going. That being said, all right, boys.
Yeah, so Flow State, you're making the claim that I've been obsessed with this for weeks. Or are you saying that other people have been making videos, such as yourself, such as many other examples here on the internet that have been pushing this forward throughout the couple of weeks now?
Well, you're patient zero of coom. You're not the only coomer, but you're a patient zero of coom.
Can you name any other coomers? Perhaps somebody named Flow State? Who
You
also
know,
did streams on this?
You can call me a coomer. I've definitely
Okay.
gotten involved in the topic, but you, Emmett, Avarice, there's quite a few people. Well, do you deny that there's a lot of people been cooming over this topic for a few weeks now?
Well, what do you define as cooming? Like we're having sex with women, or what the fuck do you mean?
Can I get the Black's
Like,
Law
what the fuck?
dictionary for cooming?
Yeah.
So by
What does that
cooming,
mean?
what I mean is obsessing over it. It's
Obsessing? How are we obsessing over this?
if you don't
Yeah, I don't. I
You
would
don't know?
actually deny that claim completely.
you don't
Well,
you
you
don't
tell me how
you
we're
don't think
obsessing.
that you don't think that it's obsessive for we're still doing it. We're 2 weeks past.
You're the one that
we're-
challenged. You're literally the one that challenged me.
You challenged me.
No, I didn't. You went on your stream
I gotta
and
be
said, "Grid, I will take this debate."
Over the cooming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said.
Yeah,
I
you
will-
initiated the debate.
No, I said I will take it because
No, you initiated it, bro, on your stream.
Listen, I'm
And
gonna be
just
honest.
took the
I don't think
debate.
anybody gives a shit about
Yeah,
who
it
initiated
doesn't-
what.
Well, I
doesn't-
kind
it
of
doesn't
see
matter-
it
it
because
doesn't matter, it's a
he's
moot
trying
point.
to frame it in a way where I'm trying to obsess over boobs. This whole idea of obsessing over boobs, if there's anybody obsessing and prolonging this, it's Flow State
That's fine.
challenging me to this debate in
I
the
am
first
a
place.
fan of boobs.
Okay, so you're the obsessor,
So
correct?
what was your purpose?
So you're the obsessor,
What
correct?
was your purpose?
Flow State,
and
you're the obsessor,
What
correct?
are you trying?
Are you gonna answer my question?
No,
You're continuing it.
because you're lying.
I'm not
'Cause
lying.
you
You're
are
continuing
lying.
the boob cake.
Hold on,
You would be considered the coomer, correct?
Let him respond.
Okay.
I'm just moving off it because, like
Yeah,
he
'cause you
said,
lost it. Go
nobody cares really who challenged who to the debate. But
I
also
care because you're making the
but also
claim that I'm
because-
obsessing
Are you going to
over
let me
it.
finish?
Okay, go ahead. Dude.
Also because you're lying about how it came about. But that's fine. I'm just going to let it go. My question to you would be, what is the purpose of you calling her out? What were you attempting to accomplish? And do you feel like you've accomplished it?
The purpose of calling her out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, I'll just rehash this. When Nova was there, there was a claim being made that she's a conservative woman. This could differ between politically conservative or culturally conservative, right? I said, very simple. From the looks of it, I don't think you seem to be a culturally conservative individual.
Okay.
Right? Just based off of the cleavage. That was it. That turned into a whole big spinning. So what else do you want from me here?
So Were you trying to accomplish anything? Were you trying to get?
Yeah, like
were you trying to get?
So, for
people
example, when we're on the internet,
Mhm.
Grid One hosts a debate show, right?
I noticed that
He
you're
does-
wearing a low cut shirt yourself.
Oh, hold on. But no, no. Grid One hosts a show where people have conversations. They have several exchanges throughout the nights, etc. And that's what Grid One does. So guess what I did? I just did the exact same thing that everybody else does on that show. That's it. That's my motivation.
You were just talking.
I was just talking, Flow State. So what's the okay? But let's go back to this.
So
to
you
my
didn't
point.
have a purpose. There's no objective.
Yeah, exactly. So I already answered your point. I want to go back to this, Flow State. So from my definition, because I would agree that if I think you made one of your points, or not here in this one, but maybe you agree with this, that men shouldn't be, I guess, harassing or forcing women to this degree, right? You can agree, and I can agree with that too, right? Okay, what would be the actual matter if men actually police it in a way of criticism or telling a woman just straight up, you should put away your boobs? What's the actual matter of that?
The issue is that the men doing this don't actually have any authority over what the woman does.
Okay.
But as we can see with this situation,
But don't you think that's a
hold on, let me finish. What we can see does happen is that a bunch of men who don't actually have any power to implement what they want implemented will then obsess and harass women over cleavage.
Yeah, you're not contending with my argument, bro. So again, what is the actual matter if a man, any man, you did say no man has the right. Why not? What's the matter of that?
What's the matter with?
Because you're adding a lot of caveats.
What's the matter
there.
with you complaining?
Because again,
about it?
I already said harassment's out the door, force is out the door. What's the actual matter if I tell a woman that she should cover up her boobs?
Well,
what's the harm in it?
The outcome.
What's the harm?
I'm trying to tell you, if you want people to not be focused on boobs and sexuality, you're having the opposite effect. People are now only focused on that. It's the Boobra Streisand effect.
So again, he didn't answer the question.
I did.
Your thing
Because-
is hold on. Your thing is, let me try to steel man what you're trying to say.
Okay.
You're saying, okay, if you tell a woman to cover up, right? And let's say you keep doing it, more men are gonna be obsessed with boobs.
So,
men have been obsessed with boobs since fucking the dawn of time, bro.
If I'm not
doesn't matter.
If I'm not addressing your question, maybe it's because what you said is there was no objective. So if you had no purpose in addressing her boobs in the first place, then there can be no.
No, the objective was to have a debate because it's a debate show. I told you the objective.
Just about anything. So you're not actually invested.
Are you paying attention?
You're not actually invested in the outcome. You don't actually care about the outcome of the boob situation.
I wanted to have a debate.
Okay.
Yes, it's very simple, Flow State. You went on your show and just said Jake must be gay. Jake must be that. You never actually contend with any of my argumentations during that entire
You haven't
debate.
denied that you're gay.
I'm not. I'm not gay. Okay. Is that fair now? You done? Because it seems like okay. If there's anybody,
try to prove you wrong.
if there's anybody obsessed with somebody being gay, it's Flow State because you've been saying it all week.
I just don't understand.
Like you're the one that's obsessed with me being gay. Like
Wait,
you really
so
want me to be
I'm
gay.
you confirm that you want to go on a date with Jake? Is that what?
Yeah. Is that what you're trying to
Am
ask
I
me out?
simultaneously obsessed with boobs and with Jake being gay?
Yes, I think you are.
Man.
You didn't spot that?
Wait, who are we to judge?
Let me.
You didn't know?
I'll just point out. I showed up here with a girl, and you showed up here with a dude.
That is true. He's a buddy of mine.
Yeah,
He's a buddy of mine.
a buddy.
Yeah, a buddy. That's true. That's true. Anyways, but let's get back to this.
Okay.
So earlier I was stating about the First Amendment.
Come
rights.
on,
I don't think I
Flo.
did anything wrong.
You didn't.
You're on camera, so
Yeah, I didn't do
you should
anything
be
illegal,
doing
right? And neither did she.
And
Crush
I
this
would not
dude.
suggest that it be illegal at all.
Okay, great. So let me ask you this. You mentioned earlier that a man doesn't that you feel like they ought not say that to a woman unless they're married to her. Is that one of your claims?
I would stand on that. Yeah,
You would
it
stand
was
on
not the claim I made, but I will get behind that.
You would
Now,
get
of course-
behind.
Of course, I'll grant that there may be an exception here or there, right? If you're say Father Joseph and you're running a church and then somebody shows up dressed like a complete slut, then you probably have the right to say something because that's your church and you're in charge of the establishment. But I think that generally it's uncouth and unproductive for random men to be policing random women because it caught their attention.
Because it caught their attention? What if it didn't? Well, here's the thing. What if you have children around you? Let's say there's a guy that has a kid, right? There's a woman walking around with like, I don't know, she practically has all of her cleavage out walking around and she's in an area where there's a lot of children. Would you say, and let's say it's your kid, would you be a little bit like, that's uncomfortable?
She was not
and
breaking.
tell her,
No, I
like, hey, you
wouldn't.
should probably cover up.
My
next
kid
time?
wouldn't pay
No,
attention to it because I've taught my
You
kid
wouldn't, yeah,
better.
okay. But do you think
If
do you think
I
most
have
people-
daughters,
I'm not,
fine, or
no,
worried
because
about
most,
it, and they
adults
don't.
realize they're not in charge and don't have authority over other random
But
adults.
it's not talking
Exactly.
about authority.
Mind your
Authority is by
business.
force.
No, I don't.
Okay,
Authority
great.
is not always by force.
Well, it kind of is because I have the authority.
Does a boss have
like
an
in other
author-
words?
No, a boss has an
You
authority.
don't have
over
the authority to
but they
go
can't
up to
beat 'em
anyone
up.
in public and tell
No,
them
they
what
can
to
fire
do.
them. They can
This
punish them.
guy's
Yes,
That's not
silly.
But dude, no, you're talking about authority. I do
Right.
agree. He doesn't have the authority, but does he have the right to tell her that she should cover up?
No,
My
you
job
don't
is-
have the
in that
right to tell
situation that you're
anybody
asking
that.
about. My job as a parent is to protect my child. It is not
Exactly.
to
I'll
protect
take my
the
kid
world.
places
So-
where that shit's not going to
Okay,
happen.
great. I'm just
Are
saying.
gonna
Okay,
be.
so you would say it's not my job for the world to be adjusted. So if by tomorrow, let's say, let's talk about indecency laws. Okay. Would you get behind, I don't know, women?
She wasn't even breaking TOS on YouTube. So what
they
in
passed it as
public?
law?
She wouldn't be breaking
I think
indecency
I
laws
said
in
that goes
public
comply
either.
with the law.
So
Well, hold on.
No, I think that's within the
confines.
confines of the beach,
Well, let
actually.
me just ask this real quick, because would you say Texas is a conservative state?
It's a red state.
Okay. Well, Texas, you can be topless.
It
completely.
depends on the places, though.
Yeah, I mean, it depends.
Like, for
local.
example, in Austin, they do have a law.
have
on
these
that, but it
guys never
depends
seen
on the
women
areas.
wearing tight
In other
leggings
words,
with their camel toe and their
if a
boobs,
female goes to
cleavage
Austin,
hanging
randomly
out,
just
going
takes her
to
tits
the
out and starts
gym
walking
or
around,
to the
she'll get arrested for indecency.
yoga studio? Come on, man. She ain't going to be
There's
arrested.
certain mandated places.
These people are silly.
I think that I would rather have
Come on, Flo.
tits out entirely here and there than I would have police arresting people for tits. So yes, I would be. I think that that's
This
the
kid's
lesser
never been
of
on
evils.
spring break,
Do you
obviously,
want police arresting people or fighting people?
because boobs come out everywhere.
For indecency, yes.
Panama City Beach,
What is that?
Daytona,
What is
Myrtle
that?
Beach.
Like nudity. Like, let's say,
Full on nudity.
yeah, public nudity.
Not
I think.
not like I got
Yeah. So, for
a
example,
bikini on.
yeah. So, for example,
if it's a
let's
nudity
say, let me
place,
ask
it's
you
my
this.
job not
Like,
to
for
take
example,
my
gay
kid.
pride parades.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there, and
There are.
women are out there showing their boobs in gay pride parades, right?
Mhm.
And so are
Well,
men
that's
showing their boobs
left.
in these gay pride
Yeah,
parades.
they shouldn't
Do you
be
believe
doing that.
They should be arrested.
I don't believe they should be arrested, but you know what I do? I
Well, can
don't.
the
I
cop tell
don't
them to
go
cover
there.
up?
I don't go there. I don't
Can the
bring my
cop tell them
kids
to cover
there.
up at least?
Well,
Would you say that?
What's the if a cop can't arrest them? Then what's the point of the cop?
Well, no,
telling
no.
them
It's
anything?
the
There's-
question. It's the question. You don't believe the cop should arrest them, but do you
Right.
think that the cop should tell them, like, hey, you should
I
put
don't
your
think
dick
it should
away?
be illegal for the cop to say something. I don't think it should be illegal for you to say something.
Okay, great.
But
great.
it's point. And it doesn't do,
Cops
and
should
like I
not be.
said, it doesn't do
No, I
anything-
think
you
cops
agree.
it
should
doesn't hold on.
write
it
them a
doesn't do anything
ticket.
to
I don't think
reduce
they should
the
allow to
amount of
have the
attention
parades
that's
to
drawn
start
to it.
with.
In fact, it
Not
increases
those
it.
kind
Well,
where
here's the
there's
thing,
nudity
when-
in children.
I would disagree. So if the goal is to stop having women with their tits out or men walking around gay pride parades, etc., stuff like this.
Let's just stick
let's
to
just say
boobs.
stick to
Let's stick
nudity.
to boobs.
Well, let's just stick to nudity in general. In general, if you have a goal that, hey, I don't like when whether they're men or women being indecent in public.
Let's stick to boobs.
Okay, women, fine. Women, it goes both ways. It doesn't matter. Arguments. the
You
same
go
shit.
both ways. This argument. does.
Yeah, he's moving the
argument goes both
goalposts.
ways, bro.
That guy's
So
moving the
anyways,
goalposts. Yeah, he
that
looks
is
like
funny.
he's like
That's
he should
funny.
be.
Good-
Mike,
good
he looks
clip.
like he's
Flow State.
he got turned
But anyways,
down from
I'll tell you
the
this.
Jersey
No,
Shore TV show.
Here's my point. If you want to change society and say, hey, you know, I don't like these types of indecencies in our society, you got to start the conversation somewhere. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. If you
Okay,
if
great.
you want that.
So
if
yeah,
you want
if
that.
you want that, if you want to have like guys running around with
Do
their
you-
wieners out,
do you
which I
wanna-
know you
do you
do,
wanna-
this is why you won't start the
Do
conversation.
you want
right?
to change society to because we're not
Well,
we're not
and again, I'm
hold on.
talking as a whole,
We're
by the
not
way.
talking about a gay pride parade at all. What we're talking about, just to bring people back.
Well, you keep on.
just to bring people back to what we were talking about. It was a woman on a live stream who had a low cut shirt.
Yeah, but but listen, Flow State, you have to realize I'm talking about indecency
Make-
laws.
Decency is
Because we already
subjective.
solved the chick on the live stream. I already gave
Make-
my intent. I already gave my objective. Who cares about that? I
Make
want
burkas
to talk.
great again. Make burkas great again.
I already talked about the my goals over there on GridCon show. It's already irrelevant at this point. I'm talking about, and remember, this was my specific question. All right, is about indecency laws. If women decide to go out topless, etc., especially if there's around kids, okay, I think that would be a logical thing that most people that are sane, especially if you have kids, wouldn't want that to be around.
Why would we
in
stop
today's
there?
society.
Why would we stop there? Why not make wrists indecent? Cover your
Because
wrists.
it's not a sexual.
Cover your slutty
it's not
wrist.
sexual. Not
It is to Muslims.
Our boobs,
ankles,
how are boobs
everything but the
sexual?
eyes.
And
It's
Men like
sexual to
them. They literally
Muslims.
titty
Yeah.
fuck them and
Men
shit.
like
That's
it- men
sexual,
like
bro.
it.
What are you
Everything
talking
like that is
about?
sexual to
How are they
Muslims.
sexual? Oh my
Because
god.
it's no, no,
Bro,
it's
okay.
cultural.
How's
Well,
the
here, hold
vagina
on.
sexual, Jake?
Because it's part of actual reproductive
Well,
sex.
hold on, hold
Boobs
on.
or not.
What's
No,
it-
boobs literally give nutrients
There
to
is
the baby
laws on the
after
book.
reproduction
Correct.
happens.
After-
Yes, that's,
There's a
that's
lot of
still
laws
a
on the
sexual
book.
organ, dude.
Well, hold on. Doja Cat talks about how much she likes big noses.
Indecent exposure,
Is that
you
a-
know.
wait, who?
Doja
Men
Cat?
go to jail every day for
No, I
that when
don't.
they
Alright,
pee
she's
in
a
grass
famous
or
singer.
something.
Okay, she likes Jews. I get it. I think she's
Yes, I
attracted
don't
to
know.
Jews.
There's a lot of
But-
dudes
I
who
don't
are
think
into
she does.
feet.
That's
Should
not a
feet are feet immodest?
That's a fetish. No. It's a
So
fetish.
so okay, so how are you deciding what body part is and is not?
Okay, so again,
Yeah, I guess that's
this
my
is-
question because like if people are like feet, we like anybody.
some
with
people like
sandals?
armpits, etc. But
Yeah.
you're talking about the minute, okay? As far as majority goes, like
Okay.
every guy loves boobs, right? Flow State, you're a guy,
I
you love
do.
boobs.
I can't speak for every guy.
Great.
I'm sure that some
okay.
don't.
Well, you would agree that it's the vast majority of men.
I'm actually surprised.
Outside of gay men.
I think one thing I've learned is that there's a lot of dudes who don't like boobs.
Gay men.
Yeah, gay men.
Gay men love boobs.
Oh, do gay men per capita love
Here,
boobs more than straight men?
Let me
Probably. If you ever met a gay guy, that
we
likes
should
boobs,
do
I
that
guess,
study there, but I doubt it.
let me not ask you.
But-
And I think we've noticed a lot of weak men that are sheep that follow certain people. They get mad over cleavage. I think we exposed
Plenty
that.
of societies throughout
A lot of them say
the
it's
world, throughout
degeneracy.
history, where
And then they,
women were topless,
you know,
Uh-huh.
go
and
home and jerk the
nothing bad
dirt
happened.
to, you know,
Right.
Oh, you mean like Africa?
some of their favorite
Yeah, they have their boobs
OF
out,
girls
nothing
and,
bad happened?
and
You don't-
stuff like
you think
that.
that- you
So,
think that
but then
boobs are-
online
They
they
get-
they call
yeah.
it degeneracy.
Africa's poverty is due to boobs.
No, it's not due to boobs. Listen to the argument here.
Okay.
You're using society examples where women are completely topless in these areas and nothing bad happens. Okay, it's not necessarily being bad because of the society, but at the end of the day, you're nitpicking a society that in itself is worse than here in America, bro.
Correct. It is.
Yes.
worse. It is
Okay.
worse.
Yes,
Can you give
Africa
me
just
a-
hasn't
can
got
you
up
give me-
to
can you give me a
the,
first
you
world
know,
country where
making
everybody walks
clothes
around
yet.
naked?
I mean, most
They
of
ain't
Europe
got
is
that
way more liberal
advanced
about
to
this than we
making
are.
That's
clothes.
great, but okay, so all of Europe, there's women walking around
Besides-
naked.
Besides, it doesn't matter because, like we established, there's like where we're at now is legal to be topless. I haven't seen not one topless woman here yet.
It's not legal to
I'm
be topless,
pretty-
bro. I already
I'm
addressed
actually
that.
disappointed.
I already addressed that. It's not legal to be topless.
In Austin,
Bro, I'll tell you this. How about you? Okay, you're talking about is it legal to be nude in public, or just topless?
He
for
was
women?
saying
Just for
neutered.
women. Okay,
You gonna
All
get
right.
spaded
Have
and
you seen a
neutered,
topless
buddy?
All right, let me ask you this.
Have you-
How
hold on,
about
have you
how
seen one?
about we play an example
have
here?
you seen one?
Have your wife walk outside with her boobs out and see if she doesn't get arrested.
Why would I do that?
I mean, it's legal, right?
It's legal. There's lots of things that are legal that I'm not going to do.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
No.
But let's say, for example, do you think she would get arrested?
No,
You don't think so?
no.
Okay. So I already explained it earlier. When it comes to Texas, there's particular places where that's allowed, but it's not Texas as a whole, Flow State. You will
So
get
you think-
arrested.
Okay. So the
You will
law,
get arrested.
the reason that we're not seeing tits everywhere is because it's illegal.
Yes.
No,
I just said that.
I don't believe that at all.
Okay.
Okay. How many
bro.
women are here? Would any women take your shirts off right now and go topless if the law
That's
was if you wouldn't get arrested? Anyone? Would you?
No, of course they wouldn't.
No.
But
no,
it's
no.
against the law. That's the point.
Okay. 0 women here.
It
would
doesn't
get,
matter.
so the law's not
That's
doing shit.
irrelevant, stupid. What?
How is that irrelevant?
Because it is against the law to go out in public without your shirt. Yes, with women having their boobs out.
But we just established. that
I
it's
just
not-
established. No,
No,
you didn't
that's not-
establish that. You're just making
We
shit
just,
up, bro.
we just
Bro, you're just
pulled-
making shit up.
100%.
That's not a thing.
100% of women here said they would not do that.
I don't care about what they wouldn't do. I'm telling you that's illegal. You're making the claim that
I don't
it is.
care, but the law's unnecessary generally, right?
The law's what?
It's unnecessary. That's
I
not,
mean,
that's
well, here's the
actually not what's keeping most women
Here's
in
the thing.
shirts.
Let's say all around the United States, it was legal for women
If
to.
it was
to-
legal
hold
for
on,
you,
hold on,
would
hold on, hold on.
would you pull your dick out
Hold
right
on.
now if it was
Hold
legal?
on. Hold on.
I mean,
Let's say, for example,
I mean,
yeah, let's say, for example, let's just say, for example,
oh,
it's
actually, before you give the example, I apologize. Let me pause you real quick because we're at a halfway point and we got a super chat. So perfect timing. We got Echo 5 Sierra 1775 saying for $5. You get a modesty of women's All right.
yeah, you know, we should go back to the husband. Let me ask you this. Why do you believe that when it comes to, I mean, what is it? Policing modesty, right? I guess we can use that term, but I already gave you the definition. We agree on that, right? What I mean by policing. So what I mean by policing is either stating opinion, right? Stating not claims or I'll even add in shaming, anything within the as long as you're not harassing or forcing somebody.
Okay? So my issue.
Why would you say that it's only the husband's job strictly and not anybody else?
So my issue with using the word policing is that policing implies a level of authority that's not present in this situation. I would prefer to call it bitching because that's really more accurate to what it is. It's just bitching. Why would the husband have the right to do that? Because they're a couple, right? What she does reflects on him and vice versa. So he has a personal interest in that, whereas you don't have, and I don't have an interest in any random woman's boobs and just out in the world.
Why is Glenn making those noises?
Yeah, like I said, there's plenty of scenarios where, let's say she doesn't have a husband and she's walking around, with her tits out or whatever.
Burqa.
Let's just say she's walking out with her tits out. Then do other men have the right to tell her like she should put a shirt on?
They have the right, but they should resist the urge to talk about her tits.
Okay, they ought not do that though.
They ought not.
They ought not do that. Okay, so the only way for a woman to keep herself covered is if her husband only says that, right?
There's lots.
So even when it comes to
there are lots of reinforcement mechanisms. We were talking to Father Joseph earlier outside smoking a cigarette, and what he explained the scenario that happens at church. He said, sometimes they'll have a new woman come to church and she'll be dressed a little bit immodestly, and she'll just observe. Nobody will say anything to her, but she'll observe that the other people in the congregation are not dressed that way, and the next week she'll come back dressed more modestly. I think it's a self-correcting issue. People don't really like to stand out that much, and it doesn't need random dudes getting in here and just talking about your tits, right?
Yeah, I think you're kind of over exaggerating that. I'm not advocating for random dudes to randomly go up to women and just say this, but within the confines of a community, within the confines of a friend group or any type of workplace, things like this, I think it's totally appropriate for men to say, hey, or if they have any issues with it, I think you should put a shirt on, or you should cover up.
How well do you know Nova?
Not very well.
Was that the first time you ever talked to her?
Yeah.
Okay, so you in fact don't believe that it shouldn't be any just random dude, because you were the random dude that addressed a random.
So again, I already addressed what my objective was. I'm on a debate show, you fucking idiot. I'm starting to debate.
I'm just pointing out that
this is within the confines of a debate, within a debate show where we have controversial topics that we talk about.
Husbands and debaters. I suppose if you're a debater, you get.
That's not my argument. No.
Okay, it's not.
No, I think it's perfectly okay.
You may have been on a debate show talking about her cleavage and not liking it, say it was degenerate, but you went back to your little clan and every one of you started calling her degenerate and all this was degenerate behavior and dogging grid.
Why are you not?
Every one of y'all melted down over, and how many of you in your crew reviewed that
absolutely
same clip of her in Grid's show?
Okay, so let me go to this. Let me address that.
Reviewed it and said it was degenerate and
as dogma.
dogged this lady.
So you're saying boobs are just cultural norms, right? That's your
correct. Keeping your boobs covered is a cultural norm.
Okay, so men getting horny for boobs is just because the culture told them to. It's not their biology of them getting turned on. It's purely just the culture that tells them to get turned on by that.
Wait, are you trying to ban getting horny?
Oh my God, dude, you're the biggest straw man in the fucking world, bro. No. You're the biggest straw. So again, answer my question. What? You strictly believe that it's a cultural aspect, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you totally throw it out the window when it comes from a biological level that men like boobs, not because the culture told them to, but because biology has them, right?
Biologically, men like women.
Yes,
and
they like boobs.
And men will get horny for boobs, whether there's cleavage or not.
No, we see. Well, bro, look, sex sells. We can agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Usually, when women, and we see statistics on this, women that are bigger busted, okay, especially if they're waitress,
we see statistics,
especially if they're in waitress positions, like tipping positions, they end up getting more tips from men than women with smaller breasts.
And actually, people who are people who are good looking get better tips, and
that's a biological reason too.
Across the board.
But it's a biological reason. Just because she has bigger tits doesn't mean she's better looking. But the tits play a huge factor.
They're correlated.
Yeah, but like for example, big tits on a chick that's average looking, and let's say a chick that has A-cup tits, but she's way prettier. I think that big titty chick's probably going to get way more tips than even the chick that's prettier, because we see this through statistics.
This is completely speculative.
But no, it's not. You can see. Okay, I'll tell you this. Let me ask you this. wouldn't you agree that men like bigger breasted girls than smaller?
I for sure.
For the sake of it, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Where you going?
Okay, great. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes from a biological level, this is not a cultural thing. This is thing that men are
do like women. That is true. That's biological.
Yes, I know that.
And I don't see any virtue or
yeah,
benefit.
but then why are you saying it's a cultural thing about boobs then?
I see no virtue or benefit in restricting that and making sure that men don't see things they like.
Yeah, again, I didn't say anything about restricting. That's another straw man. I'm not advocating to change the laws.
You want to see less of them. You want to use social pressure to see less boobs.
I am making the argument that when it comes to women's indecency, especially if they're around like children, I would say, yeah, I think women should put their boobs away.
We're talking about cleavage here again. We're just talking about cleavage.
Even if it's too much, a certain amount of cleavage is the limit.
And you think that shirt, that low-cut shirt, is inappropriate to be around kids?
I think when it comes to women showing their breast off that's low cut and they're around children is a bit inappropriate. Sure. What's the problem with that?
The problem with that is that it's absurd. Because why not burqas?
Why not burqas? It has nothing to do with it.
What specifically makes it bad around like children? Like, wouldn't children be the perfect ones for it to be around because they don't know anything about sex?
No, not at all. If you look at statistics on, I think it's the average age of children now watching pornography, 11 years old, Gibbs. So yes, we are sexualizing women, especially on the internet, especially with children having access to a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of bad parents out there that will be like, hey, my kid can watch big boobs, whatever. He's on Instagram looking at all the big boobs that are still covered up. And this creates like the boob obsession that you're talking about.
What do you think is a worse example for a child to see? A woman in a low-cut shirt in public or a man harassing her for wearing a low-cut shirt in public?
I think it doesn't matter. I don't know.
It doesn't matter?
I don't know. I'm not. I've never seen those two scenarios play out. And try to compare it.
Which one do you think is more likely to get you arrested here?
The harassment.
Right.
Yeah.
So one of them, society is already deemed objectively worse than the other, and that is harassing the woman for her boobs, not the boobs themselves.
Yeah. No, I get you there.
Okay.
But how would that play to where I get your point. You're saying, well, because it breaks the law, therefore it's worse for the kids to see.
I'm just using the law as a
is that your argument though? Because it breaks the law.
That's not the entire argument, but I do think that demonstrates something that society has already deemed one of these activities worse than the other.
Yeah, I guess. And as far as the low cut shirt thing, sure.
Yeah, and since you seem to be taking a position that's grounded entirely.
Yeah, but again, I'm not advocating for harassment
and cultural. I would say that you are. In fact,
how
you just don't use that word because it's derogatory.
Okay, well, what word would you use then?
I would use harassment.
Okay, well,
you don't want to use harassment.
What word am I using?
You're saying it wasn't harassment. I'm saying it was.
No, I didn't say that.
Let's jump in here real quick, boys. We got a little point of order. We're going to take another brief intermission real quick because we have Glenn who wants to come up here and have y'all assist with something since we're in the middle of this. We're going to talk about 5 minutes. Never mind. 5 minutes. Keep going. I apologize. We have something we want to do here in the middle of this debate. Go ahead.
Okay. So let's pretend that you can harass women for boobs and all that stuff, and then they become right. Like in the perfect world scenario, how would you see the boob situation playing out to its conclusion? What is
you're saying to legalize harassment in order to?
No. I'm asking you with regarding this whole boob cleavage gate situation. What is the end result that you think you could go? This is where I want us in society to be with this topic, and we're good now.
Okay, as far as boobgate, you're asking like what?
As far as the topic,
where do we want society?
As far as female modesty entirely.
Yeah, I would say that when it comes to indecent places where we have children or that's inappropriate, that I would say women should cover up there. Now, if you're at like I don't know the club, I would understand why women would show cleavage because to a degree that they're trying to attract.
How much cleavage are they allowed to show? Is there like inches or
to what?
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how we know if something is modest or immodest.
Well, I gave you an example when it comes to the club situation. The club situation, or I guess like in places of children. Which one are you talking about here? Because I said 2 points.
Okay, so, just give me both. What about? Let's just do this wherever kids are. Let's say
you're at a daycare. Okay, let's say you work at a daycare.
Daycare specifically for
children. Well, there's kids there. Hold on.
Let's do something where there is kids, but it's not specifically for kids. Let's do church.
Let's just do a daycare, bro.
Okay, fine.
Okay, because there's a lot of kids there.
How much cleavage should be allowed? 1 inch?
That what?
Should an inch of cleavage be allowed?
None.
None. How much?
Wait, why do you feel the need? Why would a woman feel the need to show her cleavage at all to children? Why?
Women buy clothes that have all sorts of forms and fits. I would assume that she's not wearing.
Why is she so concerned about showing her tits to everybody?
No.
Why?
I think that women just wear clothes that are form fitting and that look good in them. I think that you're the one that gets hung up and stuck on.
No, I
oh
think
my gosh,
I think men can get distracted
but
without being like, I want to fuck her. They're boobs. Like, holy shit, you should put them away.
And that's on the man to control himself.
Okay, and that's on the woman to say, I'm gonna cover my tits up because there's children around. If you're gonna play one thing with the men
it's
and
her
give
fault
them
you're
responsibility
horny.
or some type of duty, you have to give it to the woman too.
Yeah. His duty is to control himself when he gets horny. Her duty is not to not make you horny. She's not responsible for making sure you don't feel any sort of attraction to her.
So, for example, usually women, when they're wearing high heels or a nice dress, or they're showing off their body, right? And they're going out to the club or something.
Yes.
Do you think she's putting on her makeup in any type of way in order to, I don't know, for herself? Why is she doing that to a degree?
I don't know. I've never asked. Why do you put on makeup?
So I would say this. When it comes to women, usually they put on makeup, high heels, showing some cleavage, etc., in order to attract male attention, right?
No, not necessarily. I disagree.
For the most part, this is what
Do they stop doing it when they get married? No, they don't. They keep doing it.
They keep doing it?
Yes. If women are going out somewhere, they do not stop putting on makeup and dressing nicely.
Nevertheless, they're still getting attention, whether it be male or female attention. Yes.
Okay, attention's bad.
Yes. Attention's
bad.
Attention's bad? Okay.
That was a question. Are you saying attention's bad?
No, I'm not saying attention's bad.
Okay.
I'm saying when it comes to women and they're showing off their boobs, okay? This is what goes back to my question. Why do women feel the need to show off their tits in front of children, Flow State? And be okay with it?
I think that, first of all, I think that women just want to look nice, and you're the one that's obsessed with the tits. I don't think that the purpose is to go show off their tits.
Well, let's say they show all their cleavage, all of it, right?
Like all the way down.
Yeah, and they're out of day, and they're working at a daycare. They're visiting a daycare. Do you think that's appropriate?
If they're showing like, if it's just like straight slutted the fuck out, no, I think that's weird.
Okay, and you wouldn't correct it, right? Because it's not your duty.
I would not correct it.
You wouldn't correct it.
I would not correct it.
So if you think that's bad,
you know why?
Do you think that's bad for? Oh, because you're not a bitch or something like that. Right?
Well, that's
because I'm not gonna bitch at her, and I'm not a bitch.
That is true, but that's not what I was gonna say.
Okay, what are you gonna say?
I was gonna say because I have no power over that. It's not my responsibility or my obligation. What I do have responsibility over is a child, my child at the daycare, and I'm hiring the daycare to take care of my child, right? So I can complain to them about it if I feel the need to. I can take my child out of there, but what I'm not going to do is just go up and start harassing the woman.
That's not harassment by saying, "Hey, I think you should put your boobs away." How's that harassment?
That's harassment. Just because you see someone
harassment would be a continuation.
Just because you
for
see,
example,
just
online,
because you
for
see
example,
cleavage doesn't mean you get to go
for
talk to them
example,
about it.
stalking somebody would be considered harassment.
Seeing
somebody for the first time saying you should put your tits away is not harassment. That's the First Amendment, you fucking idiot. Come on.
Yeah, all those.
All the First Amendment. Yeah.
All those forms, all those things that you just described are the First Amendment.
All right, boys, real quick. We're gonna pause y'all here. We're getting close to time. We're gonna take a quick break. Instead of super chats this round, though, we're gonna go to our host, Grid, who's got a message for us. So we're gonna go to him real quick. Excuse me.
All right, guys. Out there in the
look at this group of degenerates.
We've got these really cool shirts.
Look here.
Made at GridCon. You can't get them anywhere else. Literally just had them made. If you want one, you're going to have to send me a message on Discord because I have no link on the website or anything to get them. But Glenn, what are we getting for these? $20 holler. So you can have one of these cool shirts as well.
Just like that girl. She's a $20 holler.
On your chest.
Get your girl. She's a $20 holler.
I'm just saying, we're talking about chest over here. Yeah, guys, hope you're having a great time. Send those super chats in so I can bring you more cool events like this. This has been great. All of the debate. All of these guys here, by the way.
Where's the ring girls
that, Glenn? I'll
that everybody bitched about?
All these guys standing with me today have been amazing help. I just met a couple of these guys yesterday.
Where's all the ring
I think
girls?
all of you I met yesterday. And they have just volunteered so much, helped out above and beyond. Can't say enough good things about them. This is how our events roll. You guys need to come out, support the events when we have them, and so we can keep making really good content like this. I want to thank all the debaters today. We've got more coming up. We're getting into the really good stuff now. The early stuff was fun too. It was great. It was wonderful. And you cannot thank these debaters enough because, some of these guys, they have unpopular opinions, and it takes some guts to step up and sit across from somebody that disagrees with you and go toe-to-toe with them. Not for everybody. You should all admire and respect every single person that came on the stage, whether you agree with their opinions or not. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand you back to Admiral Gibbs. We're going to get back into this debate, which is supposed to be a modesty and not
also,
a boob
if you
debate.
can't argue both sides, I don't think you need to be a debater.
Let's talk about modesty and whether being immodest makes you conservative or not. I think that was the original topic, but we're back on boobs. Not that boobs are a bad thing. I love boobs, but let's have an argument. Let's have a great fight. Gibbs, back to you, buddy.
Thank you so much. We are here. We are live again. Let me read one more super chat. Looks like they don't have anything said, but Lauren B 6837. Thank you so much for the super chat, guys. Like I said, he said, please get those super chats in. They help us out. Yeah, I read that. Yes, sir. We are caught up on the super chats. Papa Gibbs is good on that. So yeah, we are going to continue here. We got about another. We'll just go ahead and go into closings here because it's about that time. I started, so you're going to go ahead and hear and hit us with that closing here, por favor. You got 5 minutes to take over everything, and then tell us where you're at, where you're from, and all that good jazz as well.
All right, I was this debate went faster than I was expecting it to, so I had some things that we didn't get to. But I'm going to cram them into the closing. The 10 conservative principles by Russell Kirk. Conservatism, of course, it's not a religion. There's no holy book. There's not formal dogma. But the closest thing that I can find to somebody who's an authority on what is conservative and what is not is Russell Kirk. Of the 10 principles, there's two I want to point out. One is the 6th. Conservatives are chastened by their principle of imperfectibility. So that means, in a nutshell, that means you don't over chastise other people because you recognize that you're flawed as well. You sort of mind your business and keep to what really is your domain. I would say here, this is a good example of, again, you being immodest in this case, and not acting in a conservative format. And the 9th, the conservative perceives the need for prudent restraint upon power and upon human passions. You cannot request restraint of others if you don't exercise it yourself. I think that with this topic entirely, what we've seen and what we're talking about is men demanding women behave with modesty and restraint that they themselves are either incapable or unwilling of showing, and that it's in fact their behavior in trying to correct the issue that is more immodest and causes more problems than the cleavage that may have inspired it. I yield.
All right. Then where can they find you one last time?
The Powder Dusty on YouTube, at The Powder Dusty. I'm also on X, Rumble, and Kick.
All right. Thank you so much. And Mr. Var.
Yeah, I'll just say it this way. Flow State does what he does best, and that's straw manning. Again, never said anything about authority, never said force women to cover their boobs. I never said any of this. I never even said to harass women. He's gonna say, just by telling a woman, you know what, I don't like you having your boobs out. Harassment, Jake. Dude, what the fuck are we talking about? By that definition of anything. Hey, I don't think you should, eat that burger because you're on your diet. Harassment. Hey, you know what? I think you should go to the gym. Harassment. Hey, I think you should, fucking not take a shit in the bush and go use the toilet, like in the bathroom. That's harassment too. By that definition, everything's fucking harassment. Can't even go there. The reason why he wants to pivot and say, hey, I'm telling people to harass women is because that's his only fucking argument. It's his only fucking argument. He didn't even make a single one again. Instead, he wants to say, well, why are you telling Nova to cover her boobs? I'm on a debate show. I'm having an exchange. This is what you fucking do on the internet. You ever been on it? Simple as that. After I addressed that objective, he just wanted to go back to just boobs and say that I'm telling people to harass women in some type of way. So, yeah, I mean, he couldn't address anything at all. Flow State came, very unprepared, I guess. But, yeah, with that being said, I'll just leave it at that. Oh, and by the way, I'm Jake Var. You can find me on X and Instagram at Jake Var. And find my YouTube channel, Project Viopod, as well on Rumble.
All right, thank you so much. Let me get a round of applause for the boobs. I guess we all like boobs. Yes. Yeah. So that was good. That was very entertaining. That was a good Jerry Springer's portion of the panel.
Yeah, big time.
I'm pretty pleased. You know, I'm glad.
Am I gonna get some of this action over here?
Nobody chanted Maury. We're gonna go over to Glenn here right now. All
right, debaters, come on over here. Flo, Jake, I need to have a word with both of you guys because I don't think this debate got settled, and I got some questions. All right. So let me present this. Hey, your position was, if it's not your woman, you shouldn't be telling another man's woman what they should and shouldn't do.
Yes, correct.
All right.
People are in charge of their own behavior. That woman's in charge of her behavior, just as you, the observer, are in charge of controlling yourself and your own behavior.
Okay. Do you agree with that too? Is there anything you could agree with that with? Like you would believe this if a married woman.
I agree with this part. He says that everybody's in control of their own behavior.
Yeah.
I totally get you there for sure. But that doesn't mean that because you're in control of your own behavior, I have no right to actually say like, hey man, I think you should go to the gym, or you're getting fat, or something of that nature, and then call it you're getting fat, or you should go to the gym. I just harassed you.
Why? You sure did.
I just harassed you.
And you assaulted me. You just sexually assaulted me.
This. See, Flo, your definition.
And you know what? He encouraged me to do the same.
All right, let me ask you this. Let's say if it's like your woman, if I came up to you and your woman, I said, hey, put your fucking tits away. Would that be a problem for you?
I think the way you speak to somebody is a problem. Yeah. I'll be like, hey, don't speak to her like that. Yeah.
Man, shut up, you simp. You got your little chest hairs out. Like, what we like?
I'm the simp. You guys are literally fucking fighting all the week for this.
You're the immodest slut right now.
I'm the moderator. Knock it off. I got questions.
Hey, chill out.
The question is like, do you think that like, you know, there's context to it?
There's context to it?
Yeah, context. Like, you probably wouldn't go up to a married woman
No,
and tell
I
her.
wouldn't be rude.
Like, you wouldn't tell her like, hey, you should cover up your breasts, man.
Yeah.
No, like
randomly on
no. Now, have you seen like the
what about them?
There's like the YouTube guys that are going around right now. I see them on TikTok. They're going up and telling women like, oh, you should cover up. Right?
Doing that on TikTok?
Yeah, there's like
no idea.
Hey man,
I have no idea.
Yeah,
that's your thing. That's
hey,
your
you
next
know what?
thing.
Let's make some content.
And then,
You're my cameraman, dude.
Hold on, watch. Hold on, let me.
You do it, and I'll go defend them, and we can just start.
Oh, let's do that.
Watch this. Hold on. I'll show you guys the video.
This is legit.
Yeah, look at this guy right here. This guy right here. Do you think this is appropriate?
Come on, dude. That's funny.
No, I'm asking you. No. But do you think this is appropriate?
No, of course not. That's what makes it good content.
So it's inappropriate. So it's inappropriate for them to do it. So like, but he's taking your argument to the extreme, right?
No, not necessarily, because I don't think the woman would actually give him the phone to talk to.
She called her husband. She's like, you want to tell my husband about that?
She did that.
She
did that. Okay.
So, but what I'm saying, like,
content, bro.
but I'm asking you.
It's inappropriate if that was real and guys are doing that.
That is real.
That's for content, though.
Yeah,
bro.
but does it matter? So the layman that's just watching this is going to start doing it. Do you think that could be problematic?
No, I don't think a few TikTok talkers doing some prank like that.
Don't you think people like imitate what they watch?
Not necessarily to that degree. No, I don't think men are gonna go just because they saw a TikTok. They're not gonna go up to random women and be like, "Call your husband so I could tell."
Now I do think
how you're
there's
dressed.
context to dresses, like being dressed in context matters. If a woman's in a bikini, I expect her to be in a bikini at a beach or a pool. Right? If she's walking around the grocery store, that's probably inappropriate. She probably shouldn't be there in that setting. Now, woman showing her cleavage and everything out in front of a bunch of kids, probably not a good idea, right?
Yeah.
But the context matters. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay.
But what's a worse idea is calling her out and confronting and having that interaction.
Yeah.
That's going to cause more issues than her walking around like that and you minding your own business. And
my question is, would it be better, like, because women love attention, and attention is gold in girl world.
Yeah. Well,
so whether it's good attention or bad attention, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So wouldn't it be better if you're displaying behavior that I don't agree with? Wouldn't it be better not to even give you attention, and then like just take that attention away from you, and then give attention to somebody who's doing something that's more behavior improving?
Also think of it like this: if you're saying you're going to give her the attention and you're going to derive attention, and derive some type of debate, which I did, by the way, with Low Stake.
Yeah, we're both coming.
I think that's a good way of actually starting the conversation.
But true, but I'm just saying, don't you think like the better way to get women to change is not reward that bad behavior? Because if all attention is gold in their world, giving them any attention about it is rewarding bad behavior. So if you reward, if you only highlight women that are dressing modestly and just the way that you want to,
Glenn, I totally get where you're coming from here. This is kind of like the OnlyFans argument, or like Simps on the internet. The less attention you give them, the more likely they're going to show their boobs online.
They're going to change their behavior.
Right.
So wouldn't you think that's probably the better way for culture for men if they really want to change women's behavior?
I think as an overall aspect of that, if you were to tell me, you know what? If all men just stop giving attention to women, sure, fine, why not?
Yeah. Would you think that would be better than like highlighting their bad behavior that they're like drifting on?
I don't think men anytime soon are going to stop.
Well, I'm not asking you.
No, I think the better way, the more realistic way would
be my approach. Is my approach, right?
Conversation.
My approach.
Having conversation.
Okay, I win. I won this debate. I win this debate.
Unrealistic, that's for sure.
And I just want to say, my channel is a sanctuary city for boobs, cleavage, all that shit. His is not.
Now remember, this guy
sanctuary city.
And you know, as much as they hate this debate topic, they are friends. You guys.
Yeah.
Guys, shake hands. Everybody know you guys are boys. All right. Back to hold on. Back to reality. All right, we're going to send it back over to Gibbs.
All right, boys and girls. Thank you. Welcome back to Papa Gibbs over here. Hey, so we got some exciting things coming up here in a minute. We're about to be doing the Vince Wilson show versus average debate enjoyer. Over is Trump the most corrupt president since Reagan. Well, what's also going to happen in the main event, we're also going to have a specialty thing here after that debate. We're going to be debuting a commentary team, and they're going to be reviewing the debate and then hyping up the next one. It's going to be very exciting. We're trying new things here on the Grid One Motorsports GridCon 2 extravaganza. So I am excited. I can't wait for it. Also, guys, once again, make sure you're getting your super chats in. Make sure you're in here supporting. We are doing a lot of stuff. Buy a GridCon shirt. I don't know. Someone throw me a GridCon shirt. It'll be good times. It'll be great. I'm excited. I can't wait. The debates have been fantastic so far, I have to say. Yeah, what? I'm getting yelled at. Oh, he can let me know. Great. Oh, we're getting running over here. He's running. What do we got here? They've been fantastic so far. I gotta say, yeah, it might be muted. We're good. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So, how do you think it's been going so far?
I've been very pleased. It's been a very good show so far. We've had a little bit of everything. We had some culture. We've had some, politics. We've had, a little bit of morality.
Yeah.
It's been pretty good mix.
You know what? I'm like, what would you say has been like your favorite debate so far that you've moderated?
That's a hard one. I mean, they've all been very different.
Favorite debate.
I really enjoyed.
I wish Grid would have put a banner or something up behind there. That wall just looks plain to me.
I like
this ball-headed guy down here in the camera needs to sit down. I don't know who that is, but he don't need to be like down here in the left corner.
LSPs and I'm blanking on names.
Jake,
he's bald as he can be.
That was a really good one as well. They've gone back and forth. I really gotta say, I
thought Jake would be a lot taller in person, but he's a lot shorter.
Well,
like he got that short Mexican issue, right?
Oh yeah, Glenn's big.
Yes, it's really sad to be a short king. I gotta say, can't relate.
He's been
I'm not even that tall, which is
pumping that iron and shit too.
So, I don't know.
So like for the audience that's here,
just that he looks strong.
You guys seen these
he's strong. He's back on doing stuff too. That weightlifting medicine.
Meet me over there to get your good content.
Products.
$20. All right, $20.
That's what he said.
$20. Make him holler.
No, thank you. I'll stay natural.
All right, you holler for $1. Do some strange for a piece of change. All right,
I want nothing in my body defecting my brain or anything.
Our next debate's going to be Tyler and Vince, right?
That's correct. And then after
or my
debate,
penis.
We're gonna have our commentary team.
I don't want anything shrinking my penis.
Yeah,
I
always heard that.
Angels. The Glenn's Angels.
Yeah, like
makes you little downstairs.
All right, like two demons on my side, but
it might be fallen angels.
That's a different debate. It's a different debate.
But I'm really looking forward to this one with Vince and Tyler.
I am too. What is the topic exactly?
It looks like they're going to do the most corrupt president since Reagan. I know they both
most corrupt president since Reagan.
I'm pretty interested to see where it goes. What do you think it's going to go?
You know what? I
think it'd be
but I know
Obama.
Tyler's
they say Biden, but Biden wasn't corrupt. Biden was just much brain. I think Obama was more decisive and
And I'm
sneaky
expecting Tyler to be
scandal.
very thorough
Still
with his
corrupt, in my
debate and
opinion.
like making sure that definitions are
Clinton
defined.
comes in with a good
I
race
think it's
too,
gonna be
but
a
Bush
really
does
good
too,
debate.
though. Bush was kind of,
what do you think about Vince's debate style?
Bush
I think
Jr.
it's gonna be good. He's been really making a name for
Don't-
himself on the TikTok.
Have we even had a good president?
I think it'll be good.
I
You know,
mean, shit,
Tyler
let's
is
just
our
count 'em all
ultimate
out.
journey, and he's
That's
a Dan
Reagan.
Severn in my league. So
I
he's
mean,
fought
come
everybody.
on.
If you beat Tyler, you're in the top echelon. If you lose, then you know you need to go do some work. So Tyler's really, I think, looking to like make a jump.
You know, like
to
the
next
only
level.
thing
So
that
I'm
like I always vote against Tyler is his
Where's
man
all
bun.
the ring girls
Like,
they
just
said was
because
going
he
to
has
be
a man
there
bun, like, I vote him
announcing
just
girls,
because I want to mess
sitting
with him.
there
also,
talking
I mean, not all of
with
us are balding, my son.
That's true.
with Glenn.
But I mean, we're about that time. If you want to start,
You know what? I will get over there. Give me like 2 minutes.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, guys, if you don't have a man bun, I'm sorry, you're bald. No, I'm just kidding. But I am excited for this. I think it's going to be a really good one. I can't wait for it. These are some people I've worked with many times, and I think they're going to be really good. I know Tyler's looking to make that next jump, that next level. He's been really practicing up. I know Vince has been over here. He's been practicing up. We just had him on a great show earlier this week. So I can't wait to see what they prepare.
Let's go.
It's going to be a good one. This one's going to be a little bit longer than the last one. All right. And so we're going to go to Glenn right now for our first interview.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Vince and Tyler. All right, let me get this debate topic clear. What is the debate topic exactly? Get closer, you guys. Get closer. All right, there we go.
Trump is the most like the MMA thing.
Yeah. You face off. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to do the weigh-in and face off.
President of the modern era. He's taking the affirmative. I'm taking the negative.
So Trump is the most.
So they say, and Trump is the most
president
corrupt
since
Huh.
Reagan, and I
That
can
might be
prove
a
it
good
out. I have
debate.
all the facts ready to
Since
go.
Reagan,
Tyler,
really?
Listen, man, you better come prepared because
Maybe the most controversial, but
Well, you know what you got to do is you got to get in there first. You got to establish your run game. You know, you got to double down that run game. You got to really get it
I don't
going.
know
you know?
about the
And then you get
corrupt
behind. You got to
part,
stick to the
but
game plan. You got to throw that ball
most
downfield. Make sure you're playing
controversial.
good defense, good cover two defense. We're gonna get in there. We're gonna get it done. Team, woo! Hands in on three.
That's football. This is
dude, yeah, that's not debate, bro. You got football brain.
So do you
and debate
think
brain.
the Israel topic's actually going to get brought up into this debate?
No,
unfortunately.
Because I would say like the
Let's
way
hope
that
not.
foreign
I'm so
policy
sick of
does
hearing
play
that
a role
shit.
in figuring out who's the most corrupt.
I'm sick of
will
hearing
say,
about that.
As a little spoiler alert, I don't intend to bring it up either. I think there's an element
Yeah,
of foreign
that's kind of retarded.
policy we're certainly going to get into. I don't know if Israel is going to be one of the ones that we're going to necessarily bring up. I'd imagine he's
I'm
going to
sick
bring
of
up.
hearing
Of course, you wouldn't want to bring them up because you're the
Israel. Tiny hat.
Absolutely. I'd love to get into my familiar wheelhouse where like most people aren't as experienced. So yeah, but I don't think we're gonna get there. Maybe the UAE and the Saudis. That's it.
Okay. What do you think is like what you think is going to be his weaknesses?
Well, I think his weaknesses is going to be kind of. Well, I'd rather let the debate speak for that. Let's kind of keep those cards a little close to our chest and save it for the debate. I think
He just pussied out of the question. So do you want to give me the answer? What do you think his weakness is going to be?
I don't think that it's him in particular. What I think it is a derangement syndrome of Trump that exists inside his brain, and it's co-opting him and making him make bad decisions, false comparisons, and double standards.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to have you guys go ahead and head over to the debate stage. You guys, I got you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are still here. We still got a lot of debating going on. You know, it's been a very busy day, as you can tell. We've had, 4 or 5 debates now. We took a break for lunch. Hey, was lunch good, you guys? Was lunch good?
Well, lunch
Can I
took
get a
over
thank
an
you,
hour and a
Grid, for
half.
lunch?
It better be good.
No, say it with a little enthusiasm, like you mean it. Say, Grid, pay me. No? Oh, just me. All right. So, no, you guys have been a great event here so far. You know, we have a lot of people from different parts of the country that flew in here just for this day to get to know each other, hang out, debate, have honest, good conversation, and hash out some differences. And I think that everybody's been enjoying themselves. Everybody's having a grand time. We have a bunch of different things that we're going to be doing this evening. So, please stay tuned. And we are going to go right back just a moment, back over to Gibbs. But you guys that are watching, I really need you to either watch the stream, send support, either on Grid's channel, my channel, or if you're watching on TikTok or Twitch, make sure you are hitting up Gibbs' channel. Send those donations. These events are costly, all right? There's a lot of money that goes involved here. I can't even tell you the price tag, but I'm just telling you what, a lot of money has gone into this. And if you like this content, if this content is enjoyable for you, then please send your support to one of those 3 channels. So without further ado,
I'm ready. Yeah, up on.
Mike,
back again.
Hey,
if
welcome
you're
back
still
over here to the debate.
you're more than
stage.
welcome
We're
to
gonna
come
be
on
going
panel.
to-
I'll
which
give
one
you
of
the
y'all stay with
link.
the affirmative?
Uh,
All right, we're gonna go over the rules.
and we
real
can
quick.
talk about
Just,
these
so everybody knows,
debates.
as always,
That's up to you, though. No
first one of our
pressure. I'm
co-main
just
events
saying,
right here.
if
So we
you
have
want to
basically
be bored
we're
and
gonna start
you
off
want
5-minute
to
openers. You
you're
got
more than
2-minute
welcome to
grace
come up.
periods.
Just let me know.
We're doing a modified version of the GCS, so we're gonna be doing 25 minutes or so, 20 minutes, 25 minutes for the open debate period. Then we're gonna go to super chats. We're gonna go do another 25 minutes for the for another open period. Super chats again. Then we're gonna go to closings. Any questions?
Negative.
Push it. Oh yeah. You want the bigger thing out. You want an outie, not an innie.
There you go. So you want that up?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Cool. All right. So it looks like you're starting us off. So you got 5 minutes whenever you're ready. And also tell us where you're from, who you are, and what all that good jazz is.
Sounds good. I am the Vince Wilson Show. I stream on YouTube Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. I also sit there and do a little bit of ticky-tacky and doing debates on TikTok. Yes, it is painful. Let me go ahead and just open by saying, is Donald Trump the most corrupt president since Ronald Reagan? Unequivocally, yes. This debate is not about whether corruption has existed under both parties. It has, nor is it a referendum on Democrats or Republicans as a whole. The question is whether Donald Trump, compared with every other president since Reagan, represents the most extensive pattern of presidential corruption. I intend to show a consistent pattern in which money, loyalty, and access produce the extraordinary benefits from the January 6th fund to the Qatari jet to donors receiving favorable treatment after financially supporting Trump and his interests. Corruption is not limited to criminal bribery or fraud. It is broadly defined as the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. My opponent will likely bring up Hunter Biden. When that happens, watch the standard of evidence. Suspicion and proximity will be treated as proof against Joe Biden, while far stronger evidence involving Trump will suddenly be dismissed as coincidence. But this debate is not about defending Biden or condemning an entire political party. It is about comparing the conduct of individual presidents. This debate is about scale, frequency, and systemic use of the presidential power for private and political benefit. On that question, the evidence against Donald Trump is overwhelming.
All right. Thank you so much. Where are you from? Oh, you already told us that. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
All right, microphone's working. Average Debate Enjoyer. You can find me at Average Debate Enjoyer on YouTube and Average Debate Enjoyer on X, because that's where I am. Go check it out. Or don't. I don't give a shit. I don't need you. That being said, is this the most corrupt president in the modern era? I think we agreed upon Reagan, the modern era generally. So what we're going to have to do here is actually define corruption. You heard him say how I'm going to define it, proximity. I'm not. I'm going to use the actual standard we use in the United States and always have, and that's a criminal quid pro quo. There's none here. There's not even been investigations into Trump into the things he's doing in office right now. This is purely speculation based off his income going up. When his income goes down, does Trump become less corrupt? No, that's not how it works. When his income goes down, he's still corrupt, because everything Trump does is corrupt at the end of the day. No proof needed, no due process needed, no quid pro quo needed. Trump bad. Orange man bad. So I feel like this is going to be reading tea leaves a lot, and we're going to delve deep into speculation because there are no credible allegations against Trump corruption right now. No charges, no investigations, none of that. It's all going to be, this is what I think's going on. This is what you think's going on. My speculation has more merit than your speculation. I'm not going to play that game. I'm going to go back to something that we know actually happened, that's been proven, that there's been admitted wrongdoing. People have been fired. Others went to jail. So first, we're probably going to hear about Trump's crypto. Pump and dump, it's called. Doesn't fit that criteria. No proof of presidential corruption. No allegations. No investigations. No criminal charges. Trump's businesses made while he's in office. Trump's children doing well while he's in office. Some of the pardons he did with people he worked with, donors, January 6thers, weaponizing the justice system against his rivals, and his unconditional challenges to the 2020 election. All of these are going to be proof of Trump's corruption, but none of them are going to actually meet the standard of corruption, which we saw when Jack Smith tried to charge Donald Trump. He couldn't charge him with incitement. He couldn't charge him with insurrection. He charged him with obstruction of justice and obstructing government events. That's it, because the claims being made don't match the facts on the ground. It's all rooted in derangement against Trump. So we're going to talk about the scale. Trump entered office worth $3.5 billion. He has not even doubled his net worth to this day. And he has all these mechanisms, billions of dollars of businesses available for him to grow and shrink his wealth absent of his actions in politics. Bill Clinton never had that. Barack Obama never had that. None of the other presidents ever had that. Their net worth, the Clintons right now are worth $200 million. That's over 100 times what they were worth when they entered office with zero means to actually earn any money. How did Bill Clinton earn that money? He went out and did speaking in countries that his Secretary of State wife was dealing with in our government. For some reason, they paid him $105 million for that. Nobody cares. We have Trump. What we look at as corruption generally, and especially in this argument with Trump, is going to be mostly centered around money, people making money. I could grant that $1.7 billion that went to Trump and say, yeah, okay, let's say it's true, even though you don't have any actual proof that it's true. So what? Actual corruption that's worse is weaponization of the systems we have to enforce justice and to enforce our rules. When you have a political campaign and a political party make up false accusations about the Trump campaign coordinating with Russia to steal an election, and then you use that and your sources inside these agencies to push a partisan investigation that had almost no merit to even be started in the first place, and then you have these same entities that know it's Oppo research with no factual proof behind it, using that to pack it into intel reports, presidential briefings, FISA warrants, and all the such. We have tons of whistleblowers that have come out about this, and many were suppressed. The Obama administration was suppressing whistleblowers coming out about his elected officials and his appointees interfering in actual intelligence agency reports and inserting political narratives that didn't have any proof behind them. We're going to go through all that, and I'm going to show you what real corruption looks like. I'm going to show you the court cases that led to this. I'm going to show you this is something we can prove. The FBI already admitted wrongdoing. All these people have been fired. Andy McCabe, the person that hid Anthony Weiner's laptop from FBI investigators so that he could help Hillary Clinton win the election, has been fired. Peter Strzok, who started an investigation after looking and finding zero evidence of Trump-Russia collusion, has been fired. The FBI admitted they were wrong. We haven't proven allegations, unlike speculation because Trump's wealth went up, which again is a stupid scale. So let's get to it.
All right, thank you so much. All right, once again, guys, get your super chats in now. We will do a open period where I read them all, and we'll be getting some responses from the debaters as we go. All right, boys, fight.
All right, so first of all, you said that corruption is a criminal quid pro quo. Is that how you define corruption?
Generally, it requires some sort of nefarious clandestine meeting where we can see somebody is violating the rules to help out somebody on the other side, or yes, a quid pro quo.
Would you agree that a quid pro quo necessarily doesn't have to be illegal? It can just be, hey, I'm going to give you a particular governmental contract so that you can, I'm going to give you a little bit of money, here for your, I don't know, your Trump account. And then I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit of a governmental benefit off of that little payment. That's not necessarily criminal, but you would argue it's a quid pro quo, right?
I would argue the quid pro quos exist without corruption, yes. I would argue that to rise to the level, it has to fit the criteria of what we as a country deem to actually be corruption, and that's written in law.
So to be clear, you don't think it's corrupt when the Dell family donates upwards of, I believe it was, $6.25 billion to the Trump accounts, which is the Trump children accounts. And then Donald Trump, forgot to mention too, where Donald Trump purchased $1 million to $5 million in Dell shares shortly thereafter that announcement. And then after that, five times on a public stage explicitly said, go out and buy a Dell computer. You don't think that is corruption?
I think that you need more proof to prove it. I think you have a little bit of smoke there, but until we get investigations, allegations from a political or from a policing entity, and an actual investigation into it, charges, and a conviction, it doesn't fit the standard of the corruption that I'm bringing to the table, and that has already gone through the court system, already gone through the political system, already gone through scrutiny in the House and the Senate, and we know it happened. Yours is still speculation.
I'm not speculating. In fact, I have quotes directly from Donald Trump on February 19th saying, Dell, go out and buy a Dell computer. They make a great product after he still owns stock. On February 27th, he said, Dell computer, go out and buy a Dell computer. They're great. May 8th, go out and buy a Dell computer. They're great. May 28th. Oh, I forgot about this little
This
tidbit.
sounds like proximity to me.
This is a really interesting one too. On May 28th, the War Department signed a $9.7 billion deal with Dell. And after that, he didn't stop. On July 6th, he said, go out and buy a Dell computer. And July 22nd, just this past week, in Marietta, Georgia, said, you know what I say? Go out and buy a Dell computer. You see nothing wrong with that.
I see that as proximity. As you accuse me of in your introduction, you're now saying that proximity exists. So if Democrats go out and say, hey, everyone go buy solar and then invest $500 million into Solyndra, is that corruption?
I would say
the criteria. I would say no. You would say no, but because it's a Democrat, you would say no. I'd say no because of principle.
There's a one key piece you're missing. Donald Trump in his financial disclosures showed that he had between, what was it now at this point? $1 million to $5 million in shares in Dell. So to be very clear, to lay this out in layman's terms, you have a president who received money from a Dell family for $6 billion, then bought into shares at that. So he has a literal invested interest and then promotes that invested interest on the world stage. And you don't think that that is corruption?
No, I don't think inherently that's corruption. That's proximity. That's what you accused me of. The fact that they're near each other and doing trades. If Trump knows his government contract is going through and the person that runs the blind trust that's in charge of buying and selling stocks for him knows this is happening because it's public knowledge, of course, any smart investor that pays attention is going to say we need to invest in Dell because governments give out free money.
So, there's another way that he can do
corruption.
He can just not invest in it. All right, fine. We don't want to talk about Dell. Let's talk about FIFA. Now, this is something that people don't talk quite a bit about. Gianni Infantino awarded Trump the Peace Prize. He then, Folarin Balogun, I can't say his name, forgive me, guys, was suspended over a red card during the USA men's soccer team. There was initially questions about who really called FIFA to overturn this red card. Well, Trump admitted actually out loud to calling Gianni Infantino. And it was just reported this past week that Donald Trump is set to nominate Gianni Infantino to the UN Secretary General. We have where Donald Trump himself said he called Gianni Infantino to overturn. Now, criminal, sure, probably not. Corrupt, I would say so. It doesn't have to be criminal if you have a president who's garnering favors to try to benefit the USA men's soccer team. And remember, my definition is that somebody is entrusted with their power and abusing that entrusted power. You have Donald Trump, who has the incentive, his entrusted powers, he's a president. He's then asking for a particular favor from Gianni Infantino. Donald Trump himself said this. And then Gianni Infantino is now overturning that card and getting a potential UN Secretary General position.
Okay. Even if I grant all that, I'm talking about the weaponization of the FBI and intel agencies to subvert an election and put a political candidate under surveillance and then into prison. And you're saying, well, Trump asked FIFA to do something that I don't like. That's your comparison of corruption. The most corrupt president ever.
Fine. Okay, we are going to now use the standard of DOJ investigations. Let's talk about Mark Kelly and Seditious Six, shall we? He was entrusted with overseeing, Donald Trump oversees the DOJ and executive branch, which you would agree with, I'm sure. Do you know what he said on November 20th? I'll spare you. He said, seditious behavior from traitors. Trump went on, lock them up. Then, on February 10th, they then pursued charges for Mark Kelly and several others. The political gain is quite obvious. Mark Kelly put out a video, if y'all are unaware, where with several senators saying, hey, listen, just obey, you don't have to obey an unlawful order. And Donald Trump himself, again, Donald Trump, third time now that I presented, where Donald Trump himself instructed his DOJ to go and lock someone up, and they then went forward with those charges. Is that corruption?
Inherently, no. The DOJ works for the president. Their power spawned from the power of the presidency. If you appoint somebody like Merrick Garland, whose intention is to go after Trump and put charges against him, charges that were, again, either fell off or just were flat out never went anywhere, then you could argue that's corruption in the same way, but all you're arguing is proximity still. There's no actual corruption. You're just saying, this thing happened. It's rather vague. We don't know the details. Is that corruption? If not, nah. But I'm telling you, we have actual proven corruption where members of the DNC use their Democrat-funded money to invent a lie that Trump was coordinating with Russia. They forced it into FISA warrants. They forced it into intel reports. They forced it into presidential briefings. It ended up on the news. It ended up in debates. It ended up in campaign rallies. They invented a lie, pushed it into government to give it legitimacy, and use it to try to subvert the election. Nothing you've named, even if I granted these, which I don't, but even if I granted these, what you've named pales into comparison with what I'm giving you.
So again, if your argument is that it has to be a criminal quid pro quo, which I think is a really absurd statement to make to begin with, because those are two like oxymorons. You can't, quid pro quos don't necessarily have to be criminal. I've already laid out where we would agree that would you agree that insider trading by Nancy Pelosi would be corrupt if she knew certain information that she had and then traded upon that information to do so? Would that be corrupt, or what would you think that is?
That's not inherently corrupt. That's silly to me. They're just telling me you don't know the details of how this works. When we have a politician that goes into office, they sign their assets over to a blind trust that they're not allowed to have communication with. This happened with Laura, the woman that was appointed for Senate in Georgia after somebody had stepped down. She went up against Ossoff. What's her name?
Boebert?
Yeah, no, it wasn't Boebert.
No.
It was before her. She was appointed and she ran against Ossoff in 2020. She had an investigation because she had been coordinating and talking to the blind trust that manages her stocks. You just want to take away their opportunity to earn money, but they signed this over to a third party that does all their stock trading for them. And unless you can prove that they were coordinating with that third party, it's perfectly legal and it's perfectly above board and not corruption. It sounds to me like you're just saying this person made money or they were in the proximity of somebody that gave them money, thus corruption, no proof needed, no quid pro quo needed, no due process needed.
So here's the thing. We can look at J6 slush fund because I know you want to get into this. Trump sued his own IRS, and you don't think that the plaintiff being the defendant at the same time is not an innate, at the very least, conflict of interest?
I do. I think that was untoward, and I think that the court stepping in to freeze it was good. That doesn't necessarily mean corruption. That means the president can use his Article 2 powers to interpret laws and actions how he sees fit, and the courts are there to make sure that he doesn't go overboard, just like Biden did dozens of times when he was trying to forgive student loans. Trump thought he could do this. He tried to do it. The court said no, and that was the end of it.
Well, no, it's actually not the end of it because we've had Todd Blanche refusing at numerous hearings to say that he's going to not continue to pursue this J6 slush fund. And in fact, we had over 35 bipartisan judges that asked to reopen the case due to the corrupt nature. So again, it's not closed, to be very clear. This may still go forward in a different manner, and Congress has been trying relentlessly to get Todd Blanche to say on record, you are not going to pursue this, and he has refused to do so.
There's all sorts of instances I could find where Trump goes to try to do powers that he doesn't actually have and gets rejected by the courts, that I would say, yeah, I probably agree with you. Abrego Garcia is probably something I agree with you on. Just because Trump does bad thing or tries to overstate his power does not equal corruption. Corruption is a specific charge. Who is benefiting besides Trump trying to expand what he thinks are his own powers of the presidency? He thinks he has these powers. He thinks he won 2020. So if he acts in a way according to what he thinks, it's not corruption. He's just stupid.
So you're telling me then that a president cannot be corrupt if they sit there and seek personal gain from, and even if we were to take Dell out of this, to be completely clear, we could take Dell, the Dell family, completely out of this. We can just look at the simple fact that Donald Trump had shares in Dell and then put out there publicly to buy Dell stocks or buy Dell computers, which inevitably would help the performance for them to go up. I don't understand how you don't see that that's corruption. And again, you're saying that it's going to be criminal. Then if this is not corruption, of all the things I've laid out with the J6 slush fund, the fact that he's gone after his political opponents like Mark Kelly, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, James Comey, we can go down the list, then what is corruption? Give me an example of what is.
Wait a minute. He went after them? I think they all tried to put him in jail and take everything he had, all his money, his buildings and everything. They went after him for years.
So Trump's charges, you're saying,
and so what?
Because he's telling
hasn't every president benefited from being a president?
Go after. You're saying that
deals, sign deals.
That doesn't, to me, show corruption at all, because several of those people are having their charges against them go through. John Bolton just pled guilty and had to pay out $2 million for distributing sensitive documents that were all classified to his wife and sister so he could write his book. He essentially had to pay back $1.5 million in profits from his book and some because he got caught doing it. So some of Trump's investigations had merit. Other of his investigations, we don't even know if they had merit because he went out, opened his mouth, bloviated, said a bunch of things, and the court said this seems personal. So even though there's merit to the illegal claims of Letitia James falsifying her tax records, even though there's merit to that, we're not going to go through with this because Trump said a bunch of stupid things online and undermined his own case. That to me doesn't show corruption. That to me shows he's an idiot.
That sounds, So wait, if a president sits there, ruins his entire case because he said something, does that not in and of itself show that there is some level of him trying to force his DOJ to do something that is what the Republicans used to call as lawfare? In fact, we can look at Letitia James when Donald Trump put out the infamous Truth Social post where he instructed Pam Bondi. And it seemingly seemed as if he was trying to send a text message to Pam, but nonetheless, he addressed her saying that he's reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially same old story as last time. I'll spare you the details. No, I fired him, and there's a great case, and many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsey Halligan's a really good lawyer. Guess what he did shortly thereafter the post, 2 days after? He appointed Lindsey Halligan, who had barely any legal expertise. He then, on October 9th, guess what? Halligan obtains an indictment. The judge dismisses the indictment, and guess what they continue to do? They convene 2 more grand juries, and the DOJ appealed. Donald Trump instructed his DOJ to go after his political opponents, which to me is corruption. And you saying the fact that Donald Trump's own statements ended up getting a court case thrown out,
it's silly. Again, even if I grant it, telling your DOJ to go after these people that you think did crimes, and again, in Letitia James's case, the courts didn't say she didn't do anything illegal. The courts threw it out because of Donald Trump's conduct on the world stage. Saying he put out a Truth Social post, but I actually interpret it as a text to Pam Bondi, despite the fact that Pam Bondi doesn't even have Truth Social, means that he's actually corrupt. You're interpreting something that didn't happen, editorializing it to be part of your narrative, saying he actually asked her when he was putting out a Truth Social post, and she doesn't even have that form of social media. Whereas I can go and look at Michael Sussman, a DNC lawyer, inventing Alpha Bank, telling people that work for the DNC, a programmer, if you help me fabricate this information to attack Donald Trump over Alpha Bank, Hillary Clinton will put you in a high position inside of her administration when she wins. That went to court, and he was found to have doctored all of this evidence and then used his connections inside the FBI to get them to investigate it as well. What happened was headlines came out during the election that Trump was coordinating with Russia over Alpha Bank. They used knowingly false information that they were privately trying to fabricate in order to try to subvert the election. All you're saying is Trump may have made money because people in proximity to him that he had government deals with made money, and he bought their stocks and he made some money. So that means corruption. Ignore the fact that we don't actually have any meeting of the minds, a legal term, to show that they were doing some clandestine exchange, that this is anything more than just market transactions and common sense.
I'm going to use your own words to what you've told me many times in dismissing corruption. All of you've proven towards Hillary Clinton is proximity.
Hillary Clinton was not president. I'm not talking about Hillary Clinton.
So then who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Barack Obama, who pushed the Steele dossier into intel reports. His administration did it.
So you have evidence that Obama himself did it? I'm going to use your own standard against you.
His administration did, yes.
Oh, his administration.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
but you don't have anything of Obama actually instructing.
You're going to say the administration taking actions that the president sanctions is not on the president? Like the president can appoint somebody to the head of the CIA, and that person can do illegal things that benefit the president, and the president can repeat those same lies at campaign rallies, but he's not responsible for the people that work directly under him? That's wild to me.
Yeah, it does. It sounds a little bit like Donald Trump.
That absolves Trump of a lot because,
I'm not saying it absolves Trump.
It does.
I would argue that corruption, I would argue, as I admitted in my opening, that there are certainly Democratic presidents that you can make an argument have been corrupt.
Hold on.
For example, if we talk about Bill Clinton and Whitewater, there was that scandal that you could say.
Let's not go that far yet. Let's stick on this point.
Okay, let's stick to Obama. Because Obama could certainly be perceived as corrupt in that particular manner if those were true. And again, I could sit here and we can argue the merits of that particular case over and over. My definition of corruption is very, 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 very simple. And that is, it's not limited. It's as defined as the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. It's a very now. There are criminal forms of corruption like bribery, like fraud, and I don't think quid pro quo is necessarily an illegal act, but nonetheless, There are certainly criminal versions of that, but there are certainly under the table things that we would say are abuses of entrusted power for private gain. And if you don't need to necessarily see, and I've got evidence already where I've got the direct tie. I've got where there's not a direct tie, but there's certainly smoke, which is when I would argue, to be fair, when it comes to, let's say, the Freedom 250 versus America 250 situation. There's certainly smoke. There's not a lot of fire, and you could say that it's a third degree away from Trump, but I still think it's corrupt.
So, okay, so Trump's DA doing things is proof of Trump's corruption, but Obama's most trusted and closest staffers doing things is proof that Obama wasn't involved. Is your standard?
I didn't say that.
You
No.
did. You said
No.
Obama's administration did
I was
things
using
that he was
your own
briefed
standard.
on,
I
and
was
he was
using
repeating.
your own standard. I
That's
have
not
no
my
problem
standard.
saying that you can make the argument
We
that
have-
was corrupt.
We have evidence and a whistleblower
That-
on the record.
I'm
under
willing to
oath
sit here and say
testifying
that you
to
could
this.
argue that's corrupt. However, you are not using your own same standard. I'm saying that it could be corrupt because, again, my definition is simply put that the definition of corruption is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain.
Michael
If that were
Sussman
true,
was investigated. Michael Sussman had charges against him. Michael Sussman went to court. The reason why he did not lose is because they lacked evidence, but they did prove in those court proceedings that he was trying to manufacture something against Trump. He just didn't do anything illegal in that because the evidence that he was trying to use, though it was wrong, though it was incorrectly perceived, was not invented by him. Thus, he didn't break the crime that they charged him for. But all the rest of what I'm saying was proven in the courts, was accepted by his own legal team in the courts.
Well,
So
let me
legal
let me jump in here real quick, just for the super chats. We're about halfway through here. Let me go in here. We got Chi-Town Deke with a geez, dude, really? Question mark. Tangential thumbs on a scale. Is it corruption? I guess you see a road, a GOP around every tree too. Do you see a road GOP guy behind every tree?
I try to kind of go around the trees a little bit and kind of worry. I kind of like that meme with the guy with the yellow jacket peeking out,
I'm with you, especially when you're driving. You got to keep between navigational beacons. Key. We got Alicia Chancellor 9648. If I butcher your names, I apologize. For $20, have fun, guys. Shadowback 1 with 10 joules, a thumbs up. We got Shadowback 1 again with 30 joules, clutch. LFP 8647. Donald Trump. Hey, he was here earlier. Shout out to LFP. Go follow him. All right, Donald Trump took pardons for money, lifted Vietnam sanctions in exchange for Trump properties, quashed bribery investigation into Tom Homan, profited over $1 billion from his coin. Name one example from Democrats equal to that. That's the
What was the examples again?
Took pardons for money, lifted Vietnam sanctions, exchange for Trump properties, quashed bribery investigation into Tom Homan, profited over $1 billion off his coin. Name one example from Democrats equal to that.
I don't think any of those are examples of corruption. Okay, like the Vietnam deal. The Vietnam deal, what the main deal there was accepting of the baseline tariff and getting them to decouple their manufacturing. To say that he pressured them into building a golf course, it just sounds to me like somebody editorializing what happened. That's not part of the deal. That's nowhere written in the trade deal. People giving Trump gifts to butter him up does not equal corruption. Getting a Qatari plane does not equal corruption. Getting $1 billion from something that was started before you were in office, one of your multi-billion-dollar industries, and you're a multi-billionaire, just because you're making money does not equal corruption. And again, as I said, when Trump loses money, the very same people that have the Trump derangement also call every single thing he does corrupt. Saying Trump's businesses make money, thus corruption exists, is just TDS.
I'm gonna let him respond, and then
I'll make it quick.
Before you go again, I do have another super chat. So go ahead and
I'll
respond.
make it very quick.
You're good. No rush.
So let me just lay this out because I'm glad that LSP provided the Vietnam example because I actually had that prepared. I'm going to give a timeline. I'll let you, the audience, determine this at this point. Vietnam in April of 2025, Trump threatened a 46% tariff on Vietnam. In May 16th, April, May, less than a month. Anyways, Vietnam's government suddenly approves a $1.5 billion Trump golf course near Hanoi. Oh, but wait, there's more. May 21st, Eric Trump attends the groundbreaking with who? None other than the prime minister who would have facilitated the tariff. And surprisingly, guys, after May 21st, let's just do some basic math. May 21st to July 2nd, Trump announced a trade arrangement lowering tariffs. Now, to your point earlier where you said about proximity and the convenience of these, sure. But boy, does that look like convenient timing. All of a sudden, Trump breaks ground on his new properties, and all of a sudden the trade tariffs get lowered. that's for you to decide on whether or not you think that.
I know you want to
enough
respond.
evidence.
Before you respond, let me just read this last one. We got Insane Wheels for $10. Here's a few bucks. Wish I could have been there. This has been a great watch. We thank you so much. And once again, guys, make sure you get all your super chats in. All this is going to be going to help support GridCon 3 in the future, I believe. We're also going to be having we got the shirts out here. Check out, they're awesome. $20, make you holler. It's gonna be a good time. You'll get a shirt. Message Grid about that. We're gonna continue now for our second half. Go ahead, Newly.
So I love that I'm now being attributed to the proximity argument, because that started out as the accusation as to what I was going to do, and turns out to be the only thing my opposition has here. A tower was built, even though it has nothing to do with the deal. All the investing in it was above board. There's no clandestine meeting. There's no proof that anything untoward happened. There's just a building being built there. The rest of it is speculation. We're filling in the blanks. No investigation, no criminal charges, not even a whiff of corruption is being alleged right now, but it's granted as a truth because it needs to be in order to continue the narrative of orange mad bad.
What my opponent here, Tyler, is saying is that as long as you what he's requiring is, and it's funny how, again, he's saying that I'm saying proximity. I've already laid out my definition a million times. What he's saying here is that unless somebody is explicitly, actually, no, you're not even saying that. I don't even know what you're saying, because even if you were to go on, I've already presented where Donald Trump himself, we have Donald Trump himself, where he literally sat there and said, he's got his financial disclosure in writing right there. So I was going to say, unless Donald Trump says it in writing, but this kind of reminds me of the Fifth Avenue argument of Donald Trump can do no wrong, because unless your argument seems to point to, unless we have something where Dell is in the room with the recording saying, yes, here's my money. Okay. And Donald Trump says, yes, I will then promote you. That is your standard by which you would accept corruption.
We call that proof. Yes, unless you have proof.
Your evidence of proof is preposterous.
No, my evidence of proof is you just admitted.
Because by that own standard, we don't even have that with Obama.
We do. We have proof.
Where do we have the proof of Obama coordinating
I was
with him?
trying to give you that. You won't give me. Let me give you examples out. So why don't you? I'll just give you an example of what I view as corruption. It's not just that like somebody is investing hundreds of millions of dollars from their state into GMOs or and NGOs in their state. It's those NGOs corruptly working with that state's administration, like what's going on right now with Gavin Newsom in California, where him and his wife are under federal investigation for hundreds of millions of dollars worth of corruption. For some reason, we're able to spot corruption there.
You cannot say for some reason, because you're for some. No, hold on. No, listen to me say. Hold on. No. Let me explain why you can't say for some reason, because your own standard won't allow it. Your own standard that you just told me is that I need to have on recording Donald Trump saying, hey, here is my money. Now I want this in return. That's your standard, not mine. So if you want to say this argument of saying, well, I've got some kind of implication for Gavin, this is exactly what I laid out in my opening. There's always, and this is expanded well beyond this debate. This goes for just in general, in the general zeitgeist of the conversation. There is always a double standard when it comes to Donald Trump versus what others are allowed to have. You agree? I agree too.
This is a massive double standard. We know that under the Obama administration, the Vice President Joe Biden called the CIA and said, that information you have of Ukrainian officials talking about my son's corrupt ties in Ukraine, squash that. And we had to wait 9 years for Kash Patel to release that because it was hidden away in CIA intel. We know that exists. We have that factually proven. That's the standard of corruption I'm asking you to achieve. And I have plenty of examples of it under the Obama administration. I have whistleblowers coming out with documents showing I wrote the 2016 intel report. I was the one that discovered Russia interference in our elections, and this was taken from me. I was lied to. My job was threatened, and I was suppressed as a whistleblower by the Obama admin as they locked me out of the 2017 drafting process for that very same intel report and inserted false information, then lied to me to get me to sign off on it. Now I'm blowing the whistle and Obama's suppressing me. This person's on record under oath with proof. And you're saying, oh, we just can't get that proof. It just never exists, when we have it in dozens of other instances that I have documented right here. You're saying it's impossible, yet it happens all the time. This is just trying to justify your proximity
your standard is impossible. My standard is far more forgiving. And in fact, if we look at what happened, and fine, I'll make this like alphabet soup easy here. Okay. Palantir. Donald Trump in March 2026 said, had purchased Palantir stock again on his financial disclosures. And then in April 7th, he explicitly, now, I don't know how much more clear you can get, where he sits there and says, in his True Social post, Palantir Technologies, and then uses their stock ticker, has proven to have great war-fighting capabilities and equipment. Just ask our enemies. You have Donald Trump in his financial disclosures, which I believe he's legally obligated to provide, and then providing the stock ticker symbol for Palantir Technologies. What is that's not corruption. We've
already been through the stock argument, and I already gave you the answer to this, and you're just giving me another example from the same argument.
Because what I'm confused on this is, 1 minute you're able to draw strings, and then you come to me, and my standard is that I have to prove, even with that, which I think is the most explicit argument.
Okay, let's go through it again. Do you think Trump purchases his own stocks?
Do I think he purchases his own stocks? I don't think
we'll make it real simple. Does you think Trump purchases his own stocks? What is the law around our politicians?
Donald Trump doesn't listen to the law very well now, does he? He can look at a whole bunch of different.
I think he definitely does.
I just want to ask though, like how many people actually purchase their own stocks?
In government, none, because it's illegal. What they do is they give it to a third
So
party, fully
wait.
discretionary third party account like JP Morgan or Carl Schwab, the two Trump personally uses to buy his stocks for him.
So
Trump buying stocks means he has a third party that's not at all communicating with him.
But you don't know that though, right?
Yes, we don't know that. We just have it proven in the law, and there's no investigation
Wait, so
saying
Donald
otherwise.
Trump is a saint and always listens to the law?
Yes, Donald Trump is listening.
What?
Donald Trump listens to the courts. Yes, there's not a single instance besides the sale of TikTok where Donald Trump did not obey the highest court in the land. When courts that didn't have authority over him gave him orders, he ignored those. But that was courts that did not have authority or jurisdiction to tell the president how to do things. And most of those got overturned on appeal, like Judge Boasberg, who got 2 writ of mandamuses for issuing illegal rulings against Trump.
You know what ruling Trump didn't listen to? Abreu Garcia. But I just, it's baffling to me that you would say Trump is this saint who always abides by the law, even though, well, for example, we can look at Lisa Cook, where the Supreme Court said that he cannot fire Lisa Cook.
And guess what? She still has her job. She got her job back.
I mean, I don't know how else to sit here when I have to play by a completely different set of standards than you give to Trump.
Yeah,
and it feels like this throughout this entire argument. And again, I've gone back to, I've laid out example after example after
Was
example.
it criminal when Joe Biden tried 9 different times to forgive student loans by reading laws in a way that they weren't interpreted and got
9
slapped down?
different times.
9 different times he tried to overturn and or pay off student loans. Was that criminal?
I don't
No,
know if
it wasn't.
criminal.
Was it criminal when any president has ever tried to interpret any law in any way that wasn't the conventional method? It's not. It's a novel legal theory, and the courts decide whether or not that's above board or not. And the president has agreed every single time, even if he doesn't like the ruling, even if he attacks the justices after, he still does what they say.
You can steal a candy bar and bring it back, and you'll be fine then. And actually, that's not legal advice. Please don't do that. Just wanted to say that. I'm not an attorney. But no, I think, again, it's just this forgiving standard that then it's okay when we like point out 15 different factoids when it comes to Obama administration from a whistleblower, which, by the way, I looked into the whole Hunter Biden thing and found it intriguing that we saw one of the whistleblowers end up apparently getting a job under Secretary Bessent, as well as releasing a book. This was, I believe his name was Gary Shapley. He was an IRS whistleblower. And also that he claimed Davis Weiss dropped the charges seemingly in favor of Biden. But again, it's just baffling how you can use this standard and say that it's not corruption. And
What standard am I using?
I just
again?
hope
Because
that this
every
standard
time you brought up an allegation, I brought up Obama. When you brought up Trump, I brought up like Trump saying, "Hey, buy Dell computers." I brought up Obama and Solyndra and said that's not illegal either. I view these as the exact same thing, and I view both of them as above board. When you brought up something else, I used Hunter or Joe Biden, and Hunter Biden is my example, and I said that's above board also.
So you don't wait. So for Hunter Biden, you don't think Hunter Biden was corrupt?
I think Hunter Biden was doing money laundering, but the best we got out of it evidence-wise was he was doing the illusion of pay for play. He was committing fraud on the world stage, and we would have known more, but his father pardoned him.
But we can't use that because you don't have the recording
I'm not
of
using
Joe
that.
Biden.
I'm
But
using
you just
Russiagate.
did. But
No, I was answering your question. You asked me a question and then act like I'm using it as my argument. That's just kind of dishonest, isn't it?
No.
Well, what is your?
My argument is Russiagate. My argument is the weaponization of the FBI and the intel agencies based off of knowingly false information that the Democratic Party, the Obama administration, and the Hillary Clinton campaign worked together to coordinate and inseminate into government to weaponize the government against Trump.
So let me ask this to both y'all then. So obviously you're arguing Trump is the most corrupt president since Reagan. Who would you argue is the most corrupt? Are you saying Biden's the most corrupt?
I'd say under the Obama administration, we saw, I won't say Obama in particular, under the Obama administration, this is the most corrupt thing I have ever seen in my life in government was the Russiagate investigation. Thus, the most corrupt thing happening makes him the most corrupt president.
And you don't think that Donald Trump getting a Qatari jet, sitting there and pardoning all the J6ers and then trying to create a J6 slush fund, him being a plaintiff and a defendant in his own case, which is odd. Him putting out numerous times, I believe he did this with NVIDIA with the stock ticker. Again,
could be, but you don't have
to
proof.
me, and if your egregiousness is the fact that the DOJ was weaponized, then we don't want to talk about Donald Trump, because I can promise you there is a host of issues that we can find when it comes to Donald Trump and the DOJ. I think again, I've already laid out James Comey, Lisa Cook, when we talk about Letitia James, when we talk about the seditious six. And then, in fact, you could probably even argue the reflecting pool Olympian who ended up putting his hands in there, and Janine Pirro said he used both hands and ripped it up.
It's wild that you bring up some of these people, because Letitia James flat out ran on going after Trump. That was her campaign platform, is I'm the right person to put Trump away. Trump goes after her for something that when you look at the evidence, you can clearly see she signed off on her own documents that she was lying about. You can clearly see she did something illegal and there was merit to investigate her. You don't care about that. You're just saying because Trump wanted this person investigated, that is corruption, regardless of whether or not she broke the law, which it's pretty clear that she did. It's pretty clear that Bolton did, because Bolton pled guilty, and other cases are still ongoing. You seem to lack the evidence to anything. A lot of it is speculation and proximity. You're looking at Trump's money going up and saying because his money is going up, thus corruption must be happening. There's no other way to explain this. Ignore the fact that he's a billionaire with multiple billion-dollar industries that can make him that money legitimate. Ignore the fact that his net worth hasn't even doubled in the 10 years that he's been in office. He hasn't even doubled his net worth, whereas Bill Clinton's net worth is over 100 times higher than it was when he took office, while he was doing things that appear corrupt. While Obama, under his administration, we see the clear weaponization of the Justice Department and the intel agencies. The FBI admitted it. The intel agencies admitted it. They are saying this happened. They promised to reform. They all said it happened under oath in Congress when Trump wasn't even the president anymore.
And here's my thing that I find funny. This is that, again, this is how we kind of play with percentages. Is he's saying that Trump hasn't doubled his net worth. Let's be very clear. Donald Trump's net worth, I believe, is in the tune of to at least a couple billion to
6.7.
$6.7 billion. But we're going to complain about Joe Biden's measly $3 million. I mean, this is what is baffling to me, is that we've seen. And by the way, a little fun fact on where Donald Trump has made his money. He partnered and licensed a book called the Trump Bible. He's also made money off of that, which, by the way, he has presented and been shown to hold it's a Lee Greenwood Bible, but it's been colloquially named the Trump Bible. He received royalties on that to the tune of a couple $100,000. But again, we're going to be, I just thought it was funny, Mr. Trump, the Christian man, now selling Bibles and getting kickbacks from it instead of reinvesting it back into the church. Or we could talk about the Trump Rolex, in which he advertised the Trump Rolex and it's just absurd to me, the number of times. And I really hope that when we get to, the next Democratic president, that the same standard holds, because I know that it won't. I know that we're just going to be back here again to debate this whole entire thing, where a standard is going to be held to one but not the other. And everything you've mentioned with Obama, and fun fact, Letitia James actually had her charges dropped, and the DOJ continued to go. Why would they continue to go after her twice, by the way? And they're still pursuing it and trying to appeal it
because she did something illegal. That's why.
So everything that so are you? I want to be very clear. You don't think that? Let me ask you this. Actually, this is better. You said this earlier, right? That the DOJ works at the behest of the executive branch, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when Trump sits there and tells Pam Bondi, "Hey, I need you to investigate," I think it was Lisa Cook or Letitia James, whatever it was. You don't think that that's not corrupt for Donald Trump to sit there for a political opponent? Namely, Lisa Cook was because of the Federal Reserve. She was voting against his inflation rates. In fact, it was only a mere few days after the Fed notes came out for July 29th, I think, to the 30th. where she ended up getting charges brought forth against her. But you don't think that that's lawfare? Trump going against his political opponents.
No, I don't see anywhere where he actually said anything to Pam Bondi. You're looking at a true social post, and then what you said is that kind of seems like a text message. I think he was trying to text it to her. That's you taking something and editorializing it to make it into evidence that it's not. What we do have is Trump openly saying this woman clearly committed a crime, and we clearly want to go after her for it. He sees the government that was weaponized against him. Keep in mind, the first time a president has ever had his home raided or charges against him was when the previous administration did it to him. They weaponized government against him. Now, whether that's corruption or not, I'm not here to argue that. I'm just saying
Well,
that
no, we're here to
happened
argue
under Trump.
corruption. I mean,
I'm
that's
not
what
going to
we're here
make
to
that
argue.
argument because that's just a proximity argument, and you're the one arguing the lack of standard of proximity. I'm saying they
You've
tried to
made
weaponize
proximity
against
arguments
him,
for
and
Obama and
all
everybody
of those
else.
charges were dropped. All of those charges did not go through. Everything the Biden administration charged against Trump ended up being dropped. A lot of it was because they illegally appointed Jack Smith. That was the Florida case that got thrown out. The other one, they had to go back and rewrite the charges because the charges were illegal and they went against Supreme Court ruling. They refiled them again late and they got dropped. So everything that they did against Trump for January 6th, in your standard of just proximity and weaponization of government, fits it. And you're basically saying Biden weaponized the DOJ more than Trump has. But I'm not even making that argument.
I don't know.
Using an
I don't know if I made that
standard
argument.
that we have proven, that we have sworn under oath, that we have evidence for, which was the weaponization of government under the Obama administration to spy
Under
on the
the
Trump
Obama
campaign,
administration,
to spy
by
on
your
the Trump
own
campaign.
standard of proof that you, it's amazing to me when we sit here and you're trying to rebut my argument and you're saying that, you know, it's just a proximity, you know, it's just, we only have a true social post and this and that, and you're expecting Donald Trump to actually have a handshake deal. But now you're using the same argument to try to like say that the Biden DOJ is the corrupt. That's what makes me so baffled by this is that I'm fine sitting here saying, look, if you think that corruption can take place under the Biden administration. In fact, I didn't vote for Biden, by the way. Sad mistake. But anyways, yeah. So I have no problem saying that Biden might be corrupt. I said in my opener, you could probably make the argument that there was corruption even under Obama, under Bush, Clinton. There's probably been some level of corruption simply because of the fact that there are certain people that, again, it is in essence a quid pro quo, where a president is trying to receive certain political favors. You could maybe make the argument that Joe Biden probably, you know, where is the direct, maybe you need a direct connection, but I don't. Again, I just don't see where the consistency. I don't see your consistency. I have no problem calling out Biden corruption.
I hope the audience does instead, and we'll probably have to wrap all those extra points up in the conclusion. I have a few written down that I want to get back to, but again, the stage was set. When, you know, you see Democrats with their NGOs, Joe Biden, the Inflation Reduction Act that was packed full of climate change reform, put $20 billion into Democrat NGOs that were just full of Democrat staffers. Stacey Abrams made hers less than a year ago.
I want to preface this. Do you think this is an example of corruption?
No, I think this is an example of proximity. If we're just going to argue the proximity speculation argument, the Democrats are still worse there too. Joe Biden pushed out $20 billion under that to Democrat-led, Democrat-owned, and NGOs, many of which had just popped up out of nowhere, full of Democrat staffers.
I'm confused
meant to fight
on this.
vague things like climate
Because
justice.
you're saying that you're using my proximity argument to argue for why Joe Biden. I want you to use your own argument. I want to know when you're using your own standard, because you can't use that then if that's not what you believe.
I have multiple times. I gave you instances of members of the Democrat Party or of Obama's administration that worked for him, that briefed him on this daily, taking the Steele dossier, something that was falsified opposition research funded by the Clinton campaign and backed by Russian intel operatives. They went to Russia to investigate this. They worked with Russian assets that were friendly to the Russian government to fill this thing up with unverified rumors, not a single of which has been proven, even though they offered $1 million to anyone that could prove anything in this dossier. And then they used their contacts inside the intel agencies and inside the FBI to start an investigation, to push this fake dossier, to use it to get FISA warrants, to use it to wiretap Trump's campaign, to use it to all sorts of nefarious ends, push it into intel reports, giving it legitimacy, allowing the news reporters to report on it, allowing politicians to use it to subvert the election. All of it was fabricated. None of it was true. And we have tons of whistleblowers and evidence to back this up. It's all been on the record. It's all verified under oath. Several investigations have happened. People have gone to jail for it. People have been fired for it. These The intel agencies
But
admitted
I
it
can't
happened,
use
and
I
admitted
can't
fault.
use I can't use Trump putting on True Social to instruct his DOJ to go
You
after
can use
somebody.
it all you want, but until Dell admits that something untoward happened here, it's shit arguments. Is what I'm trying to
What's
tell you.
baffling me is you can create this like 15 dot on the map story, which again doesn't show your own standard of direct connection. But I could sit here and say, here's Trump saying, go buy Dell computers of stock I own. Here's Donald Trump. I have 2 dots on the map. You've got 15 to try to prove 1 point, and there's strings behind it. And again, I'll bring up one other example because I know we're getting close to wrapping up. Maybe you'll like this one, the Qatari jet. We can talk about that. On April 30th, Trump organization had a golf club opening in Qatar. That was on April 30th. And then guess what? May 11, 2025, a jet arrangement was made public. May 14th, they signed an agreement to give $1 billion in drones. Then it was 3 days later. A day later, the UAE framework on advanced technology cooperation was signed by the Trump administration and authorized by the Commerce. Then September 29th, we had American security guarantee given to Qatar. So they gave Trump a nice fancy, just a smooth couple $1 billion plane, which by the way, we're still retrofitting. And now they get the American security. They're going to get this American security guarantee. They're also opening up a Trump golf course in Qatar. I mean, they got the Trump organization is making out like a bandit here.
What's that have to do with Trump? He doesn't actually have any affiliation with the organization now that he's president. That's run by his kids.
What does it have to do with Trump? I don't know. Maybe that Trump.
I can't even talk about Obama's CIA director, but you can talk about Trump's family that isn't even involved in his administration.
Your standard is that I mentioned.
Oh,
I want to
brother.
remind, and you can rewind this. When I said about Trump and Pam Bondi, you said, well, Pam Bondi doesn't read the message. So, that doesn't prove corruption. Okay. I've got Trump saying, here's a stock ticker, and here's my financial disclosures. I think that's a pretty open and shut case of a president trying to benefit themselves. Oh, but guess what? That's owned by a brokerage. So now Trump's involved. But your standard is, let me show 15 points on a board. By your own standard, I can never meet your standard. That's what's insane to me.
I have plenty of examples.
It's an impossible standard.
Plenty of examples here where things met my standard. I just gave you a long list of them. And
The proximity argument that I've been arguing from the beginning?
You have been arguing the proximity argument. When I met you with, you brought up stocks, 4 different examples.
So I'm confused.
I already
Is
pointed
your
out to
standard
you.
the proximity standard, or is your standard a direct standard? I don't know what your
told you
standard is.
multiple times. Well, if you let me finish a sentence, maybe you wouldn't be so confused about my argument.
Because
here.
one minute you're using a proximity, the next you're using a direct standard.
Again, if you let me finish the
Okay,
sentence,
go
you wouldn't be confused about my arguments here. That way, you'd also be able to address things like when you brought up stocks 4 times, and I pointed out that Trump has zero control or say in the stocks that his blind trust buys. You're still using it as an example of Trump corrupt because you don't have a real example. But my argument is an actual proven standard that warrants at least an fair investigation. There's no way you can allocate. There's no police out there going after Trump for these things. There's none. It doesn't exist. You're just theory it and ignoring the reality, which is Trump does not buy and sell his own stocks. Trump can't even coordinate with the people that buy and sell his stocks. So if Trump's blind trust buys stocks because public knowledge is out there, they have the same advantage as everybody else. You're claiming there's some connection there that's not proven.
Would it
and
not be
using that
better
as
to
proof of
do what
corruption.
every other president has done and sit there and divest from those investments and pause
That's not
his
what every
investments?
president. Joe Biden did the same thing with the blind trust with his assets. Barack Obama did the same thing with the blind trust. Every politician does
do you
the
think that's
same
corrupt? Wait. Do you
thing.
think with the Biden thing, would you say then that if Biden were to sit there and coordinate with matter of fact, you've kind of made this argument when you talk about Russia and Burisma, where he's got. Would you agree the kickback for $5 billion or whatever that number was to the Biden family?
No, we didn't get any proof that Joe Biden actually took any of that money.
Okay.
So that's why I'm not using that as my example.
So here's the funny thing. When we talk about investigations, it's funny because BlackRock invested towards Donald Trump's ballroom. And conveniently enough, an SEC investigation into investment advisors was dropped. We also had Coinbase, which notoriously has worked closely with Donald Trump's crypto earnings. The SEC dismissed charges against them. Meta Platform, the CFPB investigation was dropped. FTC investigation dropped. NLRB cases dropped. And then we also had the pardon of Changpeng Zhao as well. But again, none of this is actually showing that Trump, by your standard, had actually called him up. So I
by the legal standard, not my standard.
By this standard, no president in history can be corrupt.
That's not true. And I gave you plenty of examples. How you keep just ignoring my argument and making something up that I'm not saying. No, I'm using the legal standard. When we know Trump does not control his own stocks, you bringing up his stocks for 4 of your 6 examples and saying his blind trust brought stocks, and then something happened with those stocks that was public knowledge. Proof of corruption, no actual conversation needed, no actual corruption needed. The fact that Trump makes money is corruption to you, and when he loses money, it's also corruption to you because everything Trump does is corruption to you.
Can you explain then why a president would feel the need and urgency then when they're talking about Palantir to include the stock ticker for Palantir? What would be the necessity to do so?
I don't know or care.
You don't know. I mean, I've got a very easy explanation.
It could be 100 explanations for it. It's not a story I really followed that much. At the end of the day, I don't have to prove not corruption. You have to prove corruption as the affirmative, and all you're asking me to do is disprove your theory that you've yet to prove.
Well, I've proved it by, again, the preponderance of evidence, and I've already mentioned as well that corruption doesn't have to be inherently illegal. And I've even said that when we talk about Donald Trump and the numerous times in which he has directly stated what to do, someone does it, and then we have a direct link between Dell and this. I've provided Letitia James and Lawfare. And what you have gone and done is then you sit there and say, well, I give you my standard. It's proximity. I'm like, wait, I thought it, but then when I sit here and bring up proximity, you go, no. Trump hasn't even, there's not a recording of Donald Trump having an exchange of hand and an exchange of here. And then you give like this tighter standard when I present it. I feel like this is like a double standard here.
No, I'm giving you examples of Democrat presidents that have done the same thing you're alleging and saying that's not corruption either. When Obama took millions of dollars from Monsanto and then went around the world pushing U.S. trade on other countries, specifically Monsanto products, I did not say that was corruption. I said, okay, that's politics as usual. That's why they donated to him. He said he was going to expand U.S. trade in particular sectors. They're one of the biggest firms in those sectors.
Why are we bringing this up if you don't believe this is an example of corruption?
Because I'm showing you, you keep accusing me of a double standard. That's why, because you're smearing me instead of addressing my argument, because the argument you have is shit, and you feel like character attacks are the only route you have left.
Again, exposing a double standard is not necessarily a character attack. But I digress. I mean, again, when we talk about this, when you talk about Obama and the
wait a minute. It's not necessarily a character attack. Wasn't there? I'm just kind of couldn't.
You're good. No, I mean, look. At the end of the day, I came up, and I didn't even get into Freedom 250 versus America 250 and that whole debacle there. Which again, I would encourage anybody to go look at it. It's quite intriguing what's going on there. Freedom 250 versus America 250, essentially a nonprofit, which I know we love to talk about NGOs from the right. A nonprofit that was a Trump ally essentially opened up a nonprofit called Trump 250. This was a Democrat. There was a Democratic committee, I think an Interior Department or something like that, that released a report that showed, in essence, there was committee members being moved around to more pro-Trump favors. We saw this initially when we saw some of the artists wanting to get out of the July 4th celebration, and they were felt misled. There's even allegations in this report, and again, there's strictly allegations made in the report by the Democrats that there was potential wire fraud committed within that. And also, I encourage you to go look. If you look at the new IRS cards, by the way, that Donald Trump has been trying to put out via Secretary Bessent, there's a little thing called Freedom 250 on that little Social Security card. That is Donald Trump, or rather a Trump-aligned nonprofit. That's their verbiage. You also, the little banners that you've seen on the different governmental buildings, on I think it was the State Department, you could see a little circular logo at the bottom. There was also allegations in there that they coerced certain park officials to wear a Freedom 250 pin versus America 250. And it's important to say this last bit. America 250 was congressionally approved funds back in 2016. Freedom 250 was opened last year. And there was allegations that they are funneling money from America 250 to Freedom 250, and that some Trump-aligned sponsors are wiring money through Trump 250 to essentially benefit Trump.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to a minute to respond, and then We're gonna go to super chats and closings. So go ahead and respond. You have about 30 seconds to
Okay, so if you go through the list of all the allegations that he made, even if we grant all of them, which I'd say most of them are stupid, ignore how actual stock trading works when you're in office. Even if we grant all these pale into comparison as to what I'm defining the Obama administration did. Obama was briefed on it. He was privy to it. His top officials were doing it. That gets dismissed as, oh, it's a proximity argument, doesn't actually dispute any of the points. I brought up several. Well, actually, I'll get the rest of my closer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, in that case, boys, we got a couple super chats here before we go to closings. At Horse God says, for $2, is Hunter Biden profiting for bereavement corruption? We talked about that in depth. I don't know if we need to go back over that again. Is Echo 5 Sierra 1775 for $5? Does being a political opponent of Donald Trump make you immune from criminal prosecution? Thoughts?
Well, say that again.
Does being a political opponent of Donald Trump make you immune from criminal prosecution?
No, oh, so it's probably just me. No, I mean, I wouldn't sit there and necessarily say that in and of itself makes you immune from prosecution. And to be clear, what I have laid out in corruption is again, and part of my definition is that you have to be in some kind of a situation of authority, right? And so Donald Trump going in, instructing his DOJ to go after his political opponents because they didn't issue a rate hike, or well, rather it's with Letitia James. And again, Letitia James prosecuted Donald Trump. Again, that connection is what makes it corrupt. If the DOJ was not instructed by Donald Trump, you wouldn't have the corruption there because you would just have a DOJ that's necessarily investigating. Now, you could have corruption in the DOJ if one of the DOJ officials maybe had some kind of a political motive for personal gain. You could probably have some of that, but generally it relies upon Donald Trump and with the actual push of the investigation.
That was a lot. I'll give you 30 seconds to respond.
I missed all. I was
all right. Fair enough. Yeah. Now it's easy then. No time for you to respond. All right, boys. So we're gonna go to closings then. We all both have 5 minutes. Who was first? Was it?
He opened first.
You opened first, so that looks like you're opening the closings first. You got 5. Whenever you're ready, go.
Okie dokie. So Vince said that I have two standards here, but again, for every single example he asked me about, I either dismissed it as silliness or gave him an equivalent of Democrats doing the same things. He kept bringing up Trump pushing Dell. I brought up Solyndra, how Obama was out there pushing solar, investing hundreds of $millions into Solyndra that was donating back to his campaign, tens of thousands of dollars. I didn't view it as corruption then. I don't view it as corruption now. I went to Biden, student loan forgiveness. We were talking about Trump interpreting laws a certain way, getting it wrong, going to the courts and getting slapped down. He said that is inherently corruption. I brought up instances of Biden doing it over and over and over again. He didn't even know how many there were. When I did bring it up, he said, no, that's not corruption. I'm giving you examples of Democrats doing very similar things in the same line of precedent as Trump and saying, I didn't view it as corruption then. I don't view it as corruption now. I purposely left Hunter Biden out of my argument because we did not have the proof that that money made its way all the way up to Joe Biden. I left it out because it's not a good argument because I'm arguing a factual standard. Now let's go into the FBI investigation that I kept getting interrupted on. We know Peter Strzok did not have any intelligence when he opened the investigation Crossfire Hurricane. We know that he was a Democrat operative that was communicating with the DNC, took their false report and forced it into FISA warrants by lying to the FISA courts about the validity of it. We know that they took a CIA email saying Carter Page was an intelligence asset. They falsified it. Somebody went to jail over that and used that to get FISA warrants against Carter Page. So they took lied to the FISA court and used that to get a wiretap into the Trump campaign when they were running for president. They also took these illegal and false, or I'm sorry, not illegal, these false reports and worked them into the presidential briefing. James Comey did that, and James Clapper worked it into an intelligence briefing to give it legitimacy so that it could be reported by the news as something that was happening. Then the entire Democratic Party, as well as the Obama administration, repeated these lies, got on board. For 4 straight years, we saw the Democratic Party in a YouGov poll say that the majority of Democrats said that Russia hacked our voting machines to insert millions of illegal votes to give a false election. Democrats dog whistled that talking point for years. Russia hacked our election. Russia hacked our election. That's why a majority of Democrats believe that Russia hacked voting booths for 4 years straight. They sued the DNC, the Democratic Party as a whole, endorsed by Obama, sued Trump over Russian collusion, something that they knew they made up. They were giving their own lie legitimacy by suing. The lawsuit got thrown out because there was no evidence to back it. This entire thing was fabricated. They used it to weaponize the FBI. They used it to weaponize intel agencies, and it resulted in 3 years of investigation where they dragged Trump through the mud, lied about him, use it to subvert elections. That is the most blatant corruption. And every example you gave was speculation. Now, you could be right. We could get those investigations when Democrats win the House. We could see a quid pro quo come up long term. You could be correct in the future. We aren't there yet. So you are speculating based off of your thoughts and ignorance to how stocks work. When a government official has stocks, it goes into a blind trust. There are no allegations or evidence or investigations into Trump violating that and coordinating with his blind trust. So the 4 examples out of your 6 that you brought up were just you not understanding how politicians trade stocks while in office. And it's been completely dispelled. You never addressed it. At the end of the day, most of my arguments didn't get addressed. You just went around them and kept going back to your talking points, which I think were kind of crap. So that's all I got.
Well, that's fantastic. Where can they find you?
Oh, Average Debate Enjoyer on YouTube, Average Debate Enjoyer on X. And, everyone also give Vince, this is my last time to talk, give Vince a round of applause. He came in here hot as the opposition. We respect the hell out of that. Thank you for coming.
Yes. We'll get plenty of applause in a second. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to you, Vince. You're closing. You got 5 minutes and go.
So here's the funny thing about this is that, it's funny because I vaguely remember Donald Trump using an untraditional kind of blind trust in which his children manage that blind trust. And I think it's incredibly interesting how we've got direct evidence. You have to take 15 steps. I can sit here and say, hey, here's Donald Trump buying or his brokerage, because I forgot we have to play by a different standard, or his brokerage getting certain stocks. And by the way, there's individual purchases as well, nonetheless. It had stock purchases and then has all of a sudden says Palantir, great company, and then uses their stock ticker. Why else would he use a stock ticker if you weren't interested in trying to boost their stocks? I don't know how much more corrupt it can get. I just know that when we have a Democratic president, this standard is going to shift. It shifts every time. Whenever a Republican comes into office, namely Trump, there is this idea that, and again, Tyler laid this out, and I still can't quite understand it because I'm showing Trump says this, then does this. Okay, he's got a Qatari jet. Well, that's not good enough. Oh, well, Pam Bondi doesn't have True Social apparently. And it's just wild that I have to kind of find a video evidence, and then he's able to draw 15 dots on a map about Ukraine and Burisma and this and that. And by the way, that 15 points is in a way driven to try to exacerbate a one topic issue. I want to be very clear. That's one topic. There's 15 points to that one topic. I have provided a host of different topics, from the Qatari jet to Dell to Palantir to the pardons to the the reflecting pool to all of his political prosecutions, every single one of them. And again, I have no problem. I never said that Obama wasn't corrupt. Rewind the tape. I think Obama could be corrupt. I actually have conceded this numerous times. Obama could be corrupt. Biden could be corrupt. Bush can be corrupt. The argument here isn't whether or not these presidents are corrupt. That's not the debate. The debate is whether or not Trump is the most corrupt. And one example of some kind of Russiagate or some kind of Burisma scandal, that's 2 points. I've got about 15 in right here alone. But again, that's where I'll land. It's been a great pleasure debating you. I'm The Vince Wilson Show. You can find me at The Vince Wilson Show on X. You can find me on YouTube, Twitch, and even TikTok is where I am usually. I want to say it has been a great debate, Tyler. I look at these things more like an MMA debate in a lot of ways. We kind of just go tit for tat and kind of, square up. But it's been a pleasure, and I want to thank everybody for allowing me to be up here.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Can we get a round of applause for our debaters here? They were outstanding. Very good, very good, very good. I really very enjoyed that very much. I got one more super chat before we move on. We got a horse. Well, y'all are good. Okay. We got Horse God says $5. Congress performs better on the stock market. Anyone with common sense knows it's from insider trading. Many use blind trust example of corruption. I would have let them answer that, but we will be moving on here in a moment. Actually, guys, we have a couple of things. First, thank y'all so much for the super chats. We need them. We love them. Big fans. Y'all are helping us out a lot. You can donate in any of our channels. We appreciate it greatly. What we have now, though, is a special event thing. We have a commentary team that's going to be watching these debates all day and listening in, and they are going to be commenting on some of the stuff from earlier, as well as hyping up our main event here in a moment. So without further ado, let me go to Mr. Glenn Lawrence.
Yo, welcome everybody. It's your boy Glenn Lawrence, and I'm with Glenn's Angels, right? You heard of Charlie's Angels, but my Angels are better, all right? So, ladies, tell me, what have you guys thought about the debates thus far?
Oh, they've been really good. They've been amazing. I really enjoyed the debate around modesty. And I also really enjoyed the debate with Taylor.
Yeah.
It was so good. It was so good. The last one was amazing.
That one was really good. What about you?
Passion. Oh, I love the passion. And like, it got really heated a couple of times, but everybody was able to kind of remain respectful. So I'm new to all of this, but I was able to still keep up with all of this. So passion really brought me in, maybe want to dig in deeper to all the discussion. So I'll definitely be back.
So let's interview our most recent two debaters. We got Vince. We got Vince coming over here. We got Vince coming over here right now for his post-debate briefing. So, Vince, tell us what. Hold on, let's get you in here. Oh, like this, and get you over here. Over here. We gotta get right here. There we go. So, Vince, tell us what do you think about the debate? Where do you think his strengths were? And where did you feel that he probably maybe had a little bit more on you?
Yeah, no, I think that it went really well. I think that Tyler really or Average Debate Joiner did a really good job at trying to really present these arguments. I could tell he was definitely well researched in those areas, and I admire that. I think when you get into a debate, it's important to come with research. It'd be nice. I like to face opponents that don't do their research because it makes it a little bit easier. But I will say I think Tyler did his research quite well.
What would you say an area that you would want to improve in on your argument?
Yeah, no, I sometimes I get a little locked in too much, and by getting locked in like that, I tend to kind of almost get too focused on trying to find the rebuttal and not really listen, and kind of more listen to respond than actually listen to understand.
Yeah.
And that kind of can affect it quite a bit when you're trying to do these debates. So
awesome. Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you all so much.
Can you send Tyler over here? All right, my Israeli. All right, so ladies, what did you think about Tyler's argument? What did you think about it?
I loved it. You're spot on.
Oh,
I
thank
agree
you.
with you 100%.
Oh, stop.
I didn't get to see
No,
a
don't
whole lot
stop,
of
don't
it,
stop.
but when I did hear you have a lot of passion, so I was able to really kind of dig into a couple of other topics from what you said. So I was very respectful, very passionate. I want to see you just.
Oh, yeah. You could be my 170.
I'll be honest. I think debates take too long. I really hate debates. I could care less about a debate. I don't really watch them, but I'm doing this to help some people out and get my content as well and help share Grid stuff out.
Foreign overseas
I really
stuff he was
want to
bringing
help
up was
Grid.
good. I thought the text or the
Like I said, I don't even watch
trading
debate.
argument,
I can't say,
countered
I'm a
very
grown
well with
man. I
how
don't
the
argue
law
with
and
nobody. I ain't
structure
gonna try to
actually
argue
works
my
around
point.
that, but
This
he
is
hit
what
me
they
with a couple
do. This
really
is
good
what they
arguments
enjoy.
overseas.
You guys
And as
support
soon
the
as I heard those,
channel.
I'm like, damn, I don't have a good response
There
to
you
those.
go.
So my plan there
It's in
was
the
to
chat.
obfuscate, kind of throw up a smoke screen and give different
We've been
examples, not
streaming
address
now
them so much
for
because they
8
were
hours
good.
and
Trump
24
isn't my
minutes,
favorite
guys.
person in the world, so
Come
sometimes
on.
being honest and defending him don't go, mix like oil and water.
Hope you're enjoying the
Well, thank you for
content.
coming, my
Like I
friend.
said,
You did
I
such
don't
a good
care
job.
about debates.
All
I'm just
right,
here to
I
support
voted
the
for you
people I
this time.
support, Dusty and
Stop it,
Grid
you guys.
One
Stop.
and Glenn Lawrence.
Oh,
I
is
support
that-
these guys. So
Okay.
that's the only reason I'm here
Who's ever watching all the
sharing
debates?
this stuff out is to get
You
them
said
out
the
there
modesty
further.
one was
So
your favorite one.
make
Why
sure you
was
check
that one
them
your
out.
favorite one?
Also,
I think it had good.
support the channel, guys.
Thank
Thank
but
you.
it was the one that made me go.
If you want to come on panel and you know who I am, I know who you are, Mike, or any of you guys,
Yeah.
talk
So
about
it
this,
made
you're
me
more than
stand
welcome.
out.
Just
And
let me know.
this is what I
No
told Jake,
pressure.
too. I
Just
said,
let me
like,
know
look,
if you're bored and you
let's
want to
just
hang
say
out and talk.
your
You're
Cleveland
more than
is
welcome.
showing,
Come
right?
on my panel.
And I
We'll
came
push
up
this
to you
to
and
the
told you
side,
to
turn it
cover
down a little
up.
bit, and we can
But
discuss
your
things.
husband told you to put that outfit on. Then if you listen to me, then you will not be submitting to your husband. You'll be
Well,
submitting to
basically,
another man.
do a
And then
watch
that would
party.
cause a division within the household.
And there's a chance you get punched in the mouth.
That's true. I don't want to get punched. Like, I can take a punch, but I've seen that man, and I do not want to get punched by that man. Okay? But cleavage, your outfit's fine. All right? This is a great outfit. I'm glad you picked it out. Glad you picked it out.
You did.
What about you? Which one? What did they think of?
I have to agree. I think that was probably one of my favorites. I heard a lot of passion from both of those people as well during that. But it still remained respectful. And yeah, I have to say, your husband, a lot of people didn't know. I was in denial about that from my own experience, but your husband can be the most dangerous man.
Isn't that what it's supposed to be, though? It's supposed to be respectful, I mean, people supposed to debate. Isn't that what Charlie Kirk was trying to
What is so
achieve?
too much skin?
Down
What
and
would be
debate
too
and talk
inappropriate? Would you guys
and
think
be respectful
like
and
out
agree
in
to
public?
disagree?
What
And
would be too much?
I
Like,
mean, wasn't that the whole
I would
reason
say,
Charlie
would you
Kirk
walk into a
debated?
daycare center and teach like that and feel comfortable?
that's a good standard. Like, so would you walk into like a preschool dressed the way that you are? If you're not willing to walk into a preschool like that, you probably shouldn't walk out in public like that. So
Would you go to meet the teacher night like that and feel comfortable? Because there's a lot of women who they would, insert outfit, but really reel it in. You have to check yourself and would you feel comfortable?
Yeah, so then it's more contextual, right? Like the outfit needs to be contextual. Like if you're at a beach, I expect you to see women in bathing suits, two pieces, even like thong bikinis. Like that's a beach, right? I don't expect to see a woman in a thong bikini in a grocery store. Like that's like not the right context.
Unless you're like a half a mile from the beach, maybe. I've seen it.
Yeah.
You can see women that are dressed really appropriately, but malls are typically family oriented.
Yeah.
You probably shouldn't show up to the mall in your sports bra and a pair of teeny tiny little volleyball shorts.
Yeah.
It's just not appropriate. There's kids' play areas, kids' stores, things like that. But at the end of the day, it's a decision with what you want to wear.
Yeah.
Right? And you reap the consequences for that. Someone might say something to me that's inappropriate completely, but there's very inappropriate kind of out.
Do you think that like maybe some of the guys that are like talking about like a woman's like clothing or whatever is more virtue signaling to other men? Like I'm more modest than you since you're checking her out.
I think there's a whole lot of purity testing on you guys.
Yeah.
Just for different things. So just depending on what side you line up on, there's other purity testing with the non-modesty thing. I'm gonna wear what I want. No one can stop me. I do what I want. That type of thing.
Yeah.
And that's virtue signaling in itself.
That is.
And then on the opposite side, you've got the men that are like, I'll walk up to a lady on the street and tell her to put her tips away. And that's also that it's finding the balance between modesty and at home, and maybe I don't feel like women are really taught what modesty is.
And I guess what the question is, what would you say modesty is today? What does it look like? What is it dress, or is it the way you carry yourself? Because I mean, I've known girls that are like church girls and they dress very modest, but they act very immodest, so what is like, how would you define modesty for like women today, like to kind of have a understanding?
I think it depends on also like the time, right?
Yeah.
Modest, like you're saying today, it means something different than it did 100 years ago.
Yeah, like, a lot of these guys are like, oh, we want to go back to the 1950s. And I'm like, oh, great. Playboy was going around and we have pinup models, right? Like is that the level of modesty that you want? Because, I mean, I'm fine with that.
Well, today you have, episodes on Paw Patrol and, Titans are like shaking the butt.
Yeah,
and like, that's super normal. And so, like, me as a mom, I'm not used to seeing stuff like that walk across the room and you see that and you're like,
Paw Patrol twerking?
That makes you feel some kind of way, but then your kids are like, it's fine.
Let me ask you guys about the feminism debate. Did you watch that one?
Yes.
What did you think about the feminism debate?
I really liked that debate. I think Taylor did a really great job.
I thought so too.
She really stood for specific things that I think women should stand for a lot more often. Instead of just embrace your sexuality, embrace who you are, and just do whatever you want. Sometimes do whatever you want is the way to protect someone's feelings, right? But it's not the way to set them on a wonderful path forward, right? You're setting them up for failure by protecting their feelings. So I think it's something that women specifically should talk about a lot more often.
When I have this conversation about feminism, right, do you guys think that like feminism has been a net negative for women in society?
I think it's absolutely been a net negative for women and children in the way that it's gone now, because we're encouraging women, instead of using their childbearing years to bring forth new life. And the most rewarding thing you can do is to raise children.
Yeah.
And instead of putting that at the forefront of society, we've made that seem like, oh, you're just a
Yeah,
is
like
no just a mom.
being a mom was like enough, right? So, what would you say like has been like the worst part about feminism today, or just like society?
Honest, feminism and as a topic of discussion for me at my house is very new. I don't really understand it. I'm new to all of it and really what it's supposed to mean as a mom and in society. So for me, feminism is like you are a woman and you have roles, but you're still supposed to like feed the inner child. And it's about balance. So if you can't find the balance and you're not really taught, then society takes off 6 years old to all of this modest impressions and the fall on. It's really hard to find out, where you are. And then being a boy mom, I'm having to teach my boys, how to respect women, how to respect mom, how to respect, and I do that for myself at the same time. So it's really tricky, but I feel like with technology today, there's enough resources to figure it out.
So you're a boy mom. Are you a boy mom? Mm-hmm. All right. So this is an interesting question because as both of your moms, sons, do you think that you need to give your sons warnings about women today? Like how women behave? Because we always give our daughters warnings, like stay away from that bad boy, like stay away from that asshole, right? And we tell our sons, hey, you need to treat women a certain way, right? But never do we even hear parents telling their daughters, you need to treat a man a certain way and stay away from that woman, right? That type of woman could be bad for you. Do you think that there's like maybe not enough of that conversation going around because of feminism to our sons?
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Feminism has morphed from being about embracing feminine qualities, the things that make you feminine, and is instead turned into get rid of the feminine qualities and make everyone masculine. Right?
Yeah.
You have to be a boss babe. You have to go get your bag.
Even the moms have to kind of be their husbands sometimes.
We've set up society in a way where even most people that would choose to be a stay-at-home moms don't have the ability to do that in society because feminism has pushed women into the workforce so much. You must go to college. You must go to college. If you graduate high school and you get married and you have kids, you're a loser.
Yeah.
Right? And that's just not the case. The most rewarding thing that you could ever do in life is have and raise children.
Like I say, men and women.
It's not easy when you're in your late 30s. It's not easy like it is when you're in your 20s.
No, I say men and women are perfect complements to each other, right?
Exactly right.
The things that she could do that you can't do, you should praise that.
That's right.
And the things that he could do that you can't do, you should praise that. So it's just like, okay, being a mom is an amazing job. And it's so rewarding. You get to see it every day you're rewarded. They're taking their first steps. They're saying the first words, right? Like, they're writing their name. Like, you don't want to squander that time or lose that time because you were working for someone that when you can sit at home.
And ultimately outsourcing your child care and your ability to parent your children and raise them the way that you know is best for them to another woman.
Yeah,
right. You're going to outsource that to another woman.
You're telling someone else.
You love them as much as you do.
You're telling someone else, hey, raise my kid for me. Yeah. Like, I just want to be like
patient as I would be.
Yeah.
And love them.
And I'll be mad at you if you're not.
Right.
And then that's how kids end up getting diddled and hurt and they get bad, just sad. Exactly. So our next debate, our final debate, is God real? Right?
No, like that one.
So we have my friend Flo, who is agnostic, and then my other friend, Father Joseph, who is an Orthodox priest, debating is God real. So what is the argument that you're going to be looking to listen for, like from either one of the debaters? Like, what do you think is like you want to hear this argument laid out? What would you say that is?
I kind of went on a journey with long right? I went on a long journey, and I was raised Catholic. I left the church promptly as soon as I was confirmed. I was like, I'm out of here, right? I'm done.
Got baptized and she's gone.
Yeah, I was like, I'm done, right? I did what my parents wanted me to do. I'm over it. Because I had questions that my tiny, small Catholic church just couldn't answer. And I didn't realize, no, there's so much bigger things, and you can reach out to other sources. So I'm really excited to hear Father Joseph's talk. I've not listened to an Orthodox priest at least. So I'm excited for that, to hear that from a Catholic perspective, see kind of what argument he lays out. I did return to the Catholic Church, 5-6 years ago. So I'm excited to hear. I've been kind of looking into Orthodoxy, so I'm excited to hear him talk about Eastern Orthodoxy, see kind of where the differences line up and maybe which side I ultimately fall on.
Awesome. What about you?
Well, spirituality or religion for me is been an ongoing journey. My parents were just growing up. They didn't make it like a strict situation. So I personally kind of started my journey again about a month ago consistently. So I was curious to, I didn't know about it till just now. So the questions I'm thinking of, like, I don't know why, but for me, I need like facts, like timelines for things to kind of, to resonate. So I'd be curious just to see what the topic is for that day that he seems like speaking on. And just kind of learning more about him and his history. So
Yeah, like I've had interviews with Father Joseph. Actually, I asked him 50 like embarrassing questions. So like I asked him, I was like, hey, is like, let's say you're having sex and you slipped into her ass, is that a sin? Is that he was like, it's never an accident, Glenn. I was like, yeah, man. I'm like, hey, I'm just wondering. I'm just asking for a friend here. I'm not saying I did anything, And then I was like, so polygyny, how many guys, like, how many wives? Like, he's like, I'm like, nowhere in the Bible does it say it's a sin. He goes, let's just not get into this. But like, Father,
back to Mopsy.
Yeah, he's one of like the most down to earth, priests. I think it's going to be a great conversation. I think Flo is going to challenge him. And like, I need proof that God exists, that God is real. Like, how can you prove to me that God is real?
Like, I have everybody's looking for it. I'd be excited to hear archaeological arguments. I'd be excited to hear fine-tuning arguments. I always enjoy those arguments. I ended up coming back around to the Catholic Church through history and archaeology. I'm a lover of history. I'm a lover of archaeology. So tying in history and the early church fathers and apostolic succession is going to be a wonderful thing to be able to listen to from an expert, someone who's dedicated their life to Christ.
Exactly. So, you know what, you guys, stay tuned, because after the debate, we will actually be interviewing with Father Joseph and Flo State to actually talk about the debate topic, all right? So, ladies, thank you. Please go ahead and grab your seats. I'll be with you there shortly. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready for our main event. Our main event is now. We are waiting for the debaters to come on over here. Are they on a smoke break? How are they on a smoke break when I'm not on a smoke break? Why does everybody get breaks but me?
Listen here. I don't want to hear about not getting breaks, mother. If anybody gonna bitch about that, it's gonna be me.
The hardest working man have been me and Gibbs. All right. So I'm gonna go over to Gibbs. Gibbs, hold on. I'm coming over to you.
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Hold on. Yeah, I'm doing good too.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with how this has gone so far. I can't say thank you all enough for all the super chats. We appreciate it. It's been very helpful.
Keep them coming.
Yes.
Don't you stop. We are not appreciative enough of your super chats.
Yeah, listen, we love them. I will make sure we read them. We'll probably do a little bit slightly different on this one. What, 3 little bit like super chat spots, depending on how much y'all are donating. So donate more, make it happen.
Joseph, I'm going to meet you over there.
Yes. So here in a brief moment, he'll be interviewing them. Yeah, Glenn, I got to say, I'm real pleased how the event's gone so far. Can't complain at all. Everybody has been fantastic. All the debates have been really good. We've had such a good variety, I think.
No, I think that, like, the debates have been so interesting. Each topic, like the last one, like the debate, like who's the most corrupt president since Reagan.
Yeah, it looks like on me or him?
Me?
No, you can't hear either.
Oh, you're not going to hear it on those headphones. You won't hear them on those headphones.
Okay, well, never mind. Good, guys. Check. Hopefully, I don't. The only time I don't have my chat pulled up to double check. But yeah. So, sorry. What were you?
I thought that was a really good debate.
Yeah.
The most corrupt president since Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed. Like I said, I've enjoyed all, and they've all been very different. We had Wally and then to start. Wally and Bones started off.
Yep.
LSP and Jake were good. Then we kind of we had the women, and that was really good with the feminist stuff. And then we had kind of like a comedy almost a little bit debate.
It was a comedy debate.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I had my doubts. I'm going to be honest.
Okay, I want to ask you, like, where do you fall in Cleveland Gate?
Where do I fall on cleavage gate? Hopefully in it. I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but you know, hey, I'm just saying. You know, I don't know. No one's ever accused me of being too modest. I'll tell you that. No, I don't know. I really that was fun. I had my doubts about that one.
I thought it was still a good substantive,
but it was good. Yeah, it was substantive. It started off a little bit ticky tacky, but we got through it. And it was pretty fun.
So let me ask you this: what are you expecting from this next debate? This is our final debate. Father Joseph, is God real?
Okay,
right, with Flow State. Like, I was talking to Abby. Abby was saying that, you know, she's looking for some historical like timeline accounting, like of like you know, showing like, here, this is history. This is what we have documented. This is what we can prove. What do you think you're looking for in this debate?
Well, I tell you what, I mean, I've only briefly spoken to Father Joseph. We had a kind of a preview of Dusty earlier, you know, Flow State.
Yep.
And then right after we just saw Vince and Tyler. And I think this is gonna be kind of similar to Vince and Tyler in one way. It's like styles make matchups. Vince is very like got the rhetoric down, et cetera, et cetera. You know, Tyler had the like the analysis kind of thing with the stats and all this thing. You know, and Vince came prepared, you know, but like Tyler is very much about the minutiae. So it was very good back and forth the styles. I think it's gonna be kind of similar in that regard, was, you know, Flo is very witty, he's very quick on the one-liners, he's funny, you know, versus I mean, I don't know much about Father Joseph, but you know, he seems from the recons I've had have been very knowledgeable on the Bible. So I think he's gonna be able to get in depth. But it's kind of like the Roadrunner versus like the Mountain. You know, it's gonna be like you know, like I think it'll be good. You know,
it's gonna be interesting. This is like a really good evangelistic tool,
right?
You know, like I mean, like coming from Father Joseph's side, right? If you want to share the gospel, this is the best way to learn how to talk to your friends that are probably non-believers, right? And formulate a good conversation with them. So this is like for anybody that's interested in their faith and they want to share their faith, this would be a good conversation to observe, you know, how to be able to answer those questions that are kind of difficult.
I mean, and also in addition to that, you and I were both talking how we might be the most degenerate ones here, and I think we're both the only ones with the like religious degree, maybe at the whole thing this weekend, right? And so
besides Father Joseph,
maybe Father Joseph, obviously, but like it's kind of like,
you know how crazy it is. You and I are like the second and third runner up of the theology.
Yeah, I'm saying, and it's funny because we're sitting here talking about it, and it's like when I look at this, I'm going, okay, like how is this going to break down? I agree with everything you just said. Like I think that, you know, part of the thing with Christianity that like a lot of people make the mistake of is, you know, you get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, right? And so, you know, if you're going out there and like, damn, you go to hell, you're going to go to hell, this is that. Like, yeah, you know, maybe some people react better to the fear message, but like I've witnessed many times that, you know, these people witness, and I'll even say sometimes the people that are the harshest witnesses against like people for Christianity are maybe themselves actually not saved. And they're rejecting it in some way.
You know, like,
and I've had some interesting experiences with street preachers that are rage mode.
I've talked to Flo numerous times about God, right? And Flo will tell you, like, you know, Glenn, I like your approach to it. You're not a Bible thumper. You're not beating me over the head with it. There's grace there. There's understanding, right? And I think what that's going to be interesting because I think Father Joseph is going to have the same approach, right? He's not going to try to Bible thump him and tell him like, you're going to hell, you poor sinner. He's going to be like, hey, let me show you this. Let me inform this to you. Let me open your mindset to this and see if you're willing to receive it. Not like, oh, if you don't receive it, you're rejected. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I mean, and one thing, and this is important, like I'm looking at this from like my Southern Baptist background, my Church of Christ growing up, right?
Yeah.
And so one thing is that they teach is like, you know, one part about why you want to evangelize other people as a Christian is not basically because you want to damn them or whatever, is because you don't want anybody to go to hell. And like being damnation is being away from God. So you want to bring them to God and make them feel better because you don't want to get to heaven and be the only one there. That doesn't sound very fun. So like, I mean,
you know, it's funny, like
you want to help people, really, if that's the core of it. I think some people forget that.
A Christian rapper by the name of Andy Mineo said this to me one time. He goes, "You know, I hang out with strippers and porn stars." I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Because I may be the only Bible that they will ever see."
Well, that's what Jesus did too. You
Yeah,
know, he hung out with Zacchaeus, the tax collector, who was an evil man according to everybody. You know, hung out with the prostitutes. I mean, this is kind of who you should be witnessing to. You know, if you're
I feel like witnessing the people that already agree with you, then you're just an echo chamber.
Yeah,
you're not saving souls. You're just like sharing the same message. You're just repeating something.
Yeah, you know, if you're preaching to the choir, there's literally why it's called preaching to the choir. You need to be going out there and talking to people like that's.
And how do you appeal to them? Like don't you think like the best evangelistic tool is appeal to them, like befriend them?
Yeah, I mean, and also being able to relate. Like one of the preachers that I remember the most, he was a former professional bull rider. He used to be a total degenerate, like rail lines, do crimes, you know, all that good jazz. And guess what?
Did he do lines on strippers?
I don't know. He probably did them off bulls. Who knows? But I was just saying, like he really like reached what came to me one day, and like it just made me click. I'm like, okay. someone you can relate to. I can't relate to all these like straight edge. I've been a priest for 200 years.
Yeah.
I've been, my mama, she lived up in the era where everything was bad. Like I need someone with a little edge to him. A Father
Same here.
Burner, I know he used to be a boxer. Like he saw all this stuff. These are like people that I've related to growing up. It's because they like didn't jam you. They're like, oh, I was there where you are, and I got here. So come with me to see the light. I think that's a better tool.
Well, you
I
know what?
I hope to see some of that maybe.
I'm gonna go over there. I'm
Sure.
gonna interview them, and I'm gonna send them your way.
All right.
All right.
I'll see you in a bit. All right, boys. It's what you just heard. We're gonna be sending them on over to Glenn right now for the pre-fight interviews, and then we'll be back over here for our main event.
Orthodox priest. Yep. So, Father Joseph, your debate topic is God real.
Yeah.
Now, this is a topic that we've seen movies made after.
Yeah.
Like God's not dead, right? How important do you think this debate is? Not just for like Flo and you have this conversation, but for the audience. What is the message you're trying to get out to the audience with this?
That Father Joseph will probably bring up some of the history of God.
I hope it shows in my opening statement. Basically, it's not about just answering a person as to whether God is real. I believe that it's been a fundamental underpinning, especially of the 20th century, that even though we have seen so many amazing things scientifically, etc., that what's also come with it is propaganda. And so effectively, while there's been a lot of amazing things we've learned about the universe and about our world, it's also been put with the side of nihilism. So it's basically been, don't notice that. What you really be focused on is the fact that you're a monkey and God, the God's not real. Sex and drugs and pleasure is all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's, I think, the underpinning mentality in the 20th century. We're seeing that change now in the 21st. And so I think it may be ambitious on my part, but I want to punch the whole mentality.
What do you think is like the biggest problem right now with like any type of Christian evangelist or apologist? Because I see a lot of like bashing of like, I get like destroying somebody's worldview, but I see it what approach like is like almost they're bashing them.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just like, how is that showing God's grace?
I don't think it is. And I would say that it is when you personalize it like that, you're really taking away from it. Because in the end, the source of all evil is doubt.
Yeah.
And so if you're trying to make it all about that person, then what ends up happening is the message that there is a propagandization of humanity, or at least Western humanity, etc. I don't want to be too like overly specific. The point is that people who believe in this stuff a lot of the time, and I hope Flo's not offended here, but I tend to see people like that as victims because they have been taught this. I mean, we learn it in our schools, we learn it in the media, we learn it in all of our, pop culture, etc.
Yeah. It's interesting because I've had many conversations with Flo about religion, and Flo will tell you this. I don't have to. I can say this, but he can speak for himself on this. He'll co-sign this. Like when it comes to talking about religion, he said like I'm one of the few people he actually enjoys talking about religion to or Christianity with, because like it's my approach. It's like I'm not here to like shame them or like condemn them. I'm just telling them, hey, this is what I believe. This is what I think is in your best interest. You choose to do what you want to do. I'm not passing any judgment on you. That's not my place. Like I always go back to Genesis 3:16. God so loves the world, but everybody forgets Genesis 3:17. Where it says the Son of Man did not come here to judge the world, but to save the world. So like to me, it's like if Christ didn't come here to judge the world and he was sinless, who am I to judge the world and I'm sinful? Right? It's not my position. My position is to show the grace. And I think that's probably lost a lot in a lot of these like debate topics, like religion versus non-believers or this and that. Like, do you think that needs a change? Do you think there's a culture change around that?
Well, I think that definitely we need to have the conversation about what is proper and improper judgment when we are talking about evangelization. Like, so for example, if you remember the last debate I had with that guy with his
on my show?
Yeah. But I want to get to a specific point because it's interesting. There was a point where I guess when he started flailing, where at one point he starts talking about like,
well, if you don't recognize my marriage, that means we're all in fornication. But from my perspective, people have lost sight of Christ and have lost sight of, and even someone who claims to be a Christian, of what is right and wrong.
Yeah.
The power of God itself. If you have lost sight of that, worrying about fornication is kind of misguided.
Yeah, it's like that's like something like you're missing the bigger picture here. All right, well, Father Joseph, I'm going to go ahead and send you over to Gibbs to just bring you over there, and then I'll be interviewing Flo here in just a moment. I look forward to the debate, sir.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to grab a tissue.
No problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Father Joseph. My next debater is Flo State. I know he just stepped out, so here he is. He's coming. All right. How you doing, bro?
Good.
Ready for round two?
I'm ready for it.
All right. So you just heard Father Joseph. What do you think this debate's going to be about? Because I said him is like, hey, how do you this is a bigger message than just him talking to you, right? You have a whole audience, right?
Right.
And really, you're in the position of you're asking questions for people that are confused about religion, right? Like people that may want to believe, but they're just not there yet. Like, do you feel like the pressure, like you're kind of asking the right questions? Like you need to challenge them with the right questions so they get the people's answers for them, like they can determine their own faith.
No, not really. I don't feel any responsibility or obligation to or for other people's spirituality. I actually, that's part of my issue with organized religion entirely, is that I think that it steps into, it moves out, men moving out of their lane. And so I hope that I ask the right questions and that people come away with new information, but I don't really feel like that's my burden. If I whiff the ball, then it's not.
Is your position like more like, hey, prove to me God is real, right? Or is it like, help me understand more?
It's more of a challenge of if you guys have a belief, and even though I know that you say it's not judgmental necessarily, and this is true of all religions, not just Christianity. If you believe that God is going to choose you to keep, but everybody else to scrap for parts, basically, that's a superiority position. I want to challenge that and say, okay, do you have actually a reason to feel that?
Well, what if I said it's not me judging you? Because I don't have the power to judge you on that, right? Like it's not I can't judge where you're.
Well, you think that if you believe that God will choose to scrap me, that's still your.
No, that's not me. Like I don't know what God's gonna do.
Do you believe in hell?
Yeah, because the Bible says you'll be surprised who you'll see in heaven. So I always say if I'm gonna be surprised what I see in heaven, Hitler might be up there. I thought maybe Hitler might be in hell.
Right.
So Hitler could be in heaven. How do I know who's going to be in heaven? It's not my place to judge who's going to go to heaven, who's not going to go to heaven. Like to me, like that's always a God decision. And it's not mine to even. It's out of my.
Which is sort of a cop out.
It's above my pay grade, bro. It's above my pay grade. Like I mean, if David could like have an affair with Bathsheba, murder Uriah, and God still call him a man after his own heart, like I haven't murdered nobody, and I'm not definitely.
I'm not going to press it
But I think that like you have a very interesting position, and I really look forward to like you like asking him these questions to kind of like not necessarily gotcha questions, but asking him the tough questions.
I feel like something about me that's different from other people who would argue from my point is that a lot of atheists don't. Or have a grudge, right? They were raised in Christianity, and it affected them negatively in some way. I don't really have a grudge. I like Christians. I think that they're, like I said earlier.
Hold on. Can you say that again?
I don't have a grudge against Christianity.
Because the rumor is that you hate Christians.
Who spread that?
Oh, those guys are like this.
Oh yeah, little guy. He owes me $100.
All right, so I'm gonna send you over there to Gibbs. Get ready for the final debate. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back to Gibbs at the main event. This is the finale, the final debate. And if you are still here after the video and you haven't bought one of your t-shirts, make sure you come see me and get your own GridCon 2 shirt. $20, make them holler. All right, get over here. And if you are watching and you want one, make sure you send a $20 super chat and your address, and we'll send them out to you. All right, back over to Gibbs.
All right, thank you so much, guys. That's right. We are going to be going live here for a second for the main event. As he said, make sure you get your super chats and your shirts in purchase right Now, it's going to be amazing. You have a limited time. We're only going to be here until about 10 p.m. Now, that being said, I'm excited to begin this main event. We have the rules as we've gone over. It's going to be 5 to 7 minute, 5 minute overs, a 2-minute grace period afterwards. Then we're going to be doing about 15-minute periods. We're going to have one extra 15-minute period than the others, barring depending on super chat, volume. All right. Any questions from y'all? All right, it's time for a minute. We got Father Joseph versus the Powder Dusty, aka Post for If There Is a God, Does God Exist? All right, I'm ready. Who is going to be our affirmative? I'm assuming you are. All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
God is real. I'm tired of us pretending. Many people today, perhaps believe that the earth, the universe, and our reality is a result of random processes. We make claims of kind of but deep down it's subjective. We've been taught since childhood in our media, our art, that we're nothing more than clever. And that all that matters ultimately is the fulfillment of personal. I'm here to show you what the truth is. We're not constant. We're creatures made by a creative living universe that screens us. I assume everyone here has a cell. Hold on. Your cell phone uses GPS to tell you where to go. But do you know what GPS requires? It requires extreme microscopic precision regarding space, time, and gravity. The technology in your pocket relies on the fact that our universe runs on precise laws. And the most fundamental of those, the expansion rate of space itself, which is called the cosmological constant, or lambda, is due to a degree of precision that defies imagination. Lambda, that's actually 10 to the 120 power, so 10 with 120 right now. If that expansion force were different by even 1 part, the universe would have either blown apart before stars could form, or even collapsed on itself entirely. That number is so large, it exceeds the number of atoms in the entire observable universe. It's a bullseye, and the card scientists head a mile away. But it doesn't stop. The strong nuclear, the glue holding atoms together, is bound by a knife edge of 1 atom. It was weaker by 5%, no elements that are heavier than hydrogen. Stronger than 0.5%, all hydrogen burns away instantly, meaning no water, no stars, no life, no you. Let's look at the carbon atom itself. An atheist astronomer named Fred Hoyle calculated that the energy level inside a carbon atom had to be precisely 7.65 million electron volts for stars to look up carbon. If it were off by a fraction of a percent, you wouldn't be sitting in this room. Hoyle looked at the math and said it was a put-up job, that a super intellect had monkeyed with physics. Now, my opponent and his fellow skeptics will hear these numbers that frankly make a lottery win look like a sure thing, and they'll shrug. They'll talk about epistemic uncertainty. They'll say we only have one universe. We don't know the probabilities. Maybe it's a random roll of the dice. But let's be honest about what that is. If you walked into a cave and found a fully functioning laptop plugged into a rock, glowing and running code, you wouldn't say, well, we only have one cave. We don't know the probability distribution of rocks. Maybe infinite tectonic plates over infinite time accidentally manufactured an Apple MacBook. Realistically, you'd look for the programmer. To avoid the programmer, the modern atheist has to invent a number of invisible, unobservable universes, for example, a multiverse, just so that they can claim we happen to win a cosmic lottery. They're willing to believe in infinite fairy tale dimensions rather than simply bow the knee to the creator. Perhaps my opponent likes this in a place of uncertainty, because uncertainty lets us off the hook. If you're uncertain, you don't have to obey. You don't have to repent. You don't have to recognize that your life is not your own. But the universe is not uncertain. The math is not uncertain. The moral law written on our hearts is not uncertain. We are blessed to live in an era where science itself has shown us evidence of the impossibility of the randomness of creation. In any other era besides the 20th century, such discoveries would have packed churches and had countless people drop to their knees in awe, repentance, and gratitude to their creator. Unfortunately, the 20th century also came with propaganda for atheism, materialism, and spiritual sloth, even as modern science discovered the evidence of a creator who wants us to find him. You are standing in a temple built by God. You can pretend the blueprints to your bodies through themselves, or you can look at the evidence, drop the pretense, and acknowledge the architect. God is real. Choose this day whom you will serve.
All right. Thank you so much. And tell everybody who you are and where to find you, by the way.
My name is Father Joseph Swaden, YouTube channel NFTU, or you can go to my website, nftu.net.
Thank you so much. Powder Dusty, aka Flow State. Go ahead.
Thank you. My objective here is not to prove a negative. I can't prove that God doesn't exist, and I'm not going to try to. What I can do is demonstrate that organized religion specifically is presenting lies to people, and I would like to challenge some of the things that it claims. I also claim that, or point out that Jesus, I believe, would be agnostic. I think that God made us with limits to knowledge. We don't know everything, and if you have faith in God, you have to acknowledge that that's the way that God designed us. That's on purpose. Our attempts to backfill the things that we don't know, that we were not created to know, and claim to have knowledge that we don't, that not only doesn't get us closer to truth, it actually is us living a lie, which again is against Christianity. So I absolutely believe that Jesus would be an agnostic and would say that that's what you should be. After all, he was put to death by organized religious institutions. Another thing that I want to challenge is the idea that we are fallen and need redemption at all. If you believe that God created the whole universe, which I assume that you do, and if you believe that God is perfect, which I assume that you do, then everything that happens here must be perfect. It must be the way that he designed it. If he didn't want the devil tempting us, if he didn't want sin, he could stop that, or he wouldn't have created it in the first place. These things can't manifest themselves in a universe that was created entirely by one perfect God who only made perfection. As far as the claim that atheists want to choose that position so that they're off the hook for their behavior, and that it's a way of escaping being culpable for immorality, that's just completely unnecessary. Christianity also allows that. Jesus came to forgive all sins. All you've got to do is believe in him before you die. So as long as you just do an apology before you die, you're already good. So it would be unnecessary to choose this position to let myself off the hook. And as far as the cell phone example, science, the fact that our finite brains are amazed by the universe around us doesn't do anything to prove God. All it does is prove out that we are finite beings, which I would never deny. So, seeing that, being amazed at the world around us, and then concluding that must mean that a God created it, that took a lot of turf there to get to that conclusion. The claim that we're not animals, that we're not just animals, or that we're not just from random chance, I agree. It seems seems improbable. However, I'm not presenting that as a talking point. And again, the claim that we're not those things, you can't demonstrate that either. You're just appealing to human hubris to say that, oh, we're not just animals. Well, we are actually animals, right? We're the peak of animals, but we are biological organisms that live on this planet, reproduce, and then die. And I'm done there.
Oh, all right. Well, cool. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So once again, guys, if y'all want to get your super chats in, get them now. We're going to go to an open period and have them go debate. But if you want super chats, you want questions read, you have comments, make sure you send us money. We will make those questions happen here, and we'll get these answers from our participants. All right, fight.
Okay, well, that was a very interesting opening. You started by pointing out you cannot prove that God does not exist.
Correct. You can't prove a negative.
And, well, even if you can't prove a negative, if you cannot prove that God does not exist, which I assume you can make an affirmative case for God not existing, but you can't do that, you've ceded the premise of the debate.
I can say that there's good reason to not believe in the Christian God existing.
I can't wait to hear it.
Okay.
But the ones you gave so far don't quite qualify.
Okay.
You said Jesus was an agnostic. Jesus famously called God his father. Now, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure my father exists. So the idea that, and if he didn't say that, and I should make clear, if we take the scriptures in context there, it's not really a debate about Christianity. I mean, we can debate that now if you're already ceding that God does exist. But the point is,
not succeeded that at all.
Okay. Well, the point is that not only did he say God is my father and that I and my father are one, but when he said it, they were so shocked about blasphemy because they weren't agnostic. They were strict believers in Judaism. They picked up stones to kill him. They don't do that to people who don't seem like they're serious about what they're saying.
The religious institutions did. He was speaking out against organized religion.
No, he wasn't. You can't. If there was the only other religious organization he speaks about besides the Jews, are the Samaritans. And all he says is there's going to be a period where people do not worship on this mountain nor on Mount Horeb. The whole point is that Christ is establishing that true belief, mind you, will spread throughout the world. And that each person being a temple of the Holy Spirit, therefore acts as, in the future, a replacement for that temple that will disappear.
Do you think that we are? Why would God make us without knowledge if we were supposed to have knowledge there?
Well, it depends on what you mean by make us without knowledge.
Well, if the key to getting into heaven is that we believe in God, but God is hidden the whole time, and we don't actually remember anything before, I don't know, we're 5 or something, right? How does that make sense? That this is the requirements to get into heaven. However, I'm not equipping you with the things that you would need in order to actually know that.
Flo said that's part of the reason why I specifically started in the beginning with the heavens declaring the glory of God.
That's just a claim.
Let me finish. The point is this: that when a child, before you can argue with religious indoctrination, etc., they have a sense of wonder towards things like the ocean, towards things like trees, towards creation itself, towards different kinds of animals. That wonder is the tool that lets us understand the glory of God. And that wonder is beaten out of us systematically by our secular educational institutions, by underlying belief systems of those who market to us, because ultimately a believer is somebody who cannot be swayed by pure consumerism. And the whole point of what society or what these vectors in society want is to turn us into consumerist tools. If we have no place for God that gives us meaning, we will search for that meaning someplace else. And that's when we can give you commercials that'll tell you the meaning is in the next thing you purchase.
I would suggest that Christianity also wants people to be consumers, except they don't really provide them with tangible goods as a result. They instill guilt in them, and then they profit off the back end. I believe the Catholic Church is the richest institution on earth, right? Christianity has a long history, and all religions do, of being, let's say, financially, maybe abusive is too strong of a word, but definitely profiting from the religious doctrine that they instill in people. Now, as far as children with their sense of wonder, when we're young, from like before 5, our brains are actually in a different brainwave state where we're not. It's almost a dream state. We don't think critically. That's why we're just absorbing the world around us and learning about things. So if you're telling somebody that they need to engage a mindset that they had before they were old enough to engage critical thinking, that in and of itself is a suspicious
But what
thing
I'm
to hold
saying
up.
what I'm saying isn't that they shouldn't be critical. What I'm saying is that the current systems that are in place to make them critical actually give them blind spots that they don't usually notice, so that they develop a skewed philosophy. If you've ever worked in horticulture, you know that when you are trying to keep a plant straight, sometimes you have to support it to make sure it does. And if you don't do that, that plant will die because it needs that side support. It's the same thing with education. If you purposely know that kids, if given certain things and not given other things, will default to consumerism, etc., to materialism. Unfortunately, that's not the kid breaking, that's people breaking the kid. And so my point is that what we need to do, and I mean, we can talk about whether religion is a tool to manipulate, but I would argue that politics has largely taken over that role. It's not better, it's actually worse. Almost everything we've presented as a substitute for God, whether it's psychiatry, whether it's politics, whether it's consumerism, whether it's pornography, whatever it is becomes addictive enough, because even religious belief fits qualifications that we would call addictive. But each one of those is addictive enough to destroy people, and often does. There's no religious addicts anonymous, because it's not a disease. It helps people. But now we could argue that certain religions do bad things. I'll be the first to tell you, for example, that the Catholic Church has a lot of priests, because of the celibacy rules, who end up in homosexuality and end up in abusing children. But let me flip that around on you for just a moment. What system has even more pederasts than the Roman Catholic Church by 10 times over?
The school system.
That's right. So the point is, are we gonna, if we're looking for the real targets as to who the bad guys are, and it turns out that the bad guys are the kids teaching us God's not real, you monkey, sex good, and meanwhile we're going after the Catholic priest, maybe something's gone a little wrong there, and maybe we've done things a little incorrectly.
Well, that illustrates is that predators go where the prey is.
But then why aren't we arresting them in the right places?
Well, we do. Teachers are getting arrested constantly.
Not nearly as much. Now they are, because of the age of the internet. And priests have already been, like, the Catholic Church's name is garbage.
Yeah.
So the point is, if the Catholic Church, if the teachers union got the reputation of the Catholic Church, half this country would be homeschooled or more.
And I'm not going to stand up for teachers unions. I think they're trash. I agree with you. I think that they need more scrutiny than they're getting. But
what about the entertainment industry? How many kids does that spit out?
But this is all whataboutism. You're saying that the church is better than Hollywood, and I'm saying that's a low hurdle.
Right, but you're also saying that the church is what we should focus on, when in fact even bigger sets of predators that are all around us are not worthy of even paying attention.
Again, we're back to whataboutism. These are worse predators. I'll agree with you. Actually, I think that the church is a better institution than the public school system, or than Hollywood. I agree with that. But
okay, well, again, I understand if you want to distinguish between the Roman Catholic Church or other churches, etc. But the point is, you can't broad brush religion as the bad guy, when in reality there's loads of bad guys.
There are lots of bad guys.
And if we're really concerned about the little ones who stumble, who was the first person who talked about how we should punish child molesters? I'm pretty sure that would be Jesus Christ, who said, if anyone should let these little ones stumble, we should take a millstone, hang it around their neck, and throw them into the sea. The only sin in the entire scriptures where Jesus Christ literally says you got to kill the guy is molesting children. So the point is that when we are talking about this, there's a standard of sin in the New Testament. And this is something that I tried to make a point, and you kind of said in your intro, well, all you have to do is say sorry before the end. That's the deathbed confession hypothesis. I don't even think most Protestants believe that, because a lot of the time they'll say that while that's possible, that there's some sort of need for progress after sanctification after salvation, which I, of course, Orthodox believe you have to be baptized, so on and so forth. But I think I'd be misrepresenting Protestants to say, oh yeah, just say sorry at the end. That's what they believe. And that's what I think a lot of Protestants would just
and you can correct me where I'm wrong. If I recall correctly, Jesus' own words are, to get into heaven, you have to follow him or believe it. It's something that
you see, right? You said it. Whether you realize that you were gonna say, didn't Jesus say, if anyone believe in me, that's enough? But then you said, follow me.
Okay.
Following is a lifelong work that we have to do to change our lives. Jesus doesn't call us just, hey guys, believe in me and you'll be fine. He calls us to repent. Repentance, metanoia, the Greek metanoia literally means a turning around. And the point is, we are supposed to turn from our fallen. And the reason why we do that is because in the end, our turning around towards the creator of us, of everything, brings us to union with the creation of the universe. We find our place. Like I know that you mentioned, for example, that the constants are interesting to us finite beings. I think you may have missed my point. The cosmological constant is such that if you alter it by 1, what happens is this: if it's the rate of expansion of the universe is what the constant is. If you're off by 1, what'll end up happening is there is not enough gravity to keep atoms together. The Earth and all planets will collapse on itself. And if it's 1 over, then there will be too much energy, and then nothing can come together. It literally, we would collapse into goo.
Also amazing.
So the whole point is that these things are not just cool things to us. If it was not exactly that, and that number is higher than winning the Powerball, assuming the Powerball is not corrupted, 28 times in a row. 28 times in a row. And that's the constant that maintains our universe.
Okay. So take the steps. Take me then to how you conclude that means that God exists.
How if again,
all you described is that you just described your amazement again, and that was my point. Is that it's fine to me, like it is amazing. I'll give you that, but that doesn't lead to necessarily the conclusion.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Because there is a non-zero possibility that a quantum event could occur under your seat, and the chair behind you could simply collapse into nothing. That's a higher possibility than the cosmological constant. Did you sit down doubting perhaps that the chair would work?
I don't know.
Right. So the point is, there's a level of credit.
I had some doubts my chair was going to work. I had that big concern.
Me too. Yeah. Not for the reasons I mentioned, guys. That's just because we're not healthy.
Yeah, that's probably a lot to do with it. But let's see here for that.
So the point is that we make general assumptions about reality all the time. And this is not something that we can make a general assumption about. If that number is off by 1, this has been scientifically tested in the 20th century. The cosmological constant won't work. GPS, for example, if that number was off by 1, wouldn't work. The Mars rover, are you familiar with the Mars rover?
Yeah.
The calculations required to send the Mars rover into space autonomously require that constant. If it's off by 1, no Mars rover, doesn't go anywhere. So the point I'm trying to make is, if you're trying to establish that you lack sufficient probability for things that have been proven to work versus establishing that nothing's certain when you're dealing with, frankly, billions of uncertainties all over us, then eventually the standard starts looking weird. If you find a Rembrandt in a cave, you can't just sit there. No sane person sits there and goes, I wonder how the paint particles got together.
Right, but we know what a painting is, right? We've got tons of examples of other paintings.
That's exactly my point.
But none of us have seen the formation of any universe ever. And just like an ant, you would not expect an ant to be able to understand calculus. It just can't do it. That doesn't mean calculus isn't a thing that is demonstrated in the universe. That means that the ant doesn't have the capacity to understand it because it's a frickin' ant. We're ants on that scale. I think that whatever caused Earth, or maybe it was here forever. I don't know. I think that we may not even have the capacity to understand it.
Wait, hold on. You believe that Earth creation was permanent? That's steady state thinking. By the way, that's discarded theory. That's okay. Like scientifically, that's garbage.
My point is it's our human hubris that makes us think that we do know or could know, and then insist on filling in the gaps. It's psychologically uncomfortable to have unknown and to have unknown.
Well, I think it's definitely psychologically uncomfortable for people who don't want to accept any evidence. I've pointed to three different kinds of physical evidence that exists based on scientific concepts. I can point to another 10.
But none of it was evidence for God. All it was it was mathematical improbabilities.
All of it's evidence for a creator. It is impossible for any of that stuff to happen randomly at all.
It's not.
And how do you prove it?
Well, let me ask this. So you see the argument against Christian God. I guess what he's kind of arguing is that basically, I guess like the Sims, or like the theory that any significant level of science is high enough to be magic and it's essentially a god. Maybe train of thought, but not quite. Do you disagree with the creator concept, as a whole, Dusty? there's no possible way. Maybe like we're
So-
like in the Matrix or something, and that's basically God.
So
Like simulation theory. Sure, right.
I personally am agnostic. I'm not atheist. I believe that atheism is also a religious belief because it's something that you don't know and you can't prove, and
I'd agree with that.
and you're filling in the gaps, right? I think that the only intellectually honest position is agnosticism, because we don't know what we don't know. I believe that.
But what about what we do know?
Well, hold on,
Well,
just real quick. I just
hold
want to
on.
like clarify real quick. So, like, say, like, I don't know, like, I don't know if it's just Stargate, but say the Asgard had made, humans. Would that be like enough for you to be like, there's a god, like those are gods?
Who made humans?
I don't know, the Greys, the aliens or
Okay.
something. Would that be a god, or would you just be like, no, those are species that are just advanced, or is it essentially?
I mean, I don't think that they've. I mean,
they don't fit the concept. That
I
you're
don't.
talking about?
They don't fit the concept, right? I think that I'm specifically talking about a single creator entity that created everything and is all good and all knowing, right? So I assume that that's the Abrahamic for all the Abrahamic religions, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't even established that standard. I haven't even established all good or all knowing. I've just established that there is a creator because of the evidence of its design.
An absence of explanation is not evidence of your conclusion. You don't know.
It's not an absence of explanation. I'm the one providing the math, buddy.
I know, but like again, I'll say this again: a mathematical improbability does not conclude that therefore it had to be God.
Okay, but you accept that mathematical improbability
Yes.
for walking around and
Yes.
doing everything
There
you do
are
in your daily life.
there are lots of amazing improbable things. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, but
I'm
then
with
when
you
we
there.
get to- when we get to the level of something that is a universal standard without which our universe would literally collapse on itself, and it has a numerical standard higher than winning the Powerball 28 times in a row.
Right.
And
I'm
saying that's uncertain.
What I'm doing is I'm agreeing with you that we're observing a phenomenon that's improbable, right? I agree with you. That's amazing. It's improbable.
Beyond.
It's super improbable. Now that we've both observed this thing and we agree that it's amazing, super duper improbable. Now take
In
this
multiple different ways.
Now after observing this, I need you then to now construct how that leads to God. It doesn't lead to God. It just shows our own. It just shows our own.
While I would love to have that discussion with you, the argument here is, does God exist? And if what you're saying is, sure, I can even accept that some kind of creator being might exist, but you have to explain to me while it's yours, your debate's already over. And I'm more than happy to have that discussion.
Your job is to
I'm
your
more-
side is that God does exist.
Well, yes.
And all
but-
you said is we've got amazing things here.
No, what I've said is we have things that are obvious evidence of a designer. And I'm not saying what that designer is. I'm not saying it's Jesus Christ. I did answer your questions on Jesus Christ. And of course, I believe that that is the case. But what I'm saying is that when the topic is God real? And the evidence for design is everywhere. And that while a 5-year-old can recognize a tree, grown-up flow state can recognize that the universe shows evidence of design in multiple ways that are indisputable. Then basically, we concede the argument. Is God real? We can say we know he's real. We don't know or it's real. We don't know what it is. And we can have the second argument or debate as to what that is. And I will make my case for the Christian God. But in that case, it'd be better to simply cede and say, let's go to the next.
Well, before we do that, I'm going to turn it
Well,
over.
we're not doing that.
Before we do any of that, I'm going to read some super chats, and I'm going to turn it back over to Flo here. So real quick, guys, we got audio to Avil. I'm sorry, I got a blurry photo. Avil 04280 for $5. What y'all are doing is really nice. Thank you so much. Raging Patriot 76er. $2 audio is no good. We fixed it. Thank you so much. Abers 09. This may be the first time I've seen someone concede their position in the first 3 seconds of the opening statement. Thank you so much. Horse got infinite reoccurring big bangs. Eventually, one will create Earth's conditions. If God created us in their own image, does he also have lower back pain? The answer is, if he doesn't, we're going to have a powwow about it when I get there. All right. So listen, guys, thank you so much for the super chats. We're going to get going more into this debate. Please keep sending them. It's super helpful. We really appreciate all the love and support. Dusty, it was to you. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, these phenomena that we observe in nature, we are applying human traits to the experience. Have you ever held a snake, a pet snake?
Yes.
Did
Well,
it,
I've also held
did it
non-pet
squeeze?
snakes.
Did it squeeze? It wrapped around you and squeezed you, I assume.
Well, small ones, garden snakes. Will
Yeah.
do that,
That's not because it loves you. A lot of little kids will hold a snake and say, "Oh, it's hugging me because it likes me."
Right, and our job as parents is to say, "No, that's
Right.
a general sign that it's going to try to eat."
Right, because we have a better capacity to suss out what is the case and what is not the case than little kids do. So you've referred to little kids a couple times now, holding them up as ideals of wonder and awe that we should emulate.
No, what I'm saying is that you were saying little kids don't have any understanding of anything, and I was trying to explain why Christ refers to little kids, and it is because of that wonder and awe. The point is, we lose something when we stop seeing the inherent beauty and difficulty of a tree. When and again, I want to keep this as broad and scientific as possible, but when you're looking at what our Lord says about every hair on your head being numbered, when you look at a tree, you don't know how many leaves are on it. But there's a difference between you and the child who might wonder how many leaves there are. For us, being more reasonable, we've simply given up on the question when in fact our Creator has an accounting of how many leaves there are on that tree. That's an amazing thing when you think about it. So in some sense, yes, children have a very imperfect understanding of the world, but in other senses, we are supposed to go back to thinking like children when we establish things like wonder.
And that's part of the tells of religion being predatory, is when it wants you to think like a child and it wants you to not employ critical thinking. God gave us.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think children think anything useful?
I do not think that adults should look at children as models of behavior to emulate. That's why they're
What
children.
about innocence?
What about innocence?
Well,
we're not talking about innocence. We're talking about, do you think that kids think better than adults?
In some ways they do, because they're clearer.
Then why
Sometimes
is it they're not in charge of their parents?
I mean, there's a few
'Cause
answers.
do
I
they
can
make
give you.
better decisions? They don't make better decisions.
It's not an issue of better decisions. I didn't say that children are perfect thinkers. What I'm saying is that children have an understanding of wonder. And it's always, I hate to say this, but it's always, when I talk about things like this with grown-ups, the deadness of the lack of imagination always strikes me on the part of the adults. Like, the point is, there are good things about being a kid.
I would say it's the opposite. I think that
Did
there's.
you have a happy childhood?
I did have a happy childhood.
Okay.
Why?
Why? Yeah, you didn't know shit.
I didn't know shit. I didn't need to know
Excuse
shit.
my language.
I didn't need to know shit. Everything was taken care of.
So that's it. Okay. So basically, your view is that as a child you were just completely ignorant. You had no concepts of anything, and
No.
you just.
I think that children do not make better informed decisions than adults. That's why they're
claiming that they did.
Right. And I don't think that childhood worldviews or psychology is something to emulate. I'll agree that there are a lot of adults that get jaded and callous, and I think that's a bummer.
I'd say that they lose imagination.
I'll agree with you there, and I think that that's a bummer. However, I would disagree that belief in God is actually imaginative. I would think that an agnosticism, not knowing, actually is there's a lot more opportunities there. Belief in God is just, it's very simple explanation. It's about like Big Bang.
Okay, now I know that you're kind of separating agnosticism from like belief in theism, etc., that one is more creative than the other. I need remind you, however, that until the 20th century, virtually all great scientific minds in the West were Christian. So the idea that this is like that, like for example, do you know who the father of genetics is?
Remind me.
Gregor Mendel.
Okay.
He was a Benedictine monk, etc., who was practicing how to find more efficient ways of growing beans, and in so doing, discovered the foundations of modern genetics.
Right.
The point is, he was looking for something useful, and he used his imagination. These things do not necessarily disappear when one becomes a believer. Sometimes they are inspired by being a believer. Sometimes knowing that the heavens declare the glory of God inspires us to search for solutions in that creation.
And did you say he was a monk?
Yeah,
Okay.
he was a Roman Catholic monk.
So probably that I would guess that monk, that lifestyle allows you to have time to devote to things like this. Don't you think?
Well, I mean, okay.
More than like how did his religious belief contribute to his discovery of?
Well, I would say that his religious belief made him notice things about creation and wonder if they could be manipulated, because that is the job God gives to Adam.
But wonder's not
till the
wonder's
garden.
wonder's not a religious feature.
How do you know?
Because I have wonder too, and I'm not religious.
Well, yeah, but
I like if there's
you
one thing
don't
I know,
wonder
I
about-
know that it's not because of religion.
Well, you don't wonder if your chair is going to sink into a black hole, but it's a non-zero
I
possibility.
have
It could still happen.
it could still happen, but I don't have to wonder because I've sat on a lot of chairs.
Yeah. Okay.
But I've not seen
But
any.
you have a-
I've not seen
therefore-
any any universes be created. I've not seen any
So
God.
you would now let me ask you a question. If you have not seen any universes created, then how can you expect any other standard than the one universe we have?
I'm not expecting any standard. What do you mean? I'm saying that there's things that we
If
don't
the
know.
constants
Mhm.
show that it is evidence of a creator because of the fact that it can only be done in one specific way that is so improbable, once again, that moving it would be like winning the Powerball 28 times over and failing.
Well, this is actually interesting. You just said, okay, you've never seen any universes created. What if there was an example of humans creating a universe? Would that prove there is a God or isn't a God? What do y'all think here?
I think that would just be proof of humans pretending that they are a god. I believe well, we've heard of what's known as simulation theory.
Sure.
And simulation theory posits the idea that maybe we're not, there's no God. Maybe we're all just part of a giant video game.
Sure.
And basically the creator is a giant gamer.
Yeah.
Like that's just personal.
That's just
like
theology.
exactly
That's
what
theology
I'm
for
saying.
nerds. That's just
Fantasy.
theology for nerds.
But what about you? What do you think if, like, say we created a pocket universe in a laboratory? Would that prove or disprove God?
It still doesn't say where we came from. It just says what we
What
did.
if you just made a really, really complete world in Minecraft?
Sure. Okay. I guess. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. I look like an idiot now. All right. Go ahead.
I think a better question would be if God exists and if God created everything, why the big peekaboo? Why the big hide and seek game?
I don't think it's been a big peekaboo at all. I think God has been around for the whole time. Let me give you an example, because I'm sure that we could all sit around and talk about different kinds of miracles. I'm going to talk about my own personal experience that I saw with someone else's miracles. It had nothing to do with it, because I, for the most part, grew up and lived, even in my weird conversion, as a skeptic. Most people talk about, oh, God healed me from this. And I'd be like, yeah, maybe you just felt better. There's placebo effect, so on and so forth.
Right.
There's a case where we had this real holy monk who lived in Alaska, and he died around 96. And so a few years ago, somebody had gone to his old monastic hut in Alaska, and they saw that he had this old altar cross. In any case, they brought out the old altar cross, and for some reason, somebody with cancer asked for a blessing with that cross. And so they blessed the person with the cross. They didn't think there's lots of Orthodox in Alaska, so that blessing people with a cross is normal.
Mm-hmm.
But that person had stage 4 cancer,
Mm-hmm.
and it disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we could argue, we don't know what that means, but what ended up happening was there were a lot of cancer victims in that area, and they all started asking for it, and they all went to the doctors, and the doctors said, you're stage 4, you're stage 3, you're stage 4, lung, throat, you name it, gone.
Mm-hmm.
Almost immediately after touching this man's cross. Now, I'm in the middle of a council meeting of the church here where the bishop is literally talking to various Alaskan doctors, verifying, is this really what happened? Is this what happened in this case with this guy, in this case with this guy, in this case with this guy? Eventually, you have to start asking, I myself, because I have tested and played with games about what is an answer and what is not, that's a tough one.
So
guys.
what are they doing with where's the cross now?
It's in Alaska.
Are they continuing to cure cancer with it?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it called?
You explain it.
I can't explain it. I've never heard of it. I don't. I
Well,
mean,
yeah, it's fine. It's called spontaneous healing of cancer, and if you want to know more about it, you
want to
just
know
ask my bishop.
What's the cross called? Or is there?
It's an altar cross. It doesn't
Okay.
have it was just a monk's cross.
So why hasn't this thing blown up? Why aren't people? Why doesn't?
Well, you don't know.
Why haven't I heard about this until now?
Because of the fact that nobody knows about Orthodoxy, but I guarantee you there's a whole bunch of Christian miracles going on all over the place that you haven't paid attention to. And I'm not talking about those frauds on TV who hire an actor to faint when you touch them. I'm talking about like the real stuff where people lose real diseases and real things happen. Any Christian in this room of any faith tradition can probably point you to some gotcha stuff they read about in books, not just stuff they heard about from people, so on and so forth. Those are the claims you need to investigate, and you honestly need to investigate them by the thousands.
Well, why? Hold on.
Because,
Why?
Because again, evidence of a pattern
We don't have to go down every rabbit hole. At some point, you can go, okay, I don't know if you believe in the Shroud of Turin. At some point, I could go, okay, the Shroud of Turin's
a what?
The Shroud of Turin.
Oh, the Shroud of Turin. I absolutely do.
Okay, that's a scam relic, right?
No,
I've looked into that. It's a scam relic.
No, it's not.
Okay, that's fine.
You realize that the last carbon dating they did on it, they determined it couldn't be other than 2,000 years old, that it had bacteria on it that were 1,700 years old.
I realized that they have kept testing and testing and testing, and eventually they found somebody who would say it might be older than that. But the vast majority of the tests do say it's not that old.
No.
Yes,
they do. That's just cherry picking.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
And even I know that you're not Catholic, but even the Roman Catholic Church's position on it has not changed. They've said it's a.
The Roman Catholic Church famously does not declare anything to be real or not real because of the fact that they don't want to deal with the legal claims. Remember that Roman Catholicism has seers who think that the Mother of God speaks to them from the sun and ends up blinding believers every other year. There's a reason the Pope doesn't want to verify those things. It's called legal liability. If you're saying like, "Oh, Mary spoke to me from the sun," and then you get like, cornea burning, then like your family decides to sue the Vatican. Like, there's a reason that they don't.
But there's no legal liability in confirming a relic.
No, there isn't. But that's why I'm saying that if you look, the majority of the studies that have been done and recent ones, I'm talking about most recent,
and they did make
right. They did make
a claim about the Shroud of Turin though, and they have not changed it.
Well, they didn't
They said it was not authentic.
No, they said that it is not verifiable. They didn't say it's not authentic. I know that case. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to argue now. If your entire case, if I'm pointing to people being spontaneously healed by Christian relics, and your entire case is, well, maybe the Shroud of Turin is 13th century. If the Shroud of Turin is 13th century, let's just end this on that. How was it painted?
How was it painted? What do you mean? How was it painted?
How was it painted?
I would assume with paint.
Okay, well, no.
I don't know what you're asking me.
The pigments on the shroud are of unknown origin to this day.
Okay.
It's not paint.
Okay.
So what is it?
It's a fraud. It's a fraud relic.
Oh, so it's made out of fraud paint. You just don't know what that is.
Furthermore, you think that was Jesus the only person to get crucified and then left? Was Jesus the only one to get crucified by the Romans?
No.
Of course he was not. Even if I were to grant you, which I'm not doing, even if I were to grant and say, okay, this is a cloth of somebody that is 2,000 years old who was crucified.
You do realize that most studies that have been done on the Shroud of Turin show that the process is similar to something like laser etching. Are you familiar with how a laser printer works?
Yeah, and I've heard people make that claim,
right.
But that doesn't make the cloth older than it is.
Okay, well, even in the 13th century, did they have like laser printers that they just printed on cloth?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
but again, you're drawing conclusions out of. Well, I don't know this, so it must be proof of God.
Wait. How are you not doing that when you're going? I don't know what made it, but it's fake.
I don't need to know what made it to know that it's not the age it's claimed to be.
How? How can you prove that? You're basing it off
carbon dating, how we prove ages of things. That's how we prove the age of things.
Well, here's the fun part. Carbon dating on 6 different parts of that shroud showed different ages, wildly different ages. Explain to me how they patchworked it.
I will explain it because people like you who want to believe in the conclusion that they already have will keep poking until they find a researcher who's willing to give them that they want.
Yeah, but you do realize you're just operating off of the doubt of the gaps. You're simply saying, well, we don't have an explanation for it, therefore don't believe it. You're doing the exact same thing you're claiming.
We don't have an explanation. Yeah, we do not have reason to believe this. All you're doing is pointing to to the things that we don't know, which is where I agree
exactly
with you.
What you're doing.
Which is where I agree with you. Right. But you're saying we don't know how this could happen. So therefore God, and I'm saying we don't know how this we don't know how this could happen. So that's what we don't know.
No, actually you started with the shroud and said we don't know how this happened. So therefore not God. I started with these are impossible scientific constants that if they're not followed, the universe will collapse on itself. Therefore, designer. And you said, no, maybe not.
Let me just pause you real quick. It's getting a little bit loud here real quick. Thank you so much. I'm just going to read a couple super chats real quick, and then I'm going to turn it right back over to you. We got Horse God with $5. Infinite reoccurring Big Bangs. Eventually one will create Earth conditions if God created us in his own image. Oh, yeah, we just read that one. Sorry.
Infinite monkeys.
Yeah, the Infinite monkeys. Also, can we count on how many Christian straw man Dusty built during this? I lost count. How many have you built?
Several.
Several. Okay. All right. Is that the technical? No, all right. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah. So basically, one thing that I will say, and this is something that you mentioned, that if this creator God was perfect, supposedly, that that everything he produces by nature should be perfect.
Correct.
Right. That's the free will question. The assumption that a perfect being would not necessarily want to allow imperfection.
Correct.
However, that doesn't follow. If a perfect being wanted to have a being that was flawed to strive to perfection, then they would want an imperfect being in the universe. So your assumption is baked in, like a perfect being must reproduce a perfect result, which is a great argument for between the Father and the Son.
I was pairing the perfection with the all loving claim, right?
Okay.
So if he's all loving, then he would not want to create imperfect beings, knowing that some of them will fail and then be tortured for eternity.
Well, not necessarily. We don't know the nature of the torture for eternity, but more importantly, you are assuming that your finite being understanding of perfection is perfection.
I'm assuming that my understanding of love means that you don't torture somebody for eternity. Yes, I am.
I would.
Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't know. How do you feel about what should we do with child molesters? Oh, but I thought you didn't want to hurt anyone. That's not love.
I didn't say I don't want to hurt anyone. There's lots of people I want to hurt.
Oh, okay. But is that perfect love?
I'm not offering perfect love.
Okay, but if you were and people did perfect evil, would you not have something to respond with?
I don't offer perfect love,
Therefore, how can you speak for God if you don't offer perfect love?
You're the only one claiming to speak for God. I'm saying that there's inconsistencies here.
For God, I'm simply saying that God is real.
I can speak for parental love, and I can say that if we treated our kids like God treats humans, supposedly, where it puts them in games, otherwise they die and get tortured.
What are you talking about? Explain.
What I'm talking about is the Christian paradigm in which you are born into a game that you don't know how you're playing it or how to win, and if you lose, you die.
Okay.
That's not loving parents. That's literally the plot of the movie Saw.
Okay, well, fun fact: I've never watched the movie Saw, and
you'd like it.
No, I wouldn't. I've seen clips. I've read the wiki. I find those movies a waste of time and designed to introduce despair into humans.
I agree.
That's bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a good movie. I'm just saying it does. The plot does follow your.
Right, but the point is that plot is not proper parenting. I would argue most people don't think proper parenting is represented in Saw, and I would argue that that's not the way God sees His creation. We can have a discussion on the nature of the question of people who are outside Christ. What happens to them? If there are differences in what is hell or Hades, what happens to people after they die? But all of those presuppose a creator.
And the internal contradictions within that worldview is a good reason not to believe the tenets of that worldview.
Okay, but you're not dealing with the internal contradictions. That the delicacy of the universe is such that if you took it as seriously as you claim to take the claims of Christians, you would be questioning whether you could sit down on the chair. You would be questioning whether your microphone could work. You'd be questioning whether your cell phone would blow up in your hand. You'd be questioning whether that pen that you're holding isn't going to just jump out and hit you in the eye. The point is you simply have no idea when you're dealing with such levels of uncertainty versus certainty. And if you're willing to say, well, that doesn't matter, then really you should be questioning whether you can walk, whether your next step is going to send you through the floor like a cartoon. You know, I mean, the point is, the reason that you don't do that is because you understand that certain things are finite, graspable, observable, etc. One such example is the fine-tuning of the universe, the electromagnetic standard, the strong gravitational force. These things scientifically have been shown in the 20th century to be very specific in how they work and to be very specific in how they hold the universe together. none of those things can be random. And if we try to randomize them, we've already seen scientifically the universe collapses. So that is evidence that something as the physicist had put out more, I believe I mentioned earlier. He said a super intelligence has monkeyed with physics because he, being an atheist, when he saw that the production of carbon had to be 7.65 million electron volts because of the fact that if it was not 7.65 million, if it was off by 1, the stars wouldn't have enough energy to produce carbon. If it was over by 1, they again wouldn't have enough energy to produce carbon. It was exactly that number. Without that, the stars couldn't produce carbon, and no carbon, no humans, no life.
The fact that physics is amazing, or that I'm ignorant of physics, none of that is relevant to religion. The religious claims are not nearly as complicated as physics ones. I don't understand quantum physics. I'll be the first to say that.
Well, isn't that amazing?
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
You know what's amazing is the fact that our creator has left people a way to understand what he wants without having to be a quantum physicist.
Faith.
What?
Faith.
Oh, I think you said faith. Okay.
Faith, right? Faith.
Well,
that's
faith,
what it's called upon.
Yeah. And why is that bad?
Faith, the belief in things that you don't have sufficient evidence to actually believe properly?
Well, I would say that that's an incomplete definition, that faith is the substance of things that are unknown, but that we can perceive.
Yeah.
But more importantly, here's my point.
Faith is a tool for people who want to take advantage of you. The two professions.
It's very simple.
The two professions that
are you
suggest
really gonna spout
the
cliches at me?
Yes, the two industries that suggest that their clients operate according to faith are religion and drug dealers. Trust me, try it. You'll like it.
And strip clubs.
Yeah, and strip clubs and the pharmaceutical industry and Hollywood and the music industry and every major industry. You have made my point that I established at the beginning, that in the absence of God, these companies form so that they can take over what was originally a place for God with consumerism. And you're basically saying it's good.
These things formed with God. Christianity is still the biggest religion on earth.
Technically, it's competing with Islam. Well, they're both around 2 billion followers each.
So it's not the absence of God that created these things. These things happened while God was president.
To be fair, Trump is working to get those Islam numbers now. The bombing in Iran.
I want to believe that. The only reason I somewhat disagree is because even though he is bombing Iran, he is allowing all of them to move into Europe. So.
All right, I'm sorry I got sidetracked there. Continue on this.
All right. The point I'm trying to make is that you're establishing the points that I made at the very outset, which is in the absence of belief in God, people use other methods, other secular methods to fill the void, to manipulate people.
Yes.
My point is that people who believe in God are above manipulation because of the fact that they can be critical about men while believing in God.
Did you just say that? Hold on. Did you just say that again about being above manipulation?
I'm saying that it allows people to be above manipulation. I am not a Roman Catholic, but I want to ask, is anyone in the room a Roman Catholic? 1, 2. Okay. The point is that the two people I brought up in this example, they're Roman Catholics. They probably know about the priest scandal, right?
Right.
But they're able to make a distinction between some priests being gay and Jesus having nothing to do with that. So you see, they're able to make that distinction.
Oh, we're doing the few bad apples thing.
Well,
it's just a few bad apples.
A few bad apples. It's literally statistically a few bad apples.
Right.
Lower than the public school system.
So, but how are these people not manipulatable or able to be manipulated?
I'm saying that they're less manipulatable because they can clarify that there can be problems in a situation.
They're not
organization.
No, they're just carrying water. They're just carrying water.
They're just carrying water.
They're just carrying water.
Okay.
And you're praising them. You're saying that they're not as easy to be manipulated. But look at what do you think about Kenneth Copeland?
I have a very low opinion of him. Why?
Absolutely. He's a complete con artist. He's got a huge audience that sends him tons of money. Those are all very, very manipulatable Christians. Don't you agree?
What do you think about vaccines?
I think that they're poison.
Huh. But they were recommended by our government.
So,
And like, our government said that like people who didn't believe in the vaccines or didn't trust the vaccines probably should go to jail.
yeah, I think that's fucked up. The government. I am no government fan.
Oh, okay. Oh, you don't trust the government?
Correct.
Why not?
Because a long history of them demonstrating that they're abusive of their position.
But you're still a loyal American, I assume, correct?
I consider myself an American. I'm not a government fan.
No, you don't have to be a government fan. Never had to be. But you see, you've just made my point that you can be within an organization while being critical of it.
Touché.
Well, there is a difference, though, just out of curiosity, how you deal with that, right? One is he's born into America, as opposed to at some point you choose the denomination that you're a part of. Would you agree that that is an important distinction between the two? It's not like he got to choose to be an American.
Well, I would argue that no, it's not a big distinction, because whether you're born into it, you start to learn about it and you're critical about it, or you move to a religious body and you realize problems with it and you're critical about it. The point is, the establishment of critical thinking can occur in a religious concept.
But I guess the difference I'm asking is, right, so when I look at it, right, if I want to like renounce my church and go to a different one, I can just go leave, and then I can go to another church. Some church on promise of a letter. I can go to a different denomination. I can just not be a Christian. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to be not an American, right? You'd have to like renounce citizenship, pay a fee, et cetera, et cetera. You don't think there's a
well, I mean, if you really hated America that much in terms of the land that you live in, it makes sense that you would leave.
Okay. Do you think that's an important distinction?
I think that being born into, I think that almost everybody stays in the religion that they were born into. Very few people shift religion.
I don't know that that's true. Statistically, I think that's changed a lot.
Okay. But as far as the friction or the cost of changing that thing, yeah, I think it's significant. You can just drop church or just go down the street to a new one. But yeah, becoming not an American, that's a massive difference. Mm-hmm.
But the point is not whether or not it's the standard is harder or easier. The point is that you can act critically of an organization of which you are part of. And religion gives you that. Ironically, consumerism doesn't give you that.
What do you mean?
Okay, people who replace their religious fervor with interest in Taylor Swift. There's a lot more. Swifties are real.
They're nuts. They're nuts.
Right. Now, the point is, because of the nature of it, ideological conformity is not just easier, but encouraged. So in some sense, the accusations you make towards religion of being cultish, if you will, seem to happen more when people stop paying attention to God and start paying attention to material crap.
I don't think that there's anything about religion that moves people away from materialism. In fact, I think that a good example is the Mormons. A good example is the Mormons. They're very materialistic, very wealthy.
Yeah. Okay. I would argue that many Anabaptist groups are as well. Like, sometimes like the Amish or the Mennonites, like while they have policies that are, very pro-familial with each other towards the out-group, I would say their business practices are sometimes predatory.
Right.
So, but the point I'm trying to make is that, that said, that again comes from that whole in-group, out-group thing. But all of the critical pieces in terms of questioning what we believe, in terms of trying to figure out right and wrong, every philosopher on this matter, up until the 20th century, with almost no exceptions, was a Christian.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
Okay,
there's a lot of historical criticisms of Christianity by philosophers.
Okay.
You know that they're there.
I know that they're there, and most of them are 20th century. Some, like Voltaire, will go back a couple of hundred years. Humanist critiques of Christianity have existed. That's not a big deal to me, because sometimes the critiques are based on straw men.
There were lots of, and I can't think. I don't have any names off the top of my head. They're all Latin names. There was a lot of criticisms of early Christianity in the 3rd, 4th centuries.
Criticisms of early Christianity.
Yes, there was a lot of philosophical criticisms of Christianity, and I don't remember who
Like
wrote them.
Marcus Aurelius?
No, but I do like him.
Well, he did books criticizing
Right.
Christianity.
So there you go. So yeah,
But
exactly.
he was a pagan.
But
he
you
wasn't
tried.
a Christian self-criticizing.
What?
He was a pagan talking about how stupid Christians were.
Right. Of course, somebody criticizing Christianity is probably not going to be a Christian.
Not necessarily. We've done more self-criticism than our opponents, I would argue. But none of this has to do with the fact that when you are dealing with the evidences in the creation of the universe itself that are now obvious to us in the age of spectroscopy and other sciences, to deny the existence of a God. I'm not asking you to believe in my God. I'm not asking you to believe Jesus is Lord. It will help you if you do, but I am asking you to at least accept that the scientific worldview that you live on operates on one that is based on a creator, because it can't be any other way. What's the word I'm looking for? It can't be any other way numerically. It's not possible. You're talking about
You mean you don't know any other way to explain it?
No, it's not an issue of don't know
it. It is in fact possible that there could be other ways. You're assuming that you have knowledge of 100% of the possibilities.
The reason why
the reason
why you've missed. I've stated this about 10 times that you've missed this. Is that the reason I know it can't be any other way is because scientifically it's been shown that if you change any of the variables, Earth goes bye-bye. The universe goes bye-bye.
I understand that. I haven't missed that at all. I haven't missed it at all.
It's not that there's any other way we haven't found yet. It's that any other way we know of destroys the universe. That's the difference.
That again does not. Okay, this mathematical phenomenon is amazing. I've given you that. Now,
It's not just mathematical, it's scientific. It's based on physics.
Well, right. It's
cosmology.
It's mathematical. That's not scientific proof of God. It's not.
No, it's scientific proof of creation because it is fine-tuned, because the universe cannot fine-tune
Just
itself.
because you don't know how something got there or got that way does not mean that God did it.
But I do know how something got there. I've been explaining it to you the whole time. You're the one going, big numbers can't explain. And I'm sitting here going, it can literally be explained.
You're explaining a scientific phenomenon through faith. You're just making the claim. You haven't.
I'm literally the only one putting up numbers, and I'm the one explaining through faith.
Yes. Okay. Give me aside from your fascination with big numbers or amazing numbers, or your wonder, right?
Or the universe blowing up if it doesn't work this way.
Right. Again. Right. Yes. Yes. It's a very good number. Now, how do we?
It's not just a number.
It is literally a number.
These
It's
are
literally
what are known
numbers.
as constants.
What you're saying is I don't understand it, so therefore God. And you're jumping a lot of things.
You've missed the point. I'm saying I do understand it, so therefore God, because any other answer blows up the universe.
So how come there are so many scientists who believe in the Big Bang?
Because the Big Bang sounds like a cosmology that works, and even many Christians believe in the Big Bang because it is literally creation out of nothing.
Without a God. There's no God under Big Bang. There's no God under Big Bang, is there?
Yeah, I mean, would you argue that let me just try this. You know what I'm saying? Let there be light doesn't count as the Big Bang. Boom, let there be light. There it is. Like that.
He's like, did you hear him say "Let there be light"?
I'm just
Were you there?
I mean, but you're here promoting there's specific attributes to your God. The debate isn't actually about creationism; it's about God.
No, I know that's
right.
all it's about. And the fact that I can show you evidence of creation, and all you can do is go, but coincidence, tells me that you do not understand the fundamental problem that physicists are relying on, and that many of them are turning to belief about.
Many of them are not.
Okay. I'd challenge you to ask, in this age of AI, say what prominent scientists ended up becoming Christians or believed in Christ. I can list off names like Werner Heisenberg, who's like one of the fathers of quantum mechanics, who famously said, "The first sip of the water of science will make you an atheist, but God is waiting for you at the bottom of the glass."
Okay.
The point is, that there are more scientists than you realize who do believe in God. And that's once you remember that there are more scientists outside of America, then you will realize that there's lots of scientists who believe in God and don't make that big of a deal of it. The point I'm trying to make is that the idea that has been inculcated by American media companies, etc., that believers stupid, non-believers smart and buy things is wrong. It's programming. And when you get past it, you realize that there's nothing, there's no conflict between a Christian being a Christian and a Christian being a scientist.
Religion is programming as well. You can say that it's programming to not believe in God, but there's Sunday school, right? Does your church have Sunday school for kids?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Orthodox don't do that?
Some do, but most traditionally don't, because the teaching is in the liturgy. It's in the icons, it's in the scripture readings, etc. The kids pick it up. Remember, we don't freak out if kids are playing in our churches. If they're just sitting around on the floor or something, it doesn't bother us. So it's just a different kind of worship, because our worship is kind of static and facing one direction. But that's just Orthodox. The point I'm trying to make is that to see when people say Sunday school or teaching kids CC, that's religious indoctrination. You know how I hear that? I hear, I don't like your religious indoctrination. I'd prefer they have my religious indoctrination. Because you see, if you don't...
So you acknowledge it's indoctrination?
Okay, if I teach my
You
kids
acknowledge
look,
that, right?
if I teach my kids look both ways before crossing the street, is that indoctrination?
Yeah.
Is it helpful to the kids, or should I not do it? Should I just say good luck?
You're just, but I just want you to say, yes, you acknowledge that religions do indoctrinate kids.
I never said that they don't, but I'm saying that it's a good thing if it's not manipulative.
Telling kids that they're going to go to hell for eternity if they don't stay in the religion and contribute to it is abusive, I would say.
Unless it's true, in which case you're helping them. Like we haven't gotten into the debate about hell. I would like to, once we get into the debate about Christ, which is not the point of this debate, because this debate is just about, is God real? But if you seeded, is God real? I'd be glad to talk to you about Jesus Christ, and I'd be glad to talk to you about hell.
I have not seeded that God is real. I have not seeded that God is real.
That's okay. I enjoy it when people don't see it, but they have no logical reason.
I know enough about your belief to know that there are very specific attributes of God, correct?
That's not the point of the debate.
Okay, so God could be anything then. Just universe come from somewhere. Is that what you're saying?
I will. Here, look, you ever hear of the flying spaghetti monster?
Yes, absolutely.
I will cede to you. If I say that it kind of looks like it might be a flying spaghetti monster, will you then cede the debate?
Okay, if you can prove to me that this flying spaghetti,
you can prove it to you.
You can't.
What if I showed you a Greek statue proving I'm Dionysus?
You do kind of look like him.
Now, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Could be.
The reason that this has been debated for for more than that, for thousands of years and continues to be debated.
You said 2000.
I did say, because I was thinking about
those are the important ones. The AD.
The reason it's been debated for thousands of years and continues to be debated is because actually there is not proof. There never has been, and religions don't actually call for proof; they call for faith.
Okay, but in this debate, from the outset, I pointed to real constants in physics. I pointed to real things happening, to real numerical values, to real what ifs if it doesn't match the system.
Right.
I have pointed to the science,
Right.
and you've responded to me with numbers big, bro. That's not an answer.
That does explain what you're doing. You're saying these are amazing. These are amazing numbers. And I'm saying yes, they are amazing numbers. I give you that.
Well, let me just call it here. Since we're doing the numbers thing again, let me just go ahead. We're about at that time anyway here. We're going to go ahead to closings. We want to thank you for all the support. So much. Thank you for this debate. And so far, I think our people. I believe you started us off, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So you're going to go ahead and start us off with the negative, and then we're going to go to you. Make sure you tell everybody where to find you, who you are, and all that good jazz. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me on. This has been fun. Again, so most of the debate was looping around his amazement at big numbers in physics. I agree that there's a lot of amazing things that we cannot explain. And I think that we do not benefit by claiming to know things that we in fact don't know. At no point did he ever bridge the gap to say, this is amazing, and this is how I know it came from God. He just said, this is amazing, so I assume it must be God. Again, that's not evidence to the positive. That's just that just illustrates that you have a finite perspective and a finite worldview. Whether or not God created the universe, the fact is that we are smaller than the universe that we live in, and we should be amazed by everything. We came from it. So, anyways, good talk. I yield the rest.
All right. Thank you so much. Where to find you, who you are?
Oh, Powder Dusty, at the Powder Dusty on YouTube, Kick, Rumble, and X.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Father Joseph, you're up.
Yeah, okay. So I've got 5 minutes here. I'm going to just quickly state this. It was really fun talking to my opponent, but I think that this ending of this debate is exactly endemic of the problem. I started this by trying to make a scientific case for God, pointing to a number of constants of physics to make very clear that a creator is the only logical conclusion you can draw. Your response here, and you used it throughout the debate, is to say that what I was saying was that God is amazing and math is amazing. I never used the word amazing in my intro. I didn't think any of it's amazing. All of it is science. All of it can be demonstrated through basic physics and through the knowledge of physics that we have. As I started from the beginning, and it's why I kept saying maybe you should cede, is that you started by saying I can't prove that God doesn't exist. Well, then you're not up for the topic because I'm trying to prove that it does. But more importantly, the point is you had a lot of interesting thoughts on religion, and we talked about different things like the nature of Christianity and stuff, none of which had to do with whether we had a creator. So I'm going to reiterate those points very clearly. Science demonstrates that a creator exists. If you look at just the improbabilities, the probabilities, and what happens if everything that is fine-tuned in the universe doesn't happen exactly that way, you don't have a universe. So the point is, all the other stuff, it was fun talking about free will, cultic control, fine, but none of it was relevant to the question. The question was, is God real? My point was the evidence from science says yes, and that's it.
And where to find you and who you are?
My name is Father Joseph Swaden. My website's nftu.net, and my channel is NFTU.
Thank you so much. All right, I'll have our participants just walk over there. We're going to do one more final post-fight interview here with y'all. And then right after we do that with Glenn, we're going to be coming right back over here for a closing statement with me, Grid, and Glenn closing out the event. So thank you so much. A round of applause for our competitors here today. Woo! Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you. All right, chat. Thank you so much. This was Father Joseph and Dusty here on Is God Real? That was fantastic. We really had a good one there, I think. We are going to be going over to Glenn, I believe, right now, and then we're going to come back over here right afterwards.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the final debate. Now, did you ladies see what you wanted to see in the debate?
I saw exactly what I wanted to see. I was absolutely hoping he would take it the fine-tuning direction because I've yet to find an argument against the fine-tuning of the universe. It's very clear. And I honestly don't know if I've seen someone build that many straw men in one debate. Build them and knock them down over and over again.
What did you think about the debate? Like, what was like your favorite part?
I definitely there's a lot of more humor in it than I was expecting. It seems like they might have been matches. Actually expressed. So I thought that her and I were definitely going back and forth. There was a lot of good debates going on between that. I enjoyed.
Well, how about we get one of our debaters, Flow State. We'll get one of our debaters to come over here. Get over here, Flo. Get over here, Flo. All right. Tell me, how did the debate go?
It was fun. It was fun. It was a little frustrating. We kind of got stuck on the whole, you know where we got stuck.
Yeah.
Can you prove, can your amazement at this prove this? And I don't think that we ever got there, but yeah, it was a good talk.
It was good. It was good. What do you think you could do better at moving forward with your debates?
That I could do better?
Yeah.
I haven't even man. I was out debating Ellis.
I didn't really plan to get stuck right there. So I don't really know because I didn't think that would be the sticking point.
Yeah.
I thought the shrouded turn part was kind of fun because like I just can't believe that that he thinks that's real. But no, I don't know. What do you think I could do better?
Have a better argument? No, I'm kidding.
Asking a Christian.
I would say develop more steel mans. I think you didn't have enough steel mans. I think there was a lot of straw manning there, right? Even though you had good questions that would side with it, I just don't think there was enough steel manning there.
Okay.
That would just be my
Sure.
But I think other than that, I think even your straw mans were good though. Like your straw mans did lead to questions that needed to provide clarity and answers.
Right.
But I just don't think there was enough steel mans.
Fair enough.
So What do you guys say? What do you think? What do you say?
I agree. I was like, that's a lot of straw men. I think you built arguments against Christianity.
I primarily did,
But you
yes.
didn't build any arguments against whether
Correct.
God doesn't exist.
Correct. It's yeah, and that is something that I think I made a mistake on. Is it's a lot easier to defend an abstract concept of a creator than it is a specific Christian God. So I did actually prepare for the Christian thing, but
What do you think?
I would try to say honestly, maybe a little bit random, but I felt like it came full circle from what he was saying at the beginning, and maybe go back and watch it, just tap into a little bit of the one he was talking about, and then see how you would participate differently with that. I would be curious to see you do that, just because that was a lot of fun, and like you said, the strawman, maybe it could have been more spilled. But it was fun. It was great.
I know you're gonna go smoke right now, so
I am going to.
don't bother Joseph.
Okay, thanks.
So we got some notable people here, notable friends here. Rob Noor's in the building. Come over here, Rob. Come say hi. I'm with the great Rob.
VIP, baby. VIP. What's up, man?
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. Doing good. Hello, everyone.
Rob, you're here for DebateCon.
Yeah.
Talk about DebateCon. What can people expect for tomorrow? Because today was just kind of like the prelims, like the opening act for, what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
So what can people expect from you tomorrow at DebateCon?
Tomorrow's religion debate. I think that for us, it's like the Super Bowl for the Crucible. We want to make sure that the people who are coming have the best experience possible. That means that we're trying to make sure that they're comfortable getting there, comfortable with the food, comfortable with the booth, and most importantly, that we're kicking the left's ass, which we will do. So I'll be debating Loner Bucks, Rachel's debating Not So Arrogant, and Andrew's debating Dinesh D'Souza, which is fun because it's always nice to see him debate a right winger. But that's all going to be Sunday. Saturday, we all got the day off to watch some Jay Dyer crush some religious debates. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
I had Dinesh D'Souza on my show, and as soon as he got to Zionism, he did not want to talk about it. He was like, he's like, I gotta go. I'm like, all right.
What's so funny with Andrew, like he debates Owen Schroyer and he starts off, he's like, I'm not a Zionist. Don't send Israel another $1. And then everybody clips the one segment where he's like, I don't really care about what's going over in Palestine. Zionist. And it's like, so it'll be fun to watch how they spin him debating for 2 hours, Zionism bad. What he really means is he's paid by Israel. So,
like I said, being a Christian Zionist is an oxymoron.
Right. Oh, I agree. I agree.
It's like, actually, Misfit Patriot, I was supposed to debate him on that. And I still haven't got to debate him. He's dodging me. I was like, come on, man, let's have this debate.
He's quite the character, isn't he? I've never debated him, but I saw Andrew debate him.
And Guyliner is just, I'm not really sure if Guyliner is the thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, it's been a while though. We used to hang around. We used to I used to pop into your show like late at night. A couple nights I did. Yeah,
I'm changing it up. I'm doing more interviews now. So me and Jim are doing a lot of like relationship focus. Trying to this whole red pill feminism. Like to me, they both end up to no children, no families. If we're trying to bring back the nuclear family, we have to mend bridges there, and that's what we're trying to do. Trying to build that bridge back for men and women.
Yeah, I mean the red pill people have a point, but the solution's what I disagree.
Yeah, it's like their descriptions of the problem are solved.
Correct.
It's the prescriptions that are failing.
Exactly. That's exactly how I feel. So I got married somehow. I found some lady, I duped some woman, but I'm happily married. We were married in 2014, and it's fun because it's all like the whole dating scene and stuff now. I don't even know. Right. Like I got a lot of people that are younger that'll watch me. And like, I have zero advice. I'm like, I don't know, go to church, find a wife, have kids. Like, that's it. That's all I have, I was lucky. But I'm glad to hear that, man.
Yeah, man.
Because I think that there needs, some of the red pill stuff's like nihilistic. It's so black.
It is.
And it's like, you can find a good woman and have a good relationship.
Here's the thing, you got women like Ruth. You got women like Esther, right? That I have a past, right? So you can't negate, can't just like, just count somebody from their past. I have a past. You have a past. So our past is not what we should be judged by. It's what we have done since that time.
Yeah.
So I think what the red pill does, and it does a really poor job of that, it doesn't show grace.
Right.
And if we're Christians, we're saying, hey, God gave us grace. We cannot earn our salvation, right? So if we can earn our salvation He's given us grace. We should also demonstrate that same grace with other people. And I think that's where the red pill is going wrong. It's like saying all women are bad, all women are this, and it's like, no, they're not all bad. And the course that we have right now is called Build a Bitch. Wives don't come pre-made, they're built.
Yeah.
So, like it's based off a husband's leadership. So if you have a bad wife, I'm looking at the husband and be like, why are you leaving?
That's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah.
So
I always say my number one job is to be a provider and steer the direction of my wife and my son. Like, and so for me, that's the most important thing. People get it so confused. Like everyone's like, I want to do this great thing in life. Probably there's 1 in a million of us that'll do something that's like people will remember 100 years from now. The rest of us, be a good husband, be a good father. That's it.
Like,
And if you do that, it's a life well lived.
Your legacy should be, you should be working about how your family views you, how your friends do you when you're gone. Not if the world views you a certain way.
That's right. That's right.
But it's good seeing you.
It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. Hopefully we'll talk soon. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it, man.
Father Joseph.
You guys have a good one.
Father Joseph is taking selfies right now. I never known a priest to be taking selfies. All right, Father Joseph, how was the debate?
I think it went well. I think I think the whole point is, I think God is demonstrable, even if you have to get into all the other things with, our Lord, etc. But when it comes right down to it, you can demonstrate God from science. And the whole point of my openings and other statements was just use raw science. Don't touch anything else. And I think it worked well.
Yeah, I thought like a lot of us got the questions that we wanted answered. You said you heard exactly what you wanted to hear at this debate. Tell Father Joseph what it was.
I did. He asked me before the debate. He's like, "What would you like to hear?" I think if he brings fine tuning, so
The fine-tuning argument is purely scientific.
yeah. So it was a very, very good job. Well done. I read every minute of the White House.
Dima, what about you? What did you like about
I
Father
really
Joseph?
like like you said, how you're able to keep it, scientific almost. And it's almost keep some facts that it sounds like I have been to your church, that, but it does sound like you're not focused on the indoctrination of it and what we're on purpose and getting everybody on the right path. So for that was I love hearing that.
That's my goal for everyone.
Your life history. Did Father Joseph give you that historical account like the way you wanted it? Or did
That was the goal for me, at least, just to hear that. So I definitely learned that, like, science, scientific facts, Facebook. That's where I think society has fallen off, and we have kind of lost track. We don't focus on our grace, and we don't focus on our humble, and maybe going that route is the way to go. Yes, I would say so.
I agree. Father Joseph, thank you so much, sir. It's a blessing having you here.
Thank you.
All right. Grid 1 needs to go over there with Gibbs. Grid 1, you got to run. All right. And I got to run over there too. So I got to go.
All right. Well, great. Sit down.
Hey, sit down, Greg.
Well,
Greg, you gotta sit down. Greg, you gotta sit down. Griddle cakes.
That's my pet name.
yeah. All right, folks. Thank you so much for attending GridCon 2. I'm sitting down with Glenn and Grid. Grid is our host. What did you think? How did you think the event went, Grid?
Mute. There you go.
Sorry, I left my mic on mute. I have to say this has been some of the best debates I've seen live or on YouTube's in a long time. Every single debate was great, good energy, very, very solid work by everyone. The guys that didn't do so well, the guys that lost, normally they probably would have won. You know what I'm saying? Like the debates were that good. They were high caliber, a lot of energy. Felt really good about it.
You know what I'm already hearing is like this event has been such a success. I'm already hearing about when's GridCon 3.
Yeah.
And we've already been talking about it low key, okay? So Gibbs, you want to tell them where we're talking about and where we're thinking about?
So it's looking like we're going to be planning GridCon 3 probably sometime in either late January, early February. We're going to be going to what? I believe it's Orlando is what we're looking at.
Yep. Orlando area.
So, yeah.
Probably somewhere in Florida, somewhere warm, that's easy for people to fly into and out of.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we've been talking a lot. I know we're trying to expand it. I know we're going to be reaching out to new crowds, new communities that are not like in the debate sphere. We're going to be bringing you something new and exciting. We're actually going to try to take this to the next level, I believe. Really try to like make it a con experience. Really give you that epitome of this is where debate is going. Let's make this mainstream. And that's really continue to be our goal, I think. we've been talking about that. What did you say, Glenn? What do y'all?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I really like being part of the modern day debate weekends. I enjoy being part of the lead up to it. And, but it is time for us to kind of grow. It's time to do something a little different. My man is absolutely right. We need a much, much better con. We need something where, we have First Amendment guys and we've got reviewers, we've got all of the different types of content creators that come in, network with each other, make connections, build their audience.
You know what I was thinking? Like during the con, like we can even have because we work with more men. Like you and I talk to a lot of men these days, right? And helping guys out. We could even have like a meet up with a bunch of guys afterwards, and talking about man problems, things that guys are going through during the convention. The debates could be going on, and then you can have a breakout session where so-and-so is going to be answering questions about dating, or so-and-so is going to be talking about marriage, or so-and-so is going to be talking about patriarchy. And these are like little sit-in classes, like little 20-minute lectures that people, get into.
Yeah, I think that's something to think about. Obviously it's going to really increase the cost and the moving parts, and we're going to have to involve more people.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to become a thing. But overall, I think we, as a group, I'm not just trying to forward,